Chapter 101 Signing with Dian Society Today National Day. There is only one chapter. Watching the military parade during the day and playing football at night. I can only code one chapter, 4,000 words. I hope it did not disappoint everyone. Gwangd Building is located at the Beijing Kuai Hall at number 39-Ilan Street, Qianmen. It was once renamed from the Qianmen Small Theatre. However, going back further, its predecessor should be the Gwanglu Theatre. It was built in the Qing dynasty the first year of Jie Qing in the Qing dynasty and is one of the oldest theatres in Beijing. However, at that time, people preferred to call it Gwanglu Tea Garden. Gwangd Building has a long and glorious history. It is almost an art venue built at the same time as the Paris Opera House in France, La Scala Theatre in Italy, and the Bolshoi Theatre in Russia. After Lin Feng and Liu Yinying bought tickets to enter the venue, they ordered a pot of Bailuochun to enjoy this unique Chinese cultural and artistic performance at a leisurely pace. But to be honest, Lin Feng is not here today to listen to cultural performances such as Shandong Drum and Hebai Bangtsai. Lin Feng came today to see someone. Liu Yinying shook her head helplessly. She is not slandering the folk art handed down in China, but she is really not interested in them. After all, her hobbies are just personal interests, and she cannot force herself to like and accept them. Okay, here it is, Lin Feng said excitedly. Liu Yinying was taken aback. I don't know who made Lin Feng so excited. She cheered up and looked on the stage curiously. There are not many people here today, said a voice on the stage. Yes, there are indeed a lot of people here, because everyone really likes Chinese folk art. The other person was half tall and half low, standing on the stage holding it up. I'm very happy, there are two more than yesterday. Drink, you remember so clearly. Little Liu Yinying saw such an unusual cross-talk performance for the first time. Her laughter trembled and her eyes burst into tears. It's too coke, these two people. Lin Feng, how did you know about them? Unexpectedly. There are people in China who say crosstalk like this. Liu Yinying clapped as she patted the table. Lin Feng is also a great joy to watch, but he is not as overwhelming as the others in the venue. After all, there is something in his heart, and there will always be concerns, so naturally he can't devote himself to this unique crosstalk performance. Everyone in the venue laughed for hours, and only after the two crosstalk performers on stage returned several times, they slowly retreated. The subsequent performance was much boring in comparison, and Liu Yinying also stopped laughing. It's still crosstalk coke, but it's a pity that this is in Beijing. It would be better if it were in Shanghai. I see those suffering from urban syndrome. It is more useful to listen to crosstalk than to see a psychologist. Liu Yinying sighed. Ha ha. It's not impossible. Lin Feng gently sipped his tea. What do you mean? What do you want to make? Liu Yinying understood, feeling that Lin Feng seemed to have some big plans. Let's go. There's not much to see in the back. Let's meet the master who just performed the crosstalk. Lin Feng got up and explained to the waiter, led by the waiter, entered the backstage. As soon as Lin Feng entered the door, the two masters and several others packed up and were about to leave. Looking at the two people in front of him, Lin Feng was particularly excited. The old gentleman Jiang Wenshun, with one shoulder high and one shoulder low, let alone the old crosstalk master. The bald man in front of him with a little bit of meat on his face, and a particularly poor man, is the real purpose of Lin Feng's trip. Godigang. Speaking of Godigang, Lin Feng does not need to say anything. Self-proclaimed grassroots star, non-mainstream. However, his unique style of crosstalk performance has become the most popular crosstalk master among netizens in the next few years. Are you? Godigang learned from the waiter that the two young men in front of him were looking for himself, and out of courtesy and respect, he reached out and asked, Hello, Master Go, I am your admirer. I just listened to your crosstalk and I came to express my gratitude to you. Lin Feng complimented. But this is not a false compliment, but from the heart. Lin Feng really likes to listen to Godigang's crosstalk. His on-spot response and humor are something other crosstalk artists do not have. Moreover, he is upright and often speaks out of righteousness, which offends many seniors in the crosstalk world. Godigang heard that Lin Feng came to thank him. His face was excited. Jiang Wenshun on the side was also moved. His face showed his heartfelt excitement, and the other art performers who followed the two were also agitated. After all, as an art performer, the recognition of the audience is the greatest motivation for them. Godigang has had an extremely difficult life in recent years. Ben came to Beijing with the ambition of starting a career and established the Dian Society with some artists who are passionate about Chinese folk art, hoping to create a piece of sky. Unexpectedly, life is extremely difficult. In recent years, most of the people have maintained their performances by working part-time and performing. Often, a group of talented people earn hundreds of yuan in one day, and even the fare is not enough. To be recognized by the audience is more important than anything else for those who truly love folk art. Of course, if you can rely on this craft to support your family, you can't be more happy. After some greetings, Lin Feng specifically asked to take photos with Godigang and others, which made Godigang and others more spiritually satisfied. At least these years, they have not been in vain. Although they have not made much money, at least they still have them in the hearts of the audience. After Godigang's work was done, Lin Feng and Liu Yinying alone took Godigang to Tanqiao Tea Garden, number 113 Tanqiao Market, Xuanwu District. Master Go, what do you think of this place? Lin Feng asked, pointing to Tanqiao Tea Garden. Don't dare, you still call my name? The master dare not be. Godigang dare not even dare. Hee. Then I will call you Teacher Go respectfully. What do you think of this place? Lin Feng smiled slightly. Now Godigang is forced by life, and he is far less energetic in the future. At this moment, a person with a discerning eye can see that the words of great sadness are engraved on his face. Godigang was also helpless. He took these enthusiasts of folk art to go north and south, performing everywhere, hoping to make everyone live a good life. Unexpectedly, he caused everyone to suffer from the suffering of displacement, but it was hard to eat 3 meals a day. Belly, let alone marrying a wife and adopting children. How can this be a sad word? Hee. The place is good, there are many people, and the transportation is convenient. Godigang didn't know what Lin Feng wanted to do, so he had to follow the words. If I buy this, and then invite you to fix it here, what do you think? Lin Feng said lightly. What did you say? Godigang was taken aback. His face was full of surprise and joy, but he was afraid that he might have heard it wrong and looked forward to it. Godigang also has troubles. The Dian Club he founded does not have a fixed venue for performances, so although everyone has worked hard, it is difficult to attract a fixed source of customers. How can he have a fixed source of customers when he is running around all day long? This is the reason why his Dian Club has always been difficult to operate. Lin Feng's proposal now tells him how to be unmoved. Ha, Mr. Go, I mean I bought this place and invited you and your team to perform regularly here every week. How do you like it? Lin Feng also knows the difficulties of Godigang and others in the early days. I am willing to spend a lot of money to buy this Tanqiao tea plantation. One is to help the comedians I admire, the other is for another plan of my own. Okay, of course I am willing. But how are you going to divide it? Although Godigang was happy, he inevitably hesitated in his heart. With such a big family, he has to work for the benefits of these artists who are willing to suffer with him, so he can't give them a word. In the past, it was not that there were no venues willing to let Dian Club perform fixedly, but the proposed division was too high, which is one of the reasons why Godigang has been running around with Dian Club. Ha, Teacher Go, let's find a tea restaurant and talk while eating. Lin Feng pulled Godigang, who was expecting and worried, and found a tea restaurant to sit down and talk in detail. After ordering a few plates of snacks and tea, Lin Feng took out the contract he had prepared. Mr. Go, this is our contract. Please read it carefully. If you have any questions, you can raise it now. Lin Feng handed the contract to Godigang, and then drank tea and ate snacks in no hurry. Lin Feng believes that Godigang will definitely sign this contract, because this contract is a treatment that other performance venues cannot give. Lin Feng believes that Godigang's heart will be moved. Not long after, Godigang looked excited and trembling with his hands holding the contract. He stuttered and asked, You really given us this condition? Lin Feng smiled slightly and nodded. Thank you. On behalf of all the actors in Jian Club, I would like to express my most sincere thanks to you. I have signed this contract. Godigang stood up and bowed deeply. Seeing the contract in his hand, Godigang almost burst into tears. After spending so long with his family and suffering from the wind and rain, he finally met the nobleman today. In August, the Mid-Autumn Festival is white dew, and the pedestrians on the road are desolate. Little bridge flows the fragrance of rice and flowers. Thinking about it day and night. Don't have peace in your heart. Read articles in the morning. 10 years of hardship is rushing to the market, and today I have to meet the nobles. In his excitement, Godigang casually came to his usual poem. Mr. Lin, then I will go back and tell everyone the good news first. Then I will wait for Mr. Lin's good news. Godigang felt so excited at the moment that he couldn't sit still. After signing the contract, tidy up, say goodbye, and bring the good news back to everyone. Well, teacher go. You go first. As short as 3 days, as late as 5 days, I will definitely call you. Then you will bring Jian Club to Tanqiao Tea Garden for the first performance of Jian Club. Lin Feng nodded and sent Godigang away. Liu Yinying was very curious. Not knowing what contract Lin Feng offered would make Godigang so excited that she almost shed tears. After taking a look at the contract, Liu Yinying rolled her eyes. The contract was too. And Liu Yinying didn't know how to say it. In short, Lin Feng almost didn't make any profit. But for these artists who love the Chinese folks, it feels like giving away charcoal in the snow. For this alone, Lin Feng's actions are not wrong. After all, with Lin Feng's current net worth, it was more than enough to support these people. Seeing Liu Yinying shook his head, Lin Feng knew what Liu Yinying was thinking, and he didn't explain it at the moment. He was tasting tea carefully. This contract seemed to have suffered a big loss, but in fact he took a big advantage. There are not many clauses in this contract, just 5. First, Jian Club performed in Tanqiao Tea Garden, and the ticket income of Lin Feng and Jian Club was 28 points. Lin Feng too and Jian Club received 8 points. Second, if the per capita income of Jian Club is less than 3,000 yuan per month, Lin Feng will subsidize it to 3,000 yuan per person. 3. Jian Club performs at least 4 days a week, and Godigang himself performs at least once a week. 4th, Lin Feng has the exclusive right to reprint all the performances of Jian Club in Tanqiao Tea Garden. 5. The two parties have cooperated for 10 years without breach of contract. If Lin Feng breaches the contract, he will compensate Godigang 10 million yuan, and Godigang's Jian Club will not be allowed to perform in the mainland for the remaining period of the contract. In Liu Yinying's view, Lin Feng was really at a loss for this contract. After all, although Liu Yinying has not carefully investigated the operating conditions of Jian Club, it can be seen from the outfits of the group. Just now I went to the Guangd building to perform. Some came by bicycle, some took a bus, and some even walked, not to mention cars, not even motorcycles. Its operating status and income can be imagined. Lin Feng smiled lightly at Liu Yinying's doubts. A person's vision depends on their long term. Lin Feng said, I know this, and I also believe that Mr. Guo's crosstalk will be popular, but no matter how popular it is, the ticket income of this flyover tea garden is also limited, not to mention that you only divide 20%, and you have to bear electricity, water and other expenses. I really don't see there is a possibility of profitability. Are you just to support the national culture? Liu Yinying shook her head for a while. If Lin Feng is to support the national culture, then she has nothing to say. But what Lin Feng said to be a human being depends on the long-term perspective, which makes Liu Yinying really puzzled, and she can't guess what Lin Feng wants to do. Haha, my goal is on the internet. Lin Feng smiled confidently. Chapter 102 Xiang's Wang Dance Sword. From the very beginning, Lin Feng decided to fund the Dian Society and signed a 10-year long-term contract. He did not expect to make money by selling tickets. What Lin Feng fancied was the reputation of the Dian Society in the future, and to be precise, Godigang's popularity. Since signing a contract with Director Zhou of Shanghai Oriental TV station, and the contract stipulated that Lisa must participate in Supergirl, Lin Feng has deeply felt that this kind of restraint is really uncomfortable. If you have a TV station, Supergirl can run it on its own, and use its influence in the future to build a reputation of your company. It is a pity that Lin Feng is not in the United States after all, and it is impossible for a private person to own a TV station in China. Therefore, Lin Feng evaded the heavyweights, thinking about creating an online TV station. Of course, even creating an online TV station in China is illegal, but Lin Feng didn't plan to build a TV station from the beginning. After all, this is not something that can be done simply. Not only a large sum of money is needed, but also a fairly wide network of contacts. Lin Feng does not yet have this ability. Lin Feng is now planning to build a video website first to provide free video services to netizens, to gain popularity first, and to lay the foundation for a gradual transformation in the future. Even if it cannot be transformed into a network TV station in the future, it can be built into the most famous video website in China, just like the Tudu.com and Youku.com in the future. Cuban, the owner of the US NBA Dallas Mavericks, eventually became a billionaire by relying on a video website. Lin Feng believes that the current domestic blank video website he built will definitely bring him huge profits and huge popularity. To be a unique video site, it must have features that other sites do not have. After all, once Lin Feng launches a video website in China, it is difficult to guarantee that no other company will see the huge business opportunities and follow the trend. Lin Feng's bargaining chip is naturally Godigang's crosstalk. The contract stipulates that all the programs performed by Dian Club in Tanqiao Theatre, Lin Feng, have the exclusive rights to broadcast. This will be an important bargaining chip for Lin Feng to attract popularity for the video website to be established in the early stage, and the killer to gain popularity. As for the future, Lin Feng cast his gaze on the far end of the Pacific Ocean, where there were things he was more interested in. Moreover, Lin Feng is also preparing to take photos of every player event held in Legend and post it online for Legend players to watch online. However, the video website that Lin Feng is going to create is a bit different from the later Tudu.com and Youku.com. Lin Feng will only provide services for the Second World Club senior members and VIP members. This will certainly lose a large number of ordinary users, but for Lin Feng's game business and the company as a whole, there is only a benefit, no harm. Second World Club senior members not only enjoy 5% off monthly magazines and point cards, but also a video service that only senior members can enjoy. This is for all senior members of Second World Club. In other words, it is a great honor and capital to show off. Lin Feng also firmly believes that this will further stimulate the massive increase of club members. With a membership fee of 120 yuan per year, you can not only enjoy the monthly exquisite magazine, but also enjoy discounts on peripheral products launched by Second World, and become a member of the video network for free. And a series of services. Lin Feng believes it is still very attractive. However, the biggest mainstream group of video sites is still women. They are asked to spend 120 yuan a year to become members of the Second World Club just to enjoy the video service. I am afraid that not many people will buy it. After all, no matter how popular Legend is, the majority of players are still male. After all, female players are still a minority. Therefore, in order to stimulate female players to join the game and become club members, Lin Feng's upcoming trip to Japan will be a top priority. Magic Baby is very attractive to female players, and according to some magazine surveys, every additional female player can attract 60 male players. Therefore, Lin Feng's trip to Japan cannot afford to fail. Of course, The most important thing at the moment is to discuss the purchase with the actual owner of the Tankiao tea plantation. It must be done as soon as possible. Lin Feng doesn't have much time to spend all day. Besides, every additional day, there will be a day's variables. Finalize the contract and go to Japan early and rest assured. After learning about Lin Feng's plan, Liu Yinying asked someone to investigate a little, and then took Lin Feng's authorization letter to negotiate the acquisition with the owner of Tankiao Tea Garden. This negotiation is difficult. After all, Tankiao Tea Garden is located in an excellent location. Although it is not profitable today, the owner is also a person who is very passionate about traditional Chinese art. He hopes that traditional Chinese art can regain its glory in his own field. However, persuaded by Liu Yinying's sharp insight and skillful eloquence, due to the current recession, the owner of Tankiao Tea Garden finally reluctantly transferred its ownership to Lin Feng at a price of 12 million. After acquiring Tankiao Tea Garden, Lin Feng changed its name to Tankiao Theatre and refurbished the interior at a high price. The decoration was antique and the seats were expanded from the original 24 tables with 144 people to 48 seats with 288 people. The second floor was built, and 8 luxurious boxes and 10 ordinary boxes were added upstairs, for those entrepreneurs or some officials who thought they were superior but did not want to sit with ordinary people. Of course, since it is called a luxury box, the price is naturally extremely luxurious. But for these people with great status, the price is naturally not too expensive. If the price is not expensive, how can they show their identity if it is not luxurious enough? All of this, under the stimulus of Lin Feng's RMB, all projects were completed within half a month. Not only the interior, but also the exterior has been repainted. It no longer looks messy, but as if you are in an antique China. When he was busy in Beijing, Lin Feng did not forget to let Wu Xiaopu publish a message on the official website of Second World to build momentum for Dian Society and promote the first performance of Dian Society. All Beijing senior members can use their membership cards. Watch for free. However, in order to avoid too many attendees at that time, Lin Feng asked Wu Xiaopu to screen. VIP members are given priority. If the number is not enough, they will be randomly selected from the senior members. In order to stimulate the members of the Second World Beijing Club to come and watch, Lin Feng declared that the 3 legendary goddesses Li Zhu, Lin Zhu and Huang Meixi will serve as the show host of this cross-talk conference. This news directly ignited the enthusiasm of all Beijing players, and the senior members who were not very enthusiastic about watching this cross-talk conference suddenly became enthusiastic. In particular, Lin Feng was dumbfounded by the fact that the vast majority of players collectively protested Wu Xiaopu's random selection method, and strongly urged the Second World to hold a competition similar to the First World Tournament, and the winner won this time. Tickets. In desperation, seeing many players insist on unusually, Lin Feng had a clever idea and adopted the players' suggestion. However, it is stipulated that only senior members in the Beijing area are eligible to participate in this competition, and in order to ensure fairness, Lin Feng specially added a temporary area. All players participating in this competition are level 45, with brand new level 45 skills, and equipped with the best equipment for each profession. After a fierce battle, 288 winners out of more than 12,000 contestants won tickets. While they used their own strength to win this competition, they also caught Lin Feng's trap. Level 45 new skills, a full set of the best equipment for each class. Let everyone in the competition deeply feel the power of high levels, the power of new skills, and the refreshment brought by a full set of advanced equipment. Whether it is a contestant or a player who has missed the competition but is on the sidelines, stimulated by high levels, new skills and good equipment, they secretly vowed to rush to level 45 as soon as possible, and enter the new map Lost World that can only enter level 45, or the Wraith Valley with extremely high mortality and loss of experience, but also extremely high rate of violence, goes to high-level equipment. Stimulated by these favorable factors, and Lin Feng agreed that the first player who rushed to level 45 will get the opportunity to have dinner with Li Zu. The player's enthusiasm for upgrading due to the terrifying legend upgrade experience has been greatly reduced. Suddenly heating up. The upgrade speed suddenly increased, greatly exceeding Lin Feng's expectation. After all, Lin Feng has set up a point card exchange system with multiple experience points. When he encounters a rich lunatic, anything can happen. And shortly after, this did cause Lin Feng a little trouble. Of course, this is something later, so I won't mention it for the time being. After some preparations, the first performance of Jian Club after moving to the new home is finally about to begin. As for the box seats, Lin Feng gave it to Liu Yinying and asked her to invite some of her friends to watch. One is to give Liu Yinying face and show her face among classmates and friends. Second, it is also because Liu Yinying's classmates and friends are also people with a certain financial ability, and they are also people who can spend money to watch the show. Chapter 103, ? In the afternoon, Lin Feng welcomed Li Zu and others at the airport, who came to cheer for the Dian Society. Wu Zhaopu and others also randomly came together to watch Lin Feng, who was originally only to negotiate with Jinsen Company on an official business trip, but made such a fuss, wanting to see what makes Lin Feng so persistent, did not return to the company for half a month and asked them to recruit related video clips and website management talents. As soon as he got off the plane, Li Zu rushed into Lin Feng's arms regardless of the eyes of everyone around him. The two have not seen each other for such a long time since they met in South Korea, especially after they confirmed their relationship. The so-called little love wins newlyweds, especially for two busy people. Not being able to meet for such a long time is even more torture. Fortunately, Lin Feng is busy with all kinds of things every day, except for looking at the empty restaurant table before going to bed, and every morning. I miss Li Zu in particular, and he has no time to miss his children at all during the rest of the time. But Li Zu is different. First, she is a girl who is in the adolescence of yearning for love. Secondly, she is willing to participate in this Supergirl and receive Huang Qilan's almost devastating special training. The most important reason is Lin Feng. Yu, thinner. Lin Feng said with pity, looking at the jade man in his arms. He, brother Lin is also thinner. But I am not lazy now. Teacher Huang said that I can sing his I do this audition. Li Zu buried his head in Lin Feng's arms and said like a baby. Originally, Li Zu was going to meet and ask Lin Feng why he stayed in Beijing during this time, but when he saw Lin Feng, his joy instantly surpassed complaints, and he didn't care about vomiting with Lin Feng. Especially this time Lin Feng came to pick up the plane alone, and the absence of Liu Yinying, who had made her very wary, also made Li Zu's heart less resentful. Lin Feng was relieved after hearing this. It seems that the special training during this period is not without results. Moreover, the dance training of teacher Lan Bo also made the three girls more energetic and more graceful. Especially Lin Zui, with a hot body, is even more tempting to commit a crime. Most of the attention of pedestrians passing by in the airport hall was on Lin Zui. Although Lin Zui and the three wore hats in order not to cause unnecessary troubles, this is more a mysterious and fatal attraction. In order not to cause trouble, Lin Feng hurried away with a group of people and went straight to the Tankiao Theater to prepare for tonight's cross-talk conference. The three of Li Zu have to rehearse with Go Digang and others. After all, they have never worked together. Since it was the first performance in Tankiao Theater, Go Digang was also extremely cautious about this. All the early members of the Dian Club went to the Tankiao Theater for a rehearsal. This time Go Digang knew that he met a noble person and gave himself and the people of Dian Society a chance, so he would never mess it up. After seeing the three of Li Zu, although they were amazed by the beauty of the three, they soon picked up their mood and discussed their evening program with the three. Knowing the great fame of the three people, most of the people who came to watch tonight are legend players. Go Digang decided to let the three of Li Zu sing a song first to stimulate the atmosphere, and then they will play again. The host between the programs is naturally held by three goddess. After careful rehearsal, everyone was anxious and looked forward to the coming of night. On March 15, 2001, Consumer Rights Day, the first performance of Dian Club officially settled in Tan Kiao Theatre, and this also represented a starting point for Dian Club to flourish in the decades to come. At 19:30 in the evening, the Crosstalk conference officially began. The lights dimmed, and then three lights on the stage came on. Lizhu, Linzu and Huang Meixi appeared on the stage. There was a burst of shouts from the crowd that almost lifted the booth, and even the backstage preparation program Godigang and others were in a trance. They performed for several years and had never experienced this kind of scene. Many people were affected by it and began to feel uneasy. Lin Ziyue and Huang Meixi were also nervous on the stage. Since signing with Lin Feng's economic company, they almost immediately began to receive special training from teacher Lan Bo and teacher Huang Jilan. In addition to taking a few sets of promotional photos and attending a press conference, did not attend any similar events. This is also a debut for the two of them. Looking at the almost crazy players down the stage, their entire palms were sweaty. Lizhu is still well informed. She has not been affected by the crazy enthusiasm of the players at all. She has not been affected by the crazy enthusiasm of the players. Thank you for coming to enjoy the Crosstalk conference performed by Dian Club for everyone. Lin Ziyue, Huang Meixi and I would like to express our deep gratitude to everyone for coming. Lizhu didn't mention Legend and Second World, which is unnecessary. Secondly, I also know that today's protagonist is Dian Society, not Legend, and cannot be overwhelmed. Without knowing the appearance of their three goddesses, they have already overwhelmed the audience. Lizhu's desolation and generosity greeted the enthusiastic applause of the audience. Originally, their biggest goal today was to come to the three legendary goddesses of Lizhu. How can they not be excited to witness the goddess in their hearts? Lin Feng in the luxurious box is also extremely satisfied. During this period of training, although I still don't know how Lizhu's singing voice is, his daily speech is more pleasing to the ears than before, extremely rhythmic, and there is a feeling that I can't help but indulge in it. Li Yuan, who was specially invited in the box, also looked excited. What Lin Feng didn't expect was that Li Yuan was also an avid fan of the Legend game. However, Li Yuan was eliminated early in the world's #1 martial arts tournament held for the ticket to the Dian Club, thinking that he would not have the opportunity to witness Lizhu and other legendary goddesses. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng invited him to participate in the premiere of Dian Society. Li Yuan agreed on the spot without hesitation, and tactfully expressed the hope that Lin Feng would let him meet Lizhu and take a photo with him. Lin Feng smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. However, Lin Feng also noticed that Xiao Fang, who came with Li Yuan, was obviously dissatisfied with Li Yuan's enthusiasm and was probably jealous. Lizhu then briefly introduced the history of Dian Club and the main characters. After Lin Ziyue and Huang Meixi calmed down, the three looked at each other. Now let us sing the song Legend for everyone. It is also the theme song of the upcoming Legend. I hope everyone will like it. The voice fell and the music sounded. This Legend is a song created by Master Huang Jilan, who felt the popularity of Legend in China during this period and the popularity of Lizhu and others. It is also a song that Huang Jilan is extremely satisfied with. The whole genre is mainly passionate, which fits the passionate and hot style of Legend. The game based on Park is very suitable for the artistic conception of the theme song of Legend. At the end of the song, the audience naturally applauded and their palms were red, sighing that it was worth the money today. Lizhu is also very satisfied with her performance just now. The results of hard training during this period of time are extremely obvious, which makes her very satisfied. However, the keen Lizhu found that the expressions of Lin Ziyue and Huang Meixi on the stage were a little unnatural. It's no wonder that the three girls are all godlike girls, and all of them are proud and arrogant, and they will inevitably have secretly competing ideas. Although Lin Ziyue and Huang Meixi did not hope that one day would replace Lizhu in the second world position, but the two of them have become supporting actors in this performance, and it is inevitable that they are not happy in their hearts. Lizhu smiled slightly. Linzu and Huang Meixi will introduce you to the show below. After Lizhu finished speaking, he quietly stepped down, and decided not to be on stage, leaving all the rest to Linzu and Huang Meixi. Lin Feng in the luxurious box on the second floor nodded secretly. During this period of experience and training, Lisa has grown not only in singing and dancing, but also in his life. Knowing that the limelight is inexhaustible, he will leave the rest of the limelight to Lin Ziyue and Huang Meixi. This is undoubtedly extremely wise. But the trouble is that after Lin Ziyue and Huang Meixi introduced the following program, the audience started to make trouble. Since the audience who came to watch the Crosstalk conference this time were all legend players, they definitely came for the three of Lisa and others. After they went down, the audience started to make trouble. After that, everyone in Dian Club who performed on stage, no matter who came on stage, was booed by the audience's booing before they performed much. In addition, the performers of Dian Club had never had a similar experience, and they didn't know how to deal with it. This scene. After all, most of the time before, there were few people in the audience. At least 2 people performed on the stage, and the audience below the stage also called on the cell phone and sent text messages from time to time. It is totally incomparable with the hot scene before me, so almost no one can live in town. Lin Feng also frowned secretly. He didn't expect that it was a good intention to let the three of Lisa come to join him. Unexpectedly, it might be the first performance of Jian Club. Just as Lin Feng frowned secretly thinking about how to solve the problem, Gerdigang and his new partner appeared. Those who came out before to perform were all blasted back by the audience. As the founder of Jian Society, he is also a pillar, so he must not be bombarded anymore. Otherwise Jian Society will not be eligible to gain a foothold in the crosstalk world in the future. Chapter 104 Premiere successfully? For the past 3 days, there is no writing status, and the normal update will resume tomorrow. Thank you for your support. Gerda just showed his face, and the audience hushed for a while, and they wanted to see Lizu, Linzu and Huang Meixi. Gerdigang was also nervous. After all, this scene was also the first time he met. But after all, Gerdigang was very human. He stood on the stage and looked at the booing audience. After taking a deep breath, he calmed down. Look, let me tell you, everyone is not happy to see us. Gerdigang didn't introduce himself at the beginning. He first had fun with everyone, and then teased with his partner. Drink, isn't it? The partner said. Lin Feng was very happy when he saw it. At the moment, the partner standing next to Gerdigang is the golden partner, teacher Yukiane. His fancier style is unique and unique. As soon as the audience heard it, they naturally roared and made substitutions. Ha ha, don't tell me, not only you, I don't want to see us on the platform. The 3 girls are so beautiful, stand on this platform, talk, sing and sing. So seductive. Gerdigang was not anxious with the audience, but said according to the audience, drink, you want to open it. Yukiane continued to hold it. When the audience listened, they were naturally happy. I also wish that these 3 beauties would come every day and stand here every day. We were sitting in the back, collecting your tickets, and seeing the beauties. This life is so pleasant. Gerdigang's words amused the audience even more. There was a roar in the audience. Hee, that's how it is said. After all, the 3 beauties are standing so every day, but they can't take the money. There are dozens of us backstage waiting for dinner. The 3 girls earn all the money they earn every day. A bunch of big masters have eaten, can you bear it? Gerdigang said so. The audience naturally echoed. So, everyone might as well let them take a break. First, listen to the crosstalk between Gerdigang and the teacher next to me, teacher Yukiane, so that everyone can have a good time. Gerdigang laughed. Wrong, Yukiane. Yukiane held. Yukiane or Lukiane? You. Single tick you. Single hooked donkey or single hooked you, Yukiane. The 2 people on the stage made such a fuss, and everyone in the audience was also very happy, and slowly stopped making noises. They felt that the crosstalk between Gerdigang and Yukiane was very fresh and a bit absurd, but it was indeed very coke, and gradually the audience began to be formal. Appreciate the crosstalk conference tonight. With the presence of Gerdigang and Yukiane's town hall, The subsequent performances went smoothly, and the audience no longer booed. Instead they kept applauding and cheering for the performance of Dian Club. Lee Zhu was also very anxious when he saw the audience making such a fuss at first. Today they came to cheer for the Dian Club, not to smash the scene. But obviously the audience did not buy it. Fortunately, the appearance of Godigang and Yu Qian in the end brought the almost out-of-control situation back on track, which made Lee Zhu feel relieved. After entrusting the presiding task to Lin Ziyue and Huang Meixi, Lee Zhu came to Lin Feng's luxurious box. Brother Lin. After Lee Zhu entered the door, he found that there were other people in the box. However, seeing Liu Yinying and Lin Feng chatting and laughing, I was slightly jealous. But Lee Zhu also knew what consciousness is, and did not say anything. He just sat beside Lin Feng affectionately, holding Lin Feng's arm, showing a happy and sweet smile. You can see that the relationship between the two is not ordinary. Liu Yinying looked a little embarrassed. After all, Li Yuan is still there at the moment. In Li Yuan's mind, she is Lin Feng's girlfriend. Now that Li Zhu has such a arm, how can she explain it? Sure enough, Li Yuan, the boss with an open mouth, pointed at Li Zhu and Lin Feng, speechless. When Li Zhu opened the door just now, Li Yuan saw the legend goddess appearing in front of him. He only felt dry and trembling with excitement. He didn't even hear Xiao Fang's cry. After all, for every fanatical legend game fan, it is definitely a great honor to see the legendary goddess Li Zhu in person. Fans are not excited when they see their idols they have long wanted. But when Li Yuan saw Li Zhu sitting next to Lin Feng affectionately, he was unavoidably disappointed. Although Li Yuan now has a girlfriend and loves her very much, men are like that. It is always unpleasant to see another woman sitting next to other men. And when he witnessed Li Zhu holding Lin Feng's arm affectionately, Li Yuan felt jealous for the first time. At this moment, he could not wait for Li Zhu to hold his arm. HMPH. A soft snort made Li Yuan wake up from the infinite fantasy space, and when he saw Xiao Fang, who had a cold eyebrow next to him, he smiled awkwardly in his heart. Later, I suddenly woke up. Are Lin Feng and Liu Yinying not boyfriends? Then what is the relationship between Li Zhu and Lin Feng? Is it a love triangle? Li Yuan looked at Liu Yinying, looked at Lin Feng again, and opened his mouth to ask, but he was afraid of embarrassment, so he didn't know what to say. However, I was angry with Lin Feng in my heart, thinking that it must be Lin Feng's fault. Relying on the identity of the campaign's president, Li Zhu was the princess who was forced to save by Lin Feng's lust. And Liu Yinying is the resentful woman who was abandoned by Lin Feng from beginning to end. Seeing Li Yuan's expression, Liu Yinying knew that Li Yuan had misunderstood. To avoid Li Yuan's refusal to join Lin Feng's company due to this misunderstanding, Liu Yinying could only sigh in her heart and tell Li Yuan the truth. Knowing that Liu Yinying asked Lin Feng to act as her boyfriend temporarily in order to avoid harassment, Li Yuan showed a striking smile on her face. After thinking about it during this period of time, Li Yuan had agreed to Lin Feng's invitation in his heart. Today, I was invited to watch the premiere of Dian Society, and I was going to tell Lin Feng his decision. Unexpectedly, just now, I mistakenly thought that Lin Feng was a person who had always been in chaos and abandoned him, so he was ready to refuse Lin Feng's invitation. Working for a person who is eager to see and is greedy for beauty, Li Yuan has not yet dropped the price to that point. He also has his own pride. Now that I know everything is a misunderstanding, I feel relieved. After all, Lin Feng's conditions are still extremely favorable, and it also gives him room to fully display his talents. Li Yuan has no reason not to agree. Of course, it is inevitable that Lin Feng is a little envious in his heart, and it is really jealous that he can sit on the goddess who makes all the players of legend be regarded as gods. As for his girlfriend Xiao Fang, after learning that Lin Feng is the owner of the Starting Point fast food chain, he has no opinion about his previous dismissal. Although Xiao Fang was a little proud, he was not completely unreasonable. Knowing that she is relying on Li Yuan for everything now, and Li Yuan is not only very handsome, but also almost obedient to her. Now that there is such a good opportunity for development, Xiao Fang will naturally not hinder Li Yuan because of temporary face problems. The development of the company, not to mention the dismissal of the president, is also considered a face-saving thing, and Xiao Fang's shrewdness in major matters is the reason why Li Yuan has always ignored Xiao Fang's shortcomings and has always loved her. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, and the 2 Cross-Talk conference ended successfully with the laughter of the whole hall. Except for the initial chaos, the debut of Dian Club in Tankiao Theatre was a complete success. From this day on, the name of Dian Society began to emerge in Beijing, and Godigang's name began to be slowly accepted by the world. Lin Feng also gained a lot tonight. Not only did he successfully market the Dian Club, he also successfully launched the theme song of Legend, and also gained Li Yuan, a key talent in network security and protection. This half a month the hard work in Beijing finally paid off, and no time was wasted. In the evening, Lin Feng and others returned to Shanghai with Li Zu and others after holding a celebration banquet for Dian Society. As for Li Yuan, let him come to Shanghai to meet after he settled down. As for the management position of Tankiao Theatre, Lin Feng did not find a suitable candidate for a while, so he simply handed the Tankiao Theatre to Godigang to take care of it, and completely delegated the authority. Lin Feng only sent an accountant for accounting management, and Godigang had the final say. Originally, Lin Feng didn't intend to make money by selling tickets. His main fancy was Godigang's future fame and the exclusive right to reproduce the cross-talks he performed. However, this inadvertent move made Godigang extremely moved. He sighed and met nobles. He secretly vowed to run Tankiao Theatre and his own Dian Club well and live up to Lin Feng's trust. This also made Tankiao Theatre a small profit for Lin Feng in the future. The pen is an unexpected gain. After Lin Feng and others returned to Shanghai, after a day of refurbishment, while intensively planning the construction of a video website, the audition of Supergirl by Li Zu began. But the 3 people who wanted to play Loke encountered a little trouble. Although Shanghai Oriental Television is very optimistic about this new form of programming, it is always in the dark. It uses the fame of Li Zu to publicize it, but it also causes a lot of trouble for the 3 girls. Chapter 105, A Trip to Japan. Supergirl has been sparing no effort to promote the Supergirl after more than a month of publicity by Shanghai Oriental TV, and there are crowds of people during the audition, and the selected audition sites include almost all young women in Shanghai. The youthful and beautiful girl became a beautiful scenery on the scene. To attract so many girls to sign up for the competition, apart from Shanghai Oriental TV's spare no effort in publicity, what is more important is the desire of these girls to become a star. The colorful stage, the focus of attention, brand name clothing and billowing money are all the reasons why so many girls are eager for it. For a girl who is full of illusions and dreaming of a bright future, these are fatal attractions, even if she sacrifices a little for it. Lin Feng was prepared for the enthusiasm of these girls who aspire to become stars, but when he rushed to the scene with Li Zu and others, he was still in a trance. Tens of thousands of youthful girls gathered together. This scene was absolutely suffocating. The nose of the girl smelled the fragrance of young girls, and the air seemed to be filled with youth and enthusiasm. As soon as Lin Feng and his party arrived, there was a small commotion. The black Mercedes-Benz S600 started, followed by 3 nanny cars. The scene was extremely exciting. Lin Feng didn't want to be so ostentatious, but considering the fame of the 3 Lis now, Lin Feng was afraid that in case of an accident, he would have a headache. Since the last Xujihui Square incident, Lin Feng has always been very careful about the daily trips of Li Zu and the 3 of them. Any one of the 3 of them will be accompanied by 2 soldiers. Lin Feng's security department, all requested by Wang Meng. All veterans. Many girls watched with cold eyes, whispering to each other, secretly guessing who came from this trip. The advertisements run by Shanghai Oriental TV are civilian idols, but it is clear that the people who can come by Mercedes-Benz S600 are definitely not civilians. This also makes most ordinary families born and want to take this opportunity to fly to the branches and become Phoenix girls with extremely unbalanced hearts. Common people idol. You a rich man's daughter, come here to grab something from us. This is probably the heartfelt words of most girls at the scene. The door opened and the 4 cars came down. 8 men with a height of 1.8 meters or more, wearing black suits and sunglasses, looked serious and stubborn, which made people feel tight when they saw it. Everyone looked at him. 8 people guarded both sides of the car door and greeted Lin Feng and others off the car. The girls around were whispering again, obviously very indignant at Lin Feng's extremely arrogant ostentation. Lin Feng was also very helpless, as if he was going out like a triad boss. He felt awkward no matter what. However, Wang Meng used Lin Feng to be very human, and that the 3 girls were not ordinary people. They were forced to arrange personal bodyguards. Lin Feng was not accustomed to it at first, but then he became calm after thinking about it. Back then, there could be a fierce man carrying a bomb to blackmail the mansion of Li Ka-shing, the richest Chinese man, for 1 billion, and he did not dare to guarantee that he would not run into a similar fierce man. Especially the 3 girls, who are so beautiful and beautiful. In case of an accident, they will regret it. Although the 3 of Lisa have changed their disguise, try to keep a low profile. However, it is difficult to keep a low profile to appear in such a style. Lisa was eventually recognized. After all, so many girls come to the competition. It is impossible to be without someone, or boyfriend, or family. In China, with the charm and popularity of legend nowadays, where Lin Feng dares to pack the votes for young people, there are legend players. Many men who accompanied their girlfriends or sisters and sisters came to see Lisu. They all surrounded them with a hula, and asked for autographs and group photos. The scene was chaotic. Witnessing my boyfriend or family member to find this arrogant and pretentious woman, who is still a long and extremely beautiful woman who wants to sign and take a group photo, the other girls in the room are naturally unhappy. Especially found that Lisu and others are Oriental TV. The Quasi stars who have been promoting the competition are even more unhappy in their hearts. After the 8 bodyguards opened the way, Lin Feng led Lisu and others into the venue. After the selection officially began, Lisu, Lin Ziyui and Huang Meixi entered the selection room as expected, and without a surprise, got the passing votes to enter the next round. This made the girls who were eliminated in the audition extremely jealous, and they threatened that the organization of the game would be unfair and shady. The 3 selected teachers are also well-known teachers in the industry. This kind of mentality is understandable for the girls who signed up. After all, they have also received the attention of the Shanghai Oriental TV station organized by the game before, and they want to open up the 3-person network of Lisu for the care of the competition organization. Bao Xiaobai from Taiwan is extremely unacceptable, thinking that this will lose the fairness of the program and is extremely unfair to all other contestants. He made up his mind that if the 3 girls were really just vain and bad singing skills, he would definitely weed out the worst one among them. Unexpectedly, the 3 girls spoke, and Bao Xiaobai was frightened. Although the singing skills of the 3 girls still have shortcomings, they are undoubtedly under the guidance of famous teachers, and they are not stage fright at all. The stage feels quite good, which is not possessed by other participating girls. Bao Xiaobai even dared to assert that with the current singing skills of the 3 Lisu and their unparalleled looks, they would surely sell well as long as they make a record. The styles of the 3 girls are not the same. Lisu is mainly brisk and lively, Lin Ziyui is Latin American style, and Huang Meixi's lyrical line is in perfect harmony with their respective images. On the spot, Bao Xiaobai asked the 3 girls if they had any professional music teachers for advice, and if they were willing to make records. He could help them introduce record companies in Taiwan. But after learning that Huang Jilun was their music teacher and Lan Bo was their dance teacher, Bao Xiaobai was dumbfounded on the spot. He knew that he had missed the 3 golden flowers of the record industry. In response to the complaints and slanders of some girls who did not pass the audition, Xiaobai smiled coldly and asked the 3 of Lisa to sing a cappella in the crowd, and shut up the jealous girls on the spot. Helpless, moving, singing, sweet-looking, it would be unreasonable if you don't pass the audition. After the audition, the 3 of Lisa continued to receive special training from Huang Jilun and Lan Bo, while Liu Yinying was busy building a video website. Lin Feng named it Tomato.com. It means that I hope that this video site, like Tomato, can add a lot of mental vitamins to all Second World Club members. What Lin Feng did not expect was that with the popularity of Tomato.com, there have been many more net names named after tomatoes, such as Tomato Scrambled Eggs, Big Tomatoes and others. Of course, the most famous is Eat Tomatoes. This is the great god of Starting Point Network in the future. What Lin Feng didn't know was that he solved the indissoluble bond with the Starting Point. In fact, in an earlier period, Lin Feng had also met another great god from the Starting Point, but Lin Feng had never known it. But when Lin Feng founded the Starting Point Literature Network in the future, he realized that it was him. Of course, this is something for now, so I won't mention it for now. At Jinsen Software Company, Kubojun has no news for the time being. Lin Feng now has Li Yuan, Ruxin's technical director. He can get it best. Lin Feng doesn't mind if he doesn't get it. There are many national industries. Lin Feng the wind does not have to hang on this tree. Lin Feng's network security company waited for Li Yuan to settle everything and came to Shanghai, and then officially put it into operation. After Lin Feng arranged the company-related matters, he went to Tokyo, Japan with Wang Meng and Wang Hai. Lin Feng brought Wang Meng and others with him because he was afraid of an accident in Tokyo. Little Japan hates the Chinese people for a day or two. In case there is no agreement or a conflict occurs again, Lin Feng and several company executives will not be able to fight each other. For this kind of thing, it is better to find a professional person. By the way, you can also promote the power of the Chinese soldiers, and let the Little Japan know that they will be able to raise their power in China in World War II. That is because China was not united at that time, not because of the Chinese soldiers. Lin Feng did not bring Liu Yinying on this trip. First, I also know that Li Zu is jealous of Liu Yinying always being with him, so I did not bring Liu Yinying this time to avoid the goddess in my heart being angry. Besides, the company really needs Liu Yinying to sit in town. Second, Japan is an avenue country. Men, it's all like that. Don't look at the decent defenders, who really want the Japanese avenue actress to sit in his arms. Maybe how anxious it is. Lin Feng's trip naturally wanted to meet these famous avenue actresses. It is indeed inconvenient to bring a lady around. Of course, I also secretly fantasize about whether to start a company in Japan, and get a group of avenue actresses who will become famous in the future, shoot thousands of AFs, and make a little bit of Japanese money. As for the actor, Lin Feng squinted at Wang Meng. This lonely person, with such a strong body, I am afraid that 3P and 4P will not be a problem. Maybe he will become a famous actor if he can't say it well. Even if it doesn't work, you should be proud of our country. Wang Meng on the side only felt cold and shivered suddenly. He looked around and found nothing unusual, but his years of professional life had told him that the danger was approaching, and he could only watch in secret. Wang Meng didn't know that his sense of crisis came from Lin Feng, who wanted to hold him with the actor beside him. Of course, Lin Feng didn't think about taking the opportunity to play the male hero once or twice, but thinking about the goddess at home, there was a little less commotion in his heart. In particular, Liu Yinying also has a very good impression of herself. With the two beauties, Lin Ziyui and Huang Meixi, Lin Feng only feels a headache, but how can he still have the mind to provoke the flowers? After a while, Lin Feng, Wang Meng and others arrived in Tokyo, Japan. For this agency application from a Chinese company, Enix company attaches great importance to it, personally sent someone to receive Lin Feng and his party, and led everyone to visit Enix company, not only showed good intentions, but also showed off. Lin Feng is very disdainful of this, But he must admit that in terms of game production, China and Japan are like kindergarten and university students and cannot be compared. In the near future, My Second World will definitely become the most influential game company in the world. In Enix Company, Lin Feng secretly swears. Chapter 106 The Beautiful Minister of Public Relations. Enix's name comes from the combination of the English Phoenix and the world's first computer ENIAC. It is the top RPG manufacturer in the Japanese game industry and Square. It is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people because of its masterpiece Dragon Quest series, which has created countless sales myths. However, after Enix merged with Square, another Japanese game software giant that developed the Final Fantasy series, it gradually moved away from the gaming platform. But now, Magic Baby is still independently developed by Enix. Yoichi Wada, president of Enix, attaches great importance to the agency application of Magic Baby from a Chinese company in Japan. Although the game industry is extremely developed, with annual profits in the tens of billions of dollars, it is strange that Japanese players are not keen on online games. The Magic Baby developed by the company this time is extremely good in terms of graphics, plot, and system. It should be said to be very pleasing, especially for those players who do not particularly like to play games. The attraction should be very big. But to the disappointment of Wada Yoichi, after Magic Baby was launched in Japan, there were very few registered members. Instead of bringing the expected huge profits to Enix, it seemed to lose money. This caused Enix's upper and lower shareholders to fiercely criticize Wada Yoichi's decision to persist in developing online games, and restrict Wada Yoichi to find a solution to the problem as soon as possible. Otherwise they will convene a general meeting of shareholders to veto Wada Yoichi's position as president. Therefore, for the agent of the Chinese company this time, Hushin Yanai is as greedy as a passerby in the desert when he meets an oasis. But Yoichi Wada can sit on the position of president. Naturally, he is not a foolish person. He did not express the desire and anxiety in his heart. Instead, he asked the head of the company's public relations department to take Lin Feng and others to visit Tokyo. For 3 days, Lin Feng and others visited Tokyo, but did not mention the agency cooperation thing. From this we can see the cunningness of the Japanese. Otherwise there are always people who say that little Japan is cunning. Wada's actions made Lin Feng quite puzzled, not knowing what medicine was sold in the little Japanese gourd. Originally, Lin Feng had absolute certainty about this agency. The prospect of Magic Baby in Japan is not optimistic, and it is not optimistic about the game industry. They think Enix is digging its own grave. With this wasted money, it is better to spend it on Dragon Quest and beautify the CG a little bit. Therefore, Lin Feng is full of confidence in coming here. But being taken by Hushin Yanai to travel around in the past 3 days, Lin Feng felt a little anxious. Although I suspected that this might be the strategy of Little Japan, there are still a lot of things in Shanghai waiting for him to go back to deal with it. It is a waste of time to spend with Little Japan every day. On the morning of the 4th day, Lin Feng slapped Enix's public relations minister Kazama Risa, saying that if he and Yang did not meet again today to discuss the agency contract, he would fly directly back to Shanghai. Kazama Irisha was in a hurry right now. Yanai confessed that her task was to let her do everything possible to delay Lin Feng and others as much as possible, make Lin Feng anxious, and let Lin Feng ask for Hushin Yanai to negotiate, so that Hushin can take the initiative in the negotiation. Of course, Lin Feng must not let Lin Feng go away for a while. Otherwise, at that time, Yoichi Hushin was really a dumb eating coctus. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng directly threatened to leave. How in a hurry Fengji and Elisha. In Japan, as a woman, she was able to climb to where she is now, and the effort and cost she put in was far beyond ordinary people's imagination. If Lin Feng really walks away today, she can imagine Wada Yoichi's anger, not to mention her position as minister. I am afraid it will be difficult to get a foothold in this line. At the moment, Kazama Irisha contacted Wada Yoichi. But what made Irisa Kazama desperate was that Yoichi Wada went to Hokkaido to attend a meeting, and it is absolutely impossible to come back today. On the phone, Hushan Yang heard that Lin Feng was about to leave, but he also complained incessantly, but he really couldn't spare the time to come back today. Uchiwada was also in a hurry, and on the phone, he ordered Risa Kazama not to let Lin Feng leave Tokyo in any way, otherwise she would not use it for work tomorrow, and there will be no company in this line that will invite her again. After hanging up the phone, Kazama Irisha was also aggrieved. I asked her to delay the time. Now that she is annoyed and wants to leave, what can she do? I've known it so, don't behave like this. However, complaints belong to complaints. After all, Uchiwada is the president, and the tasks he confessed must be completed. Thinking about my family, Kazama Irisha gritted his teeth. With a plop, he knelt down in front of Lin Feng. Lin Jun, this is all my fault. Because of my reasons, he didn't communicate well with President Wada. Therefore, President Wada went to Hokkaido for a meeting today and was unable to rush back to Tokyo to negotiate with Lin Jun. Please also Lin Jun stay one more day. Tomorrow, President Wada will definitely rush back to Tokyo as soon as possible. Kazama Irisha was originally acting and wanted to win Lin Feng's sympathy. Unexpectedly, he was talking but feeling sad, and burst into tears. When Lin Feng heard it, how could he not understand Hushan Yang's abacus? Although I couldn't bear to see Kazama Irisha crying, but thinking of being played by Wada Yang in this way, my heart became even more angry. HMPH, you guys, President Hushan, are such a big airbag, so you can behave like this. Anyway, I can't see Yachi Hushan before 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so I will go back to Shanghai. Lin Feng said very hard. Of course, this is just a negotiation technique, implying that I don't have to act for Magic Baby and throw the pressure on the other party. Sure enough, Kazama Irisa was really anxious, and hugged Lin Feng's thigh. Lin Jun, please calm down. This matter has nothing to do with President Wada, it is all my fault. I am willing to compensate Lin Jun at any price. As he said, Kazama Irisha took off her clothes 3 times, revealing the mature carcass wrapped in clothes. Lin Feng looked at him in shock. He also didn't expect that Kazama Irisha would compensate in this way, and the speed of undressing was too fast. To be honest, Kazama Irisa is a very attractive woman. Of course, if there is no charm, I am afraid she will not be able to sit on the post of Minister of Public Relations. The impeccable figure, coupled with the unique taste of the young woman, and a trace of resentment on her face, a trace of helpless eyes, made Lin Feng feel only a burst of lust in his heart. Burning up, or not, there was a battle between heaven and man in Lin Feng's mind. In the past few days, Lin Feng and others have been playing around Tokyo with Kazama Irisa. It is not that they have imagined the scene of overwhelming this beautiful young woman, Kazama Irisa. For men, apart from Korea, all they think about are women. But today, Kazama Irisha voluntarily delivered it to the door, but Lin Feng hesitated for a while. Come on, I'm a little sorry Lizu. No, I'm sorry for the Chinese. Just when Lin Feng hesitated, Lin Feng suddenly felt a chill in his little friend, and then felt warm and trembling in his body. Damn, bite. She was biting me, Lin Feng cursed secretly, but at this moment, there was no trace of guilt of derailment in her mind, and there was only one thought in her mind: promote my Chinese national prestige. Kazama Irisha worked hard to please Lin Feng, and took out every skill she knew to please men to keep her position. Honestly, Kazama Irisa is very. Serving Lin Feng is not repulsive. He is already a wife and the other party is the president of a Chinese company. No matter his age, status, he has no place to feel wronged. Maybe if I did it well, there may be unexpected gains. Thinking of this, Kazama Irisha, who has already given up, is even harder. Lin Feng closed his eyes at the moment, enjoying their service. Since his rebirth, Lin Feng has always been as pure as a monk. One is that he is too busy, and the other is that he stays with Lizu every day. Lizu strictly adheres to the final limit and is jealous. Lin Feng naturally can't have anything. Open the meet opportunity. Just as Lin Feng enjoyed the service of Kazama Irisa, a cold voice sounded. Mr. Lin, call. Hearing this voice, Lin Feng's yuang all over his body suddenly disappeared. The little buddy also froze like a frosted eggplant. Kazama Irisha was also surprised when she heard the sound. Looking up, I saw a black strong man walking in coldly. Is it 3 people? Kazama Irisha's heart trembled. However, she knew that this man named Wang Meng had an excellent relationship with Lin Feng and was also one of the company's top executives. Moreover, this man is so strong, and the masculine breath that radiates from his body always fascinates her. Maybe it must be great to come with him once. Kazama Irisha thought in her heart. A crimson color appeared on her face, and an inexplicable liquid flowed from her lower body. Wang Meng didn't know that these thoughts were in Kazama Irisha's mind, and he pointed to Kazama Irisha in his hand. You, go out. Let's wait for another day. If we don't come tomorrow, we will leave immediately. Kazama Irisha was taken aback for a moment, and then learned that Lin Feng and others would not leave. She was immediately ecstatic, and a charming smile appeared on her face. After tidying up for Lin Feng, he went out holding his clothes. When passing by Wang Meng's side, Kazama Irisha felt lost for some reason. After looking at Wang Meng, he left sadly. After Kazama Irisha left, Lin Feng smiled awkwardly, and he didn't know how to face Wang Meng. Wenru Township is the tomb of heroes. You are careful about the beauty of Little Japan. Wang Meng turned around, staring at Lin Feng and said every word. Lin Feng listened, cold sweat on his forehead. It's not that I haven't considered this issue just now, but when my friend was violating, only the innate impulse is left in my mind, and the rest are temporarily forgotten. After Wang Meng finished speaking, he turned and left. Why didn't you come in early or later? Lin Feng asked suddenly. It's really uncomfortable now that I've gotten halfway up like this. This is a punishment for your carelessness. After Wang Meng finished, Lin Feng closed the door and left, ignoring the frenzied Lin Feng. Bye. What should I do now? Lin Feng wants to cry without tears. Chapter 107. No words for a night. Early the next morning, Uchiwada hurried from Hokkaido to Tokyo, and started an agency negotiation with Lin Feng at Enix headquarters about Magic Baby. In the course of the negotiation, the two parties were willing to put aside the intrigue of the previous 3 days and tacitly did not mention the matter. The entire negotiation atmosphere was extremely harmonious, but in the end on the copyright issue, the two sides had serious differences. Lin Feng proposed a total copyright fee of 500 million yen, approximately equal to 35 million RMB in mainland China, and Lin Feng enjoys the full copyright of Magic Baby in the mainland. But Uchiwada disagreed, and proposed that only Lin Feng's 100 million yen agency fee is required, but Enix must extract 40% of the Magic Baby turnover every year. Lin Feng naturally disagrees with this. Magic Baby has had an extremely brilliant performance in China, with a profit of hundreds of millions a year. How could Lin Feng agree to Hushin's share clause? Lin Feng refused to let go, and Uchiwada was also extremely stubborn. Although his current situation is not good, the Magic Baby developed arbitrarily has encountered Waterloo in Japan and has been questioned. It stands to reason that being able to sell the mainland copyrights to Lin Feng for 500 million yen can already give the board of directors an explanation. But Uchiha can sit in this position, and naturally his abilities. He dragged Lin Feng for the past 3 days, not entirely to spend time with Lin Feng and fight patience. At the same time, it was to give myself time to investigate Lin Feng. The results of the investigation shocked Hushin Yangta. The online game Legend operated by Lin Feng in China in just a few months has brought Lin Feng hundreds of millions of yuan in revenue. And this game called Legend is also a game that Lin Feng had previously acquired in South Korea. For this result, Uchiwada had to be cautious, considering whether his Magic Baby was the next Legend. In fact, if Lin Feng does not go out in person, but sends a high-level executive to negotiate agency business, Perhaps He Tan-yang has reached an agreement early in the morning to sell the full mainland copyright of Magic Baby to Lin Feng at a price of 500 million yen. It is a pity that Lin Feng had to go out in person for another purpose, but this also made He Tan-yang wary, believing that his Magic Baby would definitely be a highly acclaimed game, at least in China. This is He Tan-yang's absolute confidence in Lin Feng. He believes that those who can create the myth of the Chinese legend will not go all the way to Japan to discuss an online game that almost no one cares about. He Tan-yi, who held this idea, naturally refused to let go of the profit margin, and Lin Feng did not know that the reason for the stalemate in the negotiations was also due to his own caution. However, if we lose our horses, we will not know what is good. After several hours of negotiating to no avail, today's negotiations have temporarily come to an end. Although Lin Feng wanted to return to Shanghai soon, there were still a lot of things waiting to be handled by himself. But he also knew that he couldn't rush now, otherwise he would lose hundreds of millions of profits. For 3 days in a row, negotiations were spent in repeated bargaining. Although the two sides have each made concessions, the differences between the two are still not small. Lam Feng is only willing to give He Tan-yi a 10% profit share, but He Tan-yi requires 25% and a minimum 20% profit share. Lin Feng naturally sneered at this. "You little Japan is crazy about money, your own domestic products want to cheat me so much money, be a fool." Lin Feng immediately made up his mind to consume He Tan-yang. Lin Feng knew of his arrival, and Enix's board of directors knew about it and was closely watching the negotiation. Lin Feng also knows that Enix's board of directors is very dissatisfied with Wadachi, who has been dragging Lin Feng and not signing a contract with him. If Wadachi had not beaten his chest to ensure that he would gain greater benefits for the company, I am afraid that the board of directors would remove Wadachi and send someone else. Sign with yourself. The source of all this news comes from Enix's glamorous public relations minister Arisa Kazama. The cost of letting Kazama Arisa serve as Lin Feng's spy is a mere 10 million yen, which is 700,000 yuan in RMB. Compared with the profits brought, the price is too cheap. It's not that Arisa Kazama is not loyal to Enix, but Enix is too mean to Arisa Kazama. As the Minister of Public Relations, Arisa Kazama's annual salary is only 8 million yen plus a commission for a year, and this salary is only equivalent to assistant ministers in other departments of the company, and the reason is because Arisa Kazama is a woman. When Lin Feng found Arisa Kazama and offered to let him act as a spy, Arisa Kazama hesitated and agreed. In this matter, Lin Feng didn't need her to do anything. She only needed to report all the campaigners' daily situation to Lin Feng. There is no risk for Arisa Kazama, and she naturally has no reason to disagree. With the internal response of Kazama Arisa, Lin Feng has a clear grasp of Wadachi's mentality. However, in order to end this negotiation as soon as possible, Lin Feng increased the price to 700 million yen in agency fees, plus an annual profit share of 5%, and through Kazama Arisa secretly let the main directors of Enix's board of directors know. On the 4th day of negotiations, Lin Feng clearly felt He Tan-yi's anxiety and urgency, but He Tan-yi was also an old fox. Although he was repeatedly persecuted by the board of directors, he decided that this must be a big fat, so he didn't let go. He was betting that Lin Feng was more unsettled than him, but the board of directors only gave him 3 days. Within 3 days, he will either get the agency contract or let someone else take over. The company no longer wants to spend more energy on this obvious game, and earn a little if you can earn a little. But how could Lin Feng, who had received the news of the board of directors' decision, become uncomfortable, and instead played Tai-Kai leisurely with He Tan-yang, almost vomiting blood in one go? Another day passed, and He Tan-yang couldn't resist the pressure. Looking at the contract in hand, he sighed and could only sign the contract. In fact, he is not so optimistic about Magic Baby, but he is extremely confident in Lin Feng, who created the Chinese legend myth. It's just that at the moment, he has no time to continue spending time with Lin Feng. Forget it. I have tried my best. If Magic Baby becomes popular in China in the future, let those pigs on the board regret it. Determined to make up his mind, He Tan-yang shook his head and waited to sign, but at this moment, the phone rang suddenly. He Tan-yang frowned and answered the phone. After a few minutes, the haze between his brows was wiped out. The whole person was as excited as a halfton after he hung up the phone. After he hung up the phone, he took pictures of the table, and finally he got Lin Feng's contract. Rip off. Ha, treacherous Chinese man, I see what tricks you are doing this time. He Shen-yang said yinly. The next day, Lin Feng and He Shen-yang sat at the negotiating table again. Lin Feng received a call from Erisa Kazama last night, saying that after He Shen answered the call, he was very excited. However, Erisa Kazama didn't have the authority to find out where the call came from. She just wanted Lin Feng to be careful. It must be related to this negotiation, because she found the scraps of the contract in the wastebasket. Lin Feng was taken aback at the moment, but he didn't know who had called He Shen-yang, nor what had happened, so he had no choice but to respond to the changes. Let's see what tricks He Tan-yang is going to play today. He Tan-yang looked at Lin Feng calmly. Lin Jun, this is the new contract I have drawn up. Please have a look at Lin Jun. Lin Feng took the contract and took a look. Before finishing reading it, he felt a puff of breath rushing from his anus to his forehead. He forcibly restrained the urge to hit He Shen with a punch, and asked in anger, Mr. He Shen, what are you meaning? You are blatant blackmail. How could Lin Feng not be angry? In the new contract, Wada requested an agency fee of 500 million yen and an annual commission of 50%. This is an extremely harsh overlord clause. Really? I was still the king government and signed the Shimonoseki Treaty with him. Lin Feng's anger was naturally clear to He Shen-yang. If this contract is replaced by him, it is estimated that he will be even more angry. But he has this kind of capital. Now he is not who he was yesterday. Yesterday? He didn't have any money to gamble except for luck. But now it's different. His bet can be very generous, and he is the banker and the banker who throws the leopard. So, Junlin doesn't agree with this contract. He Shen-yang said regretfully. Lin Feng remained silent, watching the changes, and seeing what He Shen was playing. Since Lin Jun disagrees with this contract, I can only sign a contract with the person who agrees to the terms of the contract. After He Tan-yang finished speaking, clapped his hands, the secretary walked in with a few people. Let me introduce, this is Cao Jun, CEO and President of Xinlang.com. This is Yu Jun, CFO of Xinlang.com. And this is Lin Jun, President of Second World. He Tan-yang introduced the two sides together. However, there was a clear complacency between the eyebrows. Hello there. Hello there. Lin Feng shook hands with Cao and others politely, but their faces were extremely ugly. Lin Feng of Xinlang naturally knew that it was one of the 4 major portal sites. But Lin Feng did not expect them to appear here, and it was obviously for Magic Baby. It is also the first time for Mr. Cao and others to see Lin Feng, who created the myth of Chinese legend. In addition to lamenting Lin Feng's youth, they are more fortunate and proud. This time they accidentally learned that Lin Feng had gone to Tokyo, Japan, and seemed to be discussing the agency of an online game. President Cao, who received the news, immediately realized that this was an opportunity. Lin Feng is not an unknown person in China. Many people have carefully studied Lin Feng's family history. After research, they found that Lin Feng's most important investment was the acquisition of legend. And how can someone who can personally create the myth of legend go to Japan for no reason to discuss an anonymous online game? Mr. Cao is now convinced that this game will definitely have a future, and if not, it is another legend. Therefore, in addition to using all the connections in Japan to pay close attention to the matter, Mr. Cao convened an emergency meeting in the company. Knowing that Lin Feng has not signed a contract with Enix, the decision to go to Japan and Lin Feng to grab a game agent was passed. This is also the reason why Mr. Cao and others are here. Xinlang.com currently has too few profitable projects, mainly from advertising. But in the face of the Nasdaq crash, internet stocks have suffered unprecedented impact, and even advertisers have hesitated in advertising. What's more, a company cannot rely solely on advertising revenue, it must add new profit points. And now the most popular online game in China is the online game. So President Cao decided to take the agency of Magic Baby at any cost. Cao Jun, if you have no opinion on this contract, we will sign it. He Tanyani handed the contract that had been negotiated with Mr. Cao before, that is, the contract that Lin Feng had seen before, to Mr. Cao. When Mr. Cao accepted the contract, his expression changed several times. Chapter 108. The Chinese can say no. After reading the contract, President Cao scolded Yuqi Hushin in his heart. Originally, the contract negotiated between Mr. Cao and Yuqi Wada was an agency fee of 400 million yen, and the annual profit rate was 40%. However, the contract started today has risen by 20%. The agency fee has become 500 million yen, and the profit share has reached 50%, which makes Mr. Cao really unacceptable. But at this moment he couldn't say anything. Lin Feng sat here. How could he bargain? In case Lin Feng suddenly raised his offer, Wada Yang agreed. His trip to Japan this time was a trip to Japan, and he offended Lin Feng out of thin air, which is not worth it. But if you agree, the contract is too bad. President Cao is not an idiot. He naturally saw Hushin Yang's trick of sitting on the mountain and watching the tiger fight, but he couldn't deal with it. Who said that he has broken the boat, and if he fails, he will become benevolent. Hushin naturally knew that he suddenly raised his bargaining stack, which would definitely make President Cao unhappy. But he is not afraid. Both parties hope to represent his own online game. If he does not take the opportunity to sit down and raise the price, he will be too sorry for the Yamato nation. Anyway, he is not afraid that Cao Zong will leave. In fact, this can only be blamed on President Cao for being too anxious. Let Wada Yang take a look at the flaws. And Lin Feng acted as a bargaining chip for Wada Yuqi to sit on the ground this time. Lin Feng is not stupid. He naturally sees the strangeness from the look of President Cao, and then combined with Yuqi Wada's character, he naturally knows what tricks this little Japanese devil is playing. Being played this way by the little Japan made me feel sullen. Of course, I was even more angry with President Cao, and regardless of the feelings of his compatriots, he suddenly stepped in and spoiled his own good deeds. And the price is so high. Isn't Yoxinlang.com just so rich? Actually promised such harsh conditions from Little Japan. But although Lin Feng resented President Cao's cross-cutting, he was not easy to fight back. If Lin Feng raised the quotation at this time, it would be in line with Hushin Yuqi's intention, and this is by no means what Lin Feng would like to see. Although Lin Feng is confident that this time the new wolf net will lose its blood, but this is not what Lin Feng wants to see. In front of foreigners, Chinese people must not engage in internal strife. Let outsiders laugh, let alone allow outsiders to take advantage of the opportunity to make huge profits. Lin Feng will never be such a fool. This is different from traitors. But now, judging from the look of President Cao, it is obvious that the Magic Baby is bound to win. If Lin Feng fights, the two tigers are bound to fight, and there is bound to be a wound. This is too costly. If you want to prevent outsiders from making profits, especially the little Japanese watching a show, one of the two must withdraw. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and stood up. Miss Cao, take care. Lin Feng left with a face. However, after passing by Yuqi Hushin, he glared at Yuqi Hushin sullenly. Little Japan, this account is not finished. I will make you pay. As for President Cao, this account must be calculated carefully, but after returning to China, outsiders should not be allowed to read jokes, and conflicts should be resolved at home. After witnessing Lin Feng's departure, Hushin Yanyi was full of regrets. Originally, he thought that the two tigers would fight together, but he would sit back and reap the benefits and get the most benefit. However, Lin Feng did not expect that. Lin Feng withdrew and left, which made Wada Yuqi, who thought he knew the Chinese well, very dazed. Don't all Chinese people love face and never want to lose face in front of outsiders? And is it the one who loves infighting? As soon as Lin Feng left, President Cao let out a sigh of relief. Although I am slightly grateful for Lin Feng's reason and concession, but I quickly put Lin Feng's concession behind. Anyway, your legend is enough to make money, there is not much more of this magic baby, and a lot less, unlike us, who are hungry and yelling. Mr. Cow thought out of conscience. Of course, Mr. Cow's mentality is more out of jealousy and jealousy towards legend. After that, because of Lin Feng's competition, Mr. Cow also had the confidence to bargain with Hushan Yang. He Tanyani also has a bitterness. Now he has offended Lin Feng. Based on his understanding of Lin Feng these days, he knows that Lin Feng will definitely not come to negotiate the agency contract for Magic Baby. At the moment, he has only signed a contract with Mr. Cow. Otherwise, if the board of directors learns that they have driven away the agents, they will probably tear their hearts out. In the end, the contract was successfully completed when both parties had scruples about each other. Xinlang.com has obtained the agency rights of Magic Baby in mainland China at a price of 350 million yen, but it must pay Enix a 40% profit share every year. On this day, Xinlang.com officially announced that Xinlang.com has entered the domestic online game market, making the already turbulent online game market even more muddy. In particular, Xinlang.com this time squeezed out the second world and got the agency rights of Magic Baby, which made industry experts a little bit more anticipating. I wonder if Xinlang.com can break the dominance of the second world situation. After getting the agency rights, Xinlang.com, in line with the hype of the times, soon launched a public beta version. And Magic Baby cartoon cute 2D graphics, slow turn-based battles, and perfect system, it has indeed attracted many people. In particular, many female players have joined Magic Babes. While increasing the popularity of Magic Babes, it also attracted many male players to join. For online games, in addition to the attractive games, the beautiful players inside are even more attractive. Who doesn't want to have a beautiful woman when playing games? Because of this, Magic Baby has suddenly emerged, and within a short period of time, it has faintly divided the world with Shengda and Juqing. Of course, this world refers to the world outside of Legend. Legend relied on the refreshing park and Lin Feng's Wraith Valley and the world's #1 fighting tournament and other activities, still firmly occupying the top domestic transactions, and its market share far exceeds that of several other companies. Lin Feng knew about what happened in China through the phone. But Lin Feng was not in a hurry and did not return to China, but stayed in Japan. Lin Feng stayed in Japan mainly for another purpose of this trip. What is the most expensive in the 21st century talents? What kind of talents are most lacking in the domestic IT industry? Talents. I have to ask that Japan is the place with the most CG talents in the world. The developed game industry has produced countless CG masters, but most of them are unknown. But they have technical backbones with excellent skills. Lin Feng's goal is these technical backbones. Nowadays, there are too few CG talents in China, and the talents of the few who are barely able to shoot are also limited. This is not because the Chinese are not smart enough, but because of the environment and funding. Few domestic companies are willing to invest tens of millions of dollars for a CG scene. But this is normal in Japan. The cost of Square to produce Final Fantasy VII is $45 million, of which CG accounts for nearly half of the funds, which is something that I can't even think of in China. Lin Feng is planning to invite several CG production masters back to China to join his second world and form the company's CG team. Although Kui Ming's Legend production team is already on hand, to be honest, the Koreans' game level is really average, but the market is very accurate, which is why Legend can be so popular. But when it comes to the graphics and game content, Lin Feng must admit that South Korea can't keep up with it. Of course, Lin Feng doesn't want to invest tens of millions of dollars to make CG. Now Lin Feng's second world does not have the confidence and funds. Lin Feng just hopes that these people can make CG for the games that Lin Feng will launch afterwards. Not to mention how many grades are improved, at least it should be a popular list in the country. Of course, Lin Feng also hopes to train a group of CG talents of his own for his company through the talents recruited now. Lin Feng naturally doesn't know these CG talents, but some people do. As the head of Enix's public relations department, Erisa Kazama has a very wide network of contacts in the Japanese game industry. After Lin Feng paid 10 million yen in remuneration, Kazama Erisa worked hard to contact Lin Feng with CG talents who were willing to go to China to develop. At first, most of these people were very interested when they heard that companies were digging high salaries, but after hearing that they went to China for development, they shook their heads no matter what conditions Lin Feng promised. Quite simply, in the eyes of these CG talents, salary is important, but whether there is a platform that can give full play to their abilities is more important. Obviously, compared with Japan's game industry, China has just started, and naturally there is no room for them to play. Lin Feng was not discouraged, and asked Erisa Kazama to target those Chinese, Japanese or foreign students working in Japanese game manufacturers. After Lin Feng's guidance, Kazama Erisa quickly found 6 talents from the CG production teams of various game manufacturers for Lin Feng. One of the most famous is Wu Tanhua, who has participated in the production of Final Fantasy VII Inches at Square. Chinese. His father is Chinese, but he was born in Japan and grew up in Japan, but he can speak Chinese. Wu Tanhua and others are willing to leave their jobs and follow Lin Feng to go to Shanghai. In addition to the high salary Lin Feng promised, more importantly, they are discriminated against in Japan. They do not lose to anyone technically, but the rewards and treatment they get are lower than those of the Japanese, and they are never allowed to participate in the really critical scenes, which hurts their self-esteem and treats them. The future is also extremely unfavorable. This time they learned that Lin Feng was recruiting CG talents from Kazama Erisa's mouth, and they were moved. After learning that the salary was not lower than in Japan, he agreed to Lin Feng. However, for the independent development of CG animation, the 6 CG talents who have been supporting deputies are very worried. Although the 6 people are confident that the technology is hard enough, after all, they have never participated in the real large-scale CG animation production. The 6 have been engaged in the auxiliary production of small scenes. Even Wu Tanhua, who has participated in the CG production of Final Fantasy VII Inches. They were afraid that in case they made a CG animation independently for the first time, it would be messed up, and it would be trivial to lose face. But it would be too unreasonable to disappoint Lin Feng and lose money. Therefore, Wu Tanhua proposed to let Lin Feng invite a CG production master to sit down, so that they would have a bottom line. Lin Feng has nothing to do with their worries. But even outstanding CG talents are reluctant to go to China, let alone true CG masters. Just when the 7 were frowning, Erisa Kazama raised one person. When Wu Tanhua and others listened, their eyes lit up. This person is definitely a Japanese CG master. With him in charge, they are not afraid of anything. Even if they were to develop Final Fantasy X Inches, it would be fine. But what worries Wu Tanhua and others is whether this master is willing to go to China. Chapter 109 Financial Statements for the First Quarter. CG was originally the English abbreviation of computer graphics, with the formation of a series of related industries that use computers as the main tool for visual design and production. The field of visual design and production using computer technology is commonly referred to as CG in the world. It includes both technology and art. It covers almost all the visual art creation activities in the computer age today, such as graphic print design, web design, three-dimensional animation, film and television special effects, multimedia technology, architectural design based on computer-aided design and industrial modeling design, etc. In Japan, CG usually refers to digital works. The content ranges from pure artistic creation to advertising design, which can be two-dimensional, three-dimensional, static or animated. The person recommended by Erisa Kazama is Kagaya Joe. Kagaya is an astronomical illustrator. Born in Ageo City, Saitama, Japan in 1968. Since childhood, He has longed for the mysterious universe and nature, is keen on astronomy, and is good at depicting the starry sky. In high school, I was hesitant to choose between being an astronomer or an illustrator. In 1988, he entered the Department of Graphic Design of Tokyo Institute of Design and started his professional graphic career. Kagetani used a computer to combine classical myths and legends with modern fashion. The girls in his works are beautiful and pure, exuding crystal-like brilliance, and the pictures are very delicate. Wise digital painting technique is a pioneer in the world and has published many and university-related works. His works include illustrations for Astronomy Monthly magazine, postcards, and CG animation productions. His unique style with a sense of transparency has attracted many fans at home and abroad. To commemorate Mr. Kagaya's contribution to the popularization of astronomy and his achievements as an artist, asteroid 11949 was named Kagaya Yutaka. Therefore, strictly speaking, Kagetani Joe is a master of CG production, but not a professional master of CG animation. But at the moment, Lin Feng is also in a hurry to go to the doctor. He is really unable to find better talents, so he can only try his luck to see if Master Kagetani Rang is interested in joining his company. But isn't there an old saying in China, one reason is through, all right is through? Hope the CG is the same. To Lin Feng's expectation, Kagetani was extremely fond of China. Hearing that Lin Feng invited him to join, he showed a little interest. After weighing it over and over again, Kagetani Rang expressed his willingness to join Lam Feng's company, but he only served as a senior consultant for up to 3 years. Lin Feng had no reason to agree to Kagaya's request. People are masters and naturally have the right to make conditions. Besides, as long as they are willing to go, are they afraid that there will be no chance to persuade Kagaya Rang to serve as a long-term consultant in the future? After solving the CG production problem that has always plagued Lin Feng and his team returned to Shanghai. As for the account that was played by NX President He Tanyang before, Lin Feng will slowly settle with him in the future. However, Lin Feng also reserved a chess piece, namely Kazama Erisha. Lin Feng paints Risa Kazama 10 million yen every year. Her task is to notify Lin Feng when there are major personnel or other changes in Enix, and she does not need to do any dangerous espionage. For Lin Feng's request, Kazama Erisa naturally agreed with joy. In Japan, the status of women is low, and they want to get the same treatment as men, and the price they pay is unimaginable. Kazama Erisa will naturally not let Lin Feng, the god of wealth, have an extra income of 10 million yen per year. She only needs to make a few phone calls, which is simply a pie in the sky. What's more, Erisa Kazama's instinct tells her that Lin Feng will come back sooner or later, and Wada H's playing Lin Feng this time may make the company irresistible. After returning to Shanghai, after introducing Kagetani Rang and Wu Tanhua to everyone, he set up a CG production department, with Wu Tanhua as the director and Kagetani Rang as the second World Game senior consultant. Lin Feng will not waste his talents for this master-level Kagetani Rang in CG illustration. Kagaya Rang did not disappoint Lin Feng. After seeing Lizu and others, a week later, he personally produced 3 CG pictures based on Lizu, Linzu and Huang Meixi, which are beautiful and suffocating. These 3 CG wallpapers were downloaded by thousands of players as soon as they were put on the official website. After being amazed, they learned that they are Lin Feng's newly invited CG masters from Japan. Many players are even more concerned about the development of Legend 3 inches is full of expectations. Although Legend 2 inches is fun, the picture is indeed a little worse. If it can improve the picture quality while ensuring the gameplay, it will be more popular with players. Everything was arranged, and Lin Feng's financial statement for the first quarter was also released. In the first quarter of 2001, the Starting Point fast food chain brought Lin Feng a total of more than 1.8 million in revenue. However, as Supergirl began to hit the air and attracted the attention of the people all over the country, the popularity of the Starting Point fast food chain began after a period of indifference slowly return. I believe business will get better and better in the future. Lin Feng immediately ordered Su Xiaomai to distribute the news of the third joining of the Starting Point fast food restaurant. With the help of the popular broadcast of Supergirl, the branch of the Starting Point fast food restaurant will be spread all over the country. The conditions are still the same, with an initial fee of 50,000 for small and medium-sized cities and an initial fee of 100,000 for large cities, and Lin Feng draws a 3% commission on the turnover each month. In the first quarter, Dingdong.com brought 30 million yuan in advertising revenue to Lin Feng. The influx of legend players entered Dingdong.com for trading, which also directly spurred other individual businesses to join. Lam Feng's strict review measures, a third-party trading platform provided for buyers, and a specially established arbitration team allow other online game players to come to Dingdong.com to buy and sell game characters, equipment, gold coins, etc., and also allow Dingdong.com to register. The number of sellers exceeded 50 million, and the number of registered buyers exceeded 100 million. The liquidity that was intercepted in the third-party trading platform provided by Lin Feng for 3 days even reached 200 million yuan. Of course, the real surprise is the profit brought by Legend. As a result of various measures introduced by Lin Feng, especially the point card exchange experience system, the sales of Legend point cards have brought unimaginable profit returns. In the first 3 months of the first quarter, the sales of Legend alone brought Lin Feng a net profit of 270 million yuan, which made other online game companies envy and jealous. The highest number of online users also rushed to 900,000. But there is still a gap between Lin Feng's million online users. Think about the future generations of Fantasy Westward Journey with the highest online number of 2.52 million people, and you feel terrible. In the face of this data, Lin Feng's Legend still has a long way to go, and I will look up and down. Of course, this series of new measures by Lin Feng can indeed bring huge profit returns to Lin Feng in the short term, but in the long run, it is not conducive to the long-term stable operation of Legend. But Lin Feng didn't expect how long Legend could operate. 2 years was enough. The funds that could make Lin Feng the most profit within 2 years would complete its historical mission. Lin Feng will naturally act as an agent or develop other online games to replace Legend. Another surprise is that with the increasing number of premium members in the second world, the number of senior members is growing like a snowball. The number of senior members has exceeded 700,000, but VIP members still not much. After all, for the time being, no one can see the benefits of VIP membership. However, although the number of senior members is increasing day by day, for Lin Feng, this piece is basically not profitable. With the annual membership fee of 120 yuan for senior members, Lin Feng invests almost all of it on monthly magazines and related activities as well as player benefits. However, what Lin Feng fancy is not the membership fee, but the popularity of the players. Lin Feng's newly opened Tomato Video Network is to use this popularity to make money for himself. As long as Tomato Video Network can become the best and largest video service website in China, the profit from the advertising contract is believed to be enough to satisfy Lin Feng. After the crosstalk video of Dian Society during this period was released to Tomato.com, the name of Dian Society was passed down by word of mouth among 700,000 senior members, and it quickly became popular. Godiang's name was also familiar to everyone, which made Godiang repeatedly tell Lin Feng expressed his gratitude and secretly rejoiced that signing with Lin Feng was the wisest choice in his life. But at the same time of happiness, there are also happiness troubles. Since Tomato.com is only available to senior members, many ordinary members naturally complain about this and post on the official website hoping that Lin Feng will also be open to ordinary members. After weighing the requests of tens of millions of ordinary players, Lin Feng decided to add an ordinary member area. All registered members of Second World can browse the video services provided by the ordinary member area for free. But the videos provided by the ordinary member area are 1 week later than those provided by the premium member area. In other words, The videos provided in the premium member area will not be banned until a week later and transferred to the ordinary member area. This measure quelled the complaints of a large number of ordinary members to a certain extent. But what made ordinary members even more depressed is that they logged onto the video network and watched the wonderful videos in the premium member area but couldn't watch them, and they felt even more aggrieved. Where there is a need, there is a market. Suddenly, a series of tools and software for cracking Internet have been added to the market. As long as you use this software and tools, you can download Internet videos. This is of no use for ordinary members, and videos in the premium member area are still not available. But for some people with ulterior motives, it is extremely useful. Since the launch of this crack download tool, there have been many video networks in China during the same period, and their videos all come from Linfeng's Tomato network. First, I spent money to become a premium member, and then downloaded the video of Tomato.com through the software, and then put it on my own video network. In this way, I became my own video and made it available for everyone to watch for free. Pirate posts. Lin Feng gave a wry smile. Unexpectedly, one day I would be stolen and posted like this. This is something that later generations Starting Point Chinese network encountered. Lin Feng naturally ordered a severe crackdown on this kind of theft. On the one hand, it ordered the network shield security company established by Li Yuan, which has already joined, to technically solve this kind of theft as soon as possible. On the other hand, it hired a professional team of lawyers to protect rights through legal means. However, in China, this legal protection of rights is not only time-consuming, but also costing a lot of money, but this is what Lin Feng must do. Otherwise, once this mouth is opened, I am afraid it will be difficult to ban it anymore. P.S. The book is basically sentenced to death. There are reasons for the book and my personal reasons, but I will definitely finish the book. I just hope that if you have time, you can take some time to point out the reasons for the street. I am grateful! Exclamation mark. Chapter 110 New Goals. After the first quarter, Linfeng Company has 300 million funds in its account, which does not include the 200 million liquid funds on the third-party trading platform provided by Dingdong.com. These funds are sufficient for Linfeng to carry out the acquisition of Jinsen Software. But what makes Linfeng depressed is that after flying to Beijing, Jinsen Software Company, Kubo-jun finally rejected Linfeng's financing plan. For Jinsen Software Company, Kubo-jun has a kind of affection like a child. There is no reason why parents sell children, so Kubo-jun is not willing to sell Jinsen Software Company. In response to this, Lin Feng made a wise move and changed his goals. Proposed to acquire the Xishanju game studio under the Kingston Software Company and acquire the full copyright of Jiangxia Kiniyuan. After a little hesitation, Kubo-jun reluctantly gave up his love and sold the full copyright of Xishanju and Swordsman Love to Lin Feng for a price of 20 million. Kubo-jun is also helpless. Now Jinsen Software Company has encountered a funding bottleneck and the capital is disconnected. Jinsen Company's several major industries must be sold to alleviate the company's economic crisis. P.S. Kubo-jun said that he would not sell anything. Zao.com has just raised funds and sells now. Isn't this just making your own mouth? Besides, Kubo-jun is also very optimistic about the prospects of online trading platforms, newly developed network security software. It is also the focus of the future internet era, and it cannot be sold. After counting, only Jiangxia Kingyuan 3 inches, which is now in desperate situation, can be sold. China has entered the era of online games ahead of schedule, and spending a lot of money on the development of standalone games would be a bit more of a loss. If it is transformed into an online game, the current Jinsen Software Company does not have the funds to operate it. In the end, I can only reluctantly cut love. For Lin Feng, it is worthwhile to get the full copyright of Xishanju and Swordsman Love. After discussing salary and other issues with the game developers of Xishanju, Lin Feng returned to Shanghai with Xishanju Studio. During the period, Lin Feng took the time to go to the Tankiao Theater, and Godigang looked grateful when he saw Lin Feng. Due to the increasing popularity of Tomato.com, Dian Club is now increasingly prospering. The ticket price has risen from the original 20 yuan to 100 yuan per ticket. The supply is still in short supply. All the performers of Le Dian Club can't speak from ear to ear. The most gratifying is Godigang. With such a large family, he can finally have a safe place to live. Now he can still feed everyone without having to do odd jobs to maintain the performance of Dian Club. This made Godigang treat Lin Feng naturally as extremely grateful. Lin Feng smiled slightly at this and didn't say much. Anyway, this incident is actually just to make my idol Godigang famous in advance, and besides, I also use his reputation to build the reputation of Tomato Video. Everyone is also regarded as mutually beneficial. After a dinner, Lin Feng returned to Shanghai. After returning to Shanghai, Lin Feng first held a grand press conference for Xishanju Studio. At the meeting, he made a high-profile statement that he would transform the Jiangxi Kineyuan 3 inches that domestic players are looking forward to, into an online game, and it must maintain the original flavor. Realize everyone's martial arts dream. This news naturally attracted heated discussion among many domestic players, who posted online calls for the second world to launch the online game version of Swordsman Love as soon as possible. Of course, I also hope that the production quality can at least be comparable to today's Legend. Taking this opportunity, Lin Feng created the Swordsman Love development department on the basis of the original Second World, ordered Xishanju technicians to transform Swordsman Love 3 inches into an online game, and provided 100 million funds for game development capital, and Wu Tanhua and others are responsible for its professional CG graphics. For Jiangxia King Yuan Online Edition, Lin Feng has only one requirement: doing his best as possible. Don't be like the Sword of Immortal Online in later generations. The brand of Sword of Immortal would be ruined as soon as the server was opened. The joining of Xishanju Studio not only brought vitality to the Second World, but also made Kui Mings and others feel pressured. Previously, due to the popularity of Legend and Lizu and others becoming the image spokespersons of Legend, the three girls also gained fame in China, which made Kui Ming and other Koreans extremely proud and faintly showing pride in the company. It is all dependent on them that the Second World can have today. Although it is still in its infancy, Lin Feng, in order to avoid party disputes in the company, especially now there are a group of talents hired from Japan with high salaries. If this problem is not handled properly, the company will be messed up by then, so don't talk about it. Developed. Therefore, Lin Feng dug up Xishanju to suppress Kui Mings and others. Tell them that you don't have to rely on them, you can ask other game studios to develop games. Sure enough, after Lin Feng dug up Xishanju, and clearly stated at the meeting that he would use 100 million funds to support the development of the online version of Swordsman Love in the Xishanju game room, Kui Mings and others are naturally not stupid, knowing that they are waiting. People have been too proud during this time, which caused the boss to be unhappy. At the moment, he ordered his technicians to put away their self-righteous mentality and immerse themselves in the development of Legend 3 inches. After resolving this matter, Lin Feng focused his work on game agents. Now the market for Legend is almost saturated, and it's no problem to break through 1 million people online. But it is undoubtedly an idiot to unify the domestic online game market with this one game. Different types of online games have different types of players. If you want to unify the online game market and create a game empire, you must have a variety of first-class online games of different types and styles. In this case, Lin Feng can only choose to act as an agent or develop other types of games. In terms of agency, due to the popularity of the domestic online game market, a large number of online game companies have launched one after another. A large number of excellent foreign online games are either being proxied or they are preparing to enter the Chinese market, making it difficult for Lin Feng to find a suitable and promising online game. Moreover, there are too many companies competing with Lin Feng for the agency. After careful consideration, Lin Feng set his target on the dance-type casual online game audition, which has not appeared in the online game market. Audition has attracted the attention of players with its cute 3D characters full of individuality, meticulously portrayed characters and coherent body movements, and any combination of fashionable and individual decorations. Players can freely purchase hairstyles, clothes, pants, shoes, and other types of items to create their own personal characters in the game. However, this game has not yet come out on the market, and Lin Feng does not want to be an agent anymore, and is ready to develop independently. Since acting for Legend became popular, it seems to have suddenly become a target of public criticism. Whenever I ask about the agency rights of a certain game, I will immediately have many companies to compete with myself, even at the expense of the blood, make Lin Feng feel like a beacon in the online game market. Which makes Lin Feng feel like a beacon in the online game market. The wind couldn't laugh or cry. Audition is not as difficult to develop as other online games. It requires a reasonable upgrade system, a balanced financial system, and various interesting tasks, as well as a connotative plot. Compared with Audition, it is much simpler. The game development cycle is also much shorter. Lin Feng immediately ordered Kui Ming to suspend the development of Legend 3 Inches and develop Audition first. However, because Kui Ming and others did not understand dance, Lin Feng invited professional dance masters from various places to choreograph them, and then sent people to cooperate with Sony Bng, Warner Music Beijing Co., Limited, Rolling Stone Records, and the Emperor of Hong Kong, M.E., Hui Brothers, of ex-China, Universal Music, T3 Entertainment and other companies signed an exclusive licensing agreement. When Kui Ming's and others were developing Audition around the clock, Lin Feng was not idle either. A dance casual online game can't satisfy Lin Feng's unification of the online game market's expectations. Not to mention that Lin Feng has an account to count with Xinlang.com. After Xinlang.com received Magic Baby, because there are not a few online games of the same type in China to compete with it, the confusion is now rising. Although the market share is far from comparable to Legend, it has already have a place of their own. Lin Feng does not have a turn-based online game at hand, and is temporarily unable to suppress Magic Baby. However, Lin Feng's coveted creation of Fantasy Westward Journey with 2.56 million online users has not yet come out. Lin Feng is also preparing to develop a turn-based online game at the same time. The game is naturally Fantasy Westward Journey. Of course, Lin Feng now has no extra game development team at hand, and he can only dig people if he wants to develop. Lin Feng commissioned a headhunting company to explain the names and general information of the development team of Fantasy Westward Journey in his memory. Of course, other people don't need to dig it. The chief designer Xubo must dig it. Fantasy Westward Journey was able to have subsequent brilliance because of him. When looking for people with a headhunting company, Lin Feng rarely took time off. Having an appointment with Li Zhu, Lin Ziyui and Huang Meixi for dinner is also a celebration for the three of them. The three girls have successfully entered the top 20 in Shanghai. However, due to the excellent performance of the three girls and the extremely ostentatious way of appearance each time, many eliminated people are jealous, and they have posted online insulting three people, saying three people. Relying on their reputation in the game industry, they played big names on the spot, and they were not in the dark, etc., and even accused the organizer of Shanghai Oriental Television of Behinthzen's operations to ensure that the three of them passed the barrier along the way. What's more, clamoring that the three of Li Zhu are Koreans, they are not eligible to participate in the Supergirl held in China. This call has also formed two factions on the internet. On the one hand, the opposition represented by the eliminated, strongly urges the organizer to ban the qualifications of Li Zhu and others. On the other hand, it is a supporter dominated by Legend players, who believes that my country is the four ancient civilizations. It is a country of etiquette, which should have the style of a big country and the tolerance of the ocean. Of course, anyone with a discerning eye knows that most of these supporters are mainly men, and their true purpose is to see more beautiful women. Especially Lin Ziyui, after entering the top 50 in Shanghai, He sang and danced every time he appeared. He won applause for his hot shorts, tights and violent Latin dance music. He has become a sexy goddess in the hearts of all men. Every time I played, there was a howling of wolves. This also strengthens the belief that the majority of wolves stand up for Lin Ziyue and others. Of course, Li's liveliness and cuteness, as well as Huang Max's melancholy and noble, also attracted a lot of attention, but compared with Lin Ziyue, he did lose a little bit in male fans. However, there is no doubt that in the hearts of the judges, the three Lizu, who have undergone the guidance of professional music masters and dance teachers, are indeed the brightest among all the contestants in Shanghai. This has inherent advantages and acquired efforts. To a certain extent, the participation of the three girls is indeed a bit unfair to other players, but this is life. The competition is fierce and the reality is cruel. We have no choice but to face it. This is what the judge Bao Xiaobai said to the opponent. But obviously, no one agreed with Bao Xiaobai remarks, but the protest became more intense. Director Zhao of Shanghai Oriental TV station does not express any opinions on the disputes between the two factions on the internet. Tai Chang Zhao hopes that the two factions will be more happy, the better. Now is the era of eyeball economy, no hype, no disputes, how to attract people. Therefore, instead of stopping, Zhao Tiking secretly added to the flames and stirred up the water even more. Lin Feng also knew that the three girls had been criticized during this period, and he must have suffered a lot of grievances in his heart. I called out three people today. One is to celebrate the trio, and the other is to decompress the three of them, especially after such a long training, and occasionally take a break. Rest is for better work. However, Lin Feng did not expect that he had no opinion on one person. P.S. Only one chapter has been updated in the past 2 days. I will try my best to write the best plot after revision. Thank you everyone for your support. Especially thank you Remote for canvassing votes for me. Of course, I also thank all the friends who gave me advice. There are too many people, so I won't talk about it yet. I will be grateful for a single chapter next time. Chapter 111. The influence of Supergirl in China is unparalleled, especially the three controversial leads who are now the focus of much attention. No matter where you go, fans can scream and scream, and autographed photos are constant. Lin Feng said without exaggeration that if the three girls didn't pretend to be dressed up, I'm afraid they wouldn't even want to go out now. The trio are now far more popular than before. In the past, when I was the goddess of legend, despite Lin Feng's hype, he was only active on the game platform after all, and his main target was game players. Most gamers are usually very homely, so three people usually wear sun eyes when they go out on the street. At most, they can wear a sun hat. Now it's different. The audience for Supergirl covers almost all ages. Whether you want to admit it or not, the domestic ratings of Supergirl have indeed created a myth. The finals were broadcast live by more than 200 million people. I can't believe it. It is close to the ratings of Spring Festival Gala. Because of this, if the three girls don't dress up to the point that they can't recognize themselves, I'm afraid they will be surrounded by a large number of fans as soon as they go out. No need to do anything. The same is true today. Lin Feng is amused looking at the three tightly packed girls, but he is more helpless. This is the price of fame, and you will lose a lot when you get it. Okay, there are no more people here. You can take off all the hoods. In this case, Lin Feng couldn't take three people out to celebrate. He simply ordered people to buy something and go to the beach to have a barbecue. Of course, in view of the popularity of the three girls, Lin Feng would naturally not go to the seaside with many people. He chose a remote place where the scenery is not so good and he can't go to the sea. Set up the grill and prepare to start a picnic. The three girls cheered and took off the various yokes on their heads. They were also uncomfortable with these things, especially in the recent period of training all day long. They had already figured out to breathe. The waves are surging and the breeze is blowing. The few people were busy all the time, and not long after, bursts of smoke rouse, and the fragrant barbecue smell overflowed. causing a few people to swallow. Cheers for you to successfully enter the top 20. Lin Feng raised his beer also to the prosperity of Brother Lin's business. The three girls have recently risen in their Mandarin level. Their rounded Mandarin is much more standard than Lin Feng's Mandarin with a little Chu accent. Several people were busy. A man and a woman in the distance. Two figures holding hands and walking slowly towards this side. Obviously, although it is remote here, there are also people who do not like to lively love this remote promontory. The four of them glanced and felt each other. Lin Feng is sighed with the ease and comfort of this couple. There are few opportunities for him to sit on the barbecue and drink beer like today. I don't know when to wait. Next time, the three girls admired the love of the couple. They were able to walk along the beach holding hands in this way. I wonder how many others would envy them. The three girls think of themselves again, knowing that they and others will never be able to wander around as easily as these two, and feel a little disappointed in their hearts. For a woman, no matter how successful in her career, she also needs love to be nourished, and she also needs a shoulder to rely on. The atmosphere was a bit stagnant for a while, and the four of them were thinking about each other. At this moment, the couple glanced over here, and after the two seemed to talk a few words, the man pulled the woman beside him and ran towards this side. The four of them were shocked, and they secretly said that they might be recognized, and they all felt a trace of regret. I am afraid that today's barbecue will die soon. Lin Feng signaled to let the four bodyguards who were accompanying him clean up the mess, and several of them were ready to leave. Although it is very remote, it is impossible to guarantee that no one will come again, so it is better to leave early. Hi, sir, wait. At this moment, the man suddenly yelled in a hurry. The four of them were stunned. Obviously, the couple didn't seem to come to the three girls for autographs, but to find Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a close look at the two of them, and couldn't remember where they had seen them in his mind. But the other party was so anxious that something was obviously going on, and Lin Feng greeted them right now. Hello, may I ask if you are? Lin Feng looked at the man in front of him. He was tall, a head taller than Lin Feng, with long hair, a paler complexion, eyes, and a bookish look on his face. Ha ha, sir, you don't remember. The last time you were on the riverside, you took my girlfriend by the arm and I regarded him as a pervert. The man smiled and explained. Huh? Lin Feng heard three voices of doubt behind him. Lin Feng was embarrassed. He raised his head and looked at the panting woman running beside the man. After thinking about it, he patted his forehead and yelled, "Oh, you were the one who was awkward that day." Lin Feng suddenly remembered that when he had a little conflict with Lisa last time, he ran into a couple on the riverside who was arguing. The two who couldn't bear to love each other had a misunderstanding. After breaking up, I helped the two on a whim, but I didn't expect to meet them again here. Hee, gentlemen, I forgot to thank you that day. Otherwise, if we break up because of a little misunderstanding, I am afraid I will regret it in my life. The man looked at the woman beside him lovingly, and said with lingering fear, HMPH. If it weren't for this gentleman, I would make you regret it for a lifetime. The woman seemed to hate the man's behavior that day, and said with a blank look, Don't dare, Xixing won't dare anymore. The man's words caused the four ladies present to giggle. Ha ha, Lin Feng, I don't know the name of Xung Taigo's surname. Lin Feng was also quite pleased, and would rather demolish 10 temples than to break a marriage. Being able to match the two of them by oneself is also considered a merit. My surname is Zhang, and my girlfriend often calls me Sanxiao. The man still replied full of scholarly taste, making the women present even more unbearable. Oh, Zhang family third young master. Lin Feng nodded, always feeling that the name was a bit confusing, but it seemed familiar. Especially this gentle face with eyes. I always feel like I've seen it somewhere. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed in my mind, and he exclaimed, Are you the third young master of the Tang family? The man was also taken aback. Hey, how do you know my pen name? I just wrote some articles about small tofu cubes. The man's face was shocked, more questions and a little bit of joy. Although he only published a little tofu in newspapers and magazines, he was actually recognized, which gave the man a great sense of pride. Lin Feng is even more sure at this moment that this is the generation of great gods who will be the most powerful in the Starting Point Chinese network in the future, and he did not expect to meet here in this way today. However, the person in front of him is just an ordinary person. His masterpiece Children of Light has not yet come out, and he is far from the third Tang family who will be called Schumacher on the internet in the future. However, it seems that I can help him become famous in advance, and there should be no Starting Point Chinese network now. I can start one. With my current financial resources, I can launch the VIP system in advance, and there is an influx of a large number of authors and my own games. The Empire has the best materials and popularity. Just as Lin Feng was thinking about future development plans, the woman next to Sanshao screamed, Did you participate in Supergirl?" The woman excitedly pointed to Lisa and said nothing. The three young masters looked at Lisa blankly, and thought to himself that although the three girls have the appearance of a closed moon and a shameful flower, their girlfriends don't need to be so excited, because the three young masters don't like to watch TV very much, and are buried in the world all day. Naturally they don't know Lisa, the three civilian idols who have soared recently. But his girlfriend is different. Women's favorites are TV and gossip. At first, because they were too tired to run, they were also grateful for Lin Feng's previous help to them, so they didn't care about the three girls behind Lin Feng. At this moment, I didn't breathe anymore, and people recovered. Naturally, I noticed the three of Lisa. At first sight, how could she not be surprised? She did not expect to meet the three hottest supergirls here recently, and real people are more beautiful than on TV. At the moment, the woman was a little incoherent, and she wanted to sign and take a group photo. She was very excited. "Hello, I am Lisa." "Hello, I am Lin Ziyui." "Hello, this is Huang Meixi." Seeing that these two people seemed to know Lin Feng, the three girls greeted the woman enthusiastically to meet her requirements. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng invited the two to have a barbecue together. On the one hand, he also wanted to chat more with the three young masters, to see what the future great god is, and to see his views on the future of internet literature. Second, he finally had a barbecue today, and he really didn't want to leave now. It's bad. Intrigued, the three young men were not polite, so they agreed. During the dinner, the four girls were chatting happily, and Lin Feng and the third master also had a deep conversation, which also made Lin Feng quite touched. A great god is a great god after all. In addition to opportunity, his perseverance and understanding of literature is not comparable to ordinary people. Whether written by Sanshao is considered to be an excellent literary work, it is popular and sought after by others. Everything. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt sorrowful in his heart. It's not unreasonable that the work I wrote before is not unreasonable, but as Sanshao said, if a work wants to be successful in being liked by others, it can attract oneself first. If you can't even attract yourself, how can you attract others? Come on, stick to it. Lin Feng silently looked at the sky and shouted, "The editor is great. Recommend it to me." "I miss Sanjian. There is something to do tomorrow. I am afraid the update will be late. There are 2 chapters more about 11 o'clock. Thank you for your support." Chapter 112 ? This unexpected meeting with the third young master Tang gave Lin Feng a lot of thoughts. In fact, Lin Feng wanted to tell him the outline and concept of the Good Reaper and Duliu continent later written by the third youngest Tang family. But think about it, I was afraid that it would help to grow up, so I just gave up. After returning that day, Lin Feng held a small meeting to negotiate with Liu Yinying and Wu Xiaopu. After several weeks of intensive planning, he held a press conference and announced the launch of the Starting Point Chinese network, declaring that it would be a literary citizen, so that every author who loves literature has a place to show his talents. Each author's work can be freely published on Starting Point Chinese network and enjoyed the copyright. However, unlike the later generations, all works that have passed the editorial review of Starting Point Chinese network and signed except for outstanding works that will enjoy the benefits of Starting Point Chinese Network High Buyout. All signed works can receive a full attendance award. Those who update 3,000 words or more every day will get 300 yuan full attendance award per month. Those who update more than 6,000 words every day will get 600 yuan full attendance award every month, and so on, with a cap of 1,200 yuan. In 2001, there were not too many excellent online literary works. Now the VIP system is implemented to sell online literary works online. It is not yet mature and the readership is not deep. Therefore, Lin Feng wants to stimulate a large number of excellent works by authors through this method. Burst in advance. Most of the current authors publish books in Dragon Sky or Huan Jianzi League. Most of them are hobbies. Basically, they can't get any income, only occasionally get the favor of a Taiwanese publishing house to publish and get copyright fees. But Lin Feng also knows that many authors were eventually scammed by the publishing house. After months of hard work, they couldn't get a penny. The Perfect Attendance Award launched by Lin Feng, although not much money, at least gives many writers hope that in any city in China, 1,200 yuan at least will not die of starvation. But in this way, the requirements for editing are very high. At least you can't sign all books. This is not like the starting point for later generations. After signing the contract, there is no money. Now, as long as you sign a contract, you can enjoy the benefits of the full attendance award. If the editor does not sign the book properly, Lin Feng will go bankrupt sooner or later. Fortunately, Lin Feng read a lot of books before he was reborn. Although not all books have been read, at least I have heard the names of books that can be popular. In the early stage, I can be an editor. Anyway, the so-called contract. I only need to scan the title of the book. Just flip through a few chapters, and the workload is small. Later, I will slowly train editors to expand the Starting Point Chinese network. The important thing now is to seize the market first, and hold a large number of authors and popularity in your hands. Enclosure. Lin Feng is now going to enclose an enclosure. The launch of Lin Feng's Starting Point Chinese network immediately attracted the attention of many authors. After all, this is the only website that launches the Perfect Attendance Award. Although the money is not much, it is hard work, but in comparison, there is at least income. This also directly led to the influx of authors of Starting Point Chinese network in the early stage of its establishment, and more than 1,000 new books were uploaded within a day, and many masterpieces that could only appear in the next few years have also emerged. For example, Tang's Third Master's Children of Light has appeared now, and the Internet Knight's I Am the Archmaster, etc. To stimulate the author's confidence, Lin Feng signed more than 10 future generations or Edoxia Ahong on the same day. The book makes many authors jealous. In order to further stimulate the author's desire to write in Starting Point Chinese network, Lin Feng throws out bait, announcing that he will cooperate with the Second World, and will adapt excellent works into online games as appropriate, and may make them into movies or TV dramas, and authors who are adapted into online games or movies, will all get generous buyout rights. Lin Feng also introduced the park system. The top 10 signed works in each category vote each month will receive official rewards ranging from 100 to 1,000 yuan, which further stimulates the influx of authors. Lin Feng's methods are not finished yet. This is just a series of commercial operations for the Starting Point author. In order to smoothly launch the VIP system in the future, Lin Feng also stimulated readers. Lin Feng launched a membership points system in Starting Point Chinese network. In order to stimulate readers to enter the Starting Point Chinese network, Lin Feng announced that all members with more than 6,000 points will be able to enjoy free video viewing rights that can only be enjoyed by Tomato.com senior members. With the introduction of this series of measures, Starting Point Chinese network quickly became popular and was accepted by many authors and readers in China. At this time, Longkong.com has been accessing unstable due to server resource problems, and Huangjian Zumeng has been looking for a stable space. This also directly gave the opportunity of Starting Point Chinese Network with abundant server resources and the launch of the Attendance Award. It instantly surpassed the website that had always occupied the top 2 domestic online literature websites, and became the well-deserved number 1. The good news that surprised Lin Feng was that some authors who liked fantasy writing originally wanted to establish a fantasy literature association. Unexpectedly, after seeing the Starting Point Chinese Network recruitment, they discussed with each other and applied for the job collectively. Among them was a sword front. After talking with Lin Feng, Bao Jianfeng and others were deeply impressed by Lin Feng's creativity and ideas. They originally just wanted to create a platform for writers who like to write to show their talents, but now it seems that they can not only allow them to show their talents. Show your talents, instead, you can use it to support your family and even make a fortune. Especially the VIP membership system that Lin Feng envisioned in the future will make Bao Jianfeng and others fascinated. If the readership is large enough, the VIP membership system will be launched in due course. It will be a boon for all authors. After all, for any author, it is a great encouragement and gratification for any author to work hard for more than 10 hours of code words every day, if he can get a little reward. After weighing it over and over again, Bao Jianfeng and others felt that creating other websites at this time would be no different than hitting the stone. After all, the financial resources of Starting Point Chinese Network are incomparable to other Chinese websites, and they cannot compete. Moreover, the complete library system and simple and intuitive interface are not available or even lacking in other websites. At the moment, Bao Jianfeng and others decided to join Starting Point Chinese Network, which also freed Lin Feng, who had always been the independent leader in charge of reviewing new books. After all, he can't always be trapped in this. Although it's cool to see the books of the next generations of fire every day, and he has just begun to emerge, after all, he is now a group company and the boss of several listed companies in the future. Can't you spend all your time on this? After imparting all his pitiful but precious experience in online literature to Bao Jianfeng, Lin Feng was completely freed from it, and directly appointed Bao Jianfeng as the CEO of Starting Point Chinese Network, leaving everything to him to take care of. In the future, facts have also proved that Bao Jianfeng does possess this talent. In addition, Lin Feng has copied the mature experience and model of later generations to lay a solid foundation, and coupled with the strong economic support behind it, it is difficult for Starting Point Chinese Network to not be popular. Regarding the strong position of Starting Point Chinese Network, established websites such as Longkong can only sigh with excitement. They are still struggling for the survival of the website, but Lin Feng has launched a full attendance award system for contracted works regardless of cost, which makes these old literary websites vomit blood. But what can they do? People are wealthy, and this little money is simply not in the eyes. HMPH, if you have a lot of money, you can burn it. I see what you will do when you sign thousands of works in the future. Several veteran literary websites are all jealous of Circles. Of course, Lin Feng also considered their resentment. However, as the saying goes, I can't bear to let the child catch the wolf. Reluctant to give up these little money, how can I exchange it for big money in the future? Of course, Lin Feng doesn't expect to make money from readers. Lin Feng's goal is mainly on advertising. Think about hundreds of millions of registered users and over 100 million clicks every day. In this era of eyeball economy, what a fortune is this? Another point that Lin Feng values is the popularity of these excellent works. Whether they are adapted into online games or movies, they have a broad mass base, which has also laid a solid foundation for Lin Feng's game empire. In particular, most of these people who love literature also love games, and they can slowly develop into loyal gamers of the second world. With several strokes, Lin Feng can still bear this full attendance award. What's more, Lin Feng will launch several stimulus measures in the future to stimulate readers' consumption, and then strive to balance the balance of Starting Point Chinese Network. For Lin Feng, it doesn't matter whether he makes money or not. as long as he can earn such popularity. I can only change one chapter today. I have to go to my classmate's house in the evening. I don't have time to continue the code words. I will update chapter 2 at 11 p.m. tomorrow night. There are no surprises this time. Thank you for your support. Chapter 113, Chapter 51, Golden Week? In a blink of an eye, April, the May Day Golden Week is approaching. Because of the series of activities that Lin Feng launched every holiday before, it got a good response and was deeply liked by the players. Therefore, major domestic online game companies have launched a series of activities for the May 1st Golden Week, and various large and small show venues or player networking activities have been held all over the country. While many players were so addicted, it also directly stimulated the prevalence of China's showgirl market. However, although various events across the country are held in full swing, all players, including all online game companies, are watching a company's movements. This company does not move. All online game companies are in the wrong heart. I am afraid that it will be May 1st. What earth-shattering thing the company has made has caught them off guard. For many players, if the company did not launch any activities during the May 1st Golden Week, then this May 1st Golden Week would not be so perfect. This company that is feared by many online game companies, and the company that thousands of players look forward to, is naturally Lin Feng's Second World. On the eve of May 1st, the highest online number of Legend exceeded the 1 million mark, creating a miracle of Chinese online games, which shocked and envied all online game companies. Of course, it also strengthened the determination of more online game companies to enter the domestic online game market. The Second World is now the absolute #1 in the domestic online game industry. But the heights are extremely cold, and Lin Feng also feels the deep sense of crisis of the wolves at the foot of the mountain. The current Second World only has an online game of Legend, which is far from enough for a company aiming to dominate the market, especially in the domestic online game market that has been exploded in advance. It is not so easy to sit firmly if you want to firmly occupy the leading position. In particular, Lin Feng heard that Juching had won the domestic agency rights of Miracle at a big price when the agency of Paradise was not ideal. There is also Elf. Lin Feng also heard that it is about to enter the domestic online game market. In the domestic online game market, Legend dominates the largest market share, facing a pack of wolves with red eyes and hungry screams. If Lin Feng is still relying on Legend alone to support the facade, I am afraid this throne will be surrendered. Giveaway. Although Lin Feng had previously raised the threshold of the domestic online game market through the hacking door incident, under the stimulus of the money of many online game companies, Lin Feng's hacking door has not only completed the employment of a large number of college students majoring in technical machine network security. Besides, it is of no use. But Lin Feng has no choice now. Although Jiangxia King Yuan Online is highly anticipated by thousands of players, it is still under development and it will be at least a year before it is launched. Audition is also under development, and it is estimated that it will be available for public beta in half a year. As for Xibo, the chief designer of Fantasy Westward Journey sought by a headhunting company, there is no news yet. As for the agent of other mature online games that are already on the market abroad, Lin Feng has no chance at all. As soon as Lin Feng just asked the other party, the online game that the other party had just listed was snatched by a domestic company in an instant. It seems that some domestic online game companies secretly reached a dark agreement and threatened to block the Second World. According to Lin Feng's understanding, this dark agreement is an unwritten agreement reached privately by certain people in China who are unwilling to surrender to the prostitution of Legend for a long time. They agreed that all game developers that Lin Feng fancied or had inquired about would grab the online games they developed at a high price, and would block Lin Feng from zero, so that Lin Feng would not have the opportunity to act as an agent for other online games. This trick is indeed very destructive, and it also caught the fate of the Second World. Of course, Lin Feng can also use his tactics, take advantage of his efforts, and take advantage of the opportunity to greatly consume their funds, But Lin Feng really disdains this kind of behavior that harms others and is detrimental to himself. What's more, the domestic online game market has just started and is immature. It would be too difficult to rely on Lin Feng as a company to cultivate it to maturity. Moreover, if the domestic online game market is monopolized by Lin Feng and a single online game company in the early stage, it is difficult to guarantee that it will not be made difficult by certain departments, or some educators indiscriminately. Now 100 schools of thought are contending, thousands of flowers are blooming, and Lin Feng's company is not so eye-catching. With so many companies, the potential power behind them is absolutely amazing. Those who want to block online games will definitely be crushed by this force. Of course, being suppressed by this dark agreement is not a solution. After these online game companies grow up and enclose their own land, it will naturally be even more difficult for the second world to want to have its current status. At the moment, Lin Feng naturally has no way to steal a game, sweep the square, and open a bloody path. But Lin Feng also has resources that other online game companies do not have, and scarce resources that make all online game companies jealous. Li Zhu, Lin Ziyue, Huang Meixi, the three girls are now not only showgirls, but also the spokespersons of online games, but also the most popular idols of Supergirl. Although it is controversial, there are undoubtedly many fans. Since there is no new game to attract more popularity, it is better to rely on celebrities to attract popularity. How big is the effect of a celebrity? Just pick someone in China and ask him if he knows Andy Lau. 9 out of 10 will say that he knows him. Of course, the reputation of the three Li Zhu is far less than Andy Lau, but they are the most popular names in the search engines of major portal websites recently, and they are also the most frequently mentioned names among many boys and girls. On the evening of April 30th, Lin Feng announced on his official website that on the last day of May 1st Golden Week, a solo concert of three girls will be held at Shanghai Hongkou Stadium on May 7th, which will be broadcast live on Tomato.com, and will invite Uranus superstars to act as mysterious guests. Once this news was published, it not only caused a tsunami-like heated discussion in the online game industry, but also caused a lot of shock in the entertainment industry. Many in the recording industry have heard that three little girls who have never made a record and only sang a few saliva songs on TV entertainment shows, or Korean girls, dare to have a concert in Shanghai. It is a laugh. These predecessors in the recording and entertainment circles have asserted that this concert will definitely be a mess, and it will definitely become a laughingstock in the future. As for the Uranus superstars mentioned by Lin Feng as mysterious guests, these bigwigs even expressed their opinions that no matter how much Lin Feng paid, they would not attend such clown-like concerts. Not everyone can hold a concert. Words from these big guys. In contrast to the indignation in the entertainment industry, the CEOs of the online game industry have beaten their chests and regretted it. They are not those celebrities who have no eyesight in the entertainment industry and are self-righteous. They can see the mystery of this. As the spokespersons of the legend, Li Zhu, in the hype of Lin Feng, and the natural beauty of the three girls, are praised as legend goddess by many legendary players. The holy goddess Li Zhu, the sexy banshee Lin Ziyue, and the melancholic princess Huang Meixi, the three goddess play an irreplaceable role in the minds of players, and it can be said that they have been integrated with legend. Legend is the three of Li Zhu, and the three of Li Zhu are legend. This has advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that as long as the three of Li Zhu's charm to the players is not diminished, the players will have a special affection for legend. As long as legend does not break its arms, the players will continue to support it. The downside is that once the three of Li Zhu leave legend and no longer serve as legend spokespersons, they will instead endorse other online games. This is absolutely fatal to legend. It is a pity that the three girls and Lin Feng signed a nearly lifelong contract, and it is almost impossible to defect. Then the three girls participated in Supergirl Under Pressure, and after an instant success, they pushed their reputation to a new height. After all, No one would have thought that Supergirl would be so popular in China and sought after by so many people. In this regard, many online game company bosses can only secretly criticize Lin Feng for being cunning, treacherous, and lucky. They let the three spokespersons take the risk to participate in the show, and they became a hit. They entered the entertainment circle directly from the online game industry and became the whole country a household name. These online game companies always don't know that this Supergirl is planned by Lin Feng, otherwise they still don't know what they think. However, many online game company bosses are still very angry. Lin Feng played such a hand and attracted all his attention and popularity. The various activities they had prepared for the May Day Golden Week completely became this concert. The appetizer before is considered to be a wedding dress for others. For many legend players and loyal audiences of Supergirl, fans of the three girls, how to get tickets for this concert is the key. Legendary players have gone to the official website to post inquiries, and many fans, because they are not legend players, can only call Shanghai Oriental TV for consultation. That night, the phone number of the Supergirl column group was blown up, and Zhao, the director was also uncomfortable. Since 8 p.m., his cell phone has been ringing non-stop, and many people have come to consult him and ask him if he has a ticket for this concert. Director Zhao, who made these calls, was stunned for a while, feeling puzzled for a long time. Later, after returning home, his daughter also asked him for a ticket, and opened the relevant reports reproduced in major forums. He just woke up like a dream and knew that there was such a thing. At the moment, Tai Chang Zhao had a faint move in his heart, feeling that he seemed to have found a new profit project for the TV station. However, at the urging of his daughter, and Kui Zhao on the phone from all walks of life, Director Zhao hurriedly called Lin Feng. Among these calls, many people are powerful figures in Shanghai. How can his little director dare to neglect? Of course, they are not asking for votes for themselves, but for their children or relatives. In short, if Director Zhao does not get tickets for them as soon as possible, the consequences may be serious. In the eyes of these people, there is no difficulty or no difficulty. It only depends on whether you can complete the task. If you don't have the ability to complete it, it means you can prepare for retirement. King Zhao was sweating profusely, and after an anxious call waiting, Lin Feng's voice finally came through the microphone. I finally have a recommendation next week. I'm lazy this week, and it will start to break out next week. At least 3 changes a day, and if the 4 are changed, please support more votes. I don't know how many clicks and how many votes are needed to get on the classification list. In short, thank you all always supported. Chapter 114. Hey, President Lin, I'm Zhao Banan from Shanghai Oriental TV. I want to ask you if I have something to do. Director Zhao said, haha. Taiwan manager Zhao, please tell me something. Lin Feng guessed what Zhao Banan was calling for. Hee. It's like this. I heard that you are going to hold a concert for Lin Linzu, and Huang Meixi on the last day of the May 1st Golden Week. Many of my friends' children like them very much. Ask if you still have tickets. Director Zhao of course knows that Lin Feng must still have tickets. It's easy to talk about. Director Zhao said, how much does it cost? I don't know how much Director Zhao wants. Lin Feng readily agreed, making Director Zhao happy. Now Lin Feng is no small person. Second World, DingDong.com, Kidian fast food chain, and Tomato Video Network, which has just launched the internet, can be said to be one of the most popular figures in recent times. As soon as he spoke, he agreed with all his mouthfuls, and Director Zhao was very unhappy about this face saving. About 500 sheets are enough. Director Zhao estimated that 200 sheets would completely satisfy all needs, even wealthy. But at his level, some leaders or colleagues call to ask for tickets, and they ask for 2 tickets. Do you really give them 2 tickets? If you really give them 2, it means that you are not only low in IQ, but also low in IQ. You have to give at least 5. If someone wants 5, you have to give at least 10. This is the unspoken rule of this circle. Therefore, Mr. Zhao opened his mouth and asked for 500 tickets. Okay, Director Zhao, in this way, I will print out the ticket the day after tomorrow and send it to you. Although Lin Feng was surprised that Director Zhou's lion opened his mouth and opened 500 tickets, Lin Feng was also unambiguous and immediately agreed. Thank you very much, thank you very much. Next time I have time, I would like to have tea. Tai Changzhou was naturally full of joy. He could obtain these 500 votes through other methods, but Lin Feng gave him directly. It shows that he has a lot of face. At their level, face is more important than anything else. This is like going to this concert with people of similar status. He is looking for a ticket, and the other party is buying a ticket. The two are compared, and the person who buys the ticket is invisibly compared. Zhao Tai was happy to hang up, but Lin Feng kept it aloud. Taiwan Director Zhao, wait a minute. I happen to have an unrelenting request here, and I hope Director Zhao can consider it as appropriate. Lin Feng said very tactfully, but Director Zhao was full of feelings. It is no wonder Lin secretly said. The wind just promised so readily. It turned out that he had something to ask for himself. Haha, President Lin, please tell me if you have anything. I will definitely help if I can help. Lin Feng promised just now. Director Zhao is not easy to shirk now. But he didn't say anything. Thank you Director Zhao. I just hope that on the day of the concert, Shanghai Oriental TV will be able to broadcast the whole process. Although Lin Feng has broadcast the whole video broadcast of Tomato.com, in terms of influence, he is broadcasting Supergirl. Later, the influence of Shanghai Oriental television station increased day by day in the country. With the strong financial resources behind it, it was the well-deserved first TV station outside of the court station CCTV. Naturally, the influence of today's Tomato network is far incomparable. Well, Zhao Tikin felt relieved. This request was within the scope of his authority and was not too excessive. After a little hesitation, he agreed. For the live concert, let me see how the ratings of this concert are. If the results are good, I can do the same when this Supergirl is over in the future. Director Zhao wondered whether it will be all for the future. Supergirl held a concert. Both of them were very happy. After exchanging 500 tickets for the live broadcast of Shanghai Oriental TV, the next day Lin Feng Xiang waited all night, and the players and fans who consulted how to buy tickets announced the ticket request plan. Lin Feng announced that this concert is to give back to all the legend players for the benefit performance. All tickets will not be sold, and all tickets will be issued as gifts. Lin Feng will invite all participating teams from the April World #1 Tournament Competition League to come to Shanghai to watch the concert for free. In addition, all VIP members of the Second World will get 2 tickets, and the remaining tickets will be held among the premium members. Random selection. In order to take care of the emotions of ordinary members players, Lin Feng took out 1,000 tickets to draw the lucky ones from the ordinary members players. Of course, at the same time, in order to take care of the 3 fans of Li Zhu, Lin Feng will also take out 3,000 tickets, which will be randomly selected and distributed from the registered fan group through the official website of the 3. Once the news of the free ticket was published, it caused a commotion from all sides, especially for legend players, the greatest impact. Now more and more players are realizing the benefits of becoming a Second World senior member. All activities have senior members, and ordinary members can only be dazzled. It's a good deal in private. And compare the benefits you can enjoy every year: a monthly issue of an exquisite magazine, a premium member account of Tomato Video Network, and occasional events like this one, etc. A membership fee of 120 yuan. It's really not expensive. In a short period of time, the second time senior members climbed the peak again, breaking through 700,000 people. This is the sum of the senior members of all other online games imitating Lin Feng's club membership system. This data makes other online game companies jealous and jealous. Unfortunately, Lin Feng's successful model does not apply to them. Lam Feng's club membership system is almost non-profit, or even a loss, while the club membership systems of other online game companies are profitable. This alone cannot be compared. This is to blame only their short-sightedness. Of course, it is also related to their company's financing model. Lin Feng's company is solely owned by Lin Feng, whether it is capital or management rights. Most other online game companies are invested by venture capital funds. In many cases, the company's management can't do whatever it wants. This also doomed the gap between them and Lin Feng. Of course, it is not just Legend that has benefited. The registered fan base on the official website of Lizzo is also full these days. Whether you like the three girls or not, it is always a good thing to be able to listen to the concert for free. Especially Lin Feng. He also preached that he would invite the superstars of Uranus to act as mysterious guests, so as to save the celebrity's face. It would not take much time to register a member. In order to stimulate these fans more and to expand the influence of this concert as much as possible, Lin Feng took the opportunity to launch a round of voting officially, allowing all Legend players or fans to choose which star they want to be the mysterious guest. Undoubtedly, the launch of this voting gimmick has even more ignited the passion of fans. In this age of global entertainment, almost everyone has an idol in their hearts. Although you may not be too crazy about him/her, there is no doubt that if he/she may appear in front of you, you will still be excited. Especially after the launch of the full live video broadcast of Tomato.com and Shanghai Oriental TV, not only the fans of the Legend players and the three girls were excited, many others also participated in the voting. After all, if you can see the idol in your heart, no one will refuse the free live TV broadcast. Andy Lau, Jet Li, Jackie Chan. The names of these big-name celebrities have been mentioned by netizens, and some even filled in Michael Jackson. Wait for the names of Uranus superstars in Europe and America. While the external speculation was in full swing, there were two internal voices for this concert. The senior executives of the company such as Liu Yinying and Wu Xiaopu highly appreciated Lin Feng's plan, but Huang Jilun, the music teacher of the three of Lizzo, opposed it. Huang Jilun's reason is also very simple. If he wants to hold a successful concert, the three of Lizzo do not have that strength yet. This not only requires everyone to master about 20 songs, but also have sufficient physical strength to persist. Of course, the most important thing is the ability to control the scene. Otherwise, if there is a slight mistake, once the audience is booing, the concert will be done. The damage to the popularity of the three girls is considerable. However, under Lin Feng's lobbying and the fact that rice was cooked together, Huang Jilun could only compromise in the end and try to help the three girls prepare suitable songs. Lin Feng didn't dare to offend Huang Jilun. He set up the satellite in advance and said he would invite the superstar Uranus to serve as a mysterious guest. Lin Feng could count on Huang Jilun. Huang Jilun may not be well known in the entertainment industry, but he is well known in the record industry, and most singers will buy him. After everything is ready, with all kinds of expectations, on the last day of May 1st Golden Week, at 19:30 p.m. on May 7th, the Second World Concert to give back to players begins. In order to give back to the concert of Legend players, Lin Feng can invest heavily. The lighting, stage, costumes, etc. alone cost more than 1 million. With the help of teacher Lanbo's contacts, he specially invited several professional dancers from Taiwan. This night, not counting the invitation of mysterious guests, Lin Feng's expenditure is huge at 2 million. And all this is to increase the popularity of the Second World and make Legend an eternal classic in the hearts of players. When the three girls appeared on the stage, the audience screamed. When the Legend theme song Legend sounded, the audience screamed again and again. Especially the fan base of the three members of Lizzo was crazy. However, after a few songs, the audience's enthusiasm faded slightly, and they began to shout for mysterious guests to appear. At this time, the lights dimmed, and a man's figure appeared with a voice that everyone could hear. "I don't think I love you enough," the man waved at the audience. The audience screamed, "Andy Lau, Andy Lau, Andy Lau." Although the audience had written Andy Lau's name on the official website before, They never thought that the second world would actually invite Andy Lau. Who they are the kings of heaven. Although the three of Lisa have become popular recently, they want Liu Tanwang to be the mysterious guest. This is just a dream of everyone. No one thought that he would actually see Liu Tanwang with his own eyes. I don't think I Love You Enough. Lisa came to the stage with a smile and sang the classic I Love You Not Enough with Andy Lau. Sitting in the box, Lin Feng could only hear screams from outside the field. Obviously Andy Lau's appearance brought the concert into the first climax. Looking at the excitement on the faces of Liu Yinying and Li Yuan's girlfriend Xiao Fang in the box, Lin Feng was secretly amused, and I didn't expect these two girls to be so obsessed with Andy Lau. However, Andy Lau's popularity in China is unparalleled. Even Lin Feng himself is also a fan and movie fan of Andy Lau. After Andy Lau and Lisa sang the song I Love You Not Enough, they greeted the audience a few times and called on the audience to support Lisa, Legend, and Second World. The end of the sound caused a sigh from the audience. But before Andy Lau left the field, he heard the audience's sighs and reluctance, and smiled mysteriously. I am only here today to cheer for Lisa, and there will be other mysterious guests in the future. If you want me to stay for a while, maybe you will regret it. Andy Lau finished speaking, but his words aroused suspicion among the audience. Is there not only one mysterious guest tonight? Andy Lau is the first one to appear, then who is the second one? The audience at the scene felt their hearts beating and throbbing with excitement. Chapter 115 The Four Heavenly Kings. Quickly, what do you mean by Liu Tanwang? Who else is there? Who else did you invite? Liu Yinying grabbed Lin Feng's arm and asked. Liu Yinying's words also asked the voices of other people in the box, especially Xiao Fang, who has always been fond of chasing stars, was full of stars and looked expectantly at Lin Feng. As for the other Wu Zhaopu, Li Yuan and others, they are also curious. They know that Uranus superstars with the status of Andy Lau are not so easy to invite. Money is one aspect, but more importantly, people are willing to come. Hee, keep watching, and I promise to surprise you. Lin Feng sold it off, causing everyone to roll their eyes. After Andy Lau went off the stage, the scene was a little colder. After all, just after the climax, everyone was still thinking about the song I Love You Not Enough that Andy Lau and Lisa sang just now. Although Lisa is a little immature in singing and cooperation, under the leadership of Andy Lau, the song I Don't Love You Enough just now made everyone fascinated. At this moment, the stage lights suddenly dimmed, and then a violent dance melody sounded, and a figure jumped on the stage. Rumble of drums. Thunderous applause. When the voice sounded, the people's just calm mood was agitated again under the high melody. Go fucking! Exclaimed at the scene. Just now Andy Lau came off the game not long ago, and Aaron Cock played again, which made everyone not surprised and unhappy. The four kings of Hong Kong, Megatron China for more than 10 years, have already broken out into the sky. It is not easy to see two of them at a party. Generally, you can only see them appear together at very large evening parties, and you can see the two heavenly kings here tonight, which makes the audience not ecstatic. Aaron Cock's Get in Action is a violent dance song. The dancers who sang and accompany him are naturally the hottest among the three girls, and the dance is also the best. Lindsay Yui. These two fights, let the audience was crazy. It was an auditory feast just now, but now it is a visual feast. The dances of the two are extremely pleasing to the eye, allowing the audience to see the whole body swaying. If it is not limited by the scope of the scene, I am afraid that the whole audience will dance. When Aaron Cox sang the phrase move, the audience boiled again. Everyone stood up and waved the light stick in their hands, shaking wildly to the beat. At the end of the song, there was endless applause, not only for the appearance of Aaron Cock, but also for the exquisite dance of Lindsay Yui and Aaron Cock. One more, the audience yelled, obviously still unfulfilled. Thank you for your love and support, but I am here today just to support Lindsay Yui. It is only a supporting role. I hope everyone will support Lindsay Yui, the Legend game. and the second world. Aaron Koch naturally did not forget to help Lin Zhui and Legend publicity. Later, when Aaron Koch exited the court, the audience once again made a sound of retention. Hee hee, everyone, there are more exciting things to come. I believe you will not be disappointed tonight. Tonight will be the most memorable night in everyone's life. Aaron Koch sold off like Andy Lau. His fate naturally drew a suspicion from the audience. What does Cheng Zi mean? More exciting behind? Will the four heavenly kings all be here tonight? Is this possible? However, two have already arrived, and it seems that it is not impossible for all four to come. Like the audience, Liu Yinying and others were suspicious, and turned their inquiries to Lin Feng. From a rational point of view, it is amazing to be able to invite Andy Lau and Aaron Koch. The cost is definitely a lot. If the remaining two of the four kings are invited, the price-performance ratio is not very high. After all, if you can come to two people, this concert tonight is perfect, and if you come to two people, it is still perfect. From a statistical point of view, it does not help much. But emotionally, Liu Yinying was also a fan of the four heavenly kings, and I hope to see the four heavenly kings gather in Shanghai tonight. I believe this is also the voice of the audience, including the TV. In the office of Shanghai Oriental Television Station in the distance, Director Zhao watched the ratings rise steadily, not to mention the joy in his heart. He couldn't think of Lin Feng's ability to invite Andy Lau and Aaron Koch. This is too capable. After all, this is the concert of Li Zhu, Lin Zhui and Huang Meixi. As Andy Lau's superstar can come as a guest. This can't be done with money, and it will cost you enough face. At the same time, Koch fucking can be invited, and that face is a little bit better. The four heavenly kings each play a piece of sky, but it is inevitable that people will compare each other's achievements and status in the industry. Therefore, in general, the four people try to avoid meeting as much as possible to avoid embarrassment with each other and give reporters room to use their questions. With the appearance of these two people tonight, Director Zhao had to admire Lin Feng's face and ability. A few songs later, when the audience's heart became more and more itchy because of Aaron Koch's words, people who were unexpectedly unreasonable appeared again. Dawn, dawn, dawn. The audience shouted in unison. Liming brought his unique nasal voice and Huang Meixi on stage. The two sang Liming's classic Will You Come Tonight. In the chorus of thousands of people, Liming left gracefully. Jackie Chung, Jackie Chung, Jackie Chung. This time, the audience didn't want to stay, and directly shouted Jackie Chung. Since Andy Lau, Aaron Koch, and Liming among the four heavenly kings have all appeared, it is not impossible for Jackie Chung to appear again. In particular, Jackie Chung can be hailed as the god of song. If you can't listen to the god of song live, then this life will not be perfect. Hearing the unanimous voices of the audience off the court, Lin Feng was very happy. Tonight is definitely a perfect performance. Although the four kings will definitely steal the limelight from the three of Li Zhu, it is not important. This will not have any impact on the reputation of the three Li Zhu, but will enhance the status and popularity of the three in the entertainment industry. You know, not everyone is qualified to be able to sing in a duet with the four heavenly kings. On this point, I don't know how many people envy Li Zhu and the others. Of course, this concert I held to increase the popularity of Legend and the image of Second World was undoubtedly extremely successful after Andy Lau, Aaron Koch, and Liming appeared on the three Uranus superstars. After tonight, the Second World will definitely take another step. Lin Feng believes that this concert was watched by at least 100 million people across the country. With the help of the four heavenly kings, the names of Second World and Legend will definitely become more resounding. Hey, will Jackie Chung show up? Liu Yinying asked nervously with sweaty palms. Lin Feng glanced around and found that not only the two ladies in the box, but also Wu Zhaopu and Liu An were looking forward to it. Even Wang Meng, who had always been very serious, was staring at Lin Feng. Obviously everyone in the box was no exception. They are all fans of Jackie Chung. It is no wonder that among the four heavenly kings, Andy Lau, Aaron Koch, and Li Ming all have good looks, and they have always appeared in the public as idol singers. Only Jackie Chung made people remember his unremarkable face and his voice because of his singing. It is important to know that when Jackie Chung was most brilliant, whenever the god of songs made a record, it would surely sweep the entire Chinese record market, and whoever made the record at the same time would have had poor results. Because of this, many singers and companies have heard that God of Songs is about to release a film, and they generally inquire about the release date of God of Songs in advance, and try to avoid the schedule of God of Songs to avoid being sold by God of Songs. Comparable with no self-confidence. In the lounge, Jackie Chung was also affected by the louder and louder voices of the audience. During this visit, he, Andy Lau, Aaron Koch, and Li Ming were mostly for Huang Jilun's face. Before that, all four of them had sang Huang Jilun's songs. This time they received a call from Huang Jilun, saying that they would be asked to come to Shanghai as mysterious guests at a concert, which made them embarrassed for a while. To be honest, the four heavenly kings did not want to come at first. This is not because they are playing big cards, but because there are too many things involved. If only one of them was invited, with Huang Jilun's face, the invited person would go as long as the schedule was not available. But inviting four people at the same time makes them a little reluctant. Lin Feng had long anticipated the thoughts of the four of them, knowing that the four of them might have too much scrupulousness, and I am afraid they would not come. Lin Feng flew to Hong Kong personally, and the family came to request in person. Finally, the four of them were moved by Lin Feng's sincerity and Huang Jilun's favor, and agreed to go to Shanghai as a mysterious guest. But in terms of remuneration, the four kings resolutely refused to accept it. There is also a reason why the four heavenly kings appeared in pure friendship this time. They are selling Huang Jilun's face, and it is not impossible to collect remuneration, but if they collect too much, Huang Jilun will be embarrassed, and the price will be lost invisibly. Other production units in future performances will also pay for it at such a value. In the end, the four of them didn't want to be paid at all, and supported them with pure friendship, so that they could sell their face. Huang Jilun is a master of music. He might release another song of the same level as I will in the future. This time he and others will sell him enough face. In the future, he will be embarrassed not to give face to himself and others. This is the case in the entertainment industry. You give face and others give you face. Everyone takes care of and supports each other. Although the four heavenly kings didn't want to be paid, Lin Feng would naturally not refuse to pay. Of course, the four do not want it, and Lin Feng will not force it to them. Lin Feng is going to put out a sum of money to organize a student fund in the name of four people to support those students who are unable to go to university due to poverty. This is also a disguised payment. Unexpectedly, this move by Lin Feng in the future unexpectedly won the favor of the four kings and laid a solid foundation for Lin Feng to enter the entertainment circle in the future. Of course, this is something for now, so I won't mention it for now. In the lounge, Jackie Chung was affected by the enthusiasm of the audience, and came to the stage with a well-known work kissing goodbye, welcoming the audience's applause like a tsunami. After that, the audience was naturally not able to send a kissing goodbye. Under the kindness, Jackie Chung and Lisa sang a song together, which was considered to be reluctantly let off by the audience. Of course, when the four heavenly kings are all present, how can they not let the four heavenly kings sing a song together? In the end, with the applause and shouts of the audience spare no effort, the four heavenly kings sang for the third time in their lives. This time the four sang a dance of youth again. Shaili Hongba Go Fucking, Kang Ding Love Song Jackie Chung, Rainbow's Sister Dawn, Set Off Your Hijab Andy Lau, Dance of Youth. The final chorus of the four. The wonderful performances of the four heavenly kings completely overwhelmed the three of Lisa at this moment. At this moment, there are only four kings in the world on the entire stage. Not only did the audience forget about the four people's wonderful performance, but the hands that applauded were swollen, and even many of the audience in front of the TV couldn't help but applaud and celebrate. It is very rare to see the four kings performing on the same stage at a concert. The four heavenly kings now have different encounters. If you want to see the four on the same stage again, I don't know when it is. Perhaps it will be difficult to see them in their lifetime. This factor also makes everyone emotional, cheering for it, and crazy for it. Finally, the concert ended in a chorus of Unforgettable Tonight by the four heavenly kings and the three goddesses Lisu. After the concert, the audience was reluctant to disperse for a long time. For several days, they were thinking about the wonderful performance tonight, and it was destined to be an eternal classic tonight. With the success of this concert to give back to the players of legend, the second world has established a brand new image among players. Being able to appeal to the four kings fully proves their financial resources of the second world and the sincerity of the players. This is by no means comparable to those online game companies that are dedicated to exploiting players. After all, being able to invite the four kings to give back to the players for holding a concert is enough to move all players. If you switch to another online game company, I'm afraid that only some unknown third-rate singers will sing some saliva songs and it will be over. From this moment on, Second World has become the players' preferred online game company. However, all online games launched by Second World in the future will be favored by players. Together with Lin Feng's boutique strategy, it also proves the players the choice is extremely correct, and the brand Second World has become synonymous with online games. Chapter 116. The second one, there is the third one at 8:30 in the evening, can it be the fourth one? I will try my best. Thank you for your support. After the concert, Lin Feng took the lead, brought in several senior executives of the company and the three of Lizu, and the music master Huang Qilun hosted a banquet for the four heavenly kings. During the dinner, Lin Feng was very grateful to the four heavenly kings. To have such a perfect performance tonight, it depends on the four heavenly kings to join in. Of course, the most excited person in the box was Xiao Fang, this fanatical stargazer, who was able to witness the four heavenly kings and eat at the same table, almost fainted with excitement. Even Lizu, Linzu, and Huang Meixi are also stars. The three girls, although they are Korean, the names of the four kings are like thunder. The three of them on the stage were going to perform, so it was okay. Now they are off the stage, and they are no different from ordinary fans. They are busy asking for autographs and taking photos. The four heavenly kings seem to be aloof with the sacred aura, but in fact they are more friendly. Regarding the three girls who performed on the same stage just now, especially the newcomers whom he and others are admiring this time, plus Huang Qilun is the teacher of the three girls, the four heavenly kings do not hide their clumsiness, and had given pointers 1 or 2. Jackie Chung pointed out his 17-year singing career for the characteristics of the three people, which benefited the three people a lot. Although the three of them had been instructed by Master Huang Qilun before, the god of singing is a god of singing after all. His casual words can benefit a lot, and this also made the singing skills of the three girls qualitatively improved. Andy Law gave the three people how to grasp the atmosphere of the scene and drive the fans on the scene. This is also one of the key elements for an ordinary star to grow into a superstar. If you can't drive the atmosphere of the scene, you can't be called a superstar. Aaron Koch pointed out his dance experience to the three girls, and Liming pointed out how to maintain the relationship with the fans. If this teaching of the four heavenly kings is spread out, I don't know how many others are envious of. The three girls will naturally look like good students and humbly beloved babies, which will greatly increase the favor of the four heavenly kings. In order to thank the four heavenly kings for their friendly performances and to repay them for their advice, Lin Feng told the four heavenly kings during the meeting that they would set up a student fund in their name to support students who were unable to go to university due to poverty. Lin Feng's proposal naturally won the praise of the four heavenly kings and expressed their support, especially when he heard that Lin Feng had invested 10 million in the fund in the early stage of preparation. The four kings secretly nodded. This price is in line with the worth of the four, and it also proves that Lin Feng attaches great importance to this fund. After the four looked at each other, they also proposed that they should take the lead in calling on the stars to organize a charity performance during the summer vacation. All income will be invested in this fund to help students who have dropped out of school due to poverty. Lin Feng naturally agreed with it. This is a charity performance with both fame and fortune. On the spot, he agreed to co-organize the matter. As for the details, he waited for Lin Feng to send someone to Hong Kong to discuss with the four heavenly kings in the future. After that, everyone was naturally empty and happy. At this time, Director Zhao of the Shanghai Oriental television station looked at the data displayed on the computer screen with shock. Although this concert was expected by everyone, but he was not optimistic about it. It turned out to be suffocating and terrifying ratings. The average audience rating is 100 million. And when the four kings are on the same stage, the audience rating for more than 10 minutes has reached a terrifying 250 million people, which means that a fifth of the Chinese watched. This live concert is only the day 2 of the TV station. If you count the live video of Tomato.com, this number is almost close to the domestic Spring Festival gala ratings in recent years. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Director Zhao shook his head again and again. The ratings are really incredible. This extremely ordinary concert can have such a high ratings. In addition to expressing the appeal of the four heavenly kings in China, Director Zhao is more admired by Lin Feng. If you want to invite the four heavenly kings at the same time, to be honest, apart from some important celebration parties, ordinary people can't do it at all. Even Zhu Zhengyai, the richest man in Shanghai, wanted to build momentum for his new restaurant last time, calling out 10 million yuan to invite the four kings to cut the ribbon. Unexpectedly, they didn't come at all, let alone the four heavenly kings. Not even one of them showed their faces. At that time, Zhu Zhengyai was very shameless. Fortunately, another female star came to save a little face. Of course, the reason why Zhu Zhengyai could not invite the four kings at the time was not because his connections and fame were worse than those of Lin Feng. On the contrary, he could be called Shanghai's richest man by the wealthy Hong Kong woman and the top woman in the financial world, Zhao Jinqing. This has fully explained Zhu. The energy of righteousness. It is a pity that he is too high profile in this matter, and he too despises these artists, thinking that celebrities just recognize money, as long as they give money to let them do anything. Unfortunately, he didn't know that when he became a star, he was thinking of more than just money. For this reason, Lin Feng was able to entrust Huang Qilun's relationship and invite the four heavenly kings. It can be said that Lin Feng is the first person to hold private concerts in China. We must do a good job with Lin Feng in the future. After this tonight, Director Zhao believed that Lin Feng must be a celebrity on the Forbes list of China in the future, and he was determined to establish a good relationship with Lin Feng. With this kind of person behind him at a critical moment, his career can go further. And if he owns the media platform of Shanghai Oriental television station, he is also qualified to cooperate with Lin Feng. An exciting night passed, and the May Day holiday ended the next day, and normal work was resumed across the country. But on the first day of work, most of the population was not talking about where to go and what they ate during the May Day holiday, but about the exciting concert last night. Those who watched the live broadcast naturally talked with excitement. Those who didn't watch were bragging and agitating from others, and the class was gone, so they were busy logging on to Tomato.com to watch last night's video. Major media across the country, newspapers and magazines, without exception, reported in large chapters last night's Second World concert to give back to legend players. While lamenting the appeal of the four heavenly kings, the major media can't help but constantly mention the names of Li Zhu, Lin Zhu, and Huang Meixi. Not surprisingly, after one night last night, the three of Li Zhu have become the most watched newcomers in the entertainment circle from the original Supergirl contestants. In addition, The influence of Supergirl is increasing day by day, lamented the 2001 entertainment industry rookie Wang. 3 people. But not everyone is so friendly. In a certain office in Shanghai, a woman angrily tore the newspaper to pieces. Her face was green, and her heart was even more secretly resentful. Originally, Li Zhu was supposed to be an artist under her banner, and even Lin Ziyue and Huang Meixi could become her artist. Unexpectedly, because of Lin Feng, all her hopes were wiped out. Originally, her career should now take another step. In addition to Cheng Jiang, who was full of resentment, one person was also extremely upset with Lin Feng. It can be said that he and Lin Feng have never been masked, and the two of them can't get together on 8 strokes. But at the beginning of the year, he invited the 4 heavenly kings, and people have a future. But Lin Feng invited 4 at a time, and all the 4 heavenly kings were present. This made him feel that his face was too shameful and did not fit his identity. Resentment. Of course, the real benefit of this concert is Lin Feng's second world and legend. The 4 kings can be invited at the same time, so that everyone is curious about the second world and want to know this. Why is this company so courageous to simultaneously invite the 4 kings who have come to the Megatron Chinese music scene for more than 10 years, invisibly, under the attention of everyone? The reputation of the second world has entered the eyes of people from all walks of life from the world of online games. Even Hong Kong's well-known Entertainment Weekly also reported that the 4 heavenly kings appeared at a newcomer concert in the mainland at the same time, which made Lin Feng's second world the first time that Hong Kong's attention. One stone provokes 1,000 layers of waves, and this effect is probably something that Lin Feng hadn't thought of at the beginning. With this help, the second world registered premium members successfully broke through the jaw-dropping 1 million mark, and the highest online number of legend also exceeded 1.2 million, which also made many online games that want to attack the second world. The company was discouraged. Of course, the fundamental dilemma of the second world has not been solved. There are too few games. Although a PK-based online game can attract passionate men, it obviously cannot satisfy people from all walks of life, especially the park system of legend in Lin Feng's under revision. It became more intense and even crazy. Although everyone has a feeling of galloping across the rivers and lakes during the game, they feel that the heart is quite a bit unbearable. The game is too fast, and it is so fast that people can't be distracted by it. I was digging with a torch in the mine, and a group of enemies came to kill me behind him. In particular, Lin Feng also launched the Ring of Revenge, which can detect the IP address of the target once every half an hour. Of course, this is not free, and one time of 10,000 gold coins. This also directly aggravated the revenge action between players. However, this kind of modification has caused many players to indulge in the pleasure of revenge and the depression of being revenge in a short period of time. The whole world is in the midst of wind and rain. Of course, this fast-paced game cannot last. Players must be mentally exhausted for a day. Occasionally, a slow-paced, interesting game is needed to adjust, so that the nerves do not always have to be kept in a high-speed state, so as to avoid a sense of boredom in advance. In the past few days, Lin Feng's inspiration flashed, and suddenly he thought of a game that is easy, simple, and extremely challenging, and the difficulty of development of this game is extremely low. It can be said that it can be marketed in just over a month at most, and it will surely be swept away the entire casual game market. Chapter 117, Plants vs. Zombies? There are only 3 changes today. Try my best. Plants vs. Zombies, a seemingly simple but very strategic game. Horrible zombies are about to invade your home, and your only defense is the plants you plant. Arm your 49 kinds of plants and switch their different functions, such as cherry bombs or powerful piranhas, to block zombies from the path of invasion more quickly and effectively. Different enemies and different gameplays constitute 5 different game modes. In addition, obstacles such as sunset, rooftops, dense fog, and swimming pools add to the challenge. and the fun of the peculiar game never ends. The casual game that Lin Feng is preparing to launch is the desktop casual tower defense game Plants vs. Zombies that will be popular in the world in the future. This game is simple to operate and has a relaxed rhythm. It is very suitable to relieve the tension of the player's brain after the exciting park battle of Legend. Especially this game draws on some elements of strategy game-esque, collecting resources and using resources to build other units. With 49 kinds of optional plants and 26 different kinds of zombies, this game has more strategic and tactical features while relaxing. When to develop the economy and when to develop the force, players must make choices based on their own game strategies and actual conditions during the game. Lin Feng had also been crazy about this game. In order to challenge the final endless survival mode, he studied hard, but in the end he could only pass 100 rounds. After that, the line of defense that he worked so hard to manage collapsed under the impact of the zombie army. Legend has it that a great man persisted until 226 rounds. When the screenshot of the game was released, the great man was worshipped by all players. Lin Feng shared his plans and ideas with Xishanju Studio, which is developing Swordsman Love Online, and said that the total development team members are expected to be available for public beta in at most 2 weeks. After all, this game is extremely simple, as long as the damage formula is calculated, plus the pure cartoon shape and 2D graphics, it will not delay them for long. What's more, their current development of Jiangxia King Yuan Online has also entered a bottleneck, just to change the development of a small game and change the mindset. Naturally, Lam Feng will not just copy the original flavor of Plants vs. Zombies. It is a standalone game after all, and Lam Feng will develop it as an online game. Lin Feng prepared to discard all the redundant levels and scenes in the standalone game. Under the condition that his game method remains unchanged, Lin Feng removed the 5 superfluous levels, and only kept the playing mini-games, decryption mode, and the most important survival mode. The Zen Garden remains. In the survival mode, Lin Feng combines all the redundant levels into the last level and the level that most allows players to fight day and night endless survival, which includes day, night, dense fog and pool scenes. According to the game progress, the game will be switched between day and night, and dense fog will appear with the weather, which improves the randomness of the game. In the playing mini-games and decryption mode, the money obtained from the level will be exchanged for the sunshine in the early stage of the endless survival level, so that players can have a certain amount of sunshine in the early stage, used to grow plants, defend against zombie attacks, and reduce the difficulty of the initial game. As for the Zen Garden, it is actually a simplified version of QQ Farm. Lin Feng also improved it appropriately to become the same as QQ Farm, which is also used to attract popularity. In order to cooperate with the promotion of the game, Lin Feng also introduced a reward system. Any player who persists to the 100th round will open a new level, and the player will enter the next level for a new experience in the next week. Every week, the top 100 players will be rewarded according to the longest rounds. The first player will be awarded a 120-hour game point card for Legend. The top 20 will be awarded a 90-hour point card. The top 50 will be awarded a 60-hour point card, and the top 100 will be awarded a 30-hour game point card. The development progress of Plants vs. Zombies has greatly exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. It took only 10 days to come out under the day and night development of Xishanju Studio. Of course, the biggest credit for this comes from Lin Feng. Lin Feng not only told everyone the detailed attributes and abilities of all 49 kinds of plants, but also detailed the abilities and appearances of 26 kinds of zombies. In addition, the level map was also drawn by Lin Feng himself, which greatly reduced the difficulty of their development. Save a lot of time. In this regard, everyone can only sigh that this boss doesn't know what his head thinks. How can he have so many whimsical ideas? During the development, the internal staff of the company were also attracted by the fun and strategic nature of the game, and even many senior executives of the company voluntarily acted as game testers. The first person to pass the 100 rounds in the closed beta was actually Xiao Fang, which surprised everyone even more. But looking at the two obvious dark circles on her face, we can see that she fought day and night, and was the first one to pass the 100-round barrier. But even Xiao Fang is so addicted. Once listed, its prospects can be imagined. When the game was launched on May 20th, it really caused a sensation. Before that, Lin Feng repeatedly promoted it on the official website, which made the players full of curiosity. As soon as the public beta, many players can't wait to download the client and log in. At first, everyone came for the top 100-point card rewards made by Lin Feng, but after entering, they were deeply attracted by the game. Facts have also proved that the second online game launched by Second World, Plants vs. Zombies, really did not disappoint everyone. Simple operation, relaxed rhythm, cute plants and zombie shapes, plus extremely challenging levels, as well as real-time strategy tactics, so that many players will be addicted to it once they start. In addition, Lin Feng guaranteed that this game will adopt a low 10 yuan monthly fee system, as well as the launch of new levels after 100 rounds of adherence, as well as the weekly top 100 rewards system, which makes people want to stop. No one can imagine that just such a simple game will be wildly popular among players. In just 1 week of listing, the highest number of online users was repeatedly refreshed. On the 7th day, 1 week after the official public beta, the highest number of online users exceeded 1 million, breaking the previous record held by Legend. Since Lin Feng adopted the Second World registered account to share all its game accounts, the launch of Plants vs. Zombies has once again stimulated the number of member registrations in the Second World, and a large number of white-collar workers and female gamers have joined. The registered members of the Second World easily exceeded the 100 million mark. This data made all online game companies dumbfounded, looking at the online games that they worked so hard to search and spend heavily on agents. But they were not as good as a small game developed and launched within 2 weeks of the Second World, which made many online game company bosses look green. One piece of purple. In the jealous psychology of many online game company bosses, almost dozens of tower defense games of the same type are being developed simultaneously. Since you can't become the first crabeater, then follow the trend. In short, the Second World cannot be allowed to enjoy its achievements alone. Everyone has a share of this casual online game market. Lin Feng has no opinion on the crazy follow-up actions of many online game companies. This game is simple. It couldn't be easy to imitate. In addition to being so popular, it is not surprising to be imitated. As for whether a large number of similar games will squeeze the Second World market share, the impact is definitely there, but not too much. As the first crabeater, Lin Feng has already succeeded in enclosure. Players are actually very loyal. Once you identify your game and brand, you will not easily change games. Maybe occasionally try new things, but in the end, they will return to their roots. After a week of fighting, more than 2,000 players have reached the 100th round and opened the second level. And the highest record of the player who ranked first is up to the 170th round, not far from the legendary 226 round record. With the efforts of tens of millions of people across the country, Lin Feng believes that this 226 round record of the best man must not be far away. As for those who have broken through the 100 round barrier, the second level prepared by Lin Feng is quite different from the first level. Originally, in the first level, their zombies would clear all obstacles on the offensive route, but in the second level, they would not. The zombies would only bury their heads and rush forward and would not attack the plants. If it encounters an obstacle, their zombie will choose the path that suffers the least damage. As the zombie action thinking changes, the scene also changes. Lin Feng expanded his map by 10 times and eliminated the plants that collect resources. The economy acquired by the player in the game comes from the elimination of zombies. The more zombies you eliminate, the more economy you get, and the more plants you can build to stop zombies. Of course, Lin Feng also increased the speed of the zombie to a certain extent. How to reasonably arrange plants in a garden 10 times larger than the original, delay the attack of zombies, and finally eliminate them when they enter the house, has become a new focus of players' thinking. Note: when placing plants, the player must leave an exit for the zombie to lead to the house, and it cannot be blocked. Similarly, the second level is the same as the first level. After 100 rounds, the third level will be opened. The reward system is the same as the first level, but Lin Feng has slightly increased the rewards. The first prize is increased from 120 hours to 150 hours, and so on. All rewards are 30 hours higher than the first level. The launch of this alternative upgrade system has also stimulated the enthusiasm of players even more. Walking into the internet cafe, looking around, the vast majority of people are playing Plants vs. Zombies. While playing, they also give pointers to each other and exchange customs clearance experience. It is a prosperous scene. Chapter 118. The Troubles of Happiness? There are 2 more at 8 p.m. Under the day-to-day research and development of other online game companies, at the end of May, more than a dozen tower defense games of the same type finally came out and began to seize this emerging casual game market. But to their disappointment, although they tried their best, hyped publicity, and frequent various preferential activities, after Lin Feng took the lead in enclosing the land, many online game companies shared less than 30% of the market, and 70% of the market share remained. It is firmly occupied by the second world. Of course, there are players' preconceived feelings, but it is also attracted by the new game mode of the second level launched by Lin Feng. When the player tries hard to pass the 100 round mark and enters the second level, many players have a slight aesthetic fatigue to the gameplay of the first level. After all, it is not easy to pass 100 rounds, which takes a lot of time accumulation. But after the second level, the game mode has changed, giving many players a new experience, which makes everyone's enthusiasm rise again. In addition, Lin Feng's low fee of 10 yuan for a monthly subscription also made everyone happy. After all, at this time, Tencent's QQ membership service costs 10 yuan a month, and the yellow diamonds and other diamonds after the launch of QQ Farm are not low. In comparison, the fees of Lin Feng's Plants vs. Zombies, it's extremely cheap. These factors add up to the brilliance of Plants vs. Zombies. But behind the brilliance, there are also the troubles of happiness. Donglin, the popularity of Plants vs. Zombies has far exceeded our estimates, but it has also affected the online rate of Legend. The highest online on weekends is now less than 1 million, and the average online is only about 200,000, which is down 10% compared to the previous one. Wu Xiaopu handed Lin Feng a stack of data, frowning. Although Plants vs. Zombies is extremely hot, it is far from the Legend in terms of profit. The profit of Legend has dropped by 10% in the past 2 weeks, and the money is quite huge. Lin Feng turned over and didn't care about the decline in data. Mr. Wu, Plants vs. Zombies has become popular again, which is a casual entertainment game. It only serves food, not dinner. Although it will temporarily affect the profit of Legend, it will not be fatal to Legend in the long run. Threat. Lin Feng knocked on the table and said, on the contrary, Plants vs. Zombies has attracted many players who were not cold and even a little disgusted with Legend before. Although they will not spend a lot of money for a game, they are undoubtedly beneficial to increasing popularity. Lin Feng smiled slightly. In this regard, Wu Xiaopu also admitted that Plants vs. Zombies made many players who were unfamiliar with Second World know the Second World. Invisibly, the brand of Second World has been promoted. The Second World will not only have one Legend, there will be many different types of games in the future, and now is the time to accumulate popularity. The prospects of the online game market are huge, and it will definitely become a rising industry in China. Lin Feng firmly believes that, well, But now many tower defense games launched by other online game companies, in order to seize the market, they slogans that they are free forever, and many people are drawn to them. Wusa Orpa reminded, haha, rest assured. The monthly game cost of 10 yuan, I believe that many people are willing to bear, as long as the game is fun. I believe players are still willing to spend 10 yuan to play, Lin Feng said with a smile. The next day, Lin Feng announced on the official website that there are a total of 9 levels in Plants vs. Zombies. Each level has a different game mode. Each time you pass a level, the top 100 rewards will be greatly increased, and the first one to pass the 9 players of the level will receive an official reward of 1,000 yuan. After that, each player who passes the 9 levels will receive a reward of 100 yuan on the official website, and an honor certificate will be issued. Lin Feng also said that every time a level is passed, the player's title will change. Lin Feng moved the upgrade system in the fantasy to reality, giving each player a different title for different levels. On-star game novice, 2-star game veteran, 3-star game master, 4-star game master, 5-star game master, 6-star game emperor, 7-star game master, 8-star saint, 9-star game duo, and after passing 10 stars, you will make Zen the game king. The announcement of this news has stimulated the enthusiasm of players even more, and also allowed Plants vs. Zombies to firmly occupy the absolute market share of tower defense games, especially when different players are in different levels. This stimulates the mentality of comparing and showing off among players. Now only 3 levels have been opened. As the number of levels for players to clear increases and the 9 major levels are gradually opened, Lin Feng believes that the comparison and competition between players will become more and more fierce. No one wants to be left behind, especially when it comes to IQ. Lin Feng believes that no one wants to admit that he is an idiot and his skills are not as good as others. Various newspapers and magazines across the country have also published relevant strategies and experiences, instructing players on how to break through each level as quickly as possible. However, due to the change in the game method of the second level and the increase in difficulty, only a few people have passed the second level and entered the third level so far. When many players complained that the second level was too difficult, Lin Feng timely published the detailed introduction of the first level and the second level, plant attributes and zombie attributes in the monthly issue of the Second World Game magazine. Player research. With this official detailed information, many players have gone through day and night research and a lot of practice, combined with plant attack power and zombie blood volume and speed, integrated several sets of care, so that the number of players who passed the first and second levels is large. Increase. In addition to stimulating the enthusiasm of the players, it also indirectly increased the number of senior members of the Second World Club. After all, this detailed data on plants and zombies is only available to premium members for free, and the magazine is not available on the market. Although many websites have pirated copies and published them on the internet, none of the magazines can publish such news without the authorization of Lin Feng. In desperation, many players can only choose to become a senior member of the Second World Club. Fortunately, the Second World Club has a lot of benefits for senior members. All players who become senior members say it is worth it and are forced to join. The grievances of many players are much less. After becoming a senior member, when he got a beautiful magazine in his hand, the last bit of resentment suddenly disappeared. In particular, there is an introduction to the third level, which makes everyone sigh worth it. The third level launched by Lin Feng. The map has not changed from the second level, but 4 new portals have been added. The zombies will enter the portal exit on the other side through the portal, and as time passes, the portal will send changes accordingly. This also requires the player to temporarily change the strategy as the portal position changes, reposition the plants, and delay the zombies' attack and eventually destroy the zombies. This is just adding a small design, but it makes the game more interesting, and the experience announced by many players before. All do not apply here. As the portal changes, tactics will no longer be rigid, and various tactics must be applied flexibly. The best places to place plants designed by many players before are all invalidated. Adapting to changes is the only way in the third level. The launch of the third major level has made many players hooked. This allows many players to no longer fix the placement route as before, and then sit quietly waiting for the zombies to be delivered to the door to be eliminated. Although it is relaxed and leisurely, it lacks the excitement and sense of accomplishment. The newly launched third level now gives them a sense of excitement and accomplishment that the previous two levels did not have. In this way, the highest online number of Plants vs. Zombies exceeded 1.2 million. Which once again broke a series of records previously set by Legend. And just such a small casual game, but ascended to the first throne of domestic online games, it makes people dumbfounded. The success of Plants vs. Zombies has also put many online game companies in a dilemma. Should we continue to develop large-scale online games or seize the market for small casual online games? Of course, everyone knows that large-scale online games are king, although small casual online games are highly popular, and have a wide range of players. They also have a fatal weakness, that is, low profits. The casual online game is called a casual online game because it is a casual and relaxing game. It is also destined that most of these players cannot spend too much money on this game. It is impossible to persevere and go crazy like playing other large online games. Want popularity or profit? Choose one of the two, in front of many online game companies. This is a difficult choice, but they don't have much time to think about it. Lam Feng's Second World is constantly eroding market share in both the large-scale online game Legend or the casual online game Plants vs. Zombies. They must choose a breakthrough in exchange for living space. But is there really no profit in casual online games? Lin Feng definitely doesn't think so. Chapter 119: The Core Crisis. Donglin. This is the online report of Plants vs. Zombies. Wu Zhaopu handed Lin Feng a stack of documents before hesitating. During this time, Lin Feng adopted Liu Yingying's advice and redistributed the shares of the Second World. As the CEO of Second World, Wu Zhaopu acquired 5% of the shares of Second World. As the chief planner of Legend, Kui Ming also acquired 5% of the shares. As the head of the company's security department, Wang Meng did not have qualified for the shares, but Lin Feng thanked Wang Meng for his loyalty to the company, and also had a good impression of these soldiers with a sense of justice and passion, and hoped that these soldiers would have a good belonging after dedicating to the country. And Wang Meng is also a very old-fashioned person, and Lin Feng's year-end dividends for his shares are believed to be used by most of these soldiers. Therefore, Wang Meng was also given 3% of the shares, plus Liu Yingying's initial 10% of the shares, and Second World became a joint stock company held by everyone. Although this has caused Lin Feng's assets to shrink slightly, as Liu Yingying said, if a company wants to grow bigger and stronger, and become a global multinational company, it must let its key employees have a sense of belonging and make it home to the company. Work together to fight and loyalty to the company. The distribution company shares are undoubtedly the best way, and also the most popular way. Most of the foreign holding companies will reward the company's key outstanding employees with shares in order to retain these employees and continue to work for the company for a long time. Despite the redistribution of shares, Lin Feng still owns 77% of the shares in the Second World and has the absolute right to speak of the company. Lin Feng glanced at the data report in his hand, and was extremely satisfied with the number of people online in Plants vs. Zombies during this period. As the number of players entering the third level increased, new levels and new challenges made the players hooked, and Lin Feng provided a pause function and a boss button for this, which also made Plants vs. Zombies popular in the office. It has overwhelmed Lian Liancan and has become a must-play game for white-collar workers during office hours. What's the matter? Just say something. Seeing Wu Zhaopu a little restless, Lin Feng knew that something was going to happen to him. This. Wu Zhaopu naturally has something to say. but Lin Feng has always been the same in the company. Although they have a certain amount of right to speak, they have never conflicted with Lin Feng. Wu Xiaopu does not know whether his following remarks will offend Lin Feng. Now the company is developing steadily and thriving. Wu Xiaopu is unwilling to conflict with Lin Feng, which leads to drastic changes in the company and affects its development. Finally, Wu Xiaopu gritted his teeth and expressed his doubts. Mr. Lin, although Plants vs. Zombies has been a great success, it has taken the top spot in domestic online games in a short period of time, but the profit is too low. The monthly fee of 10 yuan per person per month is compared with the server we paid. Compared with employees and a series of other expenses, the profit rate of return is too low, Wu Xiaopu said in his heart. But this is not the point. The point is that its impact on Legend has greatly exceeded our estimates. During this time, the online rate of Legend has been lower than half in the past, with an average of less than 200,000 online users, and there is a continuing downward trend. Wu Xiaopu's face became serious. The impact of this Plants vs. Zombies on other types of online games is so great that it has exceeded everyone's estimates. Lin Feng looked at the data report of Legend and it was also a headache. He did not expect that Plants vs. Zombies would have such a big impact. In particular, the 9 major level system introduced directly divides players into different levels, allowing players to compete with each other and compare each other, which directly leads to the loss of a large number of Legend players and enter the game world of Plants vs. Zombies. At first, Legend players just went to the game for leisure and entertainment and by the way to earn a free Legend point card. Unexpectedly, after playing, they were completely addicted to the game, deeply unable to extricate themselves. What equipment, guilds, and enemies are all left behind. All players have only one goal in their eyes: pass the damn 100 rounds and open the next level. When the next level is opened, the new game mode and the new map are still the hateful 100 rounds. If you hold on to 100 rounds, you can enter the next level. But the initial stage of Plants vs. Zombies is very simple, easy, and leisurely. But it gets harder and harder in the later stage. It is not so easy to pass 100 rounds. After failing the challenge again and again, the resentment in the player's heart is even worse, and he hopes to break through 100 rounds and enter the next level. But after breaking through 100 rounds, it will be a new level and a new challenge of 100 rounds. It will never stop, and the cycle will continue unless you can break through the 9 levels. The most important reason that can make players hate and love is that the setting of 100 rounds is just right. Even if the player sees the hope of passing the level, this help is not so easy to achieve. If you want to give up, you can see that your friends around you are persisting, or you have entered the next level. Who is willing to give up? How can you give up? Persevere, persevere. Continue to persevere. This is also the reason why Plants vs. Zombies is so popular, that it directly harms all other types of online games. Before this wave of Plants vs. Zombies tower defense type online games is over, I am afraid that all other types of online games will be seriously harmed. Lin Feng took a look at the online games of other companies. Except for the popularity of the tower defense casual games of the same type, they were all seriously affected, and some of them were almost stopped. Let a lot of online game companies really love and hate this tower game, with mixed feelings. Then what do you suggest? Lin Feng asked. I suggest that like other online game companies, Plants vs. Zombies should be operated as a quasi-single machine in secret to reduce server load and reduce costs. When the player clears or fails, the game will contact the host internally to upload the record. Wu Xiaopu's suggestion is also an emergency plan that many online game companies have come up with to deal with this popular Plants vs. Zombies fever. This emergency solution can indeed greatly reduce the load of the game on the server and greatly reduce the cost of the operating company. It can even be said that a piece of network bandwidth can be rented privately, and then a few servers can be purchased to operate. However, this scheme also has a fatal weakness. No, in this way, The game will be chaotic. Lin Feng refused without hesitation. Why? Wu Xiaopu was afraid of this, as the various measures that Lam Feng has been implementing in the company have achieved great success. They have also brought huge profits to the company. Wu Xiaopu was afraid that this would give Lin Feng a feeling of absolute self-confidence and pride, and he would not listen to people's words, which is absolutely detrimental to the company's development. Although our company relies on the profits of Legend and has a lot of funds to back it, even if it is greatly affected by Plants vs. Zombies and its popularity continues to be low, the monthly profit of Legend is also huge. Isn't it good for the company to lighten the burden a bit? Almost all online game companies do this. Why should our company be unique and do the opposite? Wu Xiaopu also took it out today. He doesn't want Lin Feng to fall into arrogance realm. The company has a bright future, and Lin Feng is even more likely to become the youngest rich man in the world in the future. He does not want Lin Feng to fall here. To be honest, if Lin Feng is not a rebirth person, he would definitely approve of Wu Xiaopu's suggestion, which now seems to be the most reasonable and correct choice. It's a pity that Lin Feng is a reborn person, and he was once a crazy online game enthusiast, and he understands the player's mentality. Online game players are loyal, but they are also the easiest to defect. Their loyalty and enthusiasm for an online game may last for several years, or even remain unchanged for life. But it is also possible that in an instant, an accidental little thing betrayed, and then completely resisted the game, and even the game operator. What online game players cannot tolerate most is the fraud of online game operators. In particular, secretly modifying the parameters of online games and modifying the data behind the player's back is the most unacceptable thing for players. And it is also the easiest thing to break the hearts of players. The suggestion proposed by Wu Xiaopu is also the most sensible choice of many online game companies at present, but it deceives all players, and it will involve a very serious problem that can cause the entire game system to collapse. Lin Feng tapped his fingers on the table and looked at Wu Xiaopu, who looked like a loyal minister, risking his death to admonish. Although Lin Feng wanted to laugh, it hurt Wu Xiaopu's loyalty and self-esteem. He smiled. His face was serious. Do you think Plants vs. Zombies is an online game or a standalone game? Lin Feng asked. Not to answer. Sometimes the explanation of some questions is not clear. It is better to change the technique and ask the other person to find the answer from his own answer. Of course it's an online game. If it's a standalone game, who would spend 10 yuan a month? Wu Xiaopu immediately replied, but he was so stunned that he suddenly realized his mind. But originally this game could be operated off the mainframe, so there is nothing wrong with our modification. Although Wu Xiaopu is still explaining, he feels guilty. Then what if a player finds a game that can be operated on a standalone player, but insists that they spend money to play it? In particular, the operator secretly changes it into a quasi-single-player game behind the player's back, so that it can run off the network. Finally, after logging into the host and uploading the records, what would the players think? Lin Feng continued to ask. This. Wu Xiaopu's forehead was sweating coldly. If this is the case, I am afraid that the player will riot because of this. Although you will not really go to online game companies to make trouble, at least in the hearts of players, the image and status of online game operators will plummet. But even if we don't do this, and all online game companies in the industry have done so, we will inevitably be implicated at that time, and players will not believe us. The more he thinks about it, the more terrifying Wu Xiaopu feels. Now many online game companies are like this, but the players have not found it yet. Once the players finally discover that under the riots, the second world must be the target of the target, and it must be the company most questioned and vilified by players. So we have to plan ahead. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly. These damn online game companies, this time they want to completely disrupt the market. Lin Feng bitterly cursed. Chapter 120 The Harm of Gold Fingers. Lin Feng can see the potential crisis of quasi-single machine operation of online games. Can other online game companies not see it? Of course not. There is never a shortage of smart people in this world. Naturally, some people can see the hidden crisis in this world. But they resolutely chose to do this. In addition to the company's limited funds and the helpless choice of too low profits to operate, it was more of a hatred of the second world. Why is the second world after the legend grabbed the absolute market share? A casual online game can also occupy so much market share, almost monopolizing the entire market. Although there are still tower defense games launched by several companies that hold up the banner of resistance to the second world and avoid the emergence of the second world dominating online games, these companies are always free of charge. The price to maintain the current situation. Therefore, many online game companies unanimously chose to modify it as a quasi-single-player game. Although it will be discovered by players sooner or later, they are not afraid. Originally, they didn't have much profit, and even lost money to make yelling. No matter how fierce the players were, it didn't matter to them. It is the second world that is really affected, and Lin Feng is the one who took the helm. Players are blind and easily impulsive. As long as they properly provoke at the time, the players will eventually vent all this sneered grievance to the second world, and then they can sit back and enjoy their achievements. Even if it messed up the casual online game market, they didn't care. Barefoot people are not afraid to wear shoes. Many online game companies have this mentality: since you make us unable to make money, we also make you unable to make money. This idea is extremely dirty. This method is extremely despicable. But in this era when shopping malls are like battlefields, intrigue and deceit, their approach is understandable. But they are gambling with the integrity of an online game company. Of course, there will be too much trouble at the time, and these online game companies can go to reapply for a license and relist under a different name. On the contrary, if the second world crashes down during these crises, it will not be so easy to set up the second world brand. Don't talk about the 4 heavenly kings at that time. I am afraid that the 8 heavenly kings will not be able to restore the credibility of the second world. Prepare for the rain? Wu Zhaopu was taken aback. Yes, we have to take precautions. Before the crisis breaks out, we will give players vaccinations in advance. Lin Feng nodded and said, I will publish an official message immediately to warn players not to use cheating tools such as cheat, otherwise we will after 3 warnings. The account will be permanently blocked. Goldfinger? Wu Zhaopu was taken aback. He rarely played games and didn't know what a Goldfinger was. Cheat is a game modification tool. It was originally a modification tool for Game Boy GB and Nintendo Dual Screen NDS series handheld game consoles produced by Nintendo. This tool can be used to modify the content of the game, allowing players to quickly increase their money, power, level, and props. Later, it spread to computer games and other platforms, and many players collectively referred to similar modification tools as Goldfingers. Wu Zhaopu was surprised when he heard this. He couldn't believe that he needed to use modification tools in order to play a game. Would it still be fun to play? Why bother to play? Mr. Wu, this is the pleasure of playing games for a long time. After playing for a long time, you will know that when you can't overcome a game repeatedly, you can use the golden finger to modify the instant of passing a level or defeating a strong enemy. That kind of pleasure is unparalleled, but it will also greatly reduce the fun of the game. Lin Feng sighed. Does Lin Dong mean that Plants vs. Zombies will also be used by players with this golden finger? After listening to Lin Feng's explanation, Wu Zhaopu knew well about the destruction of online games by the golden finger. This is like a player in a game suddenly having an artifact in his hand, and it is the kind of artifact that can sweep everything. Although the players who use the gold finger are cool, but it destroys the balance of the game, which is absolutely unfair to other players. At that time, if you use gold fingers to modify, then how fun this game can be. Not now. Because the game has been connected to the host computer, as soon as the client reacts abnormally, the GM will immediately find the abnormality and terminate the player's game window. Lin Feng said this, his face became cold, But if change it to a quasi-single-player game, this kind of cheats will surely prevail for a while. HMPH. They are digging their own graves. This is also the biggest crisis of quasi-single-player games. Without the real-time supervision of GM, it is impossible to stop the prevalence of cheats, especially after Lin Feng launched 9 levels to divert the players. The competition among players has become more and more popular. A game, after all, some people are good at it, some people are not good at it, but no one wants to be compared with others. But what if you are really inferior to others? Naturally, I thought of using gold fingers, for the sake of face and honor. Even if you spend money, you would not hesitate to spend, and this directly stimulated the derivation of the gold finger market. Wu Xiaopu nodded secretly. Once the gold finger prevailed, the game system would completely collapse. I am afraid that 100 rounds can pass 1000 rounds. Thinking of that scene, Wu Xiaopu felt ashamed. At that time, the loss will not be popularity. I am afraid that even a company's creditworthiness will be completely lost, and I am afraid that it is not a certain company that is implicated, but the entire online game market. Thinking of this, Wu Xiaopu's face is even more worried. The second world is now the dominant player in the domestic online game industry. No matter what happens, the second world is the first to bear the brunt, even if everything has nothing to do with the second world. The same will be implicated. I want to go back by the wind, and I fear Kyang Lu Yu, and the heights are too cold. This is Sushai Shui Tiao Song 2, but it can describe the current second world situation. Lin Feng witnessed Wu Xiaopu's worries, and he knew his worries well. But for this, Lin Feng was also very helpless. This time, many online game companies broke the boat, digging their graves and gambling. Lin Feng was also helpless. Don't worry too much. Let's take one step at a time. We can only act by chance, Lin Feng said comfortingly. Wu Xiaopu knew that it could only be so now. Now that it is a matter of time, the second world cannot be changed at all. The so-called second world affects the whole body. With the current status and reputation of the second world, I will never dare to act rashly. Of course, this is mainly because the tower defense games like Plants vs. Zombies are now too popular. Faced with tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of players, no one can guarantee how the players will react at that time, and no one knows the ultimate to what extent it will develop. You can only watch the changes and act according to the situation. By the way, after half an hour, all servers will be disconnected every hour in turn. Lin Feng suddenly called to Wu Xiaopu, who was about to leave. Wu Xiaopu was taken aback, not understanding what it meant. I just help the players understand that our Plants vs. Zombies is an absolute online game. Once disconnected, it will not be able to play. Lin Feng smiled. Wu Xiaopu aftertastes for a moment, then understands immediately and laughs. This method is good, and it can at least minimize the involvement and harm in the impending crisis. Crisis is also an opportunity, and perhaps this time is also an opportunity for the second world to take off again. Wu Xiaopu thought to himself. Half an hour later, everyone who was struggling to overcome the second level of Plants vs. Zombies suddenly went dark and a few large characters popped out. Sorry, your network is down. Please wait a few minutes. We are contacting the host. 3 cute Q version girls came out, looking at the many players in front of the screen with their pitiful and innocent eyes open. The game player who originally wanted to scold his mother because of interrupting them was suddenly unable to swear. So cute, everyone exclaimed. The 3 girls in the Q version are either Lizu, Linzu and Huang Meixi. The Q version makes the 3 particularly cute. However, the characteristics of the 3 girls are still maintained. The pure and lovely Lizu, the sexy and enchanting Linzu, and the melancholy and noble Huang Meixi. The picture on the screen ticked and ticked over time. The 3 girls moved over the table and chairs. Linzu started cleaning. Huang Meixi didn't know what was painted on the table, and Lisa ran to the kitchen, busy cooking. The 3 girls are busy with each other, but they outline a warm family scene. Hello, the network has been reconnected. you can continue the game, and I hope that I will forgive you for any interruptions." When the screen turned on, a few lines of large characters appeared. For some reason, everyone felt a little regretful. They wanted to know what the three goddesses did afterwards. At this moment, the screen went dark again. The three girls have finished everything. Lin Zui was holding the broom, spitting out his tongue, dripping with sweat, his face flushed, and he smiled at the people in front of the screen. Li Zhu was holding a plate of steaming delicacy, showing a gesture of inviting you to taste it, while Huang Meixi turned over the drawing board that had been painting on the table just now. There is a painting above. In the painting, butterflies are flying in a field. A girl is cleaning, a girl is busy cooking, and the other girl is busy serving tea and pouring water, and a monitor in the middle of the screen sits in front of a man who can't see his face, enjoying the three girls contentedly. Service, and the computer screen in front of the man displayed a line of words. Second world, look forward to your support forever. Wow! Everyone sighed. And the man inside was so happy that the three goddesses were surrounded by him. The wolves howled for a while, but they began to yell in their hearts, thinking that the boy in the painting was themselves. "Woo, we must support the second world and always support the second world." Everyone crowed in unison. Afterwards, although the internet was restored, everyone's enthusiasm for the game declined slightly, and their minds were full of the scene in the painting just now, and they imagined that they could one day become the boy in the painting. "Oh, no, I have 99 rounds. My fourth level." Suddenly there was a miserable cry. Everyone hurriedly gathered their minds and began to continue their research. With the disconnection of Wu's Epus manipulation, this situation occurred in the major internet cafes one after another. At first, everyone was extremely dissatisfied with the sudden disconnection, but in the end they calmed down under the comfort of the three extremely cute Kvishin goddesses, and also subtly accepted the belief in supporting the second world. All of this was originally an idea that Wu Zhaopu came up with temporarily, to give everyone a space for Yi. Unexpectedly, it played a big role today. What Wu Zhaopu couldn't think of was that a large number of players would pull out the network cable afterwards and wait for the 3Q version goddesses to appear, just to see the warm picture more. The butterfly effect has been slowly changing the world, and the system crash caused by cheats and the integrity problems caused by quasi-single-player games are also slowly accumulating, waiting for the day of the outbreak. Chapter 121 ? The time bomb of tower defense games may explode at any time. But Lin Feng has tried his best, and now he can only obey his fate. "Mr. Lin, Net Shield has been successfully developed. Please come and take a look." As soon as Lin Feng arrived at the company early in the morning, Li Yuan called, his voice filled with excitement. Lin Feng was also extremely excited when he heard the news. In this way, the second world bid farewell to the dilemma of relying on other companies' firewalls for a living. Although this newly developed Net Shield may have some problems, all source code has absolute autonomy, and there is no need to worry about leaving a backdoor inside and being used by others. After arriving at NetShield Cybersecurity, Li Yuan commanded a group of technicians to test with excitement, clasping his hands and staring at the screen motionless. "How's it going?" Lin Feng glanced at the screen, but with Lin Feng's computer level, he couldn't see why, so he asked directly, President Lin, look, our NetShield can check and kill almost all viruses and Trojan horse programs on the market, and even unknown viruses. The NetShield can also be analyzed and killed." Li Yuan is proud say. But how do I think this interface is so similar to Ruxin?" How does Lin Feng think that this interface is similar to Ruxin's antivirus software? Haha, Mr. Lin, I have been busy debugging the internal code during this period, so I just used Ruxin's on the interface. Li Yuan scratched his head embarrassedly. Li Yuan was originally Ruxin's technical director, so he would do whatever he knew. "Well, is there any problem with the core program now?" Lin Feng asked. "There is no problem. As long as you change the interface, you can go on sale." Li Yuan said affirmatively. "Well, then first change the interface, and then first install the NIT shield for our own company before going public. Lin Feng was delighted. At last there is good news. Yes, but President Lin, I have an unrelenting request. Li Yuan nodded and said yes, and then said, Wang Hai from the security department is also proficient in network security and protection, I think. Can he be transferred? Wang Hai? Lin Feng was stunned. After thinking for a while, he finally remembered that when Li Zu was blocked in Xiujiahui Square before, it was the high-frequency transmitter that Wang Hai modified to break through. It is said that he had invaded the US military network. Okay, I'll talk to Wang Meng later. Of course, it depends on what Wang Hai means. Lin Feng nodded and agreed, turning his head to talk to Wang Meng. Wang Meng asked Wang Hai what he meant. Wang Hai was indeed more interested in high technology such as computers, so he agreed now. Lin Feng also gave Wang Hai a position of Deputy Minister of Technology. Ha, Brother Hai, you finally came. You master, I don't want to waste it in vain. Seeing Wang Hai came, Li Yuan was very happy. Both of them are particularly interested in computer networks, so the two have a close relationship with each other personally and exchange their experiences. Therefore, Li Yuan also knows that Wang Hai has real talents. However, Li Yuan is good at network protection, while Wang Hai is good at network intrusion. The two have slightly different expertise. Xiaoyan, the plugin I told you last time, did you add it to the main program of NetShield? Wang Hai asked suddenly. Li Yuan suddenly looked weird, looked around, and whispered, Brother Hai, we are a network security company. Our purpose is to protect users' computers, not to catch hackers. The best defense is offense. As long as you can catch those hackers, Trojan horses and intrusions will naturally disappear. Wang Hai said firmly. Wang Hai-jun was born, but he is not a stereotyped soldier in the traditional sense. He has his own opinions in doing things. He has always believed that eliminating evil in the bud is the best way to reduce it. Of course, his personality is also the reason why it is difficult to tolerate the army. But the same was true for the group of people that Wang Men brought. Although they are all hot-blooded soldiers, they are too hot-blooded to be accepted by the troops. The two had a dispute. It turned out that Wang Hai had previously handed Li Yuan a small piece of software that was a seamless plugin and could be perfectly added to the main program of NetShield. This program was named Poison Stinger by Wang Hai, which means that whoever wants to attack the host installed with this program will be severely stabbed, and it is extremely poisonous. This small program can quickly find the real IP address of the attacker through layers of shells. However, this little software, like its name, is only used for attacks, not for defense. Therefore, Li Yuan feels that adding this software is purely redundant. For ordinary users, they don't use this software at all. But for some people, if NetShield adds this software, it will probably be used by those who are interested, and it will inevitably bring disaster to the company. In the end, the two of them were in a stalemate on this issue and had to hand the issue to Lin Feng. After Lin Feng listened to it, he felt Wang Meng's Poison Stinger little software was very interesting, so he asked Li Yuan to add it to the NetShield main program, but added the NetShield of Poison Stinger. It is installed on the company's server host. As for the NetShield protection software that is on the market, the Stinger plugin is not added. Otherwise, there will be a big mess. After Lin Feng made the decision, the two of them had no opinion. Feel at ease to test the software. Not long after Li Yuan and Wang Hai left, Bao Jianfeng, CEO of Lin Feng's Starting Point Chinese network, rushed over again, with a miserable expression on his face. What's wrong? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Starting Point Chinese network has been running very well, especially after the signing of the full attendance award. The number of registered authors has exploded. In just a few months, the number of registered authors has exceeded 60,000, and more than 100,000 copies have been uploaded. A large number of excellent works have emerged. The number has exceeded 10 million, and the daily hit rate has exceeded 100 million. It has become the leader of China's online literature. This also makes other literary websites look at the horrible click-through rate of Starting Point Chinese network, and sigh with infinite resentment. Mr. Lin, there are two problems. First, the Starting Point is developing too fast, especially the reward system that you can get the perfect attendance award after signing the contract, which greatly stimulates the author's creative enthusiasm, and a large number of excellent works have emerged, such as Zikuan, The World of Mercenary, Legend of Little Soldiers, etc. But there are too many good works. Do we continue to sign contracts now? Bao Jianfeng is happy and worried about the prosperity of Starting Point Chinese network today. Didn't I say that, as long as it is a good work, we will sign a contract? What we want now is to win popularity and establish a brand image. Lin Feng frowned. Well, the key is that there are too many good works. We have already signed more than 500 works. If we continue to sign, I am afraid that there will be more than 1,000. At that time, I am afraid that the monthly perfect attendance award will be. Bao Jianfeng did not say the rest. This it is also his worry. Lin Feng's system of earning a full attendance award after signing a contract has greatly stimulated the author's creative passion and enthusiasm, and at the same time has brought a heavy economic burden to Starting Point Chinese network, which is now losing millions of dollars a month. Moreover, as the popularity of the website increases, the number of registered authors increases, and excellent works continue to emerge, I am afraid this economic burden will become even heavier. At this time, Starting Point Chinese network did not have any profitable projects at all. Regarding Bao Jianfeng's concerns, Lin Feng shook his head secretly. Obviously, he has not really understood the future development potential of online literature, and he does not even know what he is after. Continue to sign, as long as it is a good work. We will sign. In order to strengthen Bao Jianfeng's confidence, Lin Feng gave Bao Jianfeng a bottom. Last time I injected 10 million in capital, I will inject another 40 million in. I only one request. Starting Point Chinese network must become the best online literature site in China, and I want to let the authors know that I do not want to run this website to squeeze their hard-earned money for writing. I just provide them with a platform to show their talents. Bao Jianfeng nodded and continued. The second problem is that there are too many hacking on other websites, and all the works we signed have been hacked. How can we solve this copyright issue? Bao Jianfeng said helplessly. Bao Jianfeng also sent a letter to warn those hot-linking websites, but none of the websites removed the works signed at the Starting Point from the website after receiving the letter, which made Bao Jianfeng very helpless. If you sue, there are thousands of hotlink sites, big or small. How can you sue? This cost too much money, but without prosecution, the works I signed have been stolen by other websites wantonly, and I feel unwilling to do so. This problem is indeed very difficult, and the problem of piracy is really normal in China. Although the country has clear laws and regulations, it is too difficult to ban it. There are many reasons for this, but Lin Feng decided to crack down on piracy, otherwise all his future plans will be blocked. Moreover, he spends his own money, but let other websites enjoy it, which makes Lin Feng unwilling. Don't worry about this. During this period of time, I am appointing a team of lawyers to collect evidence. When the evidence is collected, I will sue all the websites at once. Lin Feng hammered down the table fiercely. Bao Jianfeng was naturally relieved after hearing this, but he was still not optimistic about what effect this event could achieve in the end, and could only hope that good results could be achieved. By the way, President Lin, the number of views is too large now, and the server is already a bit tight, and we need to add a few more sets of servers. Bao Jianfeng suddenly remembered that many readers and authors have complained about login difficulties, especially during the peak period of the night. Overloading causes serious delays in the login of authors and readers, or no response at all. Add servers. A server doesn't cost much. We can't be savage in this respect, and no matter how economical we are, we can't save in this respect. We must ensure that the server of Starting Point Chinese network is unimpeded at all times. Lin the Wind said. Bao Jianfeng agreed with this point. It is indeed annoying that it is difficult to land at peak times. Why should the website care about such a small amount of money? By the way, in a few days, people from NetShield Cybersecurity will go to your place to replace the network protection software, and then you will coordinate. Yep. After solving the matter, Lin Feng glanced at an invitation from the auction house sent on the table. This is an invitation from one of SH's most famous auction houses. Generally, only the powerful and powerful in SH are invited. Lin Feng didn't expect that he would actually get this invitation letter, which surprised Lin Feng, but also a little more proud, indicating that his achievements have been recognized by some people in SH. Since there are invitations, let's check it out, see what is being auctioned, and meet the powerful and powerful of SH. Chapter 122 The Extraordinary Auction House. Sorry, there are only 2 changes today, and there will be a dinner in the evening. Thank you for your support. Extraordinary Auction House. Most people in Shanghai have never heard of it, but anyone with great wealth must have heard of the name of Extraordinary Auction House. This Extraordinary Auction House, as its name suggests, auctions all extraordinary objects, which are items that ordinary people will never use in their entire lives. Luxury goods. Only luxury goods are auctioned here, and they are the top luxury ones. And this extraordinary auction house also has a strange rule that all auction items must be paid on the spot to prevent unsold auctions. For this reason, those who can be invited by the extraordinary auction house are the powerful people in Shanghai. Most people who come to Shanghai to work hard and obtain a certain status are proud of receiving the invitation letter from the extraordinary auction house. This represents you has already stepped into the threshold of Shanghai's upper-class society. At first, Lin Feng didn't know that this invitation letter would be so tempting. When he casually took the invitation letter to think about who to take to the auction house, Wu Zhaopu saw it and looked shocked. After Wu Zhaopu's excited explanation, Lin Feng understood the meaning behind this invitation letter. Since it is an invitation letter representing the threshold of entering Shanghai's upper-class society, Lin Feng must go. As the company develops, if Lin Feng wants to establish a firm foothold in Shanghai, he must make friends with these powerful figures. The extraordinary auction house is to give all those who come to Shanghai to develop and make certain achievements an opportunity to enter Shanghai's upper-class society. As for the extraordinary auction behavior, no one knows. But there is no doubt that in a few years, this has become an important occasion for Shanghai's upper-class social communication. Extraordinary Auction House also has an unwritten rule that all new members must take an item at the first auction to show their financial resources and strength. If you don't shoot, you will be despised by other rich people, and you will never get the chance to set foot in this circle again. And every time they target new members, other wealthy people will tacitly drive up prices. One is to show their financial resources, and the other is to suppress the newcomer and tell him who the real person in Shanghai is. Of course, in this way, new members will definitely suffer, but they can get in touch with many dignitaries who usually have no chance to meet, which is definitely beneficial to their career development. Calculated in this way, it can be said to be mutually beneficial. Donglin, you only remember one thing. You must take a picture of an item in it, otherwise you will be looked down upon by other rich people, and may even affect the company's development in Shanghai. Wu Zhaopu looked at the extraordinary invitation letter with a lot of emotion. This is not only a hot potato, but also an opportunity. Lin Feng listened for a moment. He didn't expect this extraordinary auction house to have such weird rules, but since these are the rules of others, they can only abide by them. It's not just a luxury. You can only buy one for hundreds of thousands of dollars with your own net worth. The things you can't use are not too extravagant. Oh, one more thing. The owner of the extraordinary auction house helps that his shop is a place for the upper-class social elites to communicate, and does not want any unsuitable scenes. Therefore, the owner, no matter what difficulties you face in it, You have to control it. Feeling down, Wu Zhaopu said, "This extraordinary boss rarely knows who he really is, but Zhu Zhenghai, the richest man in Shanghai, doesn't dare to be too presumptuous in it." Scare. Lin Feng was taken aback when he heard this. He didn't expect that the Behindthesens boss of this extraordinary auction house was so powerful that even Shanghai's richest man Zhu Zhenghai would not dare to behave in it. It is no wonder that an auction house has so many rules. Lin Feng nodded, indicating that he understood. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Feng took Lisa to the extraordinary auction house. I have to say that the extraordinary auction house is where the upper class gathers. Lin Feng's Mercedes-Benz S600 can be said to be the most inconspicuous car here. Most of the cars parked here are luxury cars like Bentley. Bentley's car is most praised for its excellent craftsmanship and harsh selection of materials. Each car needs at least 400 high-quality cow hides, which is about 15 cows, and the required wood is made of high-quality walnut burr. The domestic Bentley 728 extended version is priced at 8.88 million yuan, and the flagship version of the elegant Mulliner 728 is priced at 11.18 million yuan. The sales volume of this car in mainland China ranks first in the world, and most of them are sold. Rich people in Shanghai, Beijing and other places buy it. "Hello, sir, please show your invitation letter." The waiter at the door was gentle and polite, showing the upper-class atmosphere in his gestures. Lin Feng was stunned secretly. Even the quality of a doorman is so high. This extraordinary auction house is indeed not simple. After presenting the invitation letter, Lin Feng and Li Zhu were taken in by a tall and beautiful young woman wearing a cheongsam. However, Wang Meng, who came with him, had to stay outside and wait for Lin Feng because of the extraordinary auction house rules. Lin Feng could clearly see that these doormen and the female welcoming lady recognized Li Zhu, but their expressions did not change at all, still upholding their duties, and their high quality made Lin Feng amazed. After passing through several antique corridors, Lin Feng came to an extremely luxuriously decorated hall with brilliant lamp walls, but an extremely elegant hall. When Lin Feng and Lise arrived, a lot of people had already arrived here. All of them were well dressed, and the female companions around them were all young and beautiful. According to their relationship, they got together in small groups without talking or talking loudly. Noisy, just drinking red wine and communicating in a low voice. Everyone naturally saw Lin Feng and others coming. Except for occasionally a few people who gave Lisa a stunning glance, most of them turned a blind eye to Lin Feng. "Brother Lin, I'm a little nervous." Lisa came to this occasion for the first time, knowing that all the people present were Shanghai's influential figures, and his heart was inevitably nervous. He grabbed Lin Feng's arm and didn't know what to do. Friends, don't be nervous, I'm here for the first time. But there is nothing to be nervous about. They are just ordinary people with more money and more power. Although Lin Feng is the first time to come to this kind of occasion, but his career success gave Lin Feng absolute confidence. Maybe now am I not as good as them in some aspects, but I will definitely surpass these people in the future. Lin Feng has global ambitions, so naturally he will not be frightened by these rich men in front of him. "Hey, old dong, did you see it? It seems to be a new member." A middle-aged man looked at Lin Feng secretly while holding red wine. Lao Li, I think you are fancy that little girl." Lao Dong is in his 50s and knows what this old friend beside him is like. Hey, everyone knows the love of beauty. Old Li did not deny, and instead drank the red wine in his glass. "We will see if this newcomer is eligible to enter our circle later. It is not so easy to enter our circle." The other groups of people, like this old Dong and old Li, looked at Lin Feng secretly, thinking about how they would tease Lin Feng when they waited. They also came here before, and now that new members come, they will naturally not let go of the opportunity to reorganize new members. However, there was a pair of greedy eyes staring at Lisa in the crowd, ignoring the dissatisfaction of the sexy woman around him. Lin Feng didn't know anyone. Seeing that everyone was ignoring him, he didn't bother to get hot and cold, and pulled Lisa to sit down comfortably. It was rare to have time to spare, so he was going to date Lisa this time. Anyway, although there are many people here, it is extremely quiet, and with elegance everywhere, it is also a good place for dating. While chatting and joking with Lisa, Lin Feng accidentally discovered a person Zhu Zhengyai, the richest man in Shanghai. Lin Fengnin discovered that Zhu Zhengyai, besides his little Beige's hairstyle, the woman next to him was the reason Lin Feng paid attention to Zhu Zhengyai. The woman next to Zhu Zhengyai is no one else, she is Yang Gongru, a Taiwanese actress who has recently become popular. Seeing Yang Gong nestling next to Zhu Zhengyai like a bird, Lin Feng sighed with emotion. It seems that the gossip about Yang Gongru and Zhu Zhengyai in the newspaper I read before Rebirth was not groundless. After a while, the lights dimmed, and the waiters brought mellow red wine and carefully prepared French meals, and the auction tonight officially began. This is also the characteristic of extraordinary auctions, auctions in a wonderful dinner. First of all, let me introduce tonight's new members, the chairman of Second World, Lin Feng, and Dong Lin, the chairman of Dingdong.com and the chairman of the Starting Point fast food chain. The auctioneer opened the opening and introduced Lin Feng loudly. Cooperating to reach Lin Feng, Lin Feng smiled and stood up to signal to everyone. Lin Feng was not surprised that the extraordinary auction house was able to find out its details. Even the extraordinary auction house, which even Shanghai's richest man Zhu Zhengyai dared not presumptuously, is a joke if he can't find out his own details. There was a round of applause. This is the rule of the extraordinary auction house and welcomed the new members. Of course, if Lin Feng does not buy a luxury item to go home later, I am afraid that his company will encounter a lot of difficulties in Shanghai from now on. Under the focus of the light, Lin Feng did not notice that Zhu Zhengyai, the richest man in Shanghai, glanced at Lin Feng after hearing Lin Feng's introduction, but his eyes were a bit of disgust and disdain. After the introduction, the auctioneer directly started tonight's theme. Tonight, as usual, a total of 9 items will be auctioned. Friends who need it, please start as soon as possible. The auctioneer said this, actually giving Lin Feng a secret signal. This is also the extraordinary auction house rules and a little care for new members. In each auction, the extraordinary auction house only auctions 9 items. If the new member is not strong, it is best to buy the first item. Otherwise, the price of the following items will become more and more expensive, which is very likely to cause the new member to not be able to take pictures. This is also what extraordinary auction houses try to avoid. Of course, the later things you photograph, the more you can show your financial resources, and be recognized by everyone, and the sooner you can join the circle. The first auction item was a set of Wedgwood bone china, a teapot, and 4 tea bowls. Wedgwood bone chinaware uses animal bone meal as the main raw material, and its endurance is amazing. 4 coffee cups can hold a 15-ton earth-carrying truck. Of course, the price is also extremely expensive. In specialty stores in mainland China, a Wedgwood porcelain bowl sells for thousands of yuan. Of course, this set to be auctioned tonight will naturally not be ordinary Wedgwood bone china, but a gift presented to Emperor Qianlong when the British mission went to China in 1793. However, the 4 tea bowls have been lost, and only the teapot is the original product. Later, someone imitated the 4 tea bowls with a set. This set of Wedgwood bone china, with only the teapot in its original form, has a starting price of 300,000 yuan, and the bid price must not be less than 10,000 yuan. Chapter 123. 300,000 to buy a set of tea breakers. Lin Feng only feel dizzy. But what made Lin Feng faint even more was that such a set of tea breakers was instantly photographed at a high price of 700,000 yuan. It should be understood that except for the teapot which was used by Emperor Qianlong in the past, the other 4 tea bowls are just imitations. However, perhaps it was because the teapot was soaked in the dragon qi of Lord Qianlong, which was also the reason why this broken tea vessel was fired so high in an instant. At 820,000, Lin Feng was in a daze, and the price of this tea set soared again. But when the price reached this point, the auctioneer suddenly stopped and asked loudly, "Dong Lin, I wonder if you are interested in buying this set of tea utensils contaminated with Qianlong's dragon chi. It's not bad to buy it and experience the emperor at home. Lin Feng shook his head to indicate that he was not interested. If it's gems, maybe Lin Feng will buy it, but Lin Feng is really not interested in this set of broken porcelain. Of course, the auctioneer's question was also in good faith, reminding Lin Feng to take the auction if the financial resources were insufficient. If Lin Feng signals to buy now, other people generally won't fight again, but it would be even more difficult for Lin Feng to integrate into this circle. History has proved that the rich people who bought the items in the first round of auctions, although their company has not been embarrassed by other rich people, it is difficult to quickly integrate into this circle. Seeing that Lin Feng was not interested, everyone was also intrigued. Playing around with newcomers at each auction is one of the most interesting activities at auctions. Especially the later the newcomer auctions, the better, and they will have more fun playing. In the end, this set of Wedgwood bone china was sold by Dongfeng Xian, the president of the Oriental Group, for a price of 990,000. Originally, 810,000 was called by Dongfeng Xian. When the auctioneer was about to drop the hammer, Dongfeng Xian called another 990,000. He said that the largest number in China was 9. This teapot was used by Qianlong. 990,000 will do. Regarding this, Lin Feng was fainted. Just for auspiciousness, I actually spent 170,000 more. The mentality of these upper-class people is really beyond ordinary people can think about. But there was a burst of kind laughter from the audience, and it was obvious that this was not the first time this happened. The item in the second round of auctions is a bottle of Clive Christian perfume, the best perfume of the famous French brand Christian Dior, which was customized by Spice Girl Victoria, but this bottle is more expensive. The annual output is only 1,000 bottles, and the starting price is 10,000 yuan. Lin Feng wanted to photograph this bottle of perfume for Lizu, but Lizu was really surprised at the price of this bottle of perfume and forcibly rejected Lin Feng's idea of buying it. In the end, this bottle of perfume was sold for 1.01 million. After the third round, Lin Feng did not shoot. After the fourth round, Lin Feng still did not shoot. After the fifth round, Lin Feng still didn't find anything he liked. After the sixth round, Lin Feng kept shaking his head. Most of these luxury goods were things that Lin Feng could not accept in his mind. For example, underwear studded with diamonds was eventually photographed by a rich man for a jaw-dropping 6 million yuan. Lin Feng didn't know what this person was doing. Can you wear this kind of diamond-encrusted underwear? In the past 6 rounds, although Lin Feng didn't shoot anything, he didn't even have the meaning of raising a sign, but he had a deep understanding of the meaning of luxury goods. For these wealthy people, luxury goods are just decorations that satisfy their vanity and prove their success. After all, the money is more than a certain amount, which is a number. It is very empty and very ethereal. It is better to replace it with these sparkles. Things that shine are more pleasant. But there is one thing to admit, whether it is ordinary people or these super rich people, like the giant dragons in Western legends, people have an instinctive love for these shiny lights. In the first 6 rounds, the auctioneer reminded Lin Feng every time when the price was about the same, but Lin Feng turned a deaf ear to it, which also made many rich people very happy. In the last 3 rounds, the auctioneer had no right to terminate the auction forcibly. They could raise the price without restriction, and Lin Feng, as a new member, had to buy an item, which also made everyone excited. It's been a long time since I met a newcomer with such personality and aggressiveness. The last time it dates back to Zhu Zhengyai in 1999. That year, Zhu Zhengyai was dubbed the richest man in Shanghai by the celebrity Zhao Jinping. From then on, the name of the richest man in Shanghai fell on Zhu Zhengyai. No matter how many rich people are unhappy, they belong to the boring generation. The greatest joy in life now is to look at other people's bad luck and find pleasure from the pain of others. This is also the greatest joy in life, witnessing the bloodshot eyes and excited expressions of many rich men, Lin Feng secretly said that it was not good. I started from scratch, and the money I made was hard work. It is not the richest people on the Heran rich list. They can have billions or even tens of billions of assets out of thin air. Therefore, in the first few rounds, Lin Feng really didn't like these inexplicable luxury goods, so he has not been photographed. But at this moment, suddenly remembering the weird rules of this extraordinary auction house, he secretly murmured in his heart, "I am afraid that in the last 3 rounds, these rich men will not easily let go of themselves." In the 7th round of auctions, the famous French artist and jewelry designer Bernard, a royal diamond chess designed by Marcun can be called the most expensive chess in the world. Under the guidance of Marcun, more than 30 skilled craftsmen spent about 4,500 hours to make it. A total of 9,900 black and white diamonds totaling 186.09 carats and 1,168.75 grams of gems. The starting price was 3.5 million yuan, 4 million. As soon as the auctioneer signaled, someone called out the price of 4 million, 5 million, 6 million. Lin Feng saw that the price of this so-called royal diamond chess soared like a rocket, and knew that he had to make a move. If he didn't make a move, he would be killed by these people. Their money is coming quickly, but their own money is hard-earned. Seeing that Lin Feng seemed to raise his hands, many wealthy people were immediately happy. Originally, they were so crazy to raise prices for the sake of playing Lin Feng. If Lin Feng did not make a move, they would not have much fun. Humphrey, want to punish me? Let's take a fight today. Lin Feng looked at the faces of the rich, and he secretly felt ruthless in his heart. 30 million. Lin Feng raised his hand and reported an offer that shocked the audience. Hiss. There was a cold absorption in the audience, with a look of astonishment, looking at Lin Feng in disbelief. The auctioneer was also in a daze, looking up and down Lin Feng, sighing again and again. The newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. I am afraid this time it will suffer. They have estimated that Lin Feng's assets are at the extraordinary auction, and now they are only about 300,500 million in assets. Compared with these billions or even tens of billions of super rich people, Lin Feng is still just sprouting. It's just a small tree. Lin Feng was invited to the extraordinary auction because of his potential. The Feifeng auction house has estimated that if Lin Feng's second world, Ding Dong, and Qianli fast food chain are listed, their assets will probably not be less than RMB 50 billion, which will definitely exceed all the supermarkets in the venue. The rich man. And the most important point is that Lin Feng has just turned 21 now, so he is too young. And Lin Feng's series of investments in the market in the past 2 years have proved his unique vision and decisiveness. This is also the most important reason why the extraordinary auction house invited Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng has great potential for development, but now he should never fight against such a rich man. It is really unwise. When many super rich people saw Lin Feng's action, they were slightly shocked, and suddenly screamed like sharks smelling blood. The price of 30 million yuan is far more than the value of this royal diamond chess, but they are very happy. Especially it has been a long time since I have seen such a newcomer with personality dare to face them head-on in the last 3 rounds. 40 million, 50 million. Everyone increased their prices one after another, as if Lin Feng would not give up. 200 million. Lin Feng smiled coldly, raised his hand, and once again reported a number that shocked the audience. Everyone took another sharp breath, and their eyes were almost straight. 200 million. This number has not appeared before, but they are all luxury goods that are truly worth the price. And this royal diamond chess, at most 15 million, has been photographed at 200 million, which is crazy. This young man is crazy. Does he have so much money? Everyone murmured in their hearts. The phenomenon of cold field is rare in the scene. 200 million. For these super rich people, 200 million is not unavailable, but it is by no means a small number. For this apparently worthless royal diamond chess, 200 million is spent. These people are not so stupid. When the auctioneer saw the expressions of many rich men, He felt a little in his heart, knowing that these rich men might not bid any more. However, although Lin Feng successfully photographed this pair of royal diamond chess, he will certainly be recognized by these people later, but the price is too great. I am afraid that the operation of his company will also be affected. Not worth. Unwise. The auctioneer secretly lowered Lin Feng's evaluation by a few points. Li Zu was shocked when he heard Lin Feng's bid for 200 million yuan. Although she is not a senior executive of the company, she also knows that Lin Feng has limited funds on hand. The maximum expenditure tonight is 50 million. This is also the maximum amount that Wu Xiaopu and others can spend carefully without affecting the normal operation of the company. 50 million can enter the circle of Shanghai's upper-class society. It's worth it. Wu Xiaopu and Lin Feng analyzed that in 1999, Zhu Zhengyai, the richest man in Shanghai, spent a lot of money in order to be able to enter the upper class of Hong Kong. In 1997, when the Asian financial crisis struck, Hong Kong's real estate bubble and was about to burst, Zhu Zhengyai and Mao Yuping's unregistered wife bought a top-floor unit in the west wing of Wan Chai Hujing Pavilion in Hong Kong at a price of 62 million Hong Kong dollars. 1 month later, they bought a Bentley motorhome and a Lamborghini sports car in one breath. But this still hasn't gotten into Hong Kong's upper-class society. In April 1999, Zhu Zhengyai once again purchased a 900-square-meter mansion on Beijian Chai Road in Jardines Lookout for 86 million Hong Kong dollars in cash. He was neighboring Hong Kong businessman Liu Liuangqi, and spent 30 million Hong Kong dollars to renovate the house, including a dancing room and karaoke. The room is extremely luxurious. At this time, Zhu Zhengyai's boldness have gradually been recognized by the rich in Hong Kong, and Lin Feng entered this circle at a price of 50 million yuan, which is very worthwhile. But 200 million. Chapter 124. Li Zu held Lin Feng's hand tightly. His palms were sweaty. Before they left, Wu Xiaopu secretly instructed Li Zu, hoping that she could persuade Lin Feng appropriately, not to let Lin Feng become angry with others for a while and become hot-headed, and make regrets afterwards. After all, Lin Feng is only 21 years old, and she is just as bloody. Li Zu wanted to cry, but Wu Xiaopu confessed his own affairs, but he did not do it at all. So Lin Feng could easily call out 200 million. I am afraid the company will really be in trouble since then. But she also saw the faces of these wealthy people just now, and she was also very angry in her heart. I am afraid that she will be the same. Brother Lin, I will definitely support you no matter what. I still have a few endorsement contracts on hand, and the total amount is about 20 million yuan. I will ask the agent to call the manufacturer later. Li Zu leaned into Lin Feng's ear and gently say, now that her boyfriend chose to shoot, she can only stand firmly beside her boyfriend and support him behind her back. Lin Feng warmed his heart, and gently stroked Li Zu's face that was slightly flushed with tension, and confidently said, don't worry, it's only 200 million yuan. Your big brother Lin still came out. Lin Feng's voice was a bit high, echoing in the silent hall. Almost everyone could hear it clearly, which also made many hesitating rich people feel uneasy. It feels like being overwhelmed by this newcomer, it's so shameless. But in the face of the 200 million figure, everyone chose to give in for the time being. Too expensive, too uneconomical. And this young man is too crazy, it's not worth it to be crazy with him. Auctionist, hurry up and drop the hammer. I believe no one wants it. I am determined to win this royal diamond chess. It represents the great chess invented by our country and is accepted by the world. If this chess cannot be brought into the arms, life will be full of life. Sorry. Seniors, please go to my younger brother's home to play chess if you have time in the future. Lin Feng Lanlan said, proud and proud. Many wealthy people felt angry when they saw it. But after hearing that the pair had just put out a 200 million dismissive tone, and this extremely confident speech, everyone still chose to be silent. Originally, this auction was just a gathering of everyone. Since this newcomer is so capable, they will naturally not go head to head, and no one will really fight against others for a game. Especially when Lin Feng is so young and energetic. They really can't get angry with young people. We are predecessors, we must be magnanimous, we must be courteous to young people, as many rich people say in their hearts. The scene remained silent, and Lin Feng's heart sank. His pretentiousness was just a bait, a little trick that allowed him to integrate into the circle at a minimum cost, but unfortunately no one took the bait. If this royal diamond chess was really shot for 200 million, then Lin Feng would really regret it. However, no matter how anxious he was, Lin Feng still kept his face full of spring breeze, waved to everyone frequently, unspeakably energetic. Young and frivolous should not be overstated. People have to lament that youth is capital. Seeing that the auctioneer was about to drop the hammer, Lin Feng groaned inwardly, wondering how he would go back and explain to Wu Xiaopu and others. Although the company can also use the Dingdong.com players cut-off payment funds, and there are more than 100 million yuan in membership fees for more than 1 million Second World senior members, but these money cannot be easily moved. Alas, missteps. Unwise. Lin Feng secretly shook his head for his plan. He originally thought that these rich men would not let themselves out of the limelight easily, and would definitely suppress themselves desperately, but they were so cautious. 300 million. Just as the auctioneer was about to drop his hammer and Lin Feng was about to accept this fact, a voice pierced the silent venue. Uproar. Everyone was in an uproar. A royal diamond chess was actually photographed for 300 million yuan. This is really outrageous. Even if they are the rich and powerful, they can't bear the high price. This price can also be regarded as the second highest price in the history of the auction house, which is close to the diamond-studded Mercedes-Benz car of the year. But after all, it was a Mercedes-Benz car studded with diamonds. Everyone looked sideways, and when they saw the bidder clearly, it turned out to be him, Zhu Zhengyai, the richest man in Shanghai. Young man, don't be so arrogant, you are far from being a real rich man. Zhu Zhengyai held a cigar and didn't look at Lin Feng, raising his right hand holding the cigar with a look of disdain. Everyone was overjoyed. And someone finally tried to teach this arrogant young man. 400 million. Lin Feng was delighted, knowing that someone had taken the bait. However, according to Lin Feng's understanding of Zhu Zhengyai, this person can frequently make amazing moves and spend a lot of money in order to get into the eyes of the rich in Hong Kong. It is not expected that he is not a person who can bear his breath. How can he tolerate himself showing up? Whether Zhao's richest man is arrogant depends on whether you are willing to give pointers or not. Lin Feng's words made people irritated. Everyone was about to applaud. This young man was so bullish that he dared to fight against Zhu Zhengyai, the richest man in Shanghai. This kind of scene can be described as a once-in-a-100-year encounter. In the excitement of everyone, they did not care about the rules of the auction house. Fight and applaud. Zhu Zhengyai shouted 300 million books because he couldn't stand Lin Feng's arrogance. This kid was too despondent. The first time he entered this circle, he was out of the limelight. There is no face for them, especially when Lin Feng held a concert before. He was able to attract the 4 heavenly kings. This made Zhu Zhengyai feel a little bit too much to face. Today is still so arrogant. Zhu Zhengyai naturally wants to teach Lin Feng a lesson. Prove that you are not the richest man in Shanghai. But as soon as I said it, I still regretted it. 300 million is not a big number, but it is not worth buying a pair of royal diamond chess. This gave Zhu Zhengyai a feeling of being taken advantage of. After that, when Lin Feng called out 400 million, Zhu Zhengyai had a retreat in his heart. After all, he is still the well-deserved richest man in Shanghai, and he can't commit this little thing to make a little money with this one, and he doesn't know how to fight against a junior. However, after everyone applauded, especially Lin Feng's harsh sentence of Zhao's richest man, Zhu Zheng was completely offended by Yi Mao. He is not a believer, Nor is he a person who knows how to keep a low profile. He wants to be suppressed by others. Where is his face going? How can he be worthy of being called the richest man of the week? 500 million. Zhu Zhenghai shouted the number of 500 million in the expectation of everyone. Cow. Everyone shouted loudly, applauding Zhu Zhenghai's pride. In the admiration of everyone, Zhu Zhenghai was also proud. His name as the richest man proved to be well deserved tonight. Especially the female celebrity around him, Yaji Yang Gongru, is even more soothing, which makes Zhu Zhenghai's heart even more bullish. At this time, everyone turned to look at Lin Feng, wanting to see how amazing this newcomer who dared to challenge the richest man Zhu Zhenghai when he first arrived, and whether he would set a new auction record today. 600 million, 600 million, 600 million. Everyone shouted in unison, hoping that Lin Feng could call out the bloody numbers. The auctioneer shook his head again and again. This kind of scene tonight was beyond his control. But he really didn't understand how Lin Feng relied on daring to fight Zhu Zhenghai like this. Does he have any background that we don't know? The auctioneer secretly guessed. Lin Feng looked at the roaring people and smiled slightly, knowing that it was time to stop. And it would be over if he didn't stop. Since Zhao's richest man likes this royal diamond chest so much, the so-called gentleman is not in favor of others. Then I have to have adult beauty. Lin Feng stood up and bowed to Zhu Zhenghai gracefully. When everyone heard it, they were stunned, and the audience sighed. They didn't expect the scene of the bloody fight that had been expected to come to an abrupt halt, which was really uncomfortable. This is like having sex between men and women, but at the most critical moment, they have to retreat, which makes people so in no hurry. However, after a while, everyone suddenly woke up, knowing that all this was just a trick played by Lin Feng. Seeing Zhu Zhenghai's sluggish expression, everyone wanted to laugh, but because of Zhu Zhenghai's face, everyone couldn't laugh, so they had to bear it in their hearts, and their faces flushed. When Zhu Zhenghai heard that Lin Feng hadn't called, he was stunned, and he didn't know when the cigar in his hand fell on the ground. Damn, it's a trap. Zhu Zhenghai can make a fortune quickly in the gray area of China's economic system with his own ingenuity. How can he be a fool? At this time, it is natural to see that all this is just a trick by Lin Feng. Brother Zhu, you are really amazing. See that kid there, not arrogant in front of you. Yaji Yang Gongru didn't know what happened. She still coquettishly applauded Zhu Zhenghai for winning the mark. Zhu Zhenghai glared at Yang Gongru with disgust, the anger in his heart. 500 million, 500 million. He bought such a broken thing. Zhu Zhenghai instinctively wanted to scold his mother, but Yang Gongru didn't know what to do at this time to congratulate himself. Isn't this a mockery of himself? But in the midst of the false compliments from everyone, Zhu Zhenghai could only eat coptis as a dumb, and he could not tell the pain, and his face was dark and black. The auctioneer was also afraid that things would get worse, so he quickly ordered the royal diamond chest to be handed over to Zhu Zhenghai, which was sold at a sky-high price of 500 million. But watching Zhu Zhenghai's sluggish expression holding chess, he faintly wanted to laugh. This kid is smart enough. In this way, I'm afraid he will easily take the next round. The auctioneer secretly gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. Sure enough, as expected by the auctioneer, the 8th round of auction was a Mont Blanc Global Limited Edition sapphire fountain pen with a starting price of 6 million. After Lin Feng shouted out 30 million, many rich people looked at each other and finally gave up. And Zhu Zhenghai, who had just bought a pair of royal diamond chess for 500 million, sat there with a blue face and did not make a move, allowing Lin Feng to easily take it. Lin Feng happily took over the 30 million Mont Blanc Global Limited Edition fountain pen from the auctioneer, with a smirk on his face. Just now I did such a play by myself, and everyone naturally didn't dare to compete with Lin Feng again in this round. In the unlikely event that Lin Feng suddenly withdrew his hand as in the previous round, the person who bid the price would definitely suffer as dumb as Zhu Zhenghai. Despite this, in the last round, Lin Feng must be miserably played by the many tycoons who had just been played by Lin Feng. But in the 8th round of auctions, none of these rich men was a fool, and no one wanted to be taken advantage of. Therefore, In the midst of everyone's mutual suspicion and humility, Lin Feng smoothly took the picture. Witnessing Lin Feng's smooth filming at the end, although everyone felt a little disappointed, they were more of recognition of Lin Feng. Young and decisive, yet ruthless, a personal thing, worthy of association. This is the evaluation of Lin Feng from many rich people after tonight. There will be no suspense in the subsequent auctions, and the final round just ended with a low price of 18 million. However, this auction will still be talked about for many years in the future, and it has become a post-dinner talk for many wealthy people. From this day on, Lin Feng officially entered the circle of Shanghai's richest people and was accepted by everyone. After returning to the company, Lin Feng explained in detail what happened tonight, which caused everyone to laugh. As for the people's worries about offending Zhu Zhengyai, the richest man in Shanghai, Lin Feng was not too worried. Regarding Zhu Zhengyai, when the richest man in Shanghai fell from the horse, major media and websites reported throughout the country. His information, family history, and the final history of the fall are difficult for Lin Feng to know. The so-called knowing oneself, knowing the enemy, and winning every battle, is really not very frustrated with this Zhu Zhengyai and Lin Feng, because he has a dead spot. And this dead spot is in Hong Kong, a special administrative region that is not interfered by external forces. If Zhu Zhengyai really wants to deal with Lin Feng with great fanfare, Lin Feng is sure to give him a salary from the bottom. However, in this way, I am afraid that I will also provoke the dissatisfaction of many rich people in Hong Kong and Shanghai. Therefore, this raise from the bottom is naturally regarded as the last trump card. It is like a nuclear bomb. It is more of a deterrent effect and cannot be used easily. I don't know if Lin Feng Fuxing is shining, and the next day he received another call from the United States. A good call that could take his gaming empire to the next level. Today there are only 2 chapters, we will resume 3 shifts tomorrow. No way to toss for a day. Although I am a bit sorry for everyone, at least there are not 2 chapters, nearly 7,000 words split into 3 chapters to fool everyone, so I hope everyone. Chapter 125, the second cooperation. This call from the United States was made by Min Lee, the father of Counter-Strike who worked with Lin Feng before. During the phone call, Min Lee told Lin Feng that Lin Feng recommended that they develop online games and networked Counter-Strike during the previous cooperation. After consideration, the Valve game development team has just recently developed Counter-Strike Online. In view of the pleasant cooperation between the 2 parties before, I hope to discuss with Lin Feng about his Chinese agency rights. At the same time, Min Lee also helps to introduce the founder of Valve. The current CEO Newell will get to know Lin Feng and hope that Lin Feng can come to the United States as soon as possible. Hearing this news, Lin Feng's spirit was lifted. He also didn't expect to talk to Min Lee casually, hoping that he could develop Counter-Strike as an online game. Unexpectedly, 1 year later, he really developed it as an online game and was the first to contact himself. Now, Counter-Strike is becoming popular all over the world, and it has also officially become the official competition event of the first CG World Electronic Sports competition held by South Korea's Samsung company just this year, attracting thousands of game masters to participate. Although there is no team participating in the competition at this time in China, Counter-Strike is in full swing in China and is deeply loved by everyone. Lin Feng had also sold more than 400,000 copies of Counter-Strike through Dingdong.com, and Tencent also provided an online game platform, with an endless stream of players. If Counter-Strike Online is launched at this time, it is bound to be a big hit, and it will bring your game empire to a higher level. Legend is a role-playing online game. Plants vs. Zombies is a casual online game, and the forthcoming Counter-Strike Online is a first-person shooter online game. The 3 online games are divided into different categories, types of players, and they are all high-quality online games, so instead of conflicting, they can echo each other, and they are bound to make their second world climb to the top. At the moment, Lin Fengbian, Wu Zhaopu, Liu Yinying and others convened an urgent small meeting to determine the maximum acceptable amount of the US agency for Counter-Strike Online and related details. After that, after finishing the campaign's affairs, Lin Feng took a few assistants went to the United States alone. This trip to the United States also made Lin Feng find that there are too few think tanks around him. Every meeting has to convene Dingdong CEO Liu Yinying and Second World CEO Wu Xiaopu and others to negotiate, which is not good for the campaign's development. Especially the company under its own is growing stronger and stronger. If you want to develop rapidly and stably, talents are indispensable, and there are a lot of talents. I hope I can search for some talents from this trip to the United States. The working methods and attitudes of Americans and Japanese are different. Just after Lin Feng got off the plane, Valve CEO Newell and Min Lee greeted Lin Feng personally and took Lin Feng directly to the company headquarters, making Lin Feng even the legendary Silicon Valley. Enjoy it. The headquarters of Valve Company, said the headquarters is actually not big. However, if you want to rent a floor or a building in Silicon Valley, a place with a lot of money, it is definitely not something that Valve, a company that only develops a few games, can afford. After entering the company, after a simple greeting, Newell introduced the main creative staff of the company today and asked the technicians to show Lin Feng the screen and operability of Counter-Strike Online. The screen inherits the consistent style of Counter-Strike. The lighting effects, screen details, music and sound effects are still not outstanding, but it is enough to make the game run smoothly, and the excessive demand on the screen directly reduces the computer configuration requirements. This is the key to the popularity of an online game. As for the operation, it still provides as many guns as Counter-Strike, and maintains the original refreshing and good feel. Lin Feng tried it and it felt very good. The feeling of sweeping the battlefield with an AK-47 in hand is still so exciting. As for the rules of the game, multiple modes have been added after the adaptation to an online game: competitive mode, traditional Counter-Strike LAN mode, decisive battle mode, grenade mode, extreme mode, biochemical mode, etc. The biggest highlight is the expansion of the faction system. Counter-Strike Online is divided into CT Camp, T Camp and Zombie Camp. In the CT Camp, elite troops of various countries have appeared, such as the French Armed Operations Group, the Russian Snow-Covered Task Force, the Taiwanese Thunder Group, the Japanese Warning Agency, the US SEAL, etc. Of course, the most important Chinese Yanlong tactical team. Lin Feng could imagine that once he became an agent in the future, the number of players who chose the Chinese Yanlong tactical team would be countless. As for the T-Camp, there are the Blue Army Mercenary in the United States, the Reckless Guerrillas in the Middle East, and the Sunset Army in Japan. What surprised Lin Feng was that in the T-Camp, Japan actually had 3 troops selected. I'm afraid in the future, once the network is operated, whoever chooses the Japanese team of the T-Camp will be smashed. The zombie camp is divided into 5 types of zombies: ordinary zombies, host zombies, shadow Barbie, hate butcher, witchcraft corpse and other 5 types of zombies. Although zombies cannot use guns, they have special skills that the human camp cannot match. The 3 camps have their own advantages and disadvantages, and greatly enrich the game playability. After some trials, Lin Feng was extremely satisfied with the quality of the Counter-Strike Online game developed in this year. If he acts as an agent, the network will become popular. Seeing Lin Feng's satisfaction, Valve CEO Newell and CS father Min Lee also showed smiles on their faces. This time they chose Lin Feng as the first agent partner of the newly developed Counter-Strike Online. In addition to the previous successful cooperation experience between the 2 parties, the more important point is that Valve is working with the company Xuelishan that was previously cooperating, because before the game copyright issue is being litigated, and the relationship between the 2 companies has deteriorated extremely. Therefore, Newell, who originally planned to call for agents in the North American market first, set his sights on other markets altogether. And after their market research, although the European online game market started early, the number of games is not large. Football is the number one sport there, and football games are also the number one game. Although the world's most well-known CS team is also in Europe, Valve CEO Newell is not optimistic about the prospects of Counter-Strike Online in Europe, at least in the short term. The return will never meet Newell's current requirements. Now the lawsuit between Valve and Xuelishan is stalemate. No matter who wins in the end, the two companies will not be able to cooperate again. For Valve, which has run out of funds due to the development of Counter-Strike Online and Half-Life 2, this first agent must be successful and must be able to bring them huge funds for subsequent research and development. Europe is not good, and Africa does not have to think about it. There are too few people in Oceania, not as good as Europe. In the end, Newell set his sights on Asia. At first, Min Lee proposed to cooperate with Lin Feng, but Newell believed that a company that sold genuine copies had limited strength. Although the two parties had cooperated happily before, they could not bring the huge amount of funds to Valve, so Lin Feng was rejected from the beginning. However, after a careful investigation, Newell discovered that the hottest online game market in Asia today is not Japan, let alone South Korea, but China. And China's most popular online game company, it can be said that the well-deserved overlord is the Second World. After further investigation, it was discovered that the president of the Second World was actually Lin Feng, who was previously rejected by him. Newell was dumbfounded on the spot, especially when I heard that the monthly profit of Legend developed by Lin Feng's Second World was in the tens of millions of dollars. Newell was even more shocked and speechless. The well-received Half-Life developed by them only brought in $15 million in revenue for Valve, while the Legend developed by Lamfeng had almost this figure every month, which shocked Newell, but also immediately made up the determination to cooperate with Lin Feng. Now he asked Min Lee, who had been in contact with Lin Feng, to call Lin Feng, and Lin Feng's trip to the United States was also possible. The cooperation attitudes of both parties are sincere, and each other has cooperation experience, and the negotiation is naturally smooth. Newell asked for an agency fee of $10 million in mainland China and enjoyed a 30% profit share. For this type of negotiation, Lin Feng is already familiar with it. Despite the fact that Newell has developed a series of world-renowned masterpieces, Newell, who is a technical researcher, is not as good as Lin Feng in the negotiations, otherwise he will not have a game copyright dispute with Xuelishan, which he had previously cooperated with. After some bargaining, Newell insisted on the agency fee of $8 million, but the profit share was reduced to 20%. It was even possible to give the Asian agency rights to Lin Feng, but the initial agency fee of $8 million could not be less. This is not Newell's stupidity, but that Valve is in trouble now. The lawsuit with Xuelishan has not only been protracted and consumed a lot of energy from the company's top management, but also made many venture capitalists hesitate and prevented Newell from obtaining new financing. And now the Valve must obtain at least $8 million of liquidity, otherwise the following series of development plans will be stranded or even terminated. Therefore, Newell did not hesitate to reduce the profit sharing, and even gave Lin Feng the agency rights of the entire Asia, in order to obtain a huge amount of working capital. Lam Feng knew that this was Newell's lowest offer. Of course, Newell's limit has not yet been reached. But doing things is indispensable. Cooperating with Valve is just the beginning. There is no need to make the relationship so rigid for a little benefit. Lin Feng does not want to become the second Xuel Mountain, and he will fight with Valve in the future. However, Lin Feng did not agree to Newell's agency contract because a plan suddenly appeared in his mind. Chapter 126 The Father of BT. When Lin Feng was discussing the agency contract with Newell, he suddenly remembered the first-person shooter online game that had been popular in China before his rebirth, StarCraft Online. This online game, which was once popular in China, was as popular as Legend at the time. Unfortunately, it was finally stopped by the tossing and troubled players of the domestic agency company. Finally, it was reluctant to stop serving, which attracted countless obsessed players. In order to make up for the regret in my heart, if conditions permit, players who understand English switched to the US server, and the rest can only cherish the past that the bullets flying and the artillery fire made countless people crazy and exciting night. Don't be afraid of enemies like wolves, but teammates like pigs. This is a famous saying that makes all players honor the imperial decree. Today, Counter-Strike Online launched by Newell is still affected by the standalone CS in terms of networking, and the networking is not thorough enough. Lin Feng secretly compared the two games in his heart and gave his own suggestions. Lin Feng proposed to increase the level system in the game. Players rely on killing enemies to gain experience and upgrade their characters. The higher the level, the more weapons the player can choose. However, there is no difference in strength between high-level characters and low-level characters. A level 1 character can also kill a top-level character. Then there is the cancellation of the money system, and all equipment is directly supplied by the base. It is also proposed to launch a large map in the later stage, providing armored vehicles and aircraft, and even ships for players to use for all-round battles in land, sea and air. This is also a reference to interplanetary online. For Lin Feng's proposal, Newell and Min Li are right. These points can further increase the player's sense of substitution and enhance the player's enthusiasm for the game. I believe that they will contribute to the popularity of Counter-Strike Online. However, Lin Feng's last point proposed to launch a large map and provide armored vehicles and airplanes for players to use. This was something they hadn't expected before, so it would take a lot of time to complete this point. Regarding Newell's concerns, Lin Feng assured him this point can be slowly released in the future for system upgrades of its expansion, and now it is not necessary to release it for the time being. After some detailed communication, the two parties finally reached an agency agreement amicably. Lin Feng used the agency fee of $10 million to win the agency rights of Counter-Strike Online in Asia. Valve enjoys 20% of the Counter-Strike profit share every year. With this contract, Lin Feng knew that he had taken a big advantage. This is an online game that has taken the world by storm, and I can get it at such a low price, as if a pie is falling in the sky. As for full agency rights, Lin Feng didn't want to. Previously, the agent game wanted the full copyright of the other party, also because of the anti-piracy relationship, and Counter-Strike Online belongs to the first-person online game, and the general plugin is useless at all. As for the plugins such as guns and accelerated walking that appeared in the standalone game CS, it can be easily eliminated with today's technology, so don't worry too much. Therefore, Lin Feng did not mention its complete copyright at all. After a friendly agreement was reached, both parties relaxed. Newell also accompanied Lin Feng on a tour of Silicon Valley and introduced the current environment of Silicon Valley. It has to be said that Silicon Valley is indeed worthy of the world's electronic industry concentration. Large companies such as Cisco, Intel, Hewlett-Packard, Lucent, Apple, etc. gather here. Looking at the pedestrians on the street, don't look at the undershirts and shirts. Dress is extremely simple and plain, but you may be a millionaire or multimillionaire with a simple pull. It's normal to get rich overnight. Mr. Lin, the cooperation is happy. I hope we will have a lot of opportunities for cooperation in the future. After signing the agreement, the two parties agreed on payment and other related matters, and Lin Feng was ready to return to SH for a happy cooperation. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Not only did he get the agency rights in China this time, he also got the agency rights in Asia. Lin Feng and his party were preparing to leave with Newell's escort. At this moment, Lin Feng inadvertently glanced at the computer a young man was tinkering with. The whole person was taken aback, thought about it, and then stopped. Mr. Lin, are you? Newell looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Excuse me, who is this? Lin Feng pointed to the young man and asked. Oh, this is Cohen, the leader of our newly hired technology development team. Newell said. Lin Feng nodded, and Cohen, who turned around, smiled slightly, and then stared at the computer in front of Cohen. Hello, is the software you are working on now. Lin Feng pointed to a software window on the computer and said, "Hello, this is a download software based on the peer-to-peer file transfer protocol that I developed when I was bored. I call it BitTorrent." Cohen said indifferently. Although Cohen didn't care, Lin Feng's heart shook. No wonder I was so familiar with the software window just now. It turned out to be BT, a small but extremely important software that has changed the online world. The existing downloading software, such as FlashKit, are all downloading software based on the HTTP transfer protocol. Although the download is not slow, there are no small restrictions on the rebroadcast files, and the host must provide resources to download. But BT is different. It can spread files freely. As long as it is a seed, it can be provided to all users to download. And it is multi-point upload. The more people download, the faster the speed. However, BT software also involves an infringement issue, mainly infringement issues when disseminating movies. However, for Lin Feng, all these problems can be solved. Even if they can't be solved, they won't fight. Lin Feng's fancy is that through this software, his campaigner's name will be able to become famous all over the world, and this is the most important thing. "Excuse me, have you finished this software?" Lin Feng asked calmly. "Haha, it's done. This is just a download software." Obviously, Cohen hasn't realized that the software he developed will change the world. But even if he realizes it is useless, he is a technical talent, not a business talent. In the world before Lin Feng's rebirth, Cohen failed to make a fortune with BT, and was still a poor technician. Do you want to sell it? I want to buy the full copyright of it. How do you feel about it for $50,000? Lin Feng asked. You want to buy the copyright? $50,000? Cohen's tone is a bit high. This is his leisure work. Unexpectedly, it was attracted by people and the price was $50,000. This surprised him, although the average annual salary in Silicon Valley has exceeded $100,000. $50,000 is still not a small figure for him. At the moment, Cohen agreed to sell his full copyright to Lin Feng. As a renewal, there is no opinion on this. This software was originally developed by the employees in their leisure time, and the copyright does not belong to the company, so he naturally has no right to intervene. On the contrary, he was extremely pleased that a small program developed by his staff could sell for $50,000. But Newell didn't know that it was because of his negligence at this time that the copyright of BT was bought by Lin Feng, which caused him to come to Lin Feng in the end. I have to say that life's chances are like that, and it's fickle. In order to reach an agreement and let Cohen complete the final optimization work, Lin Feng stayed in Silicon Valley for another day. The next day, Lin Feng left Silicon Valley with a CD containing BT copyright, related development data and Cohen's experience, and signed the agency agreement with Counter-Strike Online. But before the plane took off, Lin Feng received a call. "Dong Lin, it's not good. Something happened to Legend." Wu's eager voice came. What's the matter?" Lin Feng asked quickly. "Sir, the plane is about to take off. Please turn off your mobile phone," the stewardess kindly reminded. "But Lin Feng wants to say that his company is at a critical juncture, but he also knows in his heart that if he makes a phone call before the plane takes off, the lives of the people on this plane will be in danger." In desperation, Lin Feng hurriedly and after Wu Zhaopu asked him to take care of it, he turned off his mobile phone. What happened? Lin Feng looked anxious on the plane. Lin Feng, who had just signed an agency contract and accidentally bought the full copyright of BT software, did not have the slightest sense of congratulation at this moment. Chapter 127 Crisis of Confidence. On the plane, Lin Feng was speechless all the way, very worried in his heart. Legend is now my most profitable project. If something goes wrong with Legend, the entire second world and even my entire group will be affected. After a day and night journey, Lin Feng finally arrived in Shanghai. Wu Zhaopu and others were already waiting at the airport. with anxious expressions on their faces. "What happened?" Lin Feng asked after entering the Mercedes-Benz S600. "This matter has something to do with Lizu." Wu Xiaopu stopped talking. "It's related to friends?" "What's the matter?" Lin Feng was more puzzled. "Right, friends. Friends? She is in the company," Wu Xiaopu said. "Then what happened?" Lin Feng nodded and asked. "Well, wait until Lin Dong sees Lizu." Wu Xiaopu sighed helplessly, looking at Lin Feng a little strange. Lin Feng also didn't know what happened, suppressing his anxiety, thinking about what might happen to Legend. Not long after, a group of people came to the company. As soon as he entered the company, Lizu saw Lin Feng coming back, so he threw himself into Lin Feng's arms and started crying. "What's wrong, Yu? What happened? Tell Brother Lin. Brother Lin can help you solve everything." Lin Feng softly calmed the tearful man in his arms. "Sorry, Brother Lin, it's all my fault." Lizu just cried. Seeing that he couldn't speak for a long time, Lin Feng glanced at Liu Yinying. Liu Yinying glared at Lin Feng. "It's not all your fault. Now it's up to you to solve it." Although Liu Yinying was angry, she told Lin Feng the cause and effect of the matter. It turns out that things have to go back to before the new year. Lin Feng had promised that the first player to reach level 45 would get the opportunity to have dinner with Lizu. Originally, Lin Feng specially prepared a level 45 account in advance, and made a full server announcement before the player rushed to level 45, so as to prevent Lizu from going to dinner with others, making it seem like an escort. However, after level 40 of Legend, it takes more than a month for each level to be upgraded under normal circumstances. Although the point card exchange experience system has been opened, it is estimated that it will end to June at the earliest before players can reach level 45. So everyone didn't care about it. In addition to the popularity of the recently launched Plants vs. Zombies, and Lin Feng's trip to the United States this time, a lot of energy of the company's management was involved, and the employees underneath were also negligent. In addition, they encountered a perverted player. I redeemed time's experience at one time, rushed to level 45 in one night, and showed off my character level in all forum stickers. As a result, the technicians and management have reacted, and it is already known to the world. All Legend players know that the first 45 level character of Legend was appeared, and they have posted congratulations. The second world site hadn't remembered the promise Lin Feng had promised for a while, but the players all remembered it. At the moment, they collectively called on the second world to give an answer as soon as possible. When will this lucky player get the chance to have dinner with the Holy Goddess? At this time, the second world management panicked. Well, logically speaking, since it is a promise made to the player, it should be honored, not to mention just letting the Holy Goddess accompany the player to have dinner, and draw a little bit between the second world and the legendary player relationship. Everything is just a show. But the crux of the problem is that now Lizu and Lin Feng are lovers, and the whole company knows that this is difficult. As the CEO of Second World, Wu Xiaopu didn't sleep well for a few nights in a hurry. It is because he has worked in many large companies and encountered many difficult problems, but he has never encountered such problems. The easiest way to know this in his mind is to let Lizu accompany the crazy player to eat a meal. But does he dare to give orders? Although Lizu is one of the artists signed by Legend, the contract also stipulates that she must abide by the company's arrangements. But does Wu Xiaopu dare to give the order? Ask him to say to his boss's girlfriend, "Please, can you accompany someone to have a meal?" Isn't this a typical feast? Everyone can see Lin Feng's love for Lizu. Who dares to touch this mold? Of course, from a Western perspective, eating a meal is nothing. In terms of professional ethics, this is just work, to fulfill the contract, and only to win the relationship between the company and the players. And it is not a vulgar activity. But this is in China, and it's so easy to talk about it as it spreads out. Especially now that Lizu is no longer an ordinary person, he is a rising star, and Lin Feng is also the most popular businessman in the domestic IT industry recently. not even an ordinary person. The combination of celebrities and wealthy individuals is itself a hot topic in the entertainment media. If this happens again, I am afraid that Lin Feng and Li Zhu will not have to go out to see people in the future. Originally it was just a show, a normal company activity that couldn't be more normal, but if an entertainment magazine advertises it, the irresponsible reporters will make up and write it. Oh, did you read the newspaper? It said that the boss of the second world, Lin Feng, was so rich, it turned out to be a fake, and in the end he had to rely on his girlfriend to accompany someone to eat in order to solve the campaign's difficulties. What? Man, just eat soft rice. Have you seen it? This is a star, that is, an escort to accompany people to eat, laugh, and have fun. Wu Xiaopu didn't have to think about what he would be promoted in the end, so Wu Xiaopu dragged on for 2 days, preparing to wait for Lin Feng to return, and Lin Feng decided how to deal with the matter. Unexpectedly, this matter is not over yet. Yesterday I don't know who broke the news on the internet that Second World had established a level 45 account long ago. The so-called Lisa had dinner with the first level 45 fighter. It was just Second World. It's just a gimmick, it's just used to defraud everyone of money. The whole country was in an uproar. With the popularity of Legend and the help of some people, this matter can't be stopped even if you want to. Instantly, there is a voice of crusade. Regarding this rumor, Wu Xiaopu immediately denied it in a high-profile manner, and loudly rebuked this rumor as nonsense and absolutely deceiving the public. At first, everyone didn't believe it. After all, the reputation of the Second World was here, and most people thought that this was a false rumor and a rumor. But after someone posted the username and password of the 45 level account on the internet, things were like black letters on white paper, and they couldn't afford to rely on it. All the netizens were angry at this time, and they all gathered in Legend Speech City to protest and strongly urged the Second World to give everyone an explanation, otherwise they would stop playing Legend forever. To a certain extent, Lin Feng would like to thank Plants vs. Zombies for its popularity. Otherwise, if there is only Legend in Second World now, I am afraid that this time players will shout forever against Second World. Slogan: I am afraid that all online game companies in China would laugh in their dreams. It is a pity that Plants vs. Zombies is in full swing. It is when it is hot that most people can't resist its charm, so they only vent their anger on Legend without involving innocent people. This is also a blessing in misfortune. Lin Feng frowned after listening. How could this account be leaked? Lin Feng asked. This is the crux of the problem. As for the reward of that crazy player, it can be said that it is not a big deal, as long as he is given some other compensation that he cannot refuse. I believe he will not refuse. If the person concerned does not speak out, and Lin Feng uses some means to comfort the player when he arrives, I believe the matter will soon subside. But suddenly it broke out that Second World had set up a level 45 account in advance, and that was a question of integrity. For a company, the loss of integrity is fatal. Someone invaded our system and he found this account. Li Yuan was not a Second World person, but the other party bypassed the network shield he had just developed and hacked into the host, which made him unable to get out of the relationship. And Li Yuan was also afraid that because of this, Lin Feng stopped the development of the net shield in a rage. Lin Feng took a long breath, and had been guarding against hacker intrusion early in the morning, but he was still hacked. Then how did he invade? Can our net shield be able to defend it? Will it be allowed to come and go freely? Lin Feng resisted his unhappiness and grasped the crux of the problem. If net shield is really so unusable, then there is no need to say anything on the market. I am afraid that Li Yuan will have to reconsider whether it is worth reusing. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan knew that there was still something to be saved, so he quickly said. He took advantage of a bug in Legend. As a result, he took advantage of the network shield and entered the intranet. This bug has been blocked and has been tested by our technical team. Legend should have no bugs anymore. Of course, this is based on our current technology. We dare not guarantee that there will be absolutely no bugs. Although Li Yuan knows this, he may lose Lin Feng's trust, But the facts are in this way. In the computer industry, technology is updated too fast. Today, you may be ahead, but tomorrow you will not be ahead. You may even be behind the day after tomorrow. Well, I see, as long as it is not a problem with the net shield. But before the listing, I still have to test the net shield more. Lin Feng sighed, and the net shield was fine. Otherwise, things will be even more troublesome. Li Yuan also sighed. At least Lin Feng did not lose confidence in himself, nor did he lose confidence in net shield. By the way, has the hacker found out who it is? Lin Feng asked. Not yet. Wang Hai is still investigating. The other party is a master, but we suspect that the hacker and the person who designed the plugin of Legend of Perfect Hanging Phone in the last cracking the door incident should be the same person. Li Yuan said hesitantly. Lin Feng frowned, but there is no time to take care of this right now. It is important to deal with the company's crisis of trust first. Mr. Lin, what should we do now? How about? Wu Xiaopu hadn't finished speaking, but Lin Feng already understood what Wu Xiaopu meant. Wu Xiaopu's proposal is indeed the simplest and the easiest way to regain the trust of players. But how could Lin Feng let Lisa go to dinner with others? As long as it is a man, he would not do such a thing. At the beginning, Lin Feng also thought that this was just a gimmick, and it was a promise not to bear any responsibility to attract players like an urn. Unexpectedly, now it has caused big trouble. Li Zhu also sobbed. To make him fulfill his company's promise, if he didn't involve the company, he was immediately rejected by Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally knew that if Li Zhu were to have a meal with that crazy player, then he would have no face to meet people in his life. Letting his girlfriend accompany others to eat to settle the company's turmoil, no matter what the reason is, it is despised. Saying this is really easy to say. Can we negotiate other compensations, such as rewarding 5,000 yuan, or even 10,000 yuan? Lin Feng thought for a while and asked. I am afraid it will be difficult, because this time the player is not an ordinary person, but Shi Yazu of the Zhen group. Wu Xiaopu said with a headache. This is another accident of the crisis of confidence. Lin Feng was stunned when he heard it. Unexpectedly, it was him who developed the Brain X Gold and later the founder of Zhengtu. This is really troublesome. This person is not short of money and is very paranoid. He did not expect that he likes online games so much. But it's no wonder that only this kind of person is crazy enough to exchange points for times experienced to level up. In this way, you help me make an appointment with him, and I will talk to him personally. Lin Feng had no choice but to talk to Shi Yazu personally to see if he could get a compensation. After solving him, the root cause of this matter is solved, and then come to think of ways to deal with the trust crisis caused by the hacker. Okay, let me try. Wu Xiaopu nodded and agreed, and it can only be so now. Chapter 128. The first daughter of online games? Unexpectedly, Shi Yazu readily agreed to the appointment, and did not mention the 45-level reward in the phone, which made Lin Feng faintly feel that Shi Yazu has something to do this time. The next day, Lin Feng took Wu Xiaopu to the appointment in advance. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived at the entrance of the Shangri-La Hotel, he ran into Shi Yazu. Shi Yazu saw Lin Feng for a moment, and Lin Feng was also for a moment. After being slightly surprised, both parties laughed at each other. President Che, please. Mr. Lin, please. After a period of humility, the two sides stepped shoulder to shoulder into the Shangri-La Hotel. Lin Feng had not seen Shi Yazu before, but he had seen photos of him on the internet. On the outside, he looks like a successful person, especially when he wears sunglasses. He is even more cool. But what surprised Lin Feng was that Shi Yazu was still carrying a young and beautiful woman behind him today. Depending on the situation, the relationship between the two seemed to be close to each other, making Lin Feng quite uncertain. However, Lin Feng was even more certain at this time that Shi Yazu must not be here for the 45th level reward. On the way to enter the Shangri-La box, shoulder to shoulder with Lin Feng, Shi Yazu also secretly looked at Lin Feng, and secretly admired Lin Feng for the achievements he achieved at such a young age. He was also a little bit more nervous about his plan for this trip, and I wonder if the other party will accept. At this moment, The beautiful woman behind Shiyazu whispered a few words in Shiyazu's ear. After listening, Shiyazu smiled knowingly. Not long after, the four of the two parties sat down in the box. After the waiter got on a pot of dragon well, they repelled the waiter and started today's negotiation. President Che, I think you are here today, not just for the level 45 reward. The young lady next to you is also very talented and beautiful. Admirable. Lin Feng smiled slightly and praised the topic. It involves the woman who came from Shiyazu. One is to explore the purpose of Shiyazu today. The other is to explore the bottom of this woman. Lin Feng dared to pack a vote. This young and beautiful woman is by no means his mistress. Shiyazu started from scratch and went through many twists and turns. In the end, he was able to turn the danger into a bargain. With a net worth of hundreds of millions, he is not a stunned person. Ha ha, Mr. Lin joked. Your company's three goddesses admire all Legend players. I am also an obsessive player of Legend. Naturally, I have admired the three goddesses for a long time. Shiyazu didn't reply, but complimented the three of Lizu. The two of them quarreled and went to the bottom of each other, but they didn't tell the truth. After a pot of Longjing drank upright, the two sides talked nonsense, but didn't say a word. Old Fox Lin Feng cursed secretly. Little Fox Shiyazu Xindao. Wu Zhaopu was shrewd and called Hu Longjing again when he saw the opportunity. The other young woman was also unambiguous, and asked the waiter to serve a small snack. The two sides continued to have such a non-original small talk, but the sentences contained mystery, and they kept exploring each other's bottom. Time passed in a hurry, and it was lunchtime in a blink of an eye. Come on, Mr. Lin, how old I am idiotic about you, my brother can't be exaggerated. Let my brother be the host today, please have a meal, and we will continue to talk. Shiyazu boldly called the waiter and ordered the menu. Give it to the woman next to him, and continue to chat with Lin Feng. Lin Feng would naturally not leave either. Shiyazu's actions were too unreasonable, and coupled with the identity of the other party's Julan group's president, Lin Feng naturally wanted to stay to see where the other party was called. Of course, there is another very important reason for Lin Feng to stay. The journey developed by Shiyazu Zhengtu is rated as a highly dangerous game by experts. The game world it creates is a society full of material desires, money first, full of bullying and fraud, no fair competition, no sense of morality. The heist system set in the game is considered by some players to be the biggest highlight of the game, and it has become the most attractive setting for players. This game breaks the bottom line of all social morals. Wu Jiujuo, a senior game player and freelance writer, once made such an attribution to Zen2. At the same time, Journey is also the most expensive game in the history of the game. A game character who spent more than 2,000 yuan and reached more than 100 levels is just a low-level player in the game, and may be killed by a low-level 50 player armed with RMB at any time. This game has also set a sky-high price. Players need to spend more than 3.5 million yuan to achieve the best equipment and best play. But this is the case. Zhengtu still set a crazy record of the highest number of online users of 2.1 million, and it also brought stunning profits to Shiyazu. Lin Feng was speculating at this moment that he opened the door of domestic online games ahead of time. Will Shiyazu's Zhengtu be released in advance? Not long after, the table is full of dishes. Mr. Lin, little girl Shijing, my father will offer you a glass. The woman next to Shiyazu took the lead in toasting. Shijing. Lin Feng was stunned. He never expected that the young and beautiful woman who came with Shiyazu today would be Shiyazu's daughter, Shijing. Shijing, who owns 18.57% of Julan Group's shares in the online game industry, is known as the Miss Gold Medal, actually sitting in front of her. Of course, at this moment, Shiyazu is not the most famous boss in China's online game industry in later generations. Naturally, Shijing is also unknown, but they are coming with father and daughter today. What is the so-called picture? The so-called most difficult to dissipate the grace of beautiful people. Lin Feng had to stay a little bit more energetic. Lin Feng stood up holding the wine glass. I can't think of Miss Shea, such a country and city. It is really admirable. I am sorry for the slights just now. After that, Lin Feng did his best. Hee, Mr. Lin said and laughed. Shi Jing also drank it. 2 blushes rose on her pretty face, making it even more coquettish. Mr. Lin, the little girl knows that you have a lot of opportunities every day. If you can get Mr. Lin's face today, the little girl will offer Mr. Lin a cup. After speaking, Shi Jing drank it again. Lin Feng frowned. This wine is too. The wine is strong and the glass is not too small. Lin Feng himself rarely drank white wine. He had a cup of wine just now, and his belly was still hot at the moment. It's not enough to get drunk, but it will affect your judgment, and you may make mistakes later in the negotiation. Don't drink it. This cup is also respected by Shi Jing. The other is a woman and Shi Yaza's daughter. Lin Feng is not easy to refuse. Miss She, President Lin can't help but let me do it for you. Wu Zhaopu saw that Lin Feng was embarrassed with sharp eyes, so he stepped forward and waited for Lin Feng to drink this cup. Unexpectedly, Shi Jing gave in and said bitterly, "Does President Lin look down on the little girl? Isn't he willing to show her face?" As soon as he said this, Wu Zhaopu was no longer able to come forward to replace the drink, and he secretly said that Shi Yaza was shrewd and let his daughter take the lead. There is an unwritten rule in Chinese wine rooms that women must drink all toasts. Lin Feng glanced. Sitting on the smiling Shi Yazu, an old fox was cunning in his heart. But this is not to blame Lin Feng. No one expected Shi Yazu to bring his daughter, and such a powerful role. Lin Feng thought for a while, knowing that things can no longer let the other party lead by the nose, otherwise it will be difficult to get right today. After taking a sip, he took the bottle from Shi Jing and poured a glass. Miss She, this 3rd cup counts me as an apologize for the offense in the previous legend. I hope Mr. Shi has a lot of it and don't pursue it again. After finishing speaking, before Shi Jing reacted, I did my best. Shi Jing was taken aback, looking at Lin Feng's empty wine glass. Her expression changed. Originally, because of today's trip, because the other party was in the wrong, Shi Jing has been steadily stabilizing Lin Feng in terms of momentum and reason, but the other party's hand brought the situation back in an instant. Wu Zhaopu secretly gave a thumbs up behind his back and said shrewdly, Lin Feng's trick makes use of his strength to make it beautiful. HMPH. President Lin is so powerful, he will bully me, a little girl. Seeing that the wine in Lin Feng's cup was empty, Shi Jing angrily drank the wine cup in his hand and sat down muffledly, knowing that the matter was a foregone conclusion. Alas, it's still too young. Shi Yaza looked at her daughter's angry look and shook his head secretly. However, he greatly appreciated Lin Feng's response. At a young age, but so witty, his achievements will be limitless in the future. Alas, in contrast, this daughter who has always been proud of herself, doesn't know when she will truly grow up. My son is not in this business, only this daughter suits my appetite very well, but today, it is still too tender, and I have to practice more. Shi Yaza laughed and eased the awkward atmosphere in the court. Mr. Lin, we have been talking for so long, so I won't say any more polite words. I'm not here today for the so-called level 45 reward. Although I wasn't in this business before, I'm also in the business world after all. After so long, I also know that the advertisements are just gimmicks and should not be taken seriously. The previous misunderstandings were wiped out, and any rewards were not rewarded, and the glass of wine that President Lin just received was all met. Shi Yazu opened the mouth and explained that his trip was not Xiang Lin. The wind collects debts or seeks justice. I came to want President Lin to give me a meal. Shi Yazu turned to a low tone, surprised Lin Feng. President She, what you said is that everyone is in the business world, all for life. Mr. Shi has something to say. Please say something. Shi Yaza has such a low posture. How dare Lin Feng be? With Shi Yaza's qualifications, he must have something to ask for when he said these words, and Lin Feng had to be cautious. No matter how vigilant Shi Yazu is in his heart, such a famous person can actually be casual. This talent is truly terrifying. Mr. Lin, I won't say anything extra. This time, I hope to cooperate with Mr. Lin to jointly develop an online game. Shiyazu took out a business proposal from his briefcase. Jointly develop online games? Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, faintly guessing what this cooperation plan was in his mind. And when he opened the project case, his breath suddenly became choked. Journey open the project case, and above it is the big words N2. Chapter 129 The Journey Set Sail. Shiyazu's life is very legendary, from the giant hangar to the giant mansion, from melatonin to the golden partner. He started from scratch and ranked 8th in the wealth list within 5 years. After that, he was in debt of 250 million overnight. He made a comeback and started his own business as a healthcare giant, a cutting-edge online game, and a billionaire capitalist. Everything that happened to Shiyazu is enough to write an inspirational biography. However, after experiencing the disaster of a huge building, the impetuous Shiyazu that year has faded that layer of glitz. During the preliminary investigation of melatonin, Shiyazu can travel from village to town and visit from house to house, just to understand what the common people hope for the most curative effect and what price. Health products. With this stability and tenacity, Shiyazu finally made a comeback and now has the Julon Group. Today's cooperation project is also the result of Shiyazu's detailed investigation into the online game market that has suddenly become popular all over the country. Earlier, when Legend first came out, Shiyazu, who usually likes to play a little game, plunged into it. In reality, Shiyazu is a competitive person, and the same is true in the game. In order to cultivate the most powerful characters in the game, Shiyazu spends tens of thousands of yuan every month to buy equipment, exchange experience, and organize guilds. In order to become the first guild to capture Shayback, Shiyazu even more than 100,000 to purchase high-end equipment for all members. The magnanimity of his shots was shocking. A few days ago, I exchanged times experience at a huge price, and became the first 45th level player of Legend before everyone else, and became the first person of Legend. Shiyazu wanted to be the first to reach level 45, not for dinner with Lizu, but for his own face problem, proving that he is the strongest player in the game. Of course, this game was not played for nothing. It cost hundreds of thousands, which gave Shiyazu a deep understanding of online games and the huge profits of online games. He has roughly calculated it himself, and now the most popular online game in China, Legend, has a profit of nearly 100 million yuan in 1 month, and its amazing return on output and input is unmatched by any other industry. Moreover, Shiyazu concluded that the online game market is a sunrise industry with huge potential in the future. Therefore, Shiyazu wants to get involved in the online game market. But now the domestic online game market is dominated by the second world, and other online game companies are almost overwhelmed. Shiyazu had never done this before. Despite his ambitions, the market enclosure has been completed. He can only compete with other online game companies for that pitiful market share if he enters the market at this time. It is really unwise. Therefore, Shiyazu decided to change his usual style of doing things and seek cooperation. Shiyazu's partner is naturally the leader of the domestic online game industry today, the second world. Shiyazu is a little bit disdainful when he cooperates with other companies. He is the leader of health products, and he naturally cooperates with the leader of online games. Of course, the real reason is that the strength of the second world made Shiyazu have to cooperate with it. Shiyazu has studied the development history of the second world. As the chairman of the company, Lin Feng, Shiyazu has studied thoroughly. Shiyazu has only one comment on Lin Feng: his vision is unique. Whether it was the starting point fast food chain of Lin Feng, the later Dingdong.com, and the subsequent acquisition of Legend, they all proved Lin Feng's vision and the accuracy of grasping the market. However, there is one thing that Shiyazu thinks is much better than Lin Feng, and that is advertising marketing strategy. In this regard, if you are a college student, then Lin Feng Primary School has not graduated yet. How can Lin Feng's gentle advertising strategy achieve the greatest benefit in this bizarre 21st century? Therefore, Shiyazu believes that if he cooperates with Lin Feng, he must be the best partner. With Lin Feng's vision and his own violent marketing methods, he will surely sweep the entire Chinese online game market, and even the global online game market is not impossible. Of course, this is only Shiyazu's unilateral conjecture. Whether Lin Feng is willing to agree to cooperate depends on whether his journey project can impress Lin Feng. Lin Feng carefully read the project plan handed over by Shiyazu, which described the concept of journey in detail, which was almost the same as the journey in Lin Feng's memory. The only difference is that the Zeng2 in this project is a point card system, not the later generations of free games to play for a fee model. Of course, this can be corrected in future development. But there is no doubt that once Journey comes out, it will set off a new storm in the Chinese online game industry. Due to its own limitations, Legend is destined to be slowly eliminated in the increasingly diversified and colorful online game world. When Jiangxia King Yuan Online came out too early, the transition to Zeng2 was indeed a very suitable choice. It's just that Lin Feng has many worries. Zeng2 has suffered too many losses on moral issues, and it has been criticized by people from all walks of life. Even the players of Zeng2 have been complaining about it. The second world that Lam Feng is preparing to build is a boutique game company, and the emergence of Zeng2 goes too far. After Zen2, Shiyazu's redeveloped game is also very popular, but it is the best evidence that it can no longer surpass the peak of Zeng2. Lam Feng does not want his company to do the same. Moreover, Shiyazu's violence resembles a marketing strategy, which is too brutal and easily offends industry peers and rouses public outrage. Back then, Zeng2 finally had to introduce the point card system, which was a kind of compromise in Shiyazu's helplessness. However, the second world has now become a target, and there is nothing to worry about. President Che, how do we cooperate? After thinking about everything, Lin Feng asked. Mr. Lin, I don't like politeness too much, so I just said it straight. I hope to buy 20% of Lin's shares in the second world with 200 million yuan. Shiyazu looked at Lin Feng. His face, knowing that this extravagant hope is definitely hard to come true. If you are yourself, you will not sell your shares. Once listed, this 20% can easily become 2 billion. Lin Feng smiled silently, waiting for Shiyazu to follow. It's not impossible for Shiyazu to buy shares, but Lin Feng can only give him 5% of the shares at most. But it is expected that Shiyazu will definitely not do so. But too much. Lin Feng was not willing. I hope that our two joint ventures will create a company with 50% of the shares. Mr. Lin, what do you think? Shiyazu came up with a draft contract. Lin Feng took the contract and looked at it. The contract stipulates that this new company called Zhurun Network Company will unilaterally inject 100 million yuan from the Zhurun Group, and Second World will buy shares with technology. The companies jointly develop Journey. The agreement also stipulates that during the development, the Second World will take charge of the technical issues related to Zen2, while the daily management and marketing will be completely taken over by the Zhurun Group. This contract is not so much a cooperation, as it is that Shiyazu spent money to find Lin Feng to buy a ticket to the online game market. It is not that Shiyazu cannot develop independently by himself, but he has never been involved in this industry. The company has many advertising talents, but not technical talents. But if you want to search for talents in games in today's domestic market, it can be said that there is number. When Lin Feng took the lead in opening the door to the online game market, the huge profits of Legends detonated the rapid rise of online game companies, while also driving the shortage of talents in the game industry. Nowadays, the slightly better game talents in the country have already been sold out, and Shiyazu couldn't hire anyone if he wanted to. A joint venture with Lin Feng, letting Lin Feng Technology become a shareholder, and borrowing a mature development team from the Second World is now the only choice. Lin Feng handed it to Wu Xiaopu. After reading it carefully, Wu Xiaopu hinted that the idea was feasible. The two companies in this contract can be said to take what they need. Although Zeng2 directly competes with Legend, Wu Xiaopu has calculated that it will take at least 68 months for Zeng2 to be developed. By that time, Legend was about to enter a period of decline, and Second World prepared to replace Legend by Swordsman Love Online. Zeng 2 is a 2D game, and Swordsman Love Online takes a 3D route. Everyone is in a different field, and direct conflicts are small. Wu Zhaopu believes that Lin Feng will definitely be able to think of a way to prevent Park between his family. Lin Feng also agrees with this cooperation agreement. Zeng 2 was developed by a joint venture between the two parties. He can earn reasonable profits and he will not worry about the impact of Zeng 2 on the company's image. As for whether it will compete with his own games, Lin Feng naturally has a solution. Zeng 2 definitely follows the route of free games to play for a fee, while the games developed by Lam Feng Second World will all adopt the point card mode, and there is no conflict between the two. After carefully finalizing the details, the two parties formally signed an agreement 3 days later. As for the level 45 reward problem caused this time, Shi Yazi promised to solve it, but the crisis of trust caused by hackers can only be solved by Lin Feng. He can do nothing, and it is inconvenient to intervene. In the afternoon, Shi Yazi logged into Legend with his account and strongly appealed in the game, saying that he is a person with a wife and children, and he cannot go to eat with other women, or he must kneel on the CPU when he returns home, so he hopes that the Second World can give other rewards. Wu Zhaopu also announced immediately that he was very cooperative and rewarded the first player to reach level 45 in a cash prize of 10,000 yuan. While the player is amused by the fear of his wife, the first person in the legend is also deeply envious. After all, for most people, a reward of 10,000 yuan is much more affordable than having a meal with the holy goddess. However, players still questioned the crisis of trust erupted by hackers, hoping that the official could give a reasonable explanation as soon as possible. For this, Wu Zhaopu and others have studied and decided to find someone to top the tank. Find a well-known hacker who admitted that this time he invaded the Second World intranet and modified the legend data without authorization, deliberately slandering the Second World as a trick. This proposal was echoed by everyone, and they also believed that this was the easiest way to solve the matter, and the players' understanding was the best, but it was rejected by Lin Feng. Wrong is wrong. This matter started because of me, I should be responsible for it, and I will explain all this to the players. Lin Feng said firmly. Donglin, but in this way, I am afraid that the players will. Wu Zhaopu and others said worriedly. But even if you do it according to your decision, this matter still leaves hidden dangers. Hackers can solve it, but this problem still exists. Even if you get through the current difficulties, but will be lifted out in the future, then it will be completely irreparable. Lin Feng naturally knows that everyone's proposal is a consistent method adopted by most companies, but Lin Feng looks farther. The company is still in its infancy, and once it enters a mature stage in the future, it will be fatal if it is caught out again. How is it possible? Wang Hai is about to find out the hacker's address. As long as we buy the hacker, who knows? Li Yuan said. But you know, I know, the technicians of the Second World all know. Who can guarantee that they will not say anything in the future? Lin Feng asked. Everyone looked at each other for a while. Indeed, at this critical moment in the company, these people will not speak out for the benefit of the company and for their own benefit. But in the future, if they leave the company for some reason and become dissatisfied with the company, or poke the matter out for profit, it will be really unclear. Rest assured, if you confess everything to the players and sincerely apologize, I believe everyone will forgive me. Lin Feng said confidently. The Prime Minister apologized to the people of the whole country, which caused a sigh of sorrow from the people. Although he is not at that point, as the chairman of the Second World, he candid everything to many players and sincerely apologize. Lin Feng believes that the players will eventually forgive him. Second World will still be the best online game company choice among players. P.S. Regarding the Chapter 127 being criticized by everyone, I am very helpless. This chapter was planned before, but I have overlooked one point. Yi is meant to be Yi, and depression should be best avoided. Yes. At this point, I will learn from experience in the future and try my best to avoid this kind of plot in the development of the plot. In short, Thank you for your support. There are 2 chapters today. I was almost silly. I don't know how to write it. Chapter 130 Press Conference. Sorry, it's only 1 chapter today. On Sunday, the children will have fun at home. From next week, I promise to update 2 chapters every day. 3 chapters are really too tired. I have to work to make money and do housework. I'm really sorry. I will try my best more. Thank you for your support. This time, the crisis of trust finally triggered by the 45-level reward of legend has attracted the attention of the domestic online game industry and even the entire IT industry. For an IT company, the trust of users is very important, which is related to whether the company can go public successfully. For the vast majority of IT industry companies, if they cannot go public, it means that the company is not far from bankruptcy. The so-called peers are enemies, especially other domestic online game companies that have been crushed by the second world. Most of them have the mentality of watching the theater, and hope that this time it is best to let the second world be devastated. Of course, in order to achieve their goals, it is indispensable to push the flames behind the scenes. When Lin Feng announced that he would hold a press conference to give all players an explanation on this matter, all eyes turned to Shanghai to see how Lin Feng, the young man who has been the most popular in the past year, handles this matter. With the mediation of director Zhao, Shanghai Oriental TV station broadcasted this press conference live, which was absolutely rare in the past. Usually, apart from the live broadcast of state-issued press conferences, there are almost no private press conferences that can be broadcast live. However, Director Zhao knows that giving charcoal in the snow is far more heartwarming than icing on the cake. Of course, Director Zhao is also sure that Lin Feng will be able to survive this barrier, so he decided to broadcast live in the station. As for whether the boss will criticize, Director Zhao naturally has something to say, but he is not afraid. At most, he will be criticized without pain. As long as he wins over Lin Feng, the future super rich, he will let Lin Feng give the TV station to Dora. Click on advertising sponsorship and everything will pass. In the era of economic command, as long as the economy goes up, everything is easy to say. Lin Feng's Tomato Network also broadcasted the whole process live. Once the news was released, a large number of legend players stayed online or in front of the TV, waiting for the press conference to be held to see how Lin Feng explained the matter. Zhu Zhengyai, the richest man in Shanghai, also heard of the crisis of trust that broke out in the second world. The last time I was fixed by Lin Feng at the extraordinary auction house. Although he was angry, it was not easy to have an attack. Originally, the auction had its own means. If he used this to retaliate against Lin Feng, he would probably arouse dissatisfaction from the entire Shanghai rich community. Every industry has its own rules. Fortunately, the richest man in Shanghai must also abide by it. Therefore, Zhu Zhengyai has been holding his breath in his heart. This time I heard that this had happened in Lin Feng's second world, although I wasn't very happy, but I felt a little happy in my heart. Today, it is also rare to stay by the TV to see how it can be solved, and also to secretly observe Lin Feng's lifestyle. For this Lin Feng, Zhu Zhengyai had an instinctive sense of crisis, faintly felt that his title of Shanghai's richest man would give way to him. In a mansion in faraway Beijing, Xiaqian was also staring at the TV with a gloomy expression. Since the last time his mother confessed that his plan to acquire Lin Feng's 5% of Tencent.com's shares failed, he has been forbidden by his mother to leave Beijing. The ban on footing is small, the key is that it made him unable to lift his head in front of his mother, and reprimanded him for not being able to do even this little thing, which made Xiaqian unbearable. But Shanghai, that was Zhu Zhengyai's site, and the Beijing officials had always had a mismatch with the officials on the Shanghai side. It was impossible for him to find this face. Later, seeing Lin Feng Company grow stronger and stronger, Xiaqian felt more uncomfortable. Especially every time his mother compares Lin Feng with him, she admires Lin Feng in her tone, which makes Xiaqian feel even more resentful. What's so great about this Lin Feng? It's not just that I'm a lucky. I launched 2 broken games. What's worth dragging? The more upset Xiaqian feels, the more I pay attention to Lin Feng's news, always thinking about it. Someday let Lin Feng have a taste for it. But Lin Feng has been going smoothly, although there are occasional twists and turns. But Lin Feng's efforts have turned the tide. This time there was finally an error, and Xiaqian was naturally happy. Master, the press conference is about to begin. On the other side of Beijing, in a quaint courtyard. Well, I see. By the way, what has Xiaqian done recently? Young master asked. Being forbidden by his mother, I can't leave Beijing. But I often hear him say he wants to show Lin Feng a good look. Hee, let him go and make trouble. Let's watch the play later. I want to see if this Lin Feng is as recommended by others and is worth organizing and absorbing. The young master's tone was extremely contemptuous. However, he didn't know that his idea of recommending Lin Feng into the organization had become his lifelong nightmare, and it also brought the organization closer to the abyss. It is also in Beijing, in the female dormitory of Peking University. Brother Xiaofeng, come on. Huang Shuqi's freshman year is about to end. He hasn't seen him for a year, and the outgoing Ting Ayulai is a little more quiet and less naughty. With all the anticipation, Lin Feng entered the press conference hall at 10 o'clock in the morning, accompanied by Wu Xiaopu, Li Yuan and Li Zhu, and the Shanghai Internet Police Brigade Captain Wu. As soon as the 5 people appeared, the fluorescent lights kept flashing. Lin Feng has long been used to it. Li Zhu is now well known, and he has received many interviews. As the CEO of the Second World, Wu Xiaopu has also worked in many major universities. The company is also very adaptable to this occasion. Only Li Yuan first contacted the media, and under the siege of everyone, he was slightly gagged. Lin Feng patted Li Yuan's shoulder lightly to signal him to be calm. Today he is also one of the indispensable protagonists. Li Yuan took a deep breath, muttered a few silently, and gradually calmed down. Donglin, in this crisis of trust, did you deliberately play legend players? There is no such thing as rewards at all? A report rushed to ask. Lin Feng frowned. Miss Li Zhu, do you look down on these Chinese legend players because you entered the top 5 in Shanghai in Supergirl? Disdain to eat with them. The reporter's words were even more poisonous and provoked everything. The race is on the opposite side. Many reporters' questions are more difficult than the other. What is ugly and what to ask? But there is no way. The reporters eat this kind of food. If anyone wants to read too much official news, newspapers and magazines can't be sold. The scene was in chaos, and finally it became quiet after the press officer maintained order several times. Everyone, I will definitely leave time for you to ask questions, and please don't be anxious. Lin Feng's promise has made many reporters feel at ease. They are also afraid that Lin Feng will leave when he finishes speaking. What do they write? There is not much to write about a simple press conference. But they don't know that today's press conference is destined to give them a lot of things to write. Dear friends from the press, welcome to the press conference of the Second World. Lin Feng gave a formal speech after a polite remark from the press release officer. Lin Feng squeezed the heavy press release and stood up. I believe that friends from journalists and friends who are sitting in front of the TV or sitting in front of the computer, who care about legend and the Second World, certainly don't want to listen to these same official rhetoric without any loopholes. Lin Feng said after that, tear up the press release in hand. There was an uproar among the many reporters on the scene, and it was the first time they saw such a characterful spokesperson. But after a second thought, these reporters became excited. The more interviewees with such character, the more they could dig up the news. Today, they don't have to worry about nothing to write. Many players who watched the live broadcast of Legend were also shocked. They have seen many news conferences before, but no one has a personality like Lin Feng who dares to tear up the news release on the spot. Your uncle, enough man. Many netizens give their thumbs up. This action of Lin Feng suits their appetite very well. At least he will not read the reproof speech prepared in advance to those government officials. And it also reflects Lin Feng's sincerity. He has won 10 points in his attitude. Grandma, as long as the explanation is reasonable, we will not pursue it. Most players have already faintly let go of this trust crisis in their hearts. Little chick. Cut. Virtue. Haha, it's interesting. This Lin Feng is a character. Wow, Xiaofeng is so handsome. So cool. Zong Qingyu, Chairman and CEO of Wahaha Group headquarters in Hangzhou, not far from Shanghai, is also watching the press conference. Since cooperating with Lin Feng's Starting Point fast food chain, Very Cola has become the third largest carbonated beverage in China, and other beverages have also sold well. Last year, the sales of the entire Wahaha Group exceeded 11 billion yuan. When Zong Qingyu saw Lin Feng this scene, he was happy. When he and Lin Feng participated in the press conference, Lin Feng also played this hand. I have to say that although this hand is a bit more adventurous, it is indeed very popular with reporters. If a company can establish a good relationship with reporters, the company will not worry about not having the opportunity to report everyone. Before explaining this matter, Li Yuan, vice president of the Lin Group's cybersecurity company, has something to say. Lin Feng took Li Yuan with him on this trip, and first asked him to explain to the players what happened to the Second World. The fact of the invasion. The second is to take the opportunity to start the reputation of the newly developed Net Shield. Dear friends from the press, this is the information about the hacking that I found on the Second World host. Li Yuan took out a stack of documents with the data of the intrusion evidence printed on it. Maybe you think I'm just talking in the vernacular, but this can be proved by Captain Wu of the Shanghai Internet Police. Li Yuan pointed to the Captain Wu of the Internet Police near his side. Yes, friends from reporters and viewers in front of the TV. I guarantee with my police uniform that these data are indeed facts. Indeed, hackers have hacked into the official website of the Second World and modified the data. Wu Die the captain made an oath. Could things just continue like this? Finally put all the responsibility on the hacker? A lot of reporters look at me, I look at you, with deep disappointment in their eyes. If this is the case, what else is there to write about? At most articles that are as big as tofu. Let's briefly introduce them, and they will be in vain today. Many players waiting in front of the computer or TV are also disappointed. This result is acceptable to them, but it always feels a bit false. In particular, Lin Feng's previous actions seemed so contrived at this time, and even made many players feel a little sick. What kind of hacking? I think it is not just a word from you. What police uniform guarantee? Cut. Trust the police. The sow will climb the tree. Deep disappointment in the hearts of many players. But so, damn, let you escape. Unsatisfactory. Brother Xiaofeng is awesome. I'll just say how Brother Xiaofeng can lie. Just when everyone thought that this press conference would end in a dull manner, the waves resurfaced. Everyone, the NetShield network protection software developed by Lin's network security company can definitely protect our computer from any viruses and hackers. This hacking incident is mainly due to the loopholes in Legend, but we have fixed it. I believe many players the data will be more secure in the future. Lin Feng's words changed suddenly, but what I want to say here is that although this incident was caused by hackers, the root of it lies in me, and I deceived everyone. I deceived all Legend players. Here, I would like to first express my sincere apology to Legend players across the country. Lin Feng bowed deeply. When Lin Feng's words fell, many reporters were stunned at first. Then, their eyes were like sharks seeing blood, their hands were red, and their hands were shaking with excitement. They were muttering words in their mouths. Knowing that this time has developed, there must be news tomorrow. Many players also froze for a moment, and then became excited. Although I heard that Lin Feng personally admitted that he had deceived them, I felt a little uncomfortable. But when things were about to settle, Lin Feng turned around and admitted his mistakes personally. This has won the goodwill of the players and also attracted theirs interest. Obviously, Lin Feng still has something to say. They want to hear why Lin Feng is like this. People everywhere were surprised. Brother Xiaofeng. Chapter 131 Unexpected Ending. Lin Feng's apology was beyond everyone's expectation. After a short period of cold on the scene, many reporters pounded their hearts, waiting for Lin Feng's next words, with a faint feeling in their hearts that something big must happen today. Lin Feng looked at the camera and the many reporters in front of him, knowing that once he said the following words, he would never have a chance to look back. But in order to completely resolve the crisis and for Lizu, he must do so. The reason why I lied to all players and deceived all players is because I fell in love with Lizu. I can't tolerate her and other men eating in a warm relationship, so I deceived everyone. Here, I apologize to all legend players. Lin Feng bowed deeply. Uproar. Everyone stayed at the scene. The reporters didn't expect this ending. Wu Xiaopu and others who came with Lin Feng were shocked. Especially Lizu was even more surprised. She didn't expect Lin Feng to confess at this critical juncture. Their relationship is sweet in their hearts. Many netizens who were waiting in front of the computer or TV were taken aback for a moment, and then scolded. But what is surprising is that Lin Feng did not deceive them, but that Lin Feng was actually a shit luck, which could be favored by Lizu. Of course, it is more of cursing Lin Feng to capture the hearts of beautiful women with power. Beautiful women are loved, it depends on whether you have this ability. Although Zhu Zhengyai was very ignorant of Lin Feng, he rarely showed his appreciation for Lin Feng this time. This virtue is worthy of her mother's praise. Xiaoqian, his tone was extremely contemptuous. Interesting, this person is really crazy. The mysterious young master smiled, and he became more interested in Lin Feng. What? Brother Xiaofeng. Huang Shuqi couldn't believe what she heard. Looking at Lin Feng in front of the camera, her heart was sour. There seemed to be something in the corner of her eye that could not be controlled, and she wanted to flow out. Lin Feng's remarks completely blasted the press conference hall on site. All the reporters pointed their microphones at Lin Feng and Lizu, two of the focus of the news, according to the rules at the moment. Donglin, how far is your relationship with Lizu? Are you going to get married? Miss Lizu, as the most likely newcomer in the entertainment industry this year, will this news affect your career? What is the relationship between you and Lin Dong? Have you been threatened by him? Reporters' questions are always more tricky. Their brains are inherently different from ordinary people, and the angle of thinking about problems is always so incredible. Lin Feng frowned, knowing that some things must be explained clearly. Otherwise the dirty water from these reporters would never be washed away. At this time, Lisa stood up. Just now, Lin Feng frankly the relationship between the two under everyone's eyes. Lisa felt that this moment was the happiest moment in her life. Witnessing this crisis caused by myself, I have made a decision in my heart. Brother Lin, you are good to me, and I also want to be good to you, Lisa secretly thought. Dear friends from the press, there is nothing dirty between me and Brother Lin. Brother Lin has never forced me. In fact, I have been secretly liking Brother Lin. This time I was unwilling to honor this reward. I have the courage to confess to Brother Lin. The result has caused big trouble for Brother Lin and hurt many players. Here, I apologize to everyone for my waywardness. I'm sorry. Lisa thought of all the trouble caused by himself, and his heart was upset. Feeling sad, unable to control it for a while, sobbed softly in front of everyone. The rain beats the pear blossoms, how can people bear it? Lin Feng saw a pain in his heart, knowing that this is Lisa sacrificing his own future in exchange for the credibility of his company friend. Why are you? Lin Feng wants to spit out all the truth. Mr. Lin, if you explain now, I am afraid that the description will get darker and darker. It's better not to let down the hard work of Xiaozu. Seeing Lin Feng's expression, Wu Xiaopu knew what Lin Feng was going to say, and quickly grabbed Lin Feng thought for a while and sighed. I am sorry. Lin Feng bowed again to apologize, but he felt more pity for Lizu in his heart, and secretly vowed in his heart that he would live up to Lizu in this life. Alas, Wu Xiaopu and others sighed. This ending may be the best, but Lizu may be the one who sacrificed the most. and her future in the entertainment industry may be greatly affected. The reporter at the scene was a bit silly and didn't know what to do. It is the most difficult to accept the grace of beauties, not to mention the tears of beauties, which makes many reporters do not know what to say for a while. Of course, this also stems from the fact that most of these reporters are reporters for finance or some popular newspapers and magazines, not entertainment gossip reporters, otherwise they would certainly not let Lin Feng and Li Zhu easily pass, and would continue to ask more tricky questions. The many players in front of the TV were also stunned, and they didn't expect that things would eventually develop into this way, making them feel like they had knocked over a bottle of 5 flavors. As the holy goddess praised by the second world, if many players have no illusions about it, it is a lie. I don't know how many people want to take care of Lisa forever, even if they just look at her every day. But at this time, witnessing her being so desperate for her sweetheart, everyone sighed while losing. I don't have much hatred for being deceived by the second world in my heart. At the moment when Lisa's tears fell, most of the people forgave this deception. Brother Xiaofeng, Huang Shuqi didn't know what to say besides feeling sad and disappointed at this moment. Jealous. Such Lisa makes her jealous. Hate. Who can she hate? Blame herself for not confessing early. Back at the press conference, Lin Feng took Lisa to his feet. In order to make up for this mistake, Legend will be completely free for the next week. In addition, Legend will launch a new expansion, Romance of the Three Kingdoms. I hope players can enjoy the fun of the game. Lin Feng took Lisa's hand and left under the crowd, and once again clearly proved his relationship with Lisa to everyone. Many reporters did not stop, and today's news is violent enough, and they have begun to wonder how to publish today's news under the headline, "On the far-away Mercedes-Benz S600 sedan." Sorry, friend, I wronged you today. Lin Feng caressed Lisa's jade hand lovingly. No, I feel very happy. Lisa showed a sweet smile and leaned his head on Lin Feng's shoulder. But this will ruin your future, Lin Feng said reproachfully. It's okay, if it is ruined, then I will continue to be my showgirl. That kind of work is easier, hee, and I can see Big Brother Lin every day. Lisa didn't care. He smiled. To be honest, Lisa knows that she is not a very ambitious woman. She only hopes that her life can be stable and happy. The amount of money is not important, as long as she is able to live without worry. Of course, if there is more money on the basis of happiness, then it will be good. If it doesn't work, she doesn't care. Now life is very happy, and she is also very satisfied. Oh, in this way, I will give you 5% of the company's shares. In the future, you will also be a member of the company's board of directors and be eligible to attend the company's daily meetings. Lin Feng always felt self-blame and thought about it. No, when people used to be Brother Lin's secretary, were there not enough jokes? I don't want it. Besides, if one day I can't find a job, Brother Lin will leave me alone. Lisa puffed. Haha, how come? Lin Feng Dale, hee, as long as I have Brother Lin, I have everything. I don't want the others. Lisa stuck out his tongue. Are you confused? No, she is really smart. Know how to truly capture the heart of a man. Lin Feng was very relieved and lamented the infinite beauty of life. Unexpectedly, how can life be as good as everyone wants? After the press conference, Huang Shuqi quietly wiped away the tears from her eyes, and secretly made a decision in her heart. Mom, I won't go back in summer vacation. I'm going to work. Huang Shuqi called her mother and said, part-time job? Why do you work part-time? After your mother became a shareholder of your Xiaofeng Brothers Internet City, she now has a net income of more than 6,000 yuan per month, which is more than enough for you to study at university. You can study at ease. Why do you work? Aunt Huang frowned. Mom, you don't understand. Huang Shuqi didn't know how to persuade her mother for a while, so she couldn't say it. In that case, she couldn't say it. I want to increase my internship experience. Then I can get a good job after graduation. Oh, is that so? But I heard that it seems to be the 3rd year of the internship. Aunt Huang thought for a while, and asked in confusion, Mom, Peking University is one of the best universities in the country. Of course it's different. Freshman requires an internship to improve self-competitiveness. Huang Shuqi lied more and more, and stunned her mother. Okay, but you should pay more attention to your own safety. Don't lose out when you are a girl's house. Also, before school starts, you have to come back and let my mother see you. Aunt Huang had no choice but to promise. Well, okay, Mom, that's it, I'll hang up. Huang Shuqi stuck out her tongue and patted her chest lightly, as if she had done bad things in fear. Shuqi, what are you doing? A female voice came from outside. Huang Shuqi was frightened suddenly by this, and screamed. After seeing the person clearly, he glared at the person. You scared me to death. There is no sound when you walk. Hee. I think you did something bad. Is it because which boy sent you a sweet courtship message? The visitor chuckled. You also said, if it weren't for you, how could my mobile phone number be known by those flies? Now I'm so annoying, but I can't change the number. It's all you. Huang Shuqi pounced on the people. Chuck, Shuqi, my good Shuqi, I was wrong. Can't you? I don't dare anymore. The two went crazy. After a long time. Why, are you going to work in Shanghai during summer vacation? Go to meet your Xiaofeng brother? The girl asked. Huang Shuqi didn't know what she was going to Shanghai for, but she was unwilling to give up like this. But that Lizu was so perfect, and perfection made her feel jealous. Okay, don't worry, I'll accompany you when that happens. I'm going to ask him a good question. Why not call our Peking University flower, the cutest Shuqi, for a year? I have never called. The girl was angry. Say, no, he called me during the Chinese New Year. Huang Shuqi wanted to defend, but was powerless. Since the New Year, Lin Feng has never called her again. Brother Xiaofeng, did you forget me, or is there only Li Ju in your heart? P.S. The recent chapters have always been criticized, and I was helpless and tried my best. I hope I can write a book that more people like. If you have any comments, please point it out. If possible, please point it out. Modified ideas. Thank you. Chapter 132. How far is the thought? The next day, not surprisingly, all newspapers and magazines reported the news. Some reported on the relationship between Lin Feng and Lizu with the title Heroes Are Sad at Beauty Pass. Others, with the title The Beauty of the Beauty, analyzed the incident in depth and reprimanded Lin Feng for his unwiseness. In short, a variety of headlines have stirred up the matter, and even the media in Hong Kong have reported on the matter. Lin Feng also appeared in Hong Kong's Entertainment Weekly and other magazines again, for the sake of a woman, deceiving players, disregarding the company's reputation and future. This time was also dubbed Pink Gate by many media. However, unexpectedly, at the same time that many media and industry veterans are lashing out at the same time, many women's magazines and women's websites have expressed support for Lin Feng, thinking that Lin Feng is a man, and only such a man is worthy of a woman's life. The two sides also launched a fierce debate on this, each holding their own opinions. It can be said to be very noisy, but the happiest is the various media. This time they made a lot of money and paid a lot more dividends at the end of the year. The only benefit to Lin Feng is that he has become a red man in the eyes of the media. Invisibly, whenever Lin Feng publishes a press conference in the future, he will attract many media to join him, which is an unexpected gain. Although there was a lot of trouble in the country, many players did not have much enthusiasm, and they also lost their hearts because the holy goddess famous flower has a sense of loss. After all, for them, the game is king. Beauty, that is the seasoning of leisure time. Although indispensable, it is not a big meal. However, Lin Ziyue and Huang Max's support rate suddenly rose sharply, and for the first time they overpowered Lizu and became the focus of players' most attention. As for the Deception Gate incident of the Second World, many players gradually understood Lin Feng. First of all, Lin Feng's a new week-free compensation has already relieved them. For most players, this 45-level reward is a tasteless one. It is very satisfying to get an extra week of free events. Coupled with Lin Feng's sincere attitude, He didn't choose to deceive players like other companies did. At this point, he won a lot of goodwill and recognition from players. For the sake of love, for the beloved, disregarding the company and deceiving the world. For players who often rush into the game and chase their enemies for 3,000 miles, this is not a big deal. If it was them, they would do the same. Man, that should be the case. Subsequently, the Second World official website announced new information about the expansion. The system has expanded the map 5 times on the basis of the original province of the league, adding 2 new main cities that can be controlled by the player, plus the original Sheibak city, a total of 3 cities that can be controlled by the player. In addition, Mengzhong City will be cancelled, and various NPCs in Mengzhong City will be transferred to the 3 new cities, and each city has different resources. The Mengzhong map will become a map completely controlled by the player. At the same time, the system promises that if there is a guild that unifies the 3 cities within a week and insists on the system maintenance time next week, all members of the guild will get a free upgrade to the system, and each member will be rewarded with a grand prize of 100,000 gold coins. And the guild president will get a brand new title and a set of advanced equipment, and we'll have an exclusive interview with him in the magazine next week. At the same time, Lin Feng also announced that Legend will no longer open new servers, and will remain unchanged at the existing 48 servers, but will increase the load capacity of each server to ensure that there will be no network congestion for 10,000 online players. At the same time, it was announced that servers would be merged appropriately according to the actual situation. The expansion of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms launched by Lin Feng is actually a guild war, especially announcing that no new servers will be added, but also to expand the scale of the guild war, hoping to attract more players to join the legend with the battle of 10,000 people. Embrace. This is what Lin Feng thought of after seeing the project of Zheng2. It can also be regarded as a preheating for the Journey's 10,000 person battle concept in advance. For this expansion, many players have expressed great interest. Obviously, the imaginary battle of thousands of people in the expansion has made many Legend players excited, especially the League of Legends now has a total of 3 players controllable cities, and the sense of accomplishment brought by the unification of the 3 cities is also given. Many guild leaders brought new excitement. How heroic the battle between 10,000 people. How is the online rate of Legend this week? Lin Feng asked. Another week of Second World regular meetings. Although we have experienced the Deception Gate incident, since we launched the Romance of the Three Kingdoms expansion, the online rate of players has increased significantly. But this is also related to the fact that Legend is completely free this week. Wu Xiaopu said. Well, I believe the players will eventually return to the embrace of Legend. Lin Feng nodded. He is confident about this, especially the launch of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms expansion. I believe it will ignite the players' hearts on the battlefield. Hope. This is also Legend's weapon against other online games in China today. No other online game can do the battle of tens of thousands of people. As for whether it can break the previous online record of Legend, it depends on the city war this weekend. Mr. Lin, the highest number of people online in Plants vs. Zombies exceeded 1.4 million, which once again broke the record of domestic and world online games. Fang Zihang, the Vice Minister of Technology in charge of Plants vs. Zombies, said with joy. But afterwards, Fang Zihang frowned again. Now some players have rushed to the 5th level, but we have no clue about the map and game mode of the 6th level. I hope that Lin Dong can give some pointers. Other people attending the meeting also looked at Lin Feng. For the 6th level of the game of Plants vs. Zombies, everyone wanted to break their heads. But there was still no good idea. The ideas put forward by everyone brainstorming are always the same as the previous 5 levels, but the reason why Plants vs. Zombies can stand out today is that the game method and map of each level are different, and it always gives players a sense of freshness. It has been deeply attracted to players. For example, in the 5th level, The map has 4 entrances and exits. Zombies will enter from one entrance and exit randomly. Players must rearrange the plants and adjust their orientation to organize the zombies according to the different entrances and exits of the zombies. This is a completely different level from the previous 4 levels, and it has also allowed the number of online plants versus zombies to climb to a peak, finally reaching a terrifying data of 1.4 million. But at the moment, if the 6th level is not new, it will inevitably reduce the player's enthusiasm, which is extremely unfavorable for casual online games that can only be popular for a while. Lin Feng looked at the ideas that everyone thought of, and put himself in the perspective of the players. He also thought that these new levels were not very attractive, and that they had new game methods and new ideas for each level that was officially promoted. This definitely disappointed the players. To disappoint the players is to oppose the interests. But how to set the game mode in the 6th level? Lin Feng also frowned. The first 5 levels basically exhausted all the available ideas. It is too difficult to adopt completely novel ideas. After all, the game is basically set here, and no major changes can be made. But even if Lin Feng wanted to change it, it was impossible now. Players who are used to the current interface will definitely not buy it if they face a brand new interface. This risk is too great to be worth the risk. Right. Lin Feng suddenly had an idea in his mind. Since there is no new idea, why don't we let players play the role of zombies and consider how to break through the defense of plants within 100 rounds? Lin Feng said. When everyone heard it, there was a flash of inspiration in their minds, and after careful consideration, they felt that this idea was really great. Previously, players thought about how to organize zombies. Now they think about it in a different way. The player plays the role of zombies and thinks about how to break through the defense. This will definitely bring players a brand new experience. Also, as for the placement of plants, I think so many defensive formations that have passed 100 rounds introduced in the magazine can be the goal we can learn from. Let players break through the successful defenses of many masters or experts in the past. Players have a more sense of success. Lin Feng pushed to Fang Zihang a magazine that analyzed the defensive formation of each level in detail. Well, Mr. Xilin, I think that in the next 4 levels, I will surely let the players get deep into it, and I will definitely make the highest number of online users reach a new high. Fang Zihang said confidently. Okay, now I will start discussing the new game I will represent in the United States. Counter-Strike Online. This topic should have been discussed at the conference long ago, but it was delayed by the previous Deception Door. Plus the new Legend expansion has been released, so it has not been discussed. After reading the relevant information, everyone agreed with this game. It is believed that it will become popular in the domestic online game industry, and it will be able to achieve better results at that time. There is no first-person shooting online game in China, and Counter-Strike is popular in China, and domestic players are obsessed with it. If Counter-Strike Online is launched at this time, it will definitely be popular. Everyone began to discuss some details, but Lin Feng was slightly disappointed. Obviously everyone ignored his intentions and his eyes were too narrow. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Feng knocked on the table, quieting the hot meeting room. Everyone, what I got this time is the agency right of Asia continent region. Lin Feng specially emphasized the pronunciation of Asia region. Mr. Lin, we first explore the domestic market. After all, we are familiar with the domestic market. Then we can develop the Korean market, then we can move to the Japanese market, and even slowly develop other markets where online games such as India are not too developed. Wu Xiaopu didn't know Lin. Why is Feng so impatient? Afraid that Lin Feng wants to open up 3 markets at the same time, and quickly persuades. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. It seems that the recent smooth flow of the domestic market has made everyone narrow their eyes and only focus on the domestic market. It is true that the cake in the domestic market is huge, but only making money from domestic players is not called skill. But being able to make money from players all over the world is called skill. Lin Feng sighed, and everyone felt cold. Often when Lin Feng sighed, It meant that they had missed or forgotten something. Everyone hurriedly reread the project plan, but it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. Is it true that Lin Dong is too ambitious this time and wants to expand the company abroad in advance? Everyone was suspicious. The company's development momentum is now strong, and it is also in the domestic limelight. But the domestic position is not strong, especially the system crashes caused by golden fingers and the integrity problems caused by quasi-single-player games that may erupt at any time. All require the company to be vigilant. At this time, it was a bit hasty and unwise to expand the company to Asia. Everyone hopes for stable development. Seeing the looks of the people, Lin Feng sighed secretly, knowing what they were thinking. As far as you look, the market can grow. Lin Feng knew that these people must be awakened. I am not going to open up the multi-party online game market at the same time, but to make this Counter-Strike Online a game that can be connected to multiple countries. I hope that in the future, players from China, South Korea, Japan or other Asian countries can use this online game to play online games on the same network. Lin Feng's voice fell to the ground, and everyone exclaimed in unison. Everyone looked at each other, and at the same time they were shocked, deeply admiring the boss' thoughts. If it is really feasible, this will usher in a new era of online games. He is not a century from us, he belongs to the next century. Everyone marvels. Chapter 133, Luring Talents. Multi-country interconnection. This idea Lin Feng has been around a long time ago. The 21st century has entered the era of global interconnection. Why are online games divided into different regions, such as national server, Taiwan server, European server, US server, etc.? Why can't servers in various countries be interconnected, so that players all over the world can enjoy themselves under the same interconnected starry sky? The game is fun. Of course, there are various reasons for this. The agents are different, and the problem of benefit distribution is difficult to solve. However, since he has taken the agent in the Asian region, Lin Feng wants to try this new idea. Multi-country interconnection. Lin Feng believes that this will definitely attract the interest of players. On the other side of the ocean, in the same network, players of different nationalities fight in teams. There are too many things that can arouse players' interest, and these things are enough to make game-loving players crazy. After hearing about Lin Feng's idea, everyone secretly pondered this plan and found it feasible. Once successful, it would surely allow the second world to go abroad and enter the Asian market and become a multinational online game company. However, the difficulty is not small, and there are also many problems. Donglin, this plan is feasible, but Donglin wants to start serving in several countries at the same time. Wu Zappa's question is also everyone's question. In 3 countries and 1 region, the most popular online games in Asia are undoubtedly China and South Korea, and Taiwan. China, which is also the most popular area for online games. Japan's TV game market is developed, but the online game market has been sluggish, but it is worth developing. Lin Feng thought for a while, and decided to simultaneously launch servers in the 4 most popular areas of online games in Asia. As for the Japanese market, it is not a very ideal investment market, but Lin Feng will sooner or later enter the Japanese market, so he has the right to be a pathfinder first. What's more, now that Counter-Strike is popular all over the world, and its online game of the same name, Lin Feng believes that it will definitely be able to blaze a trail in Japan. Wu Zhaopu frowned. As the CEO of Second World, he has more knowledge about normal server load and server resource allocation than Lin Feng. The most difficult thing for multinational interconnection to solve is the problem of asynchronous data transmission. Donglin, the 3 countries plus 1 in Taiwan are interconnected. This requires too much server, and the problem of asynchronous data transmission is not easy to solve. I am afraid that our initial investment will be very large, Wu Zhaopu said, and I don't know that Lin Dong is ready to open it. How many districts? 1 zone allows all Asian players to play in 1 zone, Lin Feng said. Everyone looked stiff. 1 district, is this possible? Judging by the number of online users of Legend The highest online rate exceeded 1 million. According to this ratio, if you count the other two countries and Taiwan, I am afraid that the number of online users will not be less than 2 million. And 2 million people will be crowded in one area at the same time. This horrible data traffic can never be solved by adding servers alone. There are too many detailed problems, especially multi-country interconnection, and the transmission speeds of different countries are different. In short, there are many problems. It's not that Lin Feng hadn't considered everyone's worries. However, these are only technical problems and can be resolved. However, the huge initial investment of funds is indeed a problem. Today's Second World and other company accounts under its own can only draw up to 200 million funds, but it may not be enough to complete multi-country internet travel. By the way, this time I also acquired a brand new software Rebirth. I think it might be possible to use it to solve our technical problems. And maybe it can also solve our problem of insufficient funds. Lin Feng suddenly thought of spending 5 years ago. BitTorrent software required for $10,000. With this multi-point transmission, the more people there are, the faster the transmission will be. Crazy downloading software. Lin Feng hurriedly ordered someone to print out the relevant information about BitTorrent and hand it over to everyone. Kui Ming's, Fang Zihang, and Kook Sin, the former chief programmer of Xishanju Studio, and the current deputy director of the development department of Swordsman Love Online, the three of them saw their eyes brightly. Boss, who developed this software? Under the 2P architecture, multi-point transmission, my god, once this software is available, I believe it will definitely change the online world. Kook Sin exclaimed. This was designed by an American named Cohen. But I completely bought the copyright. Lin Feng showed a slight complacency. The three of them sighed at Cohen's mind, and sighed at the rapid changes in the IT industry. If they are slow, they will fall behind. Wu Zhaopu asked Kui Mings and the three of them. After finding out the purpose of this software, he said, Donglin, the purpose of this software is mainly for downloading data, and it does not bring us direct economic benefits. I am afraid it will. A lot of copyright issues are involved. After all, Wu Zhaopu was an economic analyst, and he quickly grasped the vein of BitTorrent. However, if this BitTorrent software can really solve the problem of multi-country interconnection, I have a proposal. We will not put this software that can only be downloaded temporarily to the market, and let this technology be exclusively owned by our company. I think if it can really solve the asynchronous problem for transmission problems, other online game companies will definitely come to us to purchase licenses for this software in the future. Wu Zhaopu thought about a very far-reaching future, but if everything is really as he thought, what this software will bring, the profit will be generous. Wu Zhaopu's words reminded Lin Feng. Lin Feng remembered that Counter-Strike Online launched by Valve was based on a distributed system derived from BitTorrent. This system can greatly reduce the load of data traffic on the server and reduce the dependence on the server. Then can you use this software? Lin Feng looked at the three of Kui Mings. The three looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Boss, although we are also programmers, but we have expertise in technology, if possible, it is better to invite the programmer who developed this software. If he is in charge, I believe this technology conversion should be much easier. Okay, leave this to me. Lin Feng made a final decision on the company's future development plan. Multinational Internet Counter-Strike Online. This will definitely be the most anticipated game in the second half of 2001. However, Lin Feng was not prepared to disclose the news immediately, which attracted the madness of the players and the industry. Of course, if it is replaced by Shi Yazu, a mad talent in the marketing industry, he must have been overwhelmingly hyping the concept. But after all, Lin Feng is Lin Feng, not Shi Yazu. Under the premise that everything is still unknown and important technical problems have not been resolved, Lin Feng the Wind doesn't want to release satellites. Lin Feng didn't want to be scolded by the players because he failed to overcome technical problems. Lin Feng hopes to build his Second World into a high-quality online game company like Blizzard. After the meeting, Lin Feng called Valve's CEO Newell. I am Lin Feng from the second world. I want to trouble you with something. The BitTorrent software I bought by Cohen last time has something wrong. I hope I can invite him to Shanghai for guidance. The programmer on my side. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't dig into Newell's corner clearly, so the other party might be wary and not let go. What's more, digging like this is not good on the face. It's better to invite people over first, and then keep them away. Afterwards, I will give Newell a gift, and neither side will be embarrassed. Newell did not expect this, so naturally he agreed. Who would have thought that the programmer he just hired would be gone forever? He also personally sent Lin Feng's second world to the throne of the gaming empire. Cohen was also anxious when he learned that there was a problem with his software. He is so straightforward. He doesn't know so much. Thinking of receiving Lin Feng's $50,000. There was a problem with the software, so I was in a hurry. Going home and hurriedly cleaned up, then boarded the plane. When Cohen arrived in Shanghai, Lin Feng's grand welcoming ceremony made him flattered. At this time, he realized that there seemed to be something strange. When Lin Feng explained it later, he immediately understood that it was not that there was a problem with his software, but that the other party wanted to dig someone. In this regard, Cohen was both funny and helpless. Now that everyone is in Shanghai, what else can be done? In addition, Lin Feng's idea of using BitTorrent software to interconnect online games in multiple countries attracted him deeply. Coupled with Lin Feng's promise that his annual salary will rise to $500,000, it also stimulated the heart of Cohen, who has always been poor. After some thoughts, Cohen agreed to Lin Feng's request. As for the American home, it was originally a temporary rented apartment, and there was not much value in it, so it was not worth going back. After Cohen called a friend in the United States and asked him to help refund the rent, he settled down in Shanghai. When Newell received a call from Lin Feng, saying that something went wrong in Shanghai and he wanted to temporarily borrow Cohen for a period of time, Newell knew what was going on no matter how stupid he was. But he didn't point it out. The two companies are now in a cooperative relationship, and it's not guilty to tear their faces at these little things. What's more, Cohen is only the staff he recruited, not the core staff of the company, and it doesn't matter if he is dug into the corner. What's more, Newell also guessed that it should be related to the BitTorrent software newly designed by Cohen. Lin Feng did not intend to steal the company's core code for Counter-Strike Online. Therefore, Newell told Lin Feng generously that Cohen followed Lin Feng to use it. However, Newell had a secret feeling in his heart that giving up Cohen this time was probably the biggest mistake he made in his life. With Newell's generosity, Lin Feng naturally understood that he already knew about it, and he didn't say anything about it. Under the tacit understanding of both parties, Cohen became Lin Feng's second world special advisor, responsible for the network communication of the technical department. Happy to everyone. In order to make Counter-Strike Online available in Asia as soon as possible, Lin Feng temporarily transferred the Kuiming's working group who was in charge of the development of Audition, and the Xishanju working group who has been developing Swordsman Love Online, led by Cohen next, give priority to overcoming the technical difficulties of Counter-Strike Online. Lin Feng felt a headache when he thought of arranging people to develop Journey afterwards. There are too few talents, and they need to be recruited. Lin Feng wondered where to dig some game talents back. At this moment, Wang Hai, who was responsible for tracing hackers, had news. President Lin, I have locked the detailed address of that hacker. Wang Hai called. Chapter 134. Lin Feng was taken aback by Wang Hai's call. Lin Feng didn't expect to catch the hacker, but he was caught. Mr. Lin, do you call the police? Li Yuan asked. Call the police? Lin Feng thought for a while and rejected Li Yuan's proposal. If you call the police, the hacker will be sentenced to a few years at most. It will not do any good to the company. It is better to use this person for your own use. Since he is a hacker and a master, he can attack, and he can naturally defend himself. It just so happens that his own cybersecurity company lacks talents, so he just hired him back. As for whether he would agree, Lin Feng was not worried at all. He has only two options: join his company happily or go to jail. For these hackers, freedom is the most important thing. I believe he will make the wisest choice. When Lin Feng came downstairs, Wang Hai and two heavily armed security guards were already waiting in the car. Boss, he is here. Wang Hai took out his GPS and pointed to an apartment building on the outskirts of Shanghai. Lin Feng smiled. He didn't expect such a coincidence that the hacker who had repeatedly made troubles and made himself burned was actually in Shanghai. By the way, has he noticed that you are tracking him? Lin Feng thought for a while and asked. Number. This hacker is a master, but he was too confident. He was hit by Messenger, but he didn't realize it. After I tracked down 164 fake IP addresses, I finally found out his residence. Wang Hai said admiringly. In order to track down the hacker, he used a lot of manpower and relationships. And he also asked friends of the military to finally track down the hacker, which is enough to prove the hacker's ability. Faintly, Wang Hai also guessed the identity of the hacker. Well, let's go. Let's see what this famous hacker looks like. Lin Feng said expectantly. The Jinbai van drove all the way to the outskirts of Shanghai. In an apartment on the outskirts of Shanghai, Huang Xin shook his head helplessly. During this period, for the sake of his family and to keep his girlfriend, he abandoned his purpose and invaded the official website of the Second World several times. Although he exchanged for the wealth he yearned for, it went against his original intention. This makes Huang Xin a little lamented that life is helpless. At this time, a van approached Huang Xin's line of sight and stopped downstairs opposite. Boss, here it is, on the 12th floor. Wang Hai pointed to the top floor opposite and said, "Ha ha, let's go. Let's visit this unknown hacker." Lin Feng took Wang Hai and two security guards to the opposite building. Hey, the van. Huang Xin stood on the inner balcony and looked down. Since the van parked on the opposite side, I felt a little bad in my heart. Seeing four people getting on and off from the van at this time, I felt even more insecure. When the leading man downstairs looked up, Huang Xin trembled like a lightning strike. It's him. Huang Xin has sharp eyes, and at a glance he can see that the man opposite is the most popular recently, and was named by the media as a new generation of internet tycoon Lin Feng who does not love Jiangshan and loves beauty. Of course, Huang Xin also knows that most of the name Lin Feng is bestowed by him. Why did he come here? Huang Xin was in a panic. Could it be that he came to find himself? Huang Xin shook his head, palms covered with sweat. Impossible. It is impossible for him to come to himself. They invaded the Second World official website several times, but left no traces, and they could not find themselves. Yes, he must have come to find someone else. Just a coincidence. Don't panic. Don't panic. Huang Xin comforted herself again and again, trying to calm herself down. But when he saw Lin Feng downstairs looking towards his own floor, Huang Xin knew that he must have been exposed, and Lin Feng must have come to him. Run. Huang Xin chose to compromise for reality and invaded the Second World official website, leaving a way for himself. At the moment, the other things in the house were not taken care of, and the notebook was rolled up and ran away. As for the desktop computers in the house, Huang Xin had already set up a self-destruction procedure. After pressing a destroy button, when the computer completely destroyed the readings by itself, Huang Xin opened the door and ran away. This apartment has two doors at the front and back, which is also an important reason why Huang Xin chose to be here as a den. Hey! People ran away. Lin Feng and Wang Hai went to the top floor, and found that the door was wide open, and people inside were empty. The only remaining computer just finished reading the final destruction procedure. Don't worry, boss. He can't run. Before Wang Hai came, he ordered two comrades in arms to block the entrance one after another. Huang Xin couldn't run even if he wanted to. Not long after, two security guards escorted Huang Xin up. Huang Xin hummed his nose when he saw Lin Feng. He knew that he had been caught this time, especially that there were a lot of tools and records in his notebook. This time he couldn't afford to rely on it. Lin always, yes, I did both Legend of Perfect Hanging and the invasion of the official website of the Second World. Whatever you want, I will do what you want, Huang Xin said a little boldly. Lin Feng laughed, and said nothing. Wang Hai took over the laptop computer for a while. Don't say I don't remind you, my computer is specially encrypted, you have to mess around, the data inside. Huang Xin's voice was not over, and the familiar voice of entering the system had come. And Huang Xin's expression was strange. Who are you? There are not many people in China who can crack my password so quickly. I know Dongxi, Nandi, Bai, and Zongshan Power. You are not them. Who are you? Huang Xin doesn't care. In his own situation, he questioned Wang Hai excitedly. Obviously, Wang Hai easily broke his system password, which made Huang Xin, who had always been conceited, really unbearable. Wang Hai didn't say a word. After carefully checking the files in his notebook, Chong Lin Feng nodded. Boss, it's him. Lin Feng responded, but he was particularly curious about what Dongxi Huang Xin said just now. Oh, boss, you are not in the hacker world, so you don't know. There are 5 great hackers in China. They are nicknamed Dongxi, Xidu, Nandi, Bai, and Zongshan by many netizens who admire them. This Huang Xin should be Xidu. Of course, these are all folk, Wang Hai explained. Lin Feng listened for a while, but he didn't expect that the domestic hacker community would still have such a title. Who are you? You are by no means an ordinary person, and ordinary people will not easily break the computer power and password that I set up specially. Huang Xin clung to Wang Hai's identity. Now, Lin Feng was also extremely curious about Wang Hai's identity, especially thinking of Wang Hai's last sentence just now, are all folk, makes Lin Feng even more curious. Wang Hai smiled softly. Zaidu, in fact, we have fought against each other before. Huang Xin frowned, thinking about when to fight the man in front of him, but he was puzzled. In the past few years, Huang Xin has not directly participated in the Sino-Japanese hacker wars, the Indonesian anti-Chinese war, the Sino-US hacking war, and the anti-campaign. Although Huang Xin has not directly participated in the war, he knows all the masters who participated in the war, but he has never heard of Wang Hai. Wait. That's not right. When Huang Xin saw 2 security guards with serious faces and full of military taste behind him, when he looked at Wang Hai again, there was an excitement in his mind. You are from the military, and you are the Snake King of the Zodiac. Huang Xin's voice was a little out of tune, and he shouted sharply, aren't you from the military? Why are you in a private company? After learning of Wang Hai's true identity, Huang Xin knew that he was not wronged this time. In the original Legend of Perfect Hanging incident, Huang Xin repeatedly invaded the Second World official website, but was never discovered. Therefore, he thought that the Second World network defense capability was poor, but Wang Hai caught him this time. It stands to reason that it is not injustice. Being caught by a master is really not injustice. But Huang Xin felt very aggrieved, and he was too careless this time. These civilian hacker masters, although they were banned by netizens as Dongxi and Xidu, they know that in the eyes of the military, they have always been small playing roles, and the military has never looked down upon them. But fortunately, everyone had different fields and did not directly conflict with each other, so they have been in peace. If he had known that Wang Hai, the poisonous snake of the military's 12 zodiac, was in the Second World, Huang Xin would not say anything so carelessly, and he would definitely fight Wang Hai with all his abilities. When Wang Hai saw Huang Xin's eyes, he knew he was unwilling. The winner is king, and the loser is the bandit. This time you were caught by us and you lost. Wang Hai would naturally not be so stupid to give Huang Xin a fair chance to fight again. Victory means defeat and defeat means defeat. Huang Xin paled, and said unwillingly, what do you want? The big deal is going to jail. If I want you to go to jail, I will bring the network police this time. Lin Feng smiled lightly and motioned for Huang Xin to sit down. Then what do you want? Huang Xin said angrily. It's very simple. I hope you can join my network security company. Lin Feng took out a contract. You are not free. or you would rather die. Huang Xin swept away the contract on the table. Lin Feng didn't care. These hackers, especially the elites among the top 5 hackers dubbed by netizens, naturally have their own weird tempers. What's more, hackers are the kind of people who don't like being restrained, and Huang Xin's reaction is also normal. The annual salary is 200,000. Lin Feng threw the first bait. Humphrey. Although Huang Xin was moved in his heart, he violated his self-determined purpose this time also for money. Lin Feng's promised annual salary of 200,000 did make him tempted, but the nature of the hacker made him instinctively choose to refuse. You will work with Wang Hai. I think 2 masters in the hacker world should have a common language together. Lin Feng threw out the second bait. Just now, after hearing that Huang Xin and Wang Hai had festivals before, they planned to use this to seduce Huang Xin. Sure enough, Huang Xin's heart was moved. Being able to work with military masters is so fascinating, and you can also take the opportunity to prove to the military that civil masters are no inferior to the military. But the hacker's self-esteem made Huang Xin reluctant to refuse. I have heard that there are top 10 hacker masters in the world, but they have always looked down upon us hacker elites in third world countries. Don't you want to prove it? Every year at hacker gatherings, it seems that no domestic hackers have participated in it. Lin Feng throws out the first 3 baits. This bait made Huang Xin completely tempted. The annual gathering of global hacker elites, who don't want to participate, but on the one hand, it is not qualified, and on the other hand, it requires economic foundation. What if I still don't want to? Huang Xin asked tentatively. Freedom is still the most important thing for all hackers. It's very simple. You will definitely go to jail, and I guarantee you are absolutely the maximum number of years, and I can't let you get away with it. Sign this contract. You are my friend. If you don't sign this contract, you are my enemy. I will never be polite to the enemy. Lin Feng's tone changed and his face was gloomy. If a hacker of Huang Xin's level is allowed to free himself, the damage will be endless in the future. That being the case, if he doesn't cooperate, he will never have a chance to harm himself. To be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Today's Lin Feng. There will never be unnecessary women's benevolence. Chapter 135 Happy Cooperation? Lin Feng's sudden change in attitude made Huang Xin feel cold. I knew that Lin Feng was definitely not joking. If he really refused, he would only have to go to jail. Don't look at yourself calling the wind and rain on the internet, but when you come back to reality, you are a commoner. And Lin Feng, the most popular online game tycoon in recent days, has a net worth of hundreds of millions, and he has even the balls in the military's zodiac. It is too simple to deal with himself. Actually, I am not the strongest in the domestic hacker industry. Huang Xin wanted to do his last bit of effort. For every hacker, freedom is always the most important. Perhaps, but it doesn't matter. Lin Feng laughed. Huang Xin's mentality was naturally clear to him, but he would never let Huang Xin be free. Then why are you looking for me? Huang Xin's face was resentful, like an angry little daughter-in-law. We didn't find you, but you ran into it yourself. Lin Feng waved his hand helplessly, looking like you were on your own, and Huang Xin felt even more resentful in his heart. After thinking about it, Huang Xin sighed, knowing how he couldn't escape this time, and signed his name in a few swish, swish, swish. After signing, Huang Xin felt inexplicably lighted. Putting aside the halo and self-esteem of the top 5 hackers in the domestic hacker industry, this contract is still ideal. At least it makes me very satisfied. Happy cooperation. Lin Feng stretched out his right hand. Happy cooperation. Putting aside the unnecessary reservations, Huang Xin also wanted to get away, especially being able to work with Wang Hai, the Viper of the Chinese military's 12 Chinese zodiac, is indeed an extremely anticipated job. After waiting for Huang Xin to clean up, the group returned to the company. Lin Feng introduced Huang Xin to Liu An. At the same time, he appointed Huang Xin as the special consultant of Lin's internet security company to give the Western poison face. Later, when everyone was chatting, Lin Feng pulled Wang Hai aside. Brother Hai, What's the Chinese zodiac mentioned by Huang Xin just now? For these soldiers, Lin Feng respects them very much, so naturally he won't scream like his boss calls his subordinates. Lin Feng has been itchy after hearing what Huang Xin said just now, but it is not easy to ask outsiders, and now he vomits out his doubts while there is no one to look at. Boss. The so-called zodiac refers to 12 top masters in different fields of the military. I am from the network side, nicknamed the poisonous snake, Wang Hai said proudly. Which 11 are there? Lin Feng became more interested. When Wang Hai heard this, he looked weird. After hesitating for a long time, he said, Boss, I really can't tell you this. This is a military secret. If I tell you, I'm afraid it will cause you trouble. When Lin Feng heard this, he was helpless, but he also knew that Wang Hai was telling the truth, and the military had too many secrets to tell others. Regardless of what kind of online game tycoon you are rated by the media, in the eyes of the military, it is just a small ordinary businessman who cannot be smaller. Boss, although I can't tell you who else is there, Brother Meng is also in the 12 zodiac. He is nicknamed Tyrannosaurus. Wang Hai smiled. Tyrannosaurus? Lin Feng thought for a while and nodded deeply. Hey, boss, you haven't seen Brother Meng really angry. Last time in Africa, our material was plundered by the rebels. DSK. Tusk, that's the real Tyrannosaurus. Wang Hai, the exclamation of the face. Lin Feng was also yearning for a while, but suddenly thought of a question. Since you are all masters of the 12 zodiac trained by the military, why did the military let you retire? Lin Feng was puzzled. It stands to reason that this kind of master military will desperately retain it, especially in the country. It is difficult for them to retire. Oh, boss, Brother Meng and I and other comrades in the company, some offended superiors, some were, how to say, not very obedient to management. And the army is a place that requires orders and prohibits, absolutely obeys. We airy worshippers naturally kicked out. Wang Hai shrugged helplessly. Then you are gone. Isn't the 12 zodiac sent a messenger? Lin Feng asked again. How come? We will naturally have other people come up. Okay, boss, I only have so much to say. I'm going to be busy. After Wang Hai finished, he turned and left. Zodiac. I really don't know who else. If they can win the company, it must be very cool. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel illusion in his mind. Huang Xin's joining has greatly increased the strength of Lin's network security company. From a hacker's point of view, he pointed out many newly developed NetShield vulnerabilities in actual tests, and also delayed the NetShield that was to be sold on the market. After that, the signing ceremony with Julian Group was officially held because of the delay in solving the deception door. When many reporters exclaimed wolves, Lin Feng and Shi Yazu happily reached a cooperation. The two companies established an internet company, each holding 50% of the shares, to jointly develop a new online game Zeng2. For the company name, Shi Yazu wanted to use one word in each of the two company names, but Lin Feng didn't like it. So he suggested that it should be called Zhen. In this regard, Shi Yazu naturally has no opinion. As for Lin Feng, this action is also to vaccinate the future Zeng to make money too black. For this signing, the industry was shocked. Shi Yazu, an oligarch in the healthcare industry and a marketing madman, entered the online game market, which made the already crowded domestic online game market even more crowded. And cooperation with the current domestic online game industry ranked #1 in the second world, which made many online game companies feel deep coolness, although it is already June. The mad talent in the marketing industry, with a violent marketing approach, made BrainX Gold instantly reverberate across the country and become a well-known brand. Second World, an online game company that only emerged within a year, only operated 2 games. Online games, however, dominate the domestic online game market, earning billions of dollars a month, and have the momentum to give pointers to the country. The two companies cooperate. Are they still alive? But when they heard that Zeng2 developed by this newly established internet company is a 2D online game, everyone sneered. Nowadays, Most domestic online game companies, except for the turn-based online game companies, have begun to slowly transform their games to 3D. At this time, 2D games are developed. Isn't that too much money? When the game is developed, it has already entered the 3D era, and 2D online games are not going to die. At the moment, many online game companies no longer care about it. Concentrate on studying how to deal with Legend. In the casual online game market, each level of Lin Feng's Plants vs. Zombies has different game fun, attracting an absolute number of players. They are already beyond reach. Fortunately, after the game is secretly modified to quasi-single-player operation, the cost is high. Descending, he can barely fight the second world, so he can win the popularity. Their only way out now is to defeat Legend. Since the release of 90% of Miracle and the listing of Magic Baby snatched by Xinlang.com, many online game companies have found the direction to break through Legend. 3D online games or 2D turn-based online games are the only way to break through the market occupied by Legend. However, what makes many online game companies depressed is that everyone just saw a little hope. The damn second world launched Guild Wars, boasting 10,000s war, and instantly regained a lot of popularity. Originally, the popularity of Deception Door declined. As a result, this new Romance of the Three Kingdoms expansion brought the popularity back in an instant, but on the contrary, it increased. This made a lot of online game company bosses vomit blood. However, many online game companies have a large number of talents under their umbrella. They have also analyzed for the company's CEOs that the 10,000 people war requires too high a server. The Teradata traffic at this moment can easily cause system delays or even crashes. Using existing technology, in other words, even if a large number of servers are added, there will be delays. For real-time online games like Legend, a slight delay in the 10,000 battle is a fatal blow. HMPH, let me see how the 10,000 people war bubble that you bragged about bursts. Many online game companies sit firmly on the Diaoyutai temple, waiting for the arrival of the first 10,000's war on the weekend. Donglin, happy cooperation. Shiyazu was very pleased with this signing. Lin Fengnin passed the deception gate safely, which proved Lin Feng's ability and his own vision. The target of this cooperation was not wrong. Happy cooperation. But I heard that Shi Dong just sold the Brain X Gold. Before signing the contract, Lin Feng received news that Shiyazu sold all the shares of Brain X Gold to domestic two companies at a price of nearly 250 million yuan. Manufacturers. Many people in the industry have rumored that this is Shiyazu's gamble on online games, but Lin Feng doesn't think so. This Shiyazu has not been impetuous and impulsive since he experienced the Zhran building incident. It's not an exaggeration to say that a scheming conspiracy. Lin Dong news is fast. Yes, I did sell the Brain X Gold, and I am going to run the Zhran network company with all my strength. Shiyazu was in a stance. Lin Feng's heart is cold. Shiyazu's words are the most unreliable. Any operation with all his strength, it is all fart. Then I don't know why the chief executive of the Zhran network lawsuit will make the daughter Shi Jing. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and asked, does Shi Dong want to retire? Why, don't you look down on women? When Shi Jing heard it, Liam became angry. The last time the two fighted at the Shangri-La Hotel, Shi Jing was frustrated, and he took a sigh of relief in his heart. Hearing Lin Feng's words, how could he hold back? No, Miss Shi can serve her father in the army, that is naturally admirable, but I am just curious. Lin Feng wants to find out what Shiyazu's plan is. This person is too unfathomable, Lin Feng, but I don't want my second world to become Shiyazu's stepping stone in the end. I tell you, don't look down on women, Shi Jing said in the voice of the defender of feminist rights. Yes. Lin Feng didn't care about the woman, nodding his head and saying yes. Lin Dong, the development of Zengta will take some time. I sold the Brain X Gold. One is that I really don't have any funds on my hand. and the other is I want to take a rest. I'm old and useless. Let's talk about it. Sooner or later, my family business will be taken over by this girl. Now I will exercise more as soon as possible, and I will ask Lin Dong to take care of it in the future. Shiyazu repeatedly lamented that the back waves of the Yangtze River pushed the front waves, and he was quite old. How could Lin Feng believe this? Selling Brain X Gold to gamble on Zen 2. It is true that later generations proved that this is the most correct choice, but after selling the 250 million funds of Brain X Gold, only 100 million entered the company. Is he still preparing to cooperate with other companies? Lin Feng guessed secretly, and suddenly realized it in his mind. Golden partner. He should be ready to develop a golden partner. Lin Feng really guessed right. Shiyazu knew that the market potential of Brain X Gold had been exhausted, and there was little future for further development. In addition to investing in the online game market, he sold Brain X Gold. One is to invest in the online game market, and the other is to prepare to develop the follow-up product of Brain X Gold Golden Partner. After communicating this point, Lin Feng did not ask any more. By the way, President Lin, your Plants vs. Zombies charge is so low, why have you never thought of making another way to make money? Shiyazu said suddenly. How do you say this? I also hope that Shidong will give him any advice, and I will listen carefully. Lin Feng's heart shuddered. Shiyazu's ideas are all golden ideas, which can definitely be exchanged for real money, and he will listen to them right away. Chapter 136 Sudden Thoughts Shiyazu has understood understood why the current online game companies do not make full use of the abundant resources on hand. Especially for Lin Feng's second world, up to now, apart from charging with point cards, there is no income. With hundreds of millions of registered users and the highest number of online users exceeding 1 million, this is a huge wealth in Shiyazu's view. And this wealth can definitely be turned into real wealth. There is no prioritized learning, and the achiever is first. Since Shiyazu has a tireless look on his face, Lin Feng is also happy to be a good student and ask this marketing madman for advice. Donglin, I think that with the current popularity of Plants vs. Zombies, you can completely sell its advertising time, such as the advertising time after the player fails to pass the level, or the advertising time after the level is successfully passed. Also, you can fully develop peripheral products, such as undershirts printed with Plants Vision zombie heads, or other lifestyle products. Also, the 3 goddesses you launched can be made into dolls based on them. I heard that there are some areas in Japan and Taiwan. This kind of doll is very popular. Shiyazu said a lot of ideas in one breath. Lin Feng listened, pondered slightly. His heart brightened, and he admired Shiyazu's means of extracting money. Also, you can authorize certain factories to produce these undershirts. Shiyazu and Lin Feng talked about this. This discussion gave Lin Feng a great feeling and quietly changed Lin Feng's perception of advertising and marketing. Donglin, see you next time. The two chatting happily finally said goodbye. Dong Shay, goodbye. Miss Shay, go slowly. Lin Feng lamented a lot today. Chatting with these famous people can indeed learn a lot. If you have the opportunity in the future, it is better to communicate with these famous people. Soon after the three separated. Dad, why are you so enthusiastic to point Lin Feng? Shi Jing didn't understand why his father Shiyazu was so enthusiastic today, so hard to point Lin Feng. We are partners. Not to mention it's just a matter of effort. Shiyazu smiled faintly. It doesn't do any good. His development is his family's business, and it has nothing to do with us. Shi Jing said unwillingly. It's just that you don't have a long-term vision. Shiyazu shook his head and lightly accused Shi Jing. It's true that calling him this time didn't bring us any benefit, but it can win his favor, no matter what happens in the future. What's the matter? He will always miss the kindness we treated him today. Besides, even if I don't call him today, someone will point him to this thing sooner or later. What do we want him to read? Shi Jing was still not convinced. Shi Yazu shook his head helplessly. She is a girl who is good at everything, but she is too proud and spoiled by herself. But fortunately, she is still in her prime, so she can work hard for her. Lin Feng, will the future belong to you? Shi Yazu was rather embarrassed. Today's remarks are also lamenting Lin Feng's strong upward trend. This young man has grown up too fast, which makes people a little scared. He has to plan ahead. Second World, dingdong.com, Starting Point Fast Food Restaurant, Tomato Network, Starting Point Chinese Network, and clubs with more than 1 million members are all amazing achievements. If you give him a few more years to develop steadily, he will definitely surpass Li Ka-shing to become the richest man in China. Such people, if they don't want to be enemies, they'd better become friends. Now Shi Yazu doesn't know the Lin Feng multinational interconnection project, otherwise he will be even more surprised, and even more horrified. After Lin Feng returned to the company, he held an emergency meeting to analyze in detail the various gold-absorbing plans proposed by Shi Yazu. After a detailed discussion, everyone had a decision. At the moment, Lin Feng decided on a plan to develop peripheral products and asked Wu Xiaopu to contact downstream manufacturers. For this project, Lin Feng is not ready to make money for the time being. It focuses on expanding its popularity and expanding the market, so quality comes first. However, the prototype dolls of Lisa and others, Lin Feng is not going to sell them to the outside world, and will be given out as rewards. As for the advertising time in the sale of the game mentioned by Shi Yazu, after careful research by Lin Feng and everyone, Lin Feng has designated several advertising time without affecting the normal game of the players. Plants vs. Zombies advertising time is divided into 3 levels. The first level of advertising, special sponsors naming. The second level of advertising, the player fails to challenge the 5 seconds of advertising time. The third level of advertising, after the player's challenge is successful, 10 seconds of advertising time. But in the end, Lin Feng suddenly thought of the chest advertisements of European football club uniforms, and on a whim, he also sold the naming rights of the clothes on the zombie, and this was designated as the top advertising time slot. Everyone's whim about Lin Feng's was a surprise. In this way, the game adds some fun out of thin air. Think of a zombie wearing a world-renowned trademark, and being beaten up under the attack of plants. This will give people a different kind of pleasure. As for Legend, Lin Feng wanted to sell the naming rights of the newly added map and the naming rights of 3 other cities, but they were all opposed. When Lin Feng thought about it, he was relieved. Indeed, if even the map naming rights and the naming rights of the 3 cities are also sold, it is not impossible. But in case the advertisers change manufacturers and put on new advertisements, how can many players adapt? For example, it was originally Lining City, but now it is suddenly changed to Anta City. How this makes players adapt, I am afraid it will cause a lot of trouble. However, this also gave Lin Feng an idea, and Wu Xiaopu announced on the official website that the naming rights of the 2 newly added cities, including Sheibak City, will be owned by players who have occupied the city for more than 1 month to have their exclusive naming rights. Lin Feng believes that this idea will definitely stimulate the players' enthusiasm even more. Donglin, then I'm going to publish an advertisement for investment promotion. After the discussion, everyone admired Lin Feng's mind and was almost logically dead by Lin Feng's jumping thinking. Wu Xiaopu said quickly, "Well, go." Lin Feng nodded. Just when Wu Xiaopu was about to go out, Lin Feng called Wu Xiaopu again. "Mr. Wu, we will adopt advertising bidding for this investment promotion," Lin Feng said. Wu Xiaopu was taken aback for a while, but he didn't recover for a long time. It's the same as the annual Golden Resource advertising bidding held by CCTV. We do the same. Interested manufacturers bid for our 4 advertising spaces. Lin Feng explained. Lin Dong, can this be done? Wu Xiaopu said with a disheveled expression. They did it like that because they were CCTV. We are nothing more than an online game company. Everyone in the conference room also had a mindset with Wu Xiaopu, and sighed that the boss was crazy. and he actually set up an advertising bidding meeting. Isn't this a challenge with the CCTV? It's nothing more than a challenge, but you still have that strength. But Second World is just a company. Is it eligible? Will merchants come to bid? Hurry up, just announce it on the official website. Also, call me and various media to announce that we will hold a press conference tomorrow. Lin Feng urged. Yes. Seeing Lin Feng's expression, Wu Zhaopu knew that this decision would not be changed. While secretly crying out to contact the media, while praying to God, I hope that tomorrow's press conference will not become the basis for the company to be teased by the industry. Everyone's thoughts. Lin Feng is naturally clear. To be honest, Lin Feng is not too sure about this bidding, but after a detailed discussion with Shi Yazu, Lin Feng has a new understanding of how to use the media and take advantage of the curiosity of the people. If you follow the normal pattern, I am afraid that your company will have to spend money to advertise for investment. After all, this new investment promotion is the first time for a game company. No one has tried advertising in games before, and no one knows how effective it is. Whether many manufacturers will risk investment is not yet known. That being the case, why don't you make a big mess? It's best to make trouble all over the country. Playing this game advertising bid by myself is definitely a topic of interest to the media. In particular, it is the first time for game advertising to attract investment in China, and it is a novelty. Instead of spending money on advertising, the media will automatically help themselves. As long as there are many people who follow, no matter how much you take risks, manufacturers will try. Of course, the fundamental reason why Lin Feng dares to do this is Lin Feng's confidence in Plants vs. Zombies. For this casual game, the highest number of online users exceeded 1.4 million, and the number of registered users reached hundreds of millions. Lin Feng believed that no one would ignore such a huge potential customer base. In particular, most of the hundreds of millions of registered users are young people, and the white-collar class accounts for a large share of them, which are all factors that attract manufacturers. The facts were as expected by Lin Feng. Many media outlets showed great interest after learning that Lin Feng was preparing to hold a game advertising bidding conference, and rushed to the press conference site early the next day. Because Lin Feng's press conference was scheduled at 8 in the morning, many reporters didn't even eat early in order to rush for time. When they arrived at the scene, many reporters complained that the press conference was too early. It's not a major national event, so why is the press conference so early? Lin Feng had anticipated the reporters' complaint, smiled slightly, and clapped his hands. More than a dozen waiters at the starting point fast food restaurant came out carrying Chinese and Western fast food, and delivered a Chinese and Western meal to each reporter. Dear friends from the press, it's still early. I am sorry to let everyone come so early this time. This is a breakfast specially prepared for you at the starting point fast food restaurant under the subordinate. Please laugh. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Ha ha, thank you Lin. Oh no, Lin Dong. The reporters were already hungry, and with the fragrance, they were naturally no longer polite. If it tastes good, please. Also, the big reporters have the opportunity to give me a few words from the starting point fast food restaurant to support the national brand. Lin Feng specially opened the news conference so early for this purpose. Of course, there is another purpose. The so-called cannibalism. These reporters eat their own things. They will always promote themselves. After all, they are not heartless entertainment gossip reporters. Everyone, eat slowly, not in a hurry. And you are on business, and the leader will not blame you. Lin Feng joked. There was a roar of laughter in the audience. Chapter 137 Advertising Bidding? Sorry, there is only one chapter today, and I have some problems with my mentality. I will resume 2 updates tomorrow. I want to make it clear that the book must be finished, and it is definitely not supervised. The update time is no surprise. Noon, 8 o'clock in the evening. The previous one. Finally, I recommend the newcomer's new book Legendary Life Rebirth. Friends who like Urban Rebirth can check it out. Thank you for your support. Although Lin Feng asked reporters to chew and eat slowly, Many reporters knew the law of time for money and swallowed them in 2 or 2 mouthfuls, and the speed was no less than that of Saiyans. At such a speed, it is no wonder that most reporters have bad stomachs. After waiting for many reporters to digest the food in his stomach, Lin Feng officially started today's press conference. Dear friends from reporters, our company will hold a Plants vs. Zombies golden advertising space bidding in 7 days. It will be divided into 4 time slots. We hope that all interested companies will come to bid. Finished. Lin Feng asked someone to open the slideshow and start to demonstrate 4 different grades of advertising spots. After a demonstration, a group of reporters were impressed by the advertising sales creativity launched by Second World and felt fresh. Although it is temporarily unknown whether major manufacturers will buy it, it is obviously a hot topic in the near future. At the moment, after many reporters inquired in detail about the relevant details, they dispersed and went back to catch up on the paper. In the afternoon, the newspapers published in the afternoon of the major universities published the news, and in the evening, the news from major television stations was published. Although the news from CCTV was not available, it still aroused strong reactions from all walks of life. After all, the advertising time in this auction game is the first time in the country and even in the world, and it is a new thing for everyone. However, whether it succeeds or not, Lin Feng's advertising trophy has been publicized by the media throughout the country. According to Shi Yazu's words, it has already succeeded more than half. Within 7 days, there was an endless stream of vendors who came to consult. Although this is new, it is also an opportunity for many manufacturers who are eager to open up the market or stabilize the market, and it is worth trying. After all, Plants vs. Zombies has hundreds of millions of registered users, and the highest online number of more than 1.4 million has attracted the attention of many manufacturers. Especially these registered users are mostly young people and have purchasing power, which is impossible for any manufacturer. Ignore. And other online game companies in the online game industry have also set their sights on this advertising bidding. If Lin Feng succeeds, they can also try it. If Lin Feng fails, they will naturally stop touching this piece, and it is better to make money by selling the card honestly. Shi Yazu was also deeply impressed by Lin Feng's making such a big movement overnight. He originally thought that Lin Feng would contact a few manufacturers at most for exploratory marketing. After all, this is new and the prospect is unpredictable. But unexpectedly, Lin Feng made such a big move, which made the whole country known, and even many overseas media also reported on the matter. In this regard, Shi Yazu could only show his thumb to express admiration, and also secretly stunned Lin Feng's courage. However, no matter what the outcome of this advertising bidding will be, the reputation of the Second World is well known throughout the country. Just hit this point and make a profit. On the internet, many players are divided into pros and cons. There is also a fierce debate on this advertising bidding meeting, and the 2 parties are quarrelsome. Zheng Feng thinks this is an interesting idea worth trying. As long as it doesn't affect the fun of the game, no one has any opinions. The opponent thinks that this is too nonsense. Any advertisement for a good game must be made like a TV series, intermittently disturbing. Before the advertisement officially landed in the game, the pros and cons had their own opinions. But in any case, as Shi Yazu said, the name Second World has already started and it has become a well-known brand. 7 days later, this much-watched advertising bid will officially begin at the Shangri-La Hotel in Shanghai. Lin Feng looked at the crowd of Xixi Mark under the watchtower. Let alone, there were so many people here. Almost every major manufacturer has people coming. Obviously everyone is still very curious about this new form of advertising. The first advertisement for the auction was the naming right of the exclusive sponsor of Plants vs. Zombies, a trademark that appeared in the upper right corner of the game interface, and the starting price was 500,000 a month. Lin Feng decided to shoot on a monthly basis, first to test the effect of the advertisement. 500,000. Li Ning attendees took the lead in holding up a placard. 600,000. Hong Sinuk was not to be outdone, and immediately raised his placard. 700,000. Meter Spawn also offered to shout. The more the merrier. Lin Feng, Wu Xiaopu and others did not expect that this was the first advertising period, and they would be sought after by many manufacturers. In the end, the naming rights of Plants vs. Zombies were acquired by Li Ning at a price of 2.5 million yuan per month. The ad slogan "Anything is possible" along with the logo will appear on the screen of Plants vs. Zombies in the future, but this ad slogan fits the game well, and the gameplay of Plants vs. Zombies is indeed similar to this. The ad slogan is very appropriate. Everything is possible. However, in this round, Lin Feng also found that most of the bids were sports brands, while other manufacturers did not move. Most of them came with a wait-and-see attitude. Lin Feng can also understand this. The main target of sports is young people, and the main people who go online are young people. It is indeed normal for these sports brands to start fighting in the first round. The second round of auction is the 5-second advertising time after the player fails the challenge. The starting price is 700,000 per month. According to Lin Feng's estimation, it should be taken down by sports brands again, but the situation has risen sharply. 1 million. A loud voice called. Everyone looked sideways for a while. Who was so wealthy and wealthy in the secret road, and glanced at it, calling out the person in charge of the Zhejiang. 1.2 million. Everyone was shocked again. Looking over, it was still a wine manufacturer. This time it was Yu Liang. 1.4 million. This time it is another liquor manufacturer, Sichuan Jian and Chun. The attendees of many manufacturers were stunned for a while, and they didn't understand why these liquor bosses were so crazy. The price soared wildly in the hype of several liquor manufacturers, and was finally shot by the crazy Confucian banquet wine at a price of 4.2 million for the next month's Plants vs. Zombies players 5-second advertisement after the failure. After the Confucius Mansion banquet took the advertisement, he was extremely excited and bowed his hands triumphantly around him. Lin Feng and Wu Xiaopu looked at each other, their faces blank. This time the advertising bidding will be more of an attempt, but I did not expect to be hyped. It's understandable that the first round was hyped by sports, but the second round of being hyped by alcohol manufacturers is really hard to understand. However, only a few days later, when the advertisement pictures of Kung Fu banquet liquor were delivered to Lin Feng, he realized why these liquor manufacturers were crazy. When you fail, you will be accompanied by the Confucius Mansion banquet. Seeing this ad slogan, Lin Feng understood why these wine manufacturers were so crazy. Indeed, drinking a glass of wine after failing to break through the barriers can indeed relieve my troubles. According to the test of Plants vs. Zombies, the average number of times players fail to challenge in a day is more than 10 million times. In this way, the advertising price of 4.2 million a month is really cheap. Satellite TV stations in ordinary places usually cost several thousand yuan each time they place an advertisement. If the failure rate of Plants vs. Zombies is tens of millions of times a day, the advertisement won by Confucian House Banquet, the launch price is only 1 cent and 4 cents. In contrast, I am afraid that this month the Confucius Mansion Banquet has picked up a bargain. The 10-second advertising time after the third round of Plants vs. Zombies successfully broke through, but unexpectedly little competition. Perhaps most manufacturers disliked that the number of successes per day was too low, and was finally photographed by Nokia at a low price of 400,000. But to everyone's surprise, Nokia has become the mobile phone brand that most players will choose in the future with this advertisement after successfully breaking through. Let the big multimedia lament the unique vision of Nokia in the future. In the fourth round, the naming rights of the clothes on the zombies are also the finale of this advertising bidding. Chapter 138. The Crazy of Biaowang? I am helpless. The water pipe at home is broken, and I barely make a chapter. Sorry. Finally, I wish you all a happy weekend. The trademark naming rights on zombie clothes are the hotspots of today's advertising auction that Lin Feng and others have previously identified. After the previous 2 rounds of crazy bidding, Lin Feng estimated that this round will be even more crazy. If the number of times the player fails to challenge is more than 10 million times a day, then the number of zombies that appear in front of the player's eyes is at least 1 billion times a day. Think about it. A campaigner's trademark appears in the eyes of players 1 billion times. No matter what the trademark, it will definitely be remembered by players. But in the end, Lin Feng couldn't say how far it would go. But looking at the red eyes of many manufacturer representatives below, Lin Feng knew that this advertising bid would be a big success. The starting price of the trademark naming rights on the zombie clothes is set by Lin Feng at 1 million, 1.5 million. The first to raise his hand this time is still Confucius Mansion Banquet. When many manufacturers look at it, they know that this theory will be another round of fighting for alcohol manufacturers. After all, for most manufacturers, those who are incomparable naturally have no confidence to fight, and those who have the strength are not crazy about alcohol manufacturers. Especially in the past 2 years, we have just experienced the Biaowang incident of hitchhiking wine of 352 million yuan in CCTV. The madness of liquor manufacturers is well known. 1.7 million. Sure enough, the other manufacturers who had just lost to the Confucian Banquet were in trouble at this moment. Sometimes, the bet is just one breath. What's more, although this type of advertisement is new, these liquor manufacturers dared to gamble on the Biaowang of CCTV. At this moment, it is no big deal to bet on this game advertisement with hundreds of millions of registered people. But something unexpected happened to everyone, a sudden emergence. 3 million. A voice shocked the audience. Everyone looked back, all stunned. Lin Feng was also stunned. It was the representative of Changshabshi cigarette factory who shouted, and at this moment, he proudly shouted the price of 3 million. Isn't there a state regulation that cigarette factories are not allowed to advertise? Many manufacturers murmured 5 million. This time it was the turn of the Yunnan Hongdashan cigarette factory. Lin Feng frowned, and then asked the staff responsible for advertising around him. After reading the advertising law in detail, the staff told Lin Feng that the country did have relevant regulations prohibiting cigarette factories from publishing on TV, newspapers, magazines and other media. Advertising. However, Lin Feng's game advertising time is a novelty, and there is no clear stipulation in the country's laws and regulations. That is to say, these cigarettes are a rim shot this time. Donglin, I'm afraid this round will be fired to sky-high prices, Wu Zhaopu said uncertainly from the side. Why? Lin Feng asked suspiciously. The country has express regulations prohibiting cigarette manufacturers from advertising. I am afraid that after today's round of advertising bidding, the country will issue a clear stipulation to prohibit the appearance of cigarette advertisements in online games. Therefore, I am afraid these cigarette manufacturers will fight this time, and no matter how high they are, no one can say how high they will be on the shelves. It is estimated that in the end, no matter how high they shout, they will not spend much money in the end. Wu Zhaopu analyzed. The facts are indeed like Wu Zhaopu's analysis. The price is rising steadily. In a short period of time, it has been fired to 35 million yuan per month, which is close to the advertising price of the Golden Theatre on CCTV. Many other manufacturers who originally wanted to share the pie were suddenly dumbfounded, and even the alcohol manufacturers, who had always been wealthy and crazy, were dumbfounded. There are too many crazy people in this world. In fact, it's no wonder that cigarette manufacturers are so crazy. The country does not allow advertising. They have a hard time playing side-by-side shots, and they may be banned by the country at any time. Naturally, they will desperately advertise. The world is crazy, and once a person loses his mind, he will be even more crazy. For a fresh game advertising space, Lin Feng and others originally estimated that the auction price was about 6 million yuan at most. but in the end they literally gave these crazy cigarette manufacturers a lively speculation of 230 million yuan. The winner of this Standard King is the Wuhan Yellow Crane Tower cigarette factory. The Plants vs. Zombies advertising bidding will end in the final craziness. Although most manufacturers did not bid, it was a worthwhile trip to witness such a crazy performance. Except for the Nokia of the 4 advertising spaces, the other 3 were all photographed at enviable price points. Especially the final Standard King price is unimaginable, which is already close to the Standard King of CCTV. This result was naturally hotly speculated by major newspapers. For the last 230 million yuan of the Wuhan Yellow Crane Tower, the Standard King price was voted. Both the media and the internet have launched heated discussions and questioned the investment at such a price. Is it worth 1 month of advertising? More people questioned where the Wuhan Yellow Crane Tower had so much money for advertising, and called on the state to investigate it. Regardless of whether the country will investigate, the Wuhan Yellow Crane Tower has instantly become the focus of domestic discussions and the hottest focus of major search engines. As for whether it can get an increase in market sales after spending so much money, it can only wait for the market to test it. The success of the Plants vs. Zombies advertising tender has also made other online game companies jealous, and now coincidentally, the advertising tender will also be released. However, due to the limited market share of each online game company, the advertising price is far from that of the second world. The highest price was only more than 700,000, which is a huge difference between the two. However, when everyone was discussing the Wuhan Yellow Crane Tower, the state issued a document announcing that online advertisements are also subject to the advertising law. Tobacco advertisements are prohibited, and those that have already been placed must be stopped immediately. Many media were in an uproar. Obviously, this command is for the second world. Many companies that have auctioned off their advertising revenue but are terrible naturally applaud. If it is not terminated, the gap will be too great. Originally, the second world is already the leader of domestic online games, and if they can reap such a big pie in advertising revenue, other online game companies don't have to mix up. Mr. Wu, stop it. The country is all filed. Regarding the country's redhead file, Lin Feng had no choice but to accept it. Oh, what a pity. Wu Zhaopu sighed rather. In January, 230 million advertisements were put into operation for only 2 days before they were forcibly terminated by the state. It would be great if it could operate for 1 month. Originally, Wu Zhaopu thought that the country would take a week or so to respond, but he did not expect the file to be released in 2 days. It seems that the sky-high advertising price of 230 million yuan has attracted too many people's concerns. In the end, the Wuhan Yellow Crane Tower negotiated with the second world and paid 15 million for the 2 days of advertising. For the second world, the 2-day advertising revenue is 15 million, which is a profit. For the Wuhan Yellow Crane Tower, it is a bit too much to invest 15 million in advertising expenses in 2 days, but it is worthwhile to buy a household name in the whole country. You must know that even the Biao Wang of CCTV, the time-telling advertisements at the Spring Festival Gala did not have this effect. These manufacturers even quasi-national will issue a document to terminate this kind of advertising, so they don't want to shout. Otherwise, how could our advertising space be worth so much? Let's hold another bidding meeting. Lin Fengdu did not too disappointed. It is an ill-gotten gain, so if you lose it, you will lose it. By the way, Mr. Wu, in the official announcement, Plants vs. Zombies will lower the fees in order to give back to players. The monthly fee for the first level is 10 yuan, the second level is 9 yuan, and the third level is 8 yuan, and so on. Lin Feng said. During this period of time, since the Standard King incident has been heatedly discussed throughout the country, many players have begun to call for the second world to lower their fees, saying that advertising affects their game pleasure and that the company is so profitable and should give back to the players. I don't know where this argument comes from, but it is clearly endorsed by many players. and there is a strong appeal from all major forums. Although the player's argument is a bit far-fetched, for online games, especially casual online games, the collective protests of players must be taken seriously. This step-by-step method was also devised by Lin Feng after careful consideration. Suddenly all free is not bad, but once this precedent is set, it will be difficult to handle in the future. As long as the players are dissatisfied and collectively complain, the company must change, and the game cannot be operated. After careful consideration, Wu Xiaopu and others also found that Lin Feng's idea was feasible. The successive reduction in fees not only meets the player's requirements, but also gives the player the excitement to continue to challenge. As long as there is a comparison, people will always appear blind and persistent. As long as Plants vs. Zombies is popular, it doesn't matter if you sell less cards. Advertising revenue is the biggest profit. At this time, the City War of Legend, which was delayed by a week due to technical problems, finally began. Cohen, the father of BT, and all the staff, including Lin Feng and other management, gathered in the computer room to wait for the start of the 10,000 strong war. During this period of time, in order to apply BT technology to the data connection of online games, Cohen has tried his best. In addition to the stringent requirements for servers, Wanzan also has extremely large requirements for network bandwidth, as well as instant data processing and error correction capabilities. It can be said that both software and hardware requirements are extremely high. In particular, Legend is a real-time game, and the player's actions are unpredictable, which places high requirements on the stability of the system and the ability to correct data errors. On the basis of considering the cost, Cohen's idea is to classify and quantify the data packets, and then the player will undertake a certain amount of transmission, and then develop a software that can handle various data packets specifically, divided into two ends. The player's side install a sub-end, while the second world installs a female end. The sub-end and the mother end can process data independently and cooperate with each other. This can greatly increase the processing speed and effectively reduce costs and resources. However, the software was developed, but there was a data overflow problem in the closed beta last week. After a week of emergency handling, it was finally put into use this week. But whether it can finally take shape depends on the test of tonight's 10,000 War. Chapter 139 The Chaos City War? At 8 o'clock in the evening, the long-awaited 10,000 Wars finally started, and the three city rulers issued attack orders to all members of the guild. The targets are all the weakest guilds unanimously identified after discussions by the guild leaders. On the screen, you can clearly see the black crowd attacking the hostile city. Players from the three cities will meet unexpectedly on the way. There is no need to ask or say hello at all. The players spontaneously go directly to the battle. 3 cities and 3 guilds are the same as the 3 kingdoms' checks and balances. Any one of the dominant guilds poses a threat to other guilds. But obviously this first city war was not as orderly as desired. The originally formulated strategy was completely forgotten by the players in the battle. The player slashes when he sees people, regardless of which guild. As long as it is not on his own side, he will slash when he goes up. If something happens to happen, it will be another more brutal fight. The entire battlefield seemed like a meat grinder, constantly devouring the players' lives, and died, came and died. No one left the battlefield willingly. Especially witnessing the various equipment on the ground is even more enviable. But in a world without plugins, it is useless to pick up equipment dropped by yourself or by other players under the thunder and hell. Even the newly exposed equipment has not been picked up yet, and the new equipment on his body has been exposed again. Enthusiasm, madness, and interest are most manifested at this moment. Under the stimulus of equipment everywhere, everyone was blushing. Even if the leader of the guild broke his throat in the channel, none of the players listened. The members of the tripartite guild were in the middle of the map, and the First World War in the history of Legend was launched. The equipment everywhere attracts not only the guilds of 3 warring parties, but also the eyes of the players who originally watched the excitement. With the mentality of making money if you can't die, These lively players went to the warehouse to strip off their clothes and threw into the chaotic battlefield with a suit of medicine, just to pick up even one piece of equipment. The wages of avarice is death. The joining of this larger group of Light Clan made the already chaotic battlefield even more chaotic. Nearly 10,000 players were crowded in this small area, and it was completely crowded. Often before he could react, he went to see the King of Hades with a white light in the shadows of the swords and swords around him. As for the previous plans to attack the opponent's city, the plans to occupy the city were all in vain at this moment. The three cities were deserted and there was no hostile city player who came to attack, which formed a sharp contrast with the chaotic and bloody battlefield in the middle of the map. Seeing the guild channel fighting for help from players on the battlefield, and friends dropping their equipment and eager to pick them back, the players who defended the city were also moved. No one wants to spend the night with nothing to do. Although the guild boss is not allowed to leave, the current guild system is inherently lacking in binding force. Everyone joins the guild for the benefit and to meet friends. At this moment, it is natural to leave the guild for the benefit and friends. The prosperity of the world is for profit, and the hustle and bustle of the world is for profit. With the first player leaving secretly, there is the second player leaving. In a blink of an eye, the three cities were almost completely hollowed out. Except for the main leaders of the guilds, the three cities emptied their plans. If there is a team of enemy players attacking the city at this time, even if there are only more than 10 players with a level and equipment above the level, I am afraid that the city will be ridiculously easy to change the owner. It is a pity that all players are tempted by the fight and equipment on the battlefield, which makes these guild leaders feel uncomfortable. In the end, they had no choice but to immerse themselves in the battlefield with other players. After all, everyone is here to play games, not to sit here all night. Knowing that the fight is in the middle of the map, there is no bird on his side, and no one wants to stay here withered. What's more, even if the city is taken away, it will be taken back at that time. Most of the 384 servers in 48 districts of Legend staged this funny scene. The first city war was undoubtedly just a melee that swept the entire Legend. Although occasionally a few server guilds were well scheduled to take down the opponent's city, but the opponent's players returned to the city one after another and the desperate counter-impact quickly fell. The Three Kingdoms War, 2 against 1, can win no matter how passionate the players are, and no matter how irrational they are, they know when to join forces. The end result is that from the beginning of the melee, and from the end of the melee, no one can please. There is chaos in the game, and Lin Feng and others outside the game are nervously watching the operation of the software called cloud computing developed by Cohen. Report an error twice. Report 5 errors. In the end, when the three-city war ended, the software named Cloud Computing reported a total of 13 errors. In the city war with 384 servers in 48 districts, only 13 data errors were reported. As a result, it is extremely satisfying. It should be noted that in this city warfare system, Lin Feng did not add any additional server and network bandwidth resources. It fully utilized the cloud computing software developed by Cohen, and used the resources of all players for asynchronous and parallel processing. The results are remarkable, and the software is obviously not good enough. There is a lot of room for improvement. Mr. Wu, how many people are online tonight? Lin Feng asked. The number of online users exceeded the previous highest number of online users in Legend, reaching more than 1.3 million. Wu Zhaopu said with a look of excitement. The crowd cheered. This city war system is obviously a big success. Cohen, how about it? Can the software be upgraded? Lin Feng asked Cohen. Rest assured, with tonight's data, I believe it will be better next time. Cohen is also extremely proud of the results of tonight's cloud computing software. Once this software is matured, it will start a new era in the internet era. By the way, How many people are online on each server? Lin Feng asked suddenly. The highest server is more than 8,000 online people, Wu Zhaopu said. Lin Feng frowned upon hearing this. This cloud computing software is mainly to prepare for the upcoming Counter-Strike Online Asian zone. There will be only one zone, and players from all Asia will enter the same zone. By then, the data throughput will be 10 times, or even 100 times. It seems that cloud computing will have to undergo more stringent tests. Lin Feng immediately held a meeting to discuss the possibility of amalgamation. The benefits of pooling are obvious. If cloud computing can run maturely and stably, it can save costs and expenses even more on server resources. And more players on a server can also bring more popularity and games. Sex. But the trouble is that now there are only 3 cities on a server. Once the district is closed, some guilds must lose their occupied cities. This is a tricky question. As a result of the final discussion, it is necessary to join the district. Of course, in order to consider the acceptance of players, the meeting decided to launch a player voting system on each server, and players vote to decide whether to join their zone. Combine the current 8 servers in a district into 4 servers, and as long as the players' vote approval rate exceeds 70%, the district will be selected. However, in response to this chaotic city war, Lin Feng discovered the fatal problem of legend. The so-called guild was too unbinding for players, which directly led to the city war advocated by Lin Feng, which eventually became ridiculous tens of thousands of melee. At this point, we must learn from World of Warcraft and learn from the guild system inside. Another point is that in the city war, the use of the city scroll must be banned, the advantage of the defender must be reduced, and the tactical nature of the city war must be increased. Otherwise, it is like a plate of scattered sand. Lin Feng hopes that the city war can be used. Play a certain degree of technicality and tactics. This can also attract more players' input. At this time, when Lin Feng and others were discussing the problems exposed in this Legend City War, some players were pleased to find that a forum posted a post about tower defense games that can easily pass 100 rounds. This post said that with a software, game data can be easily modified, so that players can easily break through 100 rounds, or even 1,000 rounds. But to the frustration of these players, this software costs money to buy. But the price is not expensive, as long as 15 yuan. After the first player acted as a guinea pig and bought the software, he was delighted to find that using this software can really modify the data in the game. The first challenge easily reached 230 rounds, breaking the record. The card rewards promised by the game company can be easily won. The player then happily told his friends about the news and asked them to buy it too. Although the point card reward is not much, the software is only 15 yuan, not expensive, as long as you break the record a few more times. What's more, looking at your high ranking on the official rankings, this honor can't be bought for 15 yuan. In this way, friends pass on friends, friends of friends pass on friends again, 1 pass 10, 10 pass 100, spread all over the internet overnight. Although not everyone bought the software, the records of tower defense games of major internet companies were broken one after another overnight. The highest record reached 999 rounds, and this is not that players cannot rush to higher, but the original game the setting is only this high. On the second day, the major online game companies looked at the 999 rounds of clearance records on the ranking list, all dumbfounded. Many players who have not purchased the software are naturally very angry, and urge the company to give an explanation. When Lin Feng arrived at the company in the morning, he heard the wind. Donglin, a total of more than 20,000 people were scanned last night using unknown software with the intent to modify the data. According to your previous instructions, all will be blocked. Fang Zihang handed Lin Feng a copy of last night's Plant Wars early in the morning. Zombie players used data from an unknown software. Well, what about other companies now? Lin Feng secretly said that the day has finally come, and now the company must handle it with care to avoid a possible storm of national network trust this time. Now other online game companies have already exploded. Almost all of the company's rankings are in 999 rounds. Players who rushed to the list asked for rewards from the company, and players who did not list asked for an explanation from the company. In short, they must have a headache now, Fang Zihang said with a smile. Well, have the players discovered that these online game companies have become quasi-single players? Lin Feng nodded and asked, not yet, but because our Plants vs. Zombies cannot use this software, the number of online users has dropped to more than 200,000. Fang Zihang said, it's okay. This is a temporary phenomenon. But I'm afraid this turmoil will make a lot of trouble. Lin Feng is secretly worried. Previously, it was estimated that the harm of cheats would make these companies extremely headache, and if players find that these companies are operating in a deceptive quasi-single machine mode, I am afraid that these companies will be discredited. But more importantly, these online game companies have also followed suit and adopted advertising bidding because of their own whim before adopting an advertising bidding meeting. If such a scandal breaks out, I am afraid these advertising companies will not give up. Heaven does evil, and you can live. Self-inflicted. Do not live. In the end, which online game companies can survive this storm is up to them. As for your own company, you have to take advantage of the situation. Chapter 140th Chapter Shuffle? Many online game companies are also having headaches. I didn't expect such things to break out all of a sudden overnight. After asking the technicians to confirm that these 999 rounds of players are all using gold fingers, the CEOs of the companies immediately ordered a complete ban. All abnormal records were deleted, and an announcement was issued to notify all players that these records were used the result of Golden Finger, and warned that the use of Golden Finger will be completely suspended. But what makes many online game companies collapse is that they have just blocked them, and in a blink of an eye, a new record of 999 rounds is born again. For players, they have golden fingers in their hands and can modify data at any time. What's the matter? Why can't these records be deleted? Do you all eat porridge? Boss, it's not that we don't delete it, it's that the player has a new record after deleting it. Then don't you have any choice? The boss jumped into a rage. The bosses of many online game companies are about to be furious, watching the records delete one batch and another batch. The company's customer service phone number is blown up by those players who did not use the gold finger. All of them are complaints and requests for explanation. Without giving an explanation, they all fell into the arms of Plants vs. Zombies. Boss, it's not that we don't want to solve it, it's because the game is running quasi-single machine. We can't detect player data in real time. When the player uploads the record, the heat is not turned on. We have no way. Unless it is completely networked chemical operations. The technical staff said helplessly. The bosses have heard that. King Jin jumped straight. If they can operate in a networked way, why should they turn it into a quasi-single machine? What's the situation in the second world? The unwilling boss asked. There is no problem. Their data is normal. It should be real-time detection data. I heard that they blocked more than 20,000 accounts last night. The technician said. The boss face is even darker. Looking at the data that is constantly being deleted and quickly refreshed on the leaderboard, listening to the constant ringing of the phone on the customer service side, my mood is extremely different. The hateful thing is that they haven't had a good solution yet. What's even more vomiting is that it seems that players are addicted to fighting with the company. The game company deletes one and the player refreshes two. It is a good posture to carry the struggle to the end. When many internet companies are in desperation, Lin Feng will naturally not sit back and watch. The so-called take advantage of his illness. Kill him. Today's online game market should also be rectified. Those who are unqualified, have no strength, and like speculation should be kicked out. The second world is out. At the moment, Lin Feng Mingren announced on the official website of Second World, I hope that all Plants vs. Zombies players will not use the Goldfinger software circulating on the internet. Because our company adopts real-time detection regardless of cost, and can monitor player data at any time. Is it normal? Therefore, players are strongly urged not to take the risk of using gold fingers to destroy the account that they have worked so hard to upgrade to several levels. The Second World announcement had no effect at first. Many players are still immersed in the fun of struggling with online game companies. But after all, there is no lack of smart people among the players, especially many players who usually like to play word games, and they quickly noticed the unusual from the announcement of the Second World. What is meant by "because our company adopts real-time detection regardless of cost, and can monitor whether the player's data is normal at any time"? What does this sentence mean? Does it mean that other companies cannot monitor player data at any time? What does this mean? Amidst the speculation of a caring person, the author who developed this Goldfinger posted another post. The post stated that this software was just fun at first, and it was sold on the internet out of a whim, but it was so popular. It is not his fault that it is spreading across the country. Most of them are privately uploaded to the internet by players who have paid for the software, and as a result, more players have downloaded it, causing the current nationwide spread. At the same time, the author of the design Goldenfinger also stated that an interesting phenomenon was discovered in the process of designing the software. In the process of designing this software, he discovered that, except for Plants vs. Zombies in the Second World, other online games of the same type can be disconnected during the game. After this post was issued, many players immediately disconnected the game and found that it was indeed possible to run without the internet, as the designer said. Then the player logs into Plants vs. Zombies. Once the network is disconnected, the game will be suspended until the network is connected again before the game can be played again. If you modify the data, you will be warned or even blocked immediately. At this time, many players have come to understand that the games they played before were all standalone games, but online game companies still charge money. Even if it is operated for free, it also charges players a certain fee in other ways. This makes the players extremely indignant, so they squeezed to the official website and asked for an explanation. This time, many online game companies were completely panicked. To be exposed to this matter is tantamount to breaking their old bottom, especially they are still indistinguishable. Explain. How to explain? Said they deceived the players due to cost issues. Without explanation, the situation is even worse. The entire online casual game market is in chaos. Amidst the collective protests of players and the proliferation of gold fingers, it is impossible to solve the gold finger hazards and give players a reasonable explanation. In the end, many online game companies are forced to have to tower defense games are temporarily closed. But this still makes many players feel angry, and it is also implicated in other online games owned by various online game companies. Without credibility, it is fatal for an online game company. However, not all online game companies fell in this crisis, and 3 other companies survived. Xinlang.com, the agent of Magic Baby, has no energy at all to involve the tower defense game market. This time it is unscathed. NetEase, which developed Westward Journey, has developed a tower defense game, but it is extremely far-sighted. Instead of operating it as a quasi-single machine, it profited from this incident and gained a lot of popularity. The online number of its Westward Journey is close to that of Magic Baby. There is also Tencent, which Lin Feng did not expect. Ma Huang's Tencent.com will be listed in Hong Kong at the end of the year. During this time, in order to expand the market and create performance, he will aggressively enter the current Sunrise Industries online game market. He has developed and represented several small online games, although it is not possible to own large online games for the time being. Xinlang compared with NetEase, but in this incident it stood out and became the 3rd largest online game company after Xinlang.com and NetEase. Of course, the so-called 3 major online game companies want to exclude Lin Feng's Second World. Today's Second World in China is already a list of small mountains and the first without any controversy. As for Jiaqing and Shengda, they suffered heavy losses in this incident. Their popularity plummeted, and their credibility drastically declined. Whether they can recover depends only on luck. The biggest profit from this event is Lin Feng's Second World. After a large number of online game companies were forced to close the game, almost all players crowded into the Second World. The highest number of online players in Plants vs. Zombies once again set a record for domestic online games and also a world online game record of 1.72 million. Donglin, congratulations! The game has set the highest online record again. Ma Huang called to congratulate. Hee Dong Ma, congratulations too. Tencent will be listed in Hong Kong soon. Lin Feng also congratulated. Haha, doesn't Lin Dong also own 10% of Tencent.com? With the same joy, Ma Huang smiled. By the way, Lin Dong, Tencent will also enter the online game market in the future, and I will ask Lin Dong to give me some advice at that time. Ma Huang called Lin Feng today to give a preview. After all, the two parties are still partners, and Lin Feng also owns 10% of Tencent's shares, so he doesn't want the relationship between the two parties to become deadlocked. Haha, welcome. The Chinese online game market is so big, everyone is cooperating with each other. Lin Feng was not upset either. The online game market is such a big cake, with annual profits of tens of billions, which is not something a company can eat. It is better to have companies that you are familiar with operating together than those who do things around, lest they not only fail to open up the market, but ruin the market instead. After experiencing a series of disturbances during this period, Lin Feng was going to rest for a few days and relax, but unexpectedly, Hong Kong called. It turned out that Lin Feng and the Four Heavenly Kings had agreed to hold a charity performance in the summer vacation. The Four Heavenly Kings were very enthusiastic about this. During this time, they have contacted many familiar artists and agreed to participate for free. Charity performance to raise funds for out-of-school children. So they called specifically to hope that Lin Feng could go to Hong Kong to discuss the details of the charity performance. Lin Feng immediately decided to set off for Hong Kong. Before his rebirth, Lin Feng had never been to Hong Kong. He was full of longing for the Pearl of the Orient. Now that he has the opportunity to go, he is naturally full of expectations, and seeing so many stars makes me very happy. Although I am now the boss of several companies, some people still remember that deeply. The Four Heavenly Kings have already been seen and I won't talk about it. There is also Tan Yonglin, the Beyond Band. Although the soul Huang Jiu has passed away, this band is still there. Of course, there is also the brother Leslie Chung, the eternal idol who jumped off the building on April 1, 2003. These are the people that Lin Feng is eager to see, especially brother Leslie Chung. Lin Feng is not sure whether he can save the life of this superstar. Yu, is there anything going on during this time? If you have nothing to do, come with me to Hong Kong. Go and play. Lin Feng asked Lisa's slender hand. No, brother Lin, I have always heard that Hong Kong is beautiful, and I want to see it. Lisa nodded repeatedly. The Supergirl SH District trials have ended. In the end, Lin Ziyui won the first place in the SH District with his hot dance and strong rhythmic Latin American style. Huang Meixi won the second place with his sad and beautiful singing voice, and Lisa the name fell to Sun Shan and eventually finished fifth. This is related to the Lin Feng scandal that Lisa broke out before, which greatly affected the popularity. The second is the result of multi-party balance. Tai Chang Zhao also told Lin Feng that Lin Ziyui, Huang Meixi, and Lisa are all Koreans. Although they are super strong and excellent in singing and dancing, this is after all a competition held in China. If the top three are all won by foreigners, the face is not good. Therefore, in the end, in order to balance, Lisa became a victim. In terms of actual ability, the three girls should be good at winning. After all, through the careful guidance of music master Huang Qilan and dance teacher Lan Bo March, the strength of the three girls far exceeds other contestants. Especially after the Four Heavenly Kings as the finishing touches, the stage performance of the three is even better than before. Therefore, this time Lisa lost his name to Sun Shan, and he felt a little uncomfortable. During this period of time, The company has been turbulent again. Lin Feng has not been able to accompany Lisa well, so this time he plans to go to Hong Kong to play with Lisa and relax. In addition, Hong Kong is a shopping paradise, and now it counts hundreds of millions of fortunes, and it doesn't hurt to ruin the fortune. However, before leaving, Lin Feng had something to do with him. Donglin, this is the evidence that we have collected during this period of infringement of Tomato.com and Kijiji.cn. There are 73 large and small websites with the stolen rights of Tomato.com, and forums of the size of Tomato.com. There are a total of 129 such websites. Lin Feng's team of lawyers has collected a lot of evidence after more than a month of collection. Then appeal. Attorney Go, I will entrust you with this matter. In short, no matter the size of the other party's website, I will sue all of them. Lin Feng said firmly. Then I am afraid that the litigation fees will be staggering. Attorney Go didn't expect that Lin Feng wanted to sue all of them. He thought he would just pick some of the most influential websites to sue. Sue all. I don't care about money. I just want to create as clean a space as possible for Chinese literary creators. Lin Feng said with a fist. Fighting against piracy is absolutely thankless. Not to mention the expenditure of a lot of financial and manpower, the results are minimal. But as the famous writer Han Han said, China is a big country that spoils literature and art, not a big country in literature and art. Lin Feng doesn't ask for too much, only hopes to provide a creative space as clean as possible for those who have worked hard to create, so that they can pay back. Chapter 141 ? Today is only one chapter. Thanks some friends for their comments, which has given me a lot of help. I can only do my best if I can write later to satisfy everyone. I hope that I will not disappoint everyone's time to read. Lin Feng's decision to sue all infringement and pirated websites caused an uproar in the country. Various media reported the matter wildly, which caused a lot of discussion. The CCTV News Network also briefly mentioned the matter that night, and the Focus interview the next day reported the matter in detail. Although Lin Feng is not in China, Attorney Go, who is Lin Feng's representative, made a good appearance on TV and strongly condemned the pirated website. Call on people across the country to resist piracy and safeguard the interests of genuine copyrights. For reporters and many netizens, what they care about is whether the Second World move is grandstanding or defending copyright. No matter how turbulent the country was, Lin Feng and Lisa arrived in Hong Kong lightly. Lin Feng originally thought that the person picking up this time would be Andy Lau's assistant who had been in contact with him. Unexpectedly, when he arrived at the airport, he saw Andy Lau standing at the airport in person. With cool sunglasses, a black suit, and a faint smile with an affinity. Seeing Lin Feng get off the plane, he immediately gave Lin Feng a warm hug, making Lin Feng flattered. This move also caused Andy Lau's crazy fans to exclaim in unison, all wondering who Lin Feng is. Fortunately, Andy Lau was extremely clever and didn't embrace Lisa, otherwise, I am afraid that Lisa will become the mortal enemy of Hong Kong Andy Lau fans as soon as he gets off the plane. What is this? Lin Feng looked at the fans at the airport who were crazy because of Andy Lau's arrival, shocked and moved in his heart. But I don't understand why Andy Lau took such a risk to pick up the plane in person. Ha ha, Lin Dong, I'll talk later. Andy Lau enthusiastically pulled Lin Feng's handcart. Lin Feng could only feel the frantic sounds of the mountains whirring like a tsunami in his ears, and there was a burst of violent flashing fluorescent lights. Don't mention the excitement in Lin Feng's heart along the way. Lin Feng has always been a fan and movie fan of Andy Lau. Seeing his idol pick up the plane in person, the excitement in his heart is like the landing of a galaxy. However, Lin Feng was really puzzled about Andy Lau's high-profile behavior this time. It was too high-profile. Now, who has enjoyed such a high-profile pickup by Andy Lau, one of the four heavenly kings? After arriving at Andy Lau's mansion in Hong Kong, Lin Feng couldn't hide his doubts. What's this ... what the hell is going on? Lin Feng asked. Ha ha. Lin Dong, I have carefully considered this charity performance during this period. I have discussed with Jackie Chung and Leon Liming. I hope that this charity performance can continue and the student fund can continue to operate. However, due to various reasons, there are too many students in the mainland who drop out of school. Only by the meager strength of our few people, the number of people we can help is limited. Therefore, we hope that we can call on the power of the whole society to help the students who drop out of school in the mainland. Andy Law binoculars bright. The mention of charity is an excitement. So this time I picked up a high-profile airport. I also hope that the Hong Kong media can report this matter and attract the attention of all walks of life. Andy Law has been in the entertainment industry for many years, and how to use reporters is definitely a king of heaven. With such a high-profile airport pickup, I believe that all Hong Kong citizens will know about the charity performance this evening. Because of this, Lin Feng enjoyed the treatment of being picked up by the Uranus superstar personally. But what Lin Feng didn't know was that Andy Lau's high-profile pickup at the airport had another meaning. Lin Feng is the president of this student fund and is in charge of all operations of the fund. Although Andy Law is only a member of the entertainment industry, he is well aware of bureaucratic corruption in some parts of the mainland. It is often difficult for the charity raised by some people to fall on those who really need help. Therefore, Liu Dihua was wary of Lin Feng and those corrupt officials from embezzling the huge charity money for other purposes, so he deliberately picked up the plane with such a high profile, exposing Lin Feng to the fluorescent lights of the media. In this way, this Kungsing Charity Education Foundation, once something goes wrong, it will be known to the world, and it will be difficult for Lin Feng to play whatever tricks he wants to play. It's not that Andy Law City Mansion is too deep, but that the behavior of some mainland officials is too outrageous and he has to guard against it. Especially this time, therefore Heavenly Kings contacted many heavyweight stars in Hong Kong to participate in this charity show. He didn't want everyone to be embarrassed because of the corruption problem. The good thing was not done, but the people in the mainland were scolded. If this really happened, how would they explain to their friends in the circle? For celebrities, fame is the life of a family. If the reputation is bad, how can you still be in the entertainment circle? During the conversation with Andy Law, Lin Feng was also deeply impressed by Andy Lau's charity. Just like Andy Lau's life motto, this world is not perfect, but hard work can be close to perfect. Andy Law is so enthusiastic about charity. He also hopes that the world can be more perfect. Andy Law told Lin Feng that there will be a charity sale in 3 days. Many celebrities will put up some things from their lives for auction, and all the proceeds will be used as the donation of the student fund. At that time, Lin Feng will give a speech as the organizer of this time. In the afternoon of the same day, Lin Feng attended the press conference held by Liu Dihua at the charity bazaar. At this reception, Lin Feng was able to learn the skills of Hong Kong reporters. At a press conference about charity auctions, a Hong Kong reporter was actually asked whether he, the mainland online game tycoon, only loves beautiful people but not Jiang Shan. Fortunately, Li Zhu was a little tired and didn't attend together, otherwise the press conference would be endless. In the end, Lin Feng was rescued by Andy Law and escaped from the pursuit of Hong Kong reporters. Hong Kong reporters are like this. If you pay too much attention to them, they will get to the bottom, and they want to dig out the 3 generations of your ancestors. Stay away from them. It is really inconvenient for you to do something. Andy Law said helplessly. Lin Feng felt the same about this. Later generations of Andy Lau's marriage gate incident was not that under the chase of Hong Kong reporters, the murdered king apologized to the public for whether he was married or not. But it's no wonder that Hong Kong reporters even dared to set up a set of our chairman Jiang, let alone celebrities and ordinary people like themselves. To be able to let myself go like this today is to see myself as a guest from afar, and to be polite. There are 3 days before the charity bazaar will be held. For these 3 days, Lin Feng also lives in Andy Lau's house. Fortunately, Andy Law has many residences in Hong Kong, and most of them are vacant. It is not necessary to vacate a set of 2 for Lin Feng to live in. The next day, the relaxed Lin Feng and well-rested Lisa began to visit Hong Kong. First, Lin Feng went to the Madame Tussauds Wax Museum that he had been yearning for before his rebirth, but regretted it later. After all, you will be able to see a real person in 3 days, and now you can see a wax figure. But looking at the lifelike stars and politicians from all over the world in Madame Tussauds, Lin Feng felt a little touched, and he secretly said in his heart that he could build a statue here anytime. After all, people who can have a place in this wax museum are people who are widely recognized in a certain industry. After that, Lin Feng and Lisa went to the ocean park to watch the sea lion show, and in the evening went to the top of the Victoria Peak to watch the night scene. It is said that the electricity bill for Hong Kong's night scene is only 1 million in one night, also known as the Million Night Scene. Especially when you watch the night scene from the top of Victoria Peak, you can have a panoramic view of Hong Kong. On the second day, Lin Feng got up early, took Lisa and went to the long-awaited Hong Kong Disneyland, playing until Disney was about to close. On the third day, Lin Feng was going to rest at home, preparing for the evening charity bazaar, but unexpectedly was dragged by Lisa to go shopping. "Brother Lin, there is a charity bazaar tonight. As one of the organizers, you can dress decently," Lisa reminded. When Lin Feng heard it, he suddenly realized participating in this kind of charity party requires evening gowns, not too casual. Especially as the organizer, you must be dignified to show respect to the guests and to attend this kind of star-studded party, but also to consider the problem of Zhuang Shan. He is not afraid, but Lisa has to pay attention to it. If Lisa and others smash their shirts, then everyone will not look good. Well, friends, go and pick the most beautiful evening dress for you. I want you to be the brightest woman on the course tonight. Lin Feng gently wiped Lisa's nose and said. Lisa smiled sweetly. All the people attending tonight are celebrities, rich ladies, and there are many beautiful female celebrities. She doesn't want to be too casual and be compared to others. At this moment, Andy Law called suddenly. Dong Lin, tonight's charity bazaar, I heard that many super rich people in Hong Kong will also attend, so please come early and we will discuss the details. In the microphone, Andy Lau's voice trembled slightly. After all, this is the first time Andy Lau has held such a charity bazaar in person, and the presence of rich Hong Kong tycoons tonight clearly makes Andy Lau feel nervous. Well, I see, Huazi. I will be there soon. Lin Feng nodded. For reporters, Lin Feng is definitely not as experienced as Andy Law. But facing the rich, Lin Feng will be much more experienced. Everyone is a member of the business world, and there is no need to be afraid of anyone. After all, the business world also has business rules. But are these super rich attending this party just for charity sales? Chapter 142 Angel Evening Dress Lam Feng Shopping's goal is the shopping city that never sleeps in Causeway Bay. When it comes to Causeway Bay, the first thing that comes to mind is Chen Haonan in the movie Dangerous Boys. Causeway Bay is the site of Haonan. Here Haonan is the well-deserved number one, and the police have to give face. But that is a movie after all. Hong Kong's law and order is not as described in the movie, as there are demagogues everywhere, and gangs of horses can be seen hacking people with machetes everywhere. In terms of global governance arrangements, Hong Kong ranks first, second only to a few limited cities such as Singapore. Lin Feng's target shopping destination for the night is famous for selling mid to high-end and high-end brands. It is the largest shopping center in the area. There are more than 300 stores on 16 floors. Each floor has a main product, which seems to be the key to online search. Same words, convenient for customers to find. First of all, Lin Feng had to choose a unique evening dress for Lisa in Hong Kong, to ensure that tonight's charity party would never be smashed. As for Lin Feng himself, most of the evening wears for men are simple, and there are not many styles. You don't need to think about zigzag shirts, as long as you match them appropriately. But what Lin Feng did not expect was that perhaps he was preparing evening gowns too late. Evening gowns from hundreds of high-end brand stores in Causeway Bay were all booked, leaving only the ordinary evening gowns. Lin Feng knocked on his forehead, depressed. and secretly said that he was careless. This time the charity bazaar organized by the 4 heavenly kings. There are crowds of stars, and they must be booked in advance in order to avoid smashing their shirts. I didn't want to find a suitable evening dress for Lisa until now, which can bring out Lisa's temperament. It is indeed a bit too late. I am afraid it is really a needle in a haystack. Brother Lin, I'll just pick a brand at random. Anyway, those big stars must be unique, and I won't be smashed like this. Lisa knows Lin Feng's troubles, and said obediently, "No, it's too shabby." And I, as one of the organizers, "You are here as my girlfriend. How can you wear ordinary clothes and make people laugh?" Lin Feng refused. The entertainment industry is right and wrong. The big stars may not be so good, but those little stars are cute and gossiping. If Lisa and a big star's evening dress belong to the same brand, the big star's evening dress is unique. Lisa's, but it is ordinary goods. That is not to be laughed at by other starlets. Even if the little star doesn't laugh, the big star will definitely be embarrassed. Let's go, then go shopping. If Causeway Bay is not there, we will go to Tsimshatsui. If Tsimshatsui is not there, we will go to Kowloon City. I don't believe that so many high-end brand stores in Hong Kong can't pick an evening dress that matches my friend. Lin Feng pulling Lisa to continue walking. He looked like he would not give up until he reached his goal. Brother Lin, thank you. Lisa's heart is as sweet as honey. For girls, clothes are really important, especially for such an important occasion. But what is more important is the love of the person in your heart to yourself. With Lin Feng's words, even if Lisa is allowed to attend tonight in casual clothes, she is willing. The so-called effort pays off. Just when Lin Feng was about to leave Causeway Bay to go to Tsimshatsui, he finally found an evening dress with white as the main color and following the Oriental classical route in the Versace boutique. When Lisa saw this white evening gown, he was deeply attracted. His beautiful eyes were intently, and his heart was obviously moved. Lin Feng also thought it was a good one, so he asked the clerk to take it down at the moment. "Sir, your vision is really good. This is an evening dress called Angel that just arrived in Hong Kong today. It was designed by Versace's most beloved niece, Algra Versace Baker, who unfortunately died young." The clerk was cautious. Holding an evening dress called Angel, Lisa happily took the Angel from the clerk, and compared it a little bit. The model is very suitable for Lisa, who is 172 centimeters tall, and the white color coupled with Lisa's rosy skin makes Lisa even more beautiful. "Go, put it on and have a look, my angel," Lin Feng said expectantly. Lisa smiled sweetly. Just when Lisa was about to go to the dressing room, a woman suddenly broke in. "Wait, I want this evening dress." A showy woman snatched the Angel from Lisa. Lisa was stunned, and Lin Feng was stunned. The clerk didn't expect such a thing to happen. Looking at the woman who rushed in, he didn't know what to say. Lin Feng frowned and looked at the woman holding the Angel, and said that she drew herself a portrait in front of the mirror. This woman is about 164 centimeters in length. She looks good and is very likable, but this behavior is extremely annoying. "Waiter, this evening dress was first seen by my girlfriend. I believe that a world-renowned store like Versace should have shop rules." Lin Feng would naturally not surrender himself to argue with the woman, and directly looked at the clerk and said. The clerk was stared at by Lin Feng, and his whole body was sweaty. He works at Versace and is naturally knowledgeable. There are also a lot of common stars, but apart from the occasional superstars, no one has the pressure that Lin Feng puts on him today. As soon as he stared, the clerk felt out of breath. This person is definitely not an ordinary person. The clerk thought to himself, Miss Lin Shumin, I'm really sorry, this evening dress was first seen by the lady, and please abide by my shop rules." The clerk said carefully. "Miss Lin Shumin?" Lin Feng was slightly surprised when the clerk could call out the other's name. It seemed that this woman was either a celebrity or a regular customer. However, the woman who made Lin Feng extremely disliked continued to compete there without comment, turning a deaf ear to what the clerk said. This young lady is last year's Miss Hong Kong runner-up Miss Lin Shumin, who won the most eye-catching Miss Online award. The clerk explained to the side. When Lin Feng heard it, he knew what the clerk had made. Obviously, he didn't want to be caught between himself and this Miss Hong Kong runner-up. At this moment, he carried the name of the other party. First, he hoped that he could get out of trouble, and second, he hoped that he would go to the other party to ask for something. Regarding the behavior of the clerk, Lin Feng hummed coldly in his heart. I don't care who she is. In short, this angel evening dress was first seen by my girlfriend. You have to act according to your shop rules. Lin Feng is not a vegetarian, so he clings to the shop rules. It's not that Lin Feng bullied the little clerk, but it was the clerk's job, and there was no reason to treat customers like this. As soon as the clerk heard this, he knew that he had met a difficult master today. After hesitating for a while, he walked to Lin Xiumin and explained softly. He was telling Lin Feng more about the remarks just now. You must know that these Hong Kong sisters seem to be ordinary people, but behind them, there may be a rich man who is pursuing them. How dare he as a small clerk offend? Lin Feng shook his head secretly. The clerk's attitude made him extremely dissatisfied. However, there is no reason to fight, as long as the other party returns the evening gown to himself. Relax, friends, this evening dress must belong to you, Lin Feng said relievedly. Just now after the angel was snatched from Lisa by the Hong Kong sister runner-up, Lisa was aggrieved, staring straight at the set of angels, obviously in love. As a boyfriend, if you can't satisfy this point, then you really have failed. A few minutes later, the runner-up of the Hong Kong sister came over, accompanied by the clerk. After Lin Xiumin looked closely at Lin Feng and Lisa, after thinking about it, she shook her head again. Two people, I like this evening dress very much. I am going to attend an extremely important banquet tonight, so I also ask you to bear the pain and cut love. These words showed the quality of Lin Xiumin gang, and Lin Feng was very comfortable listening to it. At the same time, she was also unexpectedly the star invited to the charity party tonight. That being the case, as long as the other party returns the angel, then today's matter will be revealed. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiumin's next words made Lin Feng unbearable. These are 2 tickets for my fan appreciation meeting the day after tomorrow, and I hope you will support it. I really need this dress, thank you. With that, Lin Xiumin took the clothes and walked to the dressing room naturally. Wait. Lin Feng grabbed Lin Xiumin. This Lin Xiumin is too ridiculous. Handing herself 2 tickets for a fan appreciation meeting, she just wanted to pass herself. She really regarded her as a superstar like the 4 heavenly kings. Even if it is, it doesn't make sense. First of all, ask yourself whether you agree or not. In the end, regardless of whether you agree or not, just take it and leave. This attitude is unbearable. Hey, what do you want to do? You pulled me again. I called indecent. Lin Xiumin threw away Lin Feng's hand in disgust. Lin Feng frowned slightly and had to let go of his hand. Waiter, my girlfriend first fancied this dress. If you don't bring it back to me now, I will go to the Consumer Council to complain to you. Lin Feng was also afraid that Lin Xiumin was really indecent, so he went to the clerk directly. As soon as the clerk heard it, sweat fell from his forehead. Versace is a world-renowned store with a good reputation. If he is complained in Hong Kong, can he be a clerk? Don't talk about being dismissed by that time. I am afraid that you will no longer want to find a job in Hong Kong. Just when the clerk was hesitating how to ask Lin Xiumin suddenly splashed. You 2 mainlanders and BIMI, think where this is, think you can wear Versace with a little money, is this evening dress suitable for you? Lin Xiumin looked contemptuous. When he said this, Lin Feng's expression changed, and it was the first time he was scolded like this after he was reborn. With a crisp sound, when Lin Feng was about to slap Lin Xiumin, Lisa slapped Lin Xiumin first. I tell you, although I am a Korean, China is a great nation, and women from mainland China are not the BIMI in your mouth. Also, I don't allow you to insult Big Brother Lin. Lisa said indignantly. BIMI refers to women who went from the mainland to Hong Kong and Taiwan to pan for gold, because most of them were engaged in the service industry. They were looked down upon by the locals and called them Bimi. Lin Xiumin was slapped in the face by Lisa for several minutes, stroking the bright red 5 fingerprints on her cheeks, her face in disbelief. After a while, the one who went crazy would rush to Lisa. Chapter 143. The second young master of the Huo family. Sorry, it's late today. 2 chapters update. Lisa's slap was heartily. If Lisa doesn't do it, Lin Feng will definitely do it. But the difference between Lin Feng's hands and Lisa's hands is big. Once Lin Feng took action, no matter what reason Lin Xiumin was beaten, Lin Feng had a reputation for bullying the weak female stream. Not only did it not sound good, but it also had a bad influence on this charity gala. After all, Lam Feng is not a local, and when he first came, he played last year's Hong Kong sister runner-up under the public. What other stars think and how the people of Hong Kong think, the negative impact caused by this is definitely not small. But Lisa is playing differently. First of all, Lisa is also a woman. Although the struggle between women is more eye-catching, they are all in the mood to watch the excitement, and will not think of other aspects. In particular, Lisa beat Lin Xiumin with such an awe-inspiring name. I believe that many mainlanders who come to Hong Kong to work or settle will definitely make them sigh. The clerk was also stupid by Lisa's slap. The cute girl who looks delicate and angry is so imposing that she has a wicked life when she is angry. Since Lin Xiumin became a Hong Kong sister, how could she not be spoiled and cared for by others? How could she have been so angry? Especially the Bimi who still made her look down on the other party, immediately dropped the angel in her hand and screamed at Lisu. How could Lin Feng let Lin Xiumin, a shrew, hurt Lisu? Stepped forward, stood in front of Lisu, grabbed Lin Xiumin by the collar, and opened Lin Xiumin with a slight strain. Lin Xiumin didn't receive enough strength and backed up a few steps. Unexpectedly, when he stepped back, he stepped on the angel on the ground, slipped under his feet, and fell with all 4 feet upside down. It was really embarrassing. Puff. The clerk couldn't help but laughed. After all, to see Sister Hong Kong so funny in front of her, it's really hard to see her in the ages. Lin Xiumin quickly got up with a face full of shame, and looked at Lin Feng and Lisa bitterly. Knowing that he is not Lin Feng's opponent because of his single power, he didn't dare to entangle him anymore, and walked out with the phone. The mainlander, don't go if there is a kind of. Lin Xiumin put on a hat and sunglasses to cover the palm prints on her face, and walked out while talking on the phone. Brother Lin, let's go. Lisa saw Lin Xiumin call. Considering that she was unfamiliar with the place where she was born in Hong Kong, she didn't want Lin Feng to suffer here. Rest assured, Hong Kong is a society under the rule of law, and we are not so easy to be bullied. Lin Feng didn't care. How much energy can a Hong Kong sister runner-up last year? Besides, I know the 4 kings and the relationship is pretty good. Lin Feng didn't believe it anymore. With the status of the 4 heavenly kings in Hong Kong, he would not be able to beat the runner-up of last year's Hong Kong sister. What's more, he didn't come to Hong Kong alone this time. Wang Meng also lined up 2 comrades who had served as instructors in the Hong Kong garrison to protect himself and Lisu. If you really encounter any deceitful or underworld, according to Wang Meng's words, as long as it is not a large crowd or a downtown area, his 2 comrades can secretly transfer 1 or 2 companies from the Hong Kong garrison, as long as they are handled properly afterwards. With these 2 layers of protective umbrellas, Lin Feng will naturally not be afraid of the mere run-up of Hong Kong sister. Okay, friends, don't worry, go and try on clothes. Let me see if the friend who wears the angel is my angel. Lin Feng pushed Lisa into the dressing room. Only then did the clerk wake up from the storm just now. Looking at Lin Feng, who was so careless, the clerk sighed secretly. Today I was really unlucky, and I ran into these 2 priests. And watching Lin Xiumin's posture, there will be trouble after the meeting. That Lin Xiumin is not a vegetarian, and I heard that she has a good relationship with the second son of Huo. Lin Xiumin lost so much face here, how could he let it go? The clerk prayed silently, hoping that Lin Feng and others would leave soon. A few minutes later, Lisa changed into an angel and came out. The white off-the-shoulder evening dress reveals Lisa's sexy collarbone, and his crystal skin is as enviable as a pearl. The white lace on the chest decorated Lisa as pure and lovely as an angel of the world. But there was a hint of seductive sexiness in the dimness. Coupled with Lisa's 172 centimeters slim figure, under the background of this angel, the perfect figure is undoubtedly revealed, and the whole person is as dazzling as a pearl in the night sky. Although Lin Feng has been with Lisa for so long, he still feels amazing at this time. People rely on clothing, and Buddha rely on gold. This is really correct. The clerk on the side was also amazed by Lisa, and they were amazed. Thinking about Lin Shumin, who had just left, the clerk secretly shook his head. Although Lin Shumin is beautiful, his temperament is completely inconsistent with this angel. If this angel is really to be worn on that Lin Shumin, the clerk would probably cry this designer Algra Versace Baker. Brother Lin, look, there is a shoe print on this dress. As he said, Lisa took the handkerchief and gently wiped it distressedly. Oh, yes, such a beautiful dress is soiled by others, and its designer must be very distressed. Lin Feng also feels regretful that this angel is so beautiful that it was soiled by that Lin Shumin in this way. Distressed, the two gently wiped the shoe prints from their clothes. A pair of beautiful eyes in a cafe outside the store noticed this scene and nodded secretly. At this moment, several people broke in. Kishan, it's them, this mainland boy and the BI my girl bullied me. You see that the palm print on their face was made by that BI my girl. Lin Shumin, who had just left a moment ago, came in and returned with her. There is a very handsome young man. Lin Feng snorted coldly in his heart, and secretly said that Lin Shumin really called for someone to come. Brother Lin. Seeing Lin Shumin calling someone, Lisa felt scared instinctively, and held Lin Feng's hand tightly. The clerk turned pale when he saw it. Huo, second young master Huo, HMPH, I want to see where the expert came from. Dare to be so disrespectful to Hong Kong people and beat Hong Kong's sister in the public. The young man hummed his nose and buckled a shit basin on Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng frowned, knowing that it was not easy just by speaking. Looking around, his body shook slightly. Lin Feng knows this person. Of course, it was Lin Feng's acquaintance before his rebirth. Lin Feng had seen this man in the newspaper. This person is no one else. He is Huo Kishan, the second grandson of Hong Kong's wealthy Fok Yingdong. Knowing this person is not because he is the grandson of Huo Yingdong, but because of his love affair with Jiang Zi. The relationship between Huo Kishan and Jiang Zi was the most violent scandal in the entertainment industry. But it ended with Jiang Zi cheating. This Huo Kishan is a standard dude who loves to drive with beautiful women in Ferrari sports cars. He is extremely high profile, completely different from his elder brother Huo Siwai. But don't think Huo Kishan is a dude, but he is a top student of King's College, a well-known college of the University of London, with a superior IQ. He is a very smart dude. The second son of Huo is good. The clerk greeted him quickly, and muttered in his heart, secretly praying that the second son of Huo would not cause any major incidents today. In Hong Kong, although the Huo family is not the richest nor the most powerful family today, the most powerful family is still the Huo family. There is a joke like this in Hong Kong. In Hong Kong, if Li Shorky is shopping, he must be accompanied by at least a dozen bodyguards behind him. If Li Kashing is shopping, there must be at least one row behind him. But if the Huo family's children go shopping, one person is enough. In the three realms of Hong Kong, whether it is the Sha Tin district with many young and dangerous children, or Wan Chai or Western district where gangs are rampant, no one from the Huo family dares to move even if they are alone. All this of the Huo family was created by Huo Yingdong, the current owner of the Huo family. As long as Fok Yingdong is in one day, in Hong Kong, no one dares to move the Huo family, regardless of the underworld or the white way. Who just hit my partner tonight? Huo Kishan pushed the clerk away and rushed in. It's me, Lin Fengyu said without showing weakness in front of Li Zhu. Huo Kishan was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect this man to be so young and so powerful. He had only seen this momentum in some uncles and uncles, and of course he also had it in his grandfather. This is a kind of aura that can only be found at a high position for a long time. It seems that this person is not an ordinary person. Although Huo Kishan knows that Lin Feng is not an ordinary person, he is not afraid. In Hong Kong, the Huo family has never been afraid of anyone. Okay, very good. Huo Kishan clapped his hands and sneered. Okay, friends. Don't care about these unrelated people. Waiter, wrap me up, I want the clothes. Lin Feng was not afraid of Huo Kishan, and ignored him at the moment. At this time, Huo Kishan, who had always been very self-confident, almost crooked his face. Chapter 144, The Value of Angels. Waiter, help me wrap this dress. Lin Feng ignored Huo Kishan, whose face turned from red to blue, then from green to black. The clerk glanced at Huo Kishan with a pale face, and after hesitating for a while, he said helplessly, this distinguished customer, this clothing shop has no price. No price? Lin Feng frowned. How can the clothes in the store be priceless? I'm really sorry, Miss Algra, who designed this angel, ordered that the price of this dress is given by customers who like it. The clerk said, Miss Algra said that the customer thinks this dress is worth how much it is. How much to give? Lin Feng frowned tighter. This matter is not easy to handle. I gave myself a little bit less, and also insulted the designer, and I felt a little bit taken too much. The most important thing is that Lin Feng doesn't know how much it is worth for a designer like Versace to design a unique evening dress in the world. The beautiful eyes in the coffee shop in the distance looked at Lin Feng interestingly at this time, wanting to see how much Lin Feng would pay in the end. Just when Lin Feng hesitated, Huo Kishan was happy. Versace is a world-renowned brand with its own shop rules. This angel was first seen by Lin Feng, and if he wanted to buy it, it would break the rules, and it would definitely provoke criticism. Now that the clothes are priceless, it just gives him an excuse. Waiter, I want these clothes for 500,000 yuan. Huo Kishan showed off a gold card and opened his mouth with 500,000 yuan. However, Versace's evening dress, especially the style designed by the designer, is not expensive at 500,000. The clerk looked at Lin Feng, but didn't dare to take this card. Huo Kishan, the little clerk, naturally did not dare to offend, but Lin Feng did not dare to offend either. Lin Feng then came to Versace to pick clothes and dared to confront Huo Kishan. No matter his background, his little clerk could not offend him, not to mention that Lin Feng had a first come reason. Thinking of this, the clerk wanted to cry. He definitely didn't read the almanac when he went out today, otherwise he would be in a dilemma between the two masters. Lin Feng glanced at Huo Kishan coldly, disdainful in his heart. When Lin Feng dared to play at the extraordinary auction house, Zhu Zhengyai spent 500 million to buy a pair of broken chess. Today, the third-generation ancestor Huo Kishan wants to show off his wealth, and he can also play around with him. But Lin Feng did not want to do so. Lin Feng gave this dress to Li Zhu and asked him to wear it to tonight's banquet. If you fight with Huo Kishan, you will defile this angel. This angel was designed by Versace's niece Algra. How old is Algra this year? Lin Feng thought for a while. Lin Feng remembered that Versace was shot and killed in his villa at home in 1997. Back then, this news made headlines in major media and made a worldwide sensation. In addition to the death of the protagonist is Versace, a world-renowned designer. The cause of the sensation is also because the gunman is the most notorious serial killer in the United States, listed by the FBI as the top 10 most wanted criminals. Versace was 51 years old when he was shot. 4 years later, if he does not die, he should be 56 years old this year. His sister Donatella is 6 years younger than him. The reason why Lin Feng knew about Donatella was that when Versace died, All the media around the world were reporting everything about the Versace family and its empire. As the successor to the Versace empire after Versace's death, Lin Feng also knows a little bit about Donatella's information. This Donatella is most famous for her drug history, and the media has repeatedly reported that she is compulsory for drug rehabilitation. Allegra is the niece of Versace, so it is estimated that this year will be no more than 18 years old. The clothes designed by a little girl up to 18 years old are not priced yet, and the price is voluntarily priced by the customer, which is really interesting. Could it be? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. Only in this way, this dress will not be priced, and the price will be set by the customer. Hey, I said you, don't wrap it up for this young master. This young master still has an important evening party. If it is delayed, can you pay for it? Huo Qishan said brutally, not forgetting to provoke Lin Feng. Come on, this young master has a lot of money. Come if you have the ability. Huo Qishan's typical dude mentality, wishing to fight with others, to show his family status. The clerk was also helpless. Now that the angel is still on Lizu, Lin Feng is obviously not letting it. What can he do as a small clerk? Qishan, people will have to do makeup and hair after a while. If this dress is not ordered early, how can people go with jewelry? Then the dinner party will not be beautiful. You are the second son of the Huo family, one of them. The clerk dared to pursue you like this. I think he looked down on Huo's family. Lin Shumin hated Lisa, who had slapped her just now when the clerk didn't move. He even hated Lin Feng, who treated her, the Hong Kong sister runner-up, rudely. Huo Qishan gave this mainland boy a lesson, and he naturally added fuel to the fire at this moment. Lin Shumin's words made the clerk's back cold. He secretly scolded Lin Shumin for viciousness, but he didn't dare to reply and had to laugh again and again. Huo Qishan snorted coldly at the moment, and the clerk who hummed his back was numb and uncomfortable. This distinguished guest, this young master Huo, bid 500,000 yuan. Look, the clerk had to bite the bullet and ask Lin Feng. Lin Feng had already decided in his heart, and smiled faintly. This dress is our first thing, naturally we want it. He wants to buy it, yes, wait for the next one. After that, Lin Feng ignored the teeth of Huo Qishan behind him. Beng Xiang, let Lisa go to change clothes. At this time, Huo Qishan noticed Lisa behind Lin Feng. When he saw Lin Feng, he was shocked. He did not expect that the Mai who slapped her as Lin Shumin was so beautiful, especially after putting on this evening dress. As holy as an angel. Compared with the runner-up of the Hong Kong sister next to me, it is as ridiculous as a firefly and the moon competing for glory. Of course, Lizu is naturally the moon. Huo Qishan had the heart to get acquainted right now. But Lin Feng's eyes swept across, but there was another resentment in his heart. This person is not as handsome as he is, and he is not as good as his family, and his education is definitely not as high as he is. Why should he have such an angel? Seeing that there was a beautiful woman present, Huo Qishan stared at the clerk without being too impolite. The clerk is also an exquisite person, and now he understands what Huo Qishan means. This distinguished guest, Mr. Huo, has already bid 500,000. If you can't pay a higher price, we can only sell this angel to Mr. Huo. The clerk stopped Lisa and said with no confidence. After all, the clerk is from Hong Kong. Since Huo Qishan is willing to come forward and support him, then Lin Feng naturally dared to offend him. No matter how powerful Lin Feng is, he is only a mainlander. The so-called strong dragon can hardly crush the earth snake, let alone Huo Qishan is not a earth snake, but a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although the clerk's words were not very pleasant, but it was reasonable, Lin Feng did not lose his temper, but smiled slightly. This angel, didn't you say that it was designed by Miss Allegra? She said it was priced by the customer. I think this dress is priceless, and you can't buy it with more money. Lin Feng said. The clerk was at a loss, and Huo Qishan couldn't understand it. What do you mean? The clerk had no choice but to ask. I think the price of this angel is an insult to it, so I don't bid. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Ah, the clerk was stunned. Ha ha, don't bid. No money, no money. What to pretend? Waiter, wrap me up, I'm still in a hurry. Huo Kishan sneered, not forgetting to glance at Li Zu when he spoke. It is a pity that Li Zu completely ignored him, and put all his thoughts on Lin Feng. His display was in vain. Wait, who said the clothes belong to him? I want them. Lin Feng stretched out his hand to stop the clerk who was going to urge Li Zu to change clothes. Now, the clerk is really confused. The beauty of the coffee shop in the distance was also quite interested, not knowing what Lin Feng intended. Huo Kishan became impatient and urged the clerk repeatedly. The clerk had no choice but to look at Lin Feng. Waiter, this angel, Miss Algra said that the price is set by the customer, not the one with the higher price. I think this dress is invaluable, so I don't want to buy it with money, so as not to tarnish it. This is also to show respect for this angel designed by Miss Algra. Lin Feng showed a deadly smile. Naturally, Lin Feng took advantage of the loopholes, but if it is as Lin Feng guessed, this dress really can't be given money because it is absolutely priceless. Murmur chuckled when she heard it in the distance. Ha, a joke. I actually want to empty the white wolf in Versace. You mainland boy is really cunning. Huo Kishan laughed wildly. I'm telling you, mainland Chinese, this is Hong Kong. No matter what your mainland is, if you don't give me this dress today, you will be at your own risk. Huo Kishan was also annoyed, and the young master got angry and pointed at Lin Feng's nose and cursed. Back then, Lin Feng was scolded by Xiaqian in this way, but at that time Lin Feng was as immature as a new grass, crushed as soon as it was crushed. Although Lin Feng can't be said to be overwhelmingly powerful and wealthy as an enemy, he is still a member of the rich circle of Shanghai. Today, Huo Kishan pointed and cursed like this. If he doesn't fight back, he won't be able to see anyone when he goes back. Lin Feng pulled his face down and opened Huo Kishan's fingers with one hand. I don't care if this is Hong Kong or the mainland. I only know that this is the land of the People's Republic of China. As a citizen of the People's Republic of China, I am entitled to stand on any piece of land belonging to China. Don't say this piece of clothing is your third-generation ancestor. Even if Li Kashing is here, I won't let it. Lin Feng's words fell to the ground, sonorous and shocking. Who is Li Kashing? The richest Chinese. In Hong Kong's position, Li Kashing may not be as capable as Fok Yingtung in some respects, but in Hong Kong's financial sector, he is definitely a person who stomped his feet and can shake Hong Kong 3 times. Last year, the PCCW network stocks of Li Kashing's second son were affected by the Nasdaq stock market crash in the United States. At the time of crisis, Li Kashing merely invited Li Zikai to an ordinary restaurant in Central and had a casual meal in the public. Since then, PCCW's stock price has soared, and all kinds of unfavorable news in the market disappeared in an instant. Today, PCCW's market value has reached tens of billions of Hong Kong dollars. To be a man of Li Kashing's level, that is called success. Doing nothing, eating a meal, drinking tea, can easily change the destiny of a listed company. If people live up to this point, then life can be said to have a taste. It can be said that Li Kashing is a role model for every Chinese and the goal of all business talents. Lin Feng is naturally far from reaching Li Kashing's realm now, but this does not mean that Lin Feng is not qualified to say that just now. Lin Feng said this as a boyfriend and a man, and Lin Feng made this statement naturally. What's more, Li Kashing's roots are in Hong Kong, in Chung Kong, Lam Feng's roots in Shanghai, and online games. Everyone is irrelevant, and Lin Feng doesn't have to be afraid of Li Kashing. However, Lin Feng's words were like a thunder on the ground, shaking everyone up. The clerk's face turned pale. In Hong Kong, no one dares to say that, except for a madman who has lost his heart. But Lin Feng doesn't look like a madman. Dare to say this to prove that he is confident. Huo Kishan, the second son of the Huo family, was also stunned. He didn't expect this mainlander to be so aggressive. When Zhu Zhengyai, the richest man in Shanghai, came to Hong Kong, he didn't dare to rush like this. He still wanted to worship the peer and make friends with all kinds of powerful people, hoping to gain a foothold in Hong Kong. Now Lin Feng is doing well, putting on a posture that the Heavenly King and Lo Zi are not afraid of. which makes Huo Kishan not know what to do. Huo Kishan murmured in his heart, secretly speculating whether there was a red background behind Lin Feng, so he dared to be so unscrupulous. However, under the public, if his second son of the Huo family was reluctant to do so, he would have no face to meet people after this spread. Moreover, although Hong Kong has returned, it is still under the control of the Tsar government. The Huo family is still the most powerful family in Hong Kong. If he is forced here, he will not have the face to see his grandfather Huo Yingdong when he goes home. Waiter, I want this dress for $1 million. If you dare to give it to him, I will tear down your shop. Huo Kishan had some scruples in his heart. He didn't dare to offend Lin Feng too much until he found out the details of Lin Feng, so he took it. The clerk vented his anger and pressured others with money. Wouldn't you not bid? I bought an evening dress for $1 million, and I am more worthy of this angel. When the clerk heard it, he complained endlessly. He was just a small clerk. You two bosses are angry, so why bother to vent your anger with him? At this moment, a female voice speaking blunt Mandarin came from outside the door, who said to demolish my Versace store. Chapter 145, Algra Versace? Who said to demolish my Versace store? Although the voice was dull and half-baked in Mandarin, it was quite ridiculous. But the indisputable tone surprised everyone in the store. I don't know where the great god came to this small clothing store. Everyone glanced at it. A tall, flax-haired, but slightly thin Western young girl walked by the door, with her entire face recessed. But the eyebrow color is full of nobility and elegance. But the nobleness is full of deep gloom that makes people sad. Who said that Versace was going to be demolished? The girl came in and glanced at the crowd, looking straight at Huo Kishan and asked, Huo Kishan was speechless when asked by the girl. Just now he was in a state of urgency and was a bit reluctant to say anything. He really wanted him to open it, but he didn't dare to open it. Now being reprimanded face to face, he really doesn't know what to say. The clerk opened his mouth to say something, but was stopped by the girl. You tear it down? I'm here to watch you tear it down. The girl didn't care about it. She blushed and grinned what Huo Kishan said, so she was not embarrassed. Naturally, Lin Feng would not help Huo Kishan out of the siege. Instead, he looked at the girl with great interest, and secretly wondered who this noble but thin girl is. I said that the second son of the Huo family is such a powerful character. I can't think of it as an ostentatious person. Although the girl speaks not standard in Mandarin, she uses idioms to express Huo Kishan's shame and indignation. Hey, who do you think you are? Dare to say that? Second young master Huo, I think you are tired of living. Huo Kishan has no face and still speaks. But Lin Shuman next to him can see it, thinking that Huo's family is a prosperous family in Hong Kong. Who else would I be afraid of? Now I will open fire on behalf of the Western girls, hoping to win a trace of Huo Kishan's favor. Unexpectedly, before finishing speaking, Huo Kishan slapped his face with a loud slap. Huo, young master Huo, Lin Shuman was beaten stupid. For some reason Huo Kishan beat her, covering her face and crying. However, her left cheek was slapped just now by Li Zhu, and the bruises had not disappeared. Now Huo Kishan's perfect slap was slapped, her face was swollen right away, and the evening banquet must have been lost. When Huo Kishan beat Lin Shuman, he was also angry that Lin Shuman didn't know the severity and dared to speak for him. This Western girl knew her identity as the second son of the Huo family, and she was also aggressive when she spoke. It was obvious that the person who came was not kind. Lin Shuman still said so ignorantly, "Isn't this adding chaos to him?" Huo Kishan was already upset because she had provoked Lin Feng, who had nowhere to come, but now he is not sure how serious it is to provoke this woman who is obviously from a big family. Of course, Huo Kishan wants to smoke her. Isn't it just a Hong Kong sister runner-up who thinks it is? Huo Kishan ignored Lin Shuman, forced a smile on his face, and asked in fluent English, "Hello, are you? Ordinary people don't deserve to know my name." The girl is not shocking, but Huo Kishan's face flushed with a word, and she didn't know what to do. I want to lose my temper, but I'm not sure of the girl's identity. but now I can save face, which is really embarrassing. With a puff, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh when he saw Huo Qishan look like this. Whatever you laugh, you are just a layman. The girl turned her head and glared at Lin Feng. At best, she's more cunning than him. Lin Feng was not upset either. The girl had no city in her chest. She was outspoken, and she was also a sweetheart. Now repeatedly said yes. At this time, Lisa replaced the angel and came out, and he was surprised when he saw a Western girl of the same age in the store suddenly. Miss, I still have important business tonight, so my girlfriend and I will leave first. I will take this angel with me. As he said, Lin Feng carried the angel bag and pulled hold Lisa's hand and leave. Stop. The girl stopped Lin Feng. This time it was Huo Qishan's turn to have fun. This girl is so powerful, she just borrowed her hand to vent her anger. Ha, I say you are cunning, you are really welcome. This is the first evening dress featuring Oriental elements launched by Versace this year. It was designed by Miss Algra. You actually want to take it away without spending money. There is no such thing in the world. Such a cheap thing. The girl glared at Lin Feng and said aggressively, ha ha. Lin Feng smiled. Then how can I take away this angel? It's very simple. You just said that it is priceless. Where is it priceless? Say it. I am satisfied, and you will take it. The girl said proudly. When the girl said this, Lin Feng had already guessed the girl's identity. At the moment, Lin Feng smiled. The value of this angel lies in the fact that it is the first evening dress designed by the talented, beautiful and noble Miss Algra. Speaking of this, Lin Feng bowed deeply. I said, is that right, Miss Algra Versace Baker? As soon as Lin Feng talked about it, the audience was shocked. Huo Qishan was stunned. He did not expect that the imposing girl in front of him would be Algra Versace Baker, the future ruler of the Versace Empire. When Versace was shot and killed that year, his will handed over 50% of the shares of the Versace Empire to his beloved niece, Algra Versace Baker. Now Algra Versace Baker is 15 years old, and 3 years later, when she turns 18, she will officially take over the power of the Versace Empire. Algra was also stunned. He didn't expect that Lin Feng would see through her identity and could clearly say that this angel was the first evening dress she designed. Ha, you are smart. But why do you know that this angel is the first evening dress I designed? Algra asked unwillingly. It's very simple. This angel is hung in the store, but it is not priced. There are only two possibilities. One is that the designer is very confident about it and thinks it is a real priceless treasure. The other is that the designer has no confidence in it and does not know its true value. But no matter how expensive a piece of clothing is, it is also valuable. Naturally, it cannot be priceless. Therefore, I infer that the second point is that the designer does not know its true value. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Also, the style of this angel is different from the luxury and richness of other Versace in the store. It gives a sense of elegance with a noble simplicity as a whole, which complements the name of the evening dress angel, pure and noble. Elegant, generous, but not luxurious. And this angel was personally designed by Miss Algra, plus your current age. So I conclude that this is the first evening dress you designed to show off. Lin Feng said smugly. Humphrey. Algra snorted coldly. Lin Feng's words are almost correct. Yes, you can take this angel away. Algra seemed to be unconvinced by Lin Feng. He added, however, you are still a layman. Lin Feng smiled upon hearing this. Although this Algra Versace Baker is the head of Versace in the future, he is still childish now. But it is indeed very cute and interesting. At least he humiliated Dun Huo Qishan severely for himself. Miss Algra, on behalf of the Huo family, I welcome you to be a guest, and let the Huo family make a brief comment on the suitability of the landlord. Now that Huo Qishan knows the identity of Algra, he will naturally not let go of this opportunity to close the relationship. Put on your own business card. Unexpectedly, Algra did not show any face, and did not reach out to take the business card. I'm not interested. I never deal with laymen. Algra ignored Huo Qishan, but stopped the two Lin Feng who were about to leave. Wait, I have something to find her. Algra pointed at Lizu, What are you doing? Lin Feng asked in a daze. I want her to be the spokesperson for the costumes I designed. Algra looked up and down Lisa carefully and said, she is tall and has white skin, and she has a delicate and pure face like an angel, which is very suitable. I am going to design a series of clothing styles. Lin Feng was happy when he heard it. It is definitely a great opportunity and glory for Lisa to become a clothing spokesperson under Versace. In Asia, there are not many celebrities who can become spokespersons for top international brands like Versace. After all, most of the spokespersons are Hollywood superstars. Although I don't know why Algra came to Lisa this time, this opportunity is really rare. Lisa also moved his heart when he heard it. He was naturally full of joy when he learned that he was taken by Versace's designer and wanted to invite himself to be his spokesperson. But he was obediently silent, waiting for Lin Feng to decide for himself. In Lisa's mind, Lin Feng is still the first. Besides, she was used to Lin Feng arranging everything for her all the way. Although this feels a bit of being restrained by others, this feeling of being cared for and controlled by others makes Lisa, who has not experienced much family warmth since childhood, cherishes it. Lin Feng looked at his watch. Just now in this Versace shop, because of Huo Kishan, he was delayed a lot of time. Later, he had to buy suitable jewelry and clothing, shoes, hair, and beauty. There was not enough time. So, this is my business card. How about we discuss the details of the contract tomorrow? Lin Feng thought for a while and handed Algra a business card. Algra took the business card, looked at and received his handbag, but still stopped Lin Feng. No, I will settle this matter today, Algra said. But I really have very important things today, Lin Feng explained as he walked. No, haven't you heard the famous saying in the fashion world, Anida Iwarain? Next to Iwa out. Algra was reluctant. Miss, I really have a very important thing today, can't we talk about it tomorrow? Lin Feng really has a headache. This Algra is so difficult, but for the sake of Lisa's future, Lin Feng can't refuse, let alone embarrass the other party. I don't care, today's affairs are over today. As he said, Algra followed Lin Feng and talked all the way. Huo Kishan's anger at this moment is not known how great it is, and being left here like this makes him look like the second son of the Huo family. Especially Algra did not pick up his business card, but received Lin Feng's business card, which made Huo Kishan feel even more embarrassed. But Algra was not something he could offend. After thinking about it, he could only blame Lin Feng for everything. Huo Kishan left with a sullen face, thinking about someone to teach Lin Feng. Master Huo, Master Huo. Lin Xiumin chased out, covering her face and sobbing, I don't have an evening dress yet. What about the banquet tonight? When Huo Kishan saw that Lin Xiumin's left face was swollen like a pig's head, his heart was annoying. I still want to attend tonight's party with this appearance, so if I really take her to attend, I won't make people laugh to death. Driver, help me send Miss Lin back. After that, Huo Kishan ignored Lin Xiumin, who was crying bitterly, and left. When he stepped aside, Huo Kishan began to call, trying to let people check Lin Feng's background, but he was stunned in the middle of the conversation. Just now he blushed with Lin Feng and his neck was thick and he had been fighting for a long time, but now he doesn't even know Lin Feng's name. Damn. Huo Kishan angrily kicked over a traffic warning sign on the side of the road. Hello, now you are accused of destroying public property in public. You can stay silent. A policeman suddenly appeared in front of Huo Kishan. I $$. Huo Kishan scolded the country. Hello, I now sue you for insulting the Hong Kong police. You can stay silent. Huo Kishan is in trouble here. Lin Feng also has a headache. Algra's troubled Lin Feng wants to scold his mother. Chapter 146 chapters. The two chapters are combined. No points. I hope to forgive me. Thank you for your support. The NBA kicks off and the new season begins. Algra's persistence caused Lin Feng's headache. No matter how Lin Feng persuaded, the future head of Versace insisted on the principle of Anida Iwarain, next to Iwa out, and must complete the contract with Lisa today. Lin Feng wondered why Algra had to sign today. And although Lisa had good conditions, he did not know why Algra had chosen Lisa alone. Hey, you layman, you know that Versace wants to sign a spokesperson. How many superstars in Hollywood can't ask for it? You actually do this to me. Algra followed Lin Feng from Causeway Bay all the way to Tsimshatsui. Missy temperament finally broke out. Lin Feng heard that his scalp was numb, but Algra was right. With Versace's status in the world fashion industry, as long as you want to sign a spokesperson, let alone Hong Kong, even Hollywood superclass actresses will flock to them, crying and begging for endorsements. After all, once you become the spokesperson of Versace, becoming the cover character of well-known magazines such as Vogue is definitely a matter of fame and fortune. If many stars know that Versace wants to sign, Lin Feng will push 3 and 4. I am afraid he will jump out and trample Lin Feng to death. But today Lin Feng did have important things, and didn't have time to discuss the details with Algra. But now that the little princess has lost her temper, Lin Feng has to calm down anyway. Miss Algra, signing a contract is not a simple matter. Lin Feng wanted to explain to the fledgling little princess in detail what a signing is. Unexpectedly, Algra didn't appreciate it at all. Say you are a layman or a layman, I just need to give her a contract with a top Hollywood actress. Are you still afraid that I will cheat her? Haven't seen you such a pedantic man. Algra robbed him. Let Lin Feng feel ashamed. Yes, now I am not only vulgar, but also pedantic. Lin Feng shrugged helplessly. However, Algra said about the contract for Lisa's top Hollywood actress, which really moved Lin Feng. But after another thought, Algra is only 15 years old. Will her words have any effect? If I take the liberty to ask, Miss Algra, you have 3 years to officially take over Versace. Do your words have legal effect now? Lin Feng had to ask clearly, otherwise he would be hot for a long time. And finally Versace headquarters came a notice saying that Algra was a minor and that all the contracts reached were not counted. And that would be a shame at that time. This. Of course counts. I'll just tell my mother then. Algra's voice was loud, but his confidence was insufficient. In the end, he hummed his nose and lost his words. Lin Feng took a look and knew that this little princess was purely foolish, and everything was her wishful thinking. Looking at the watch, time has been delayed a lot. At the moment, I don't care whether I offend Algra. So I dragged Lisa into the 1881 boutique in Tsimshatsui to choose jewelry with angels. Hey! Although Algra was young and spoiled since childhood, he became a designer at the age of 15. He was naturally very clever. At first glance, he knew that Lin Feng was perfunctory, and he was angry in his heart and followed Lin Feng angrily. Well, we can talk about the contract again. In short, I must be able to convince my mother to give her a contract with the top Hollywood actress. Algra said. Seeing that Algra was still entangled, Lin Feng cried out, unlucky. Miss Algra, I really have something to do. Now I have to pick jewelry. I will do hair and SPA later, and there is a very important party in the evening. We can't be late. Lin Feng explained. I don't care. I must sign a contract with her today. Algra insisted, but at the end he spit out a sentence that satisfied Lin Feng. Isn't it just picking jewelry? I'll help you refer to it. HMPH. Based on my professional standards, you must make your girlfriend the most dazzling protagonist tonight. Lin Feng was overjoyed when he heard it. The designer Algra came to choose jewelry for the angel. It was naturally perfect and perfect. At the moment, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and asked Algra to choose. So today there is no need to rush. Algra hopes to pick Lisa's outfit as soon as possible, and then discuss the signing of the contract. But unknowingly he was used by Lin Feng to become his image designer. This has to let Hollywood stars know that he might be jealous. Not long after, Algra selected Lisa's jewelry to match the angel. A pair of black jewel earrings, plus a diamond necklace, looks very shiny, and it is a perfect match with Lisa's crystal clear skin. But the price is not cheap. The necklace and earrings add up to more than 1.2 million Hong Kong dollars. Looking at Algra's provocative eyes, Lin Feng knew that this was Algra's revenge for buying the first evening dress she designed by the empty glove White Wolf, deliberately choosing such expensive necklaces and earrings. Brother Lin, let's change something else. Lizu was also shocked at this price. Although the things are beautiful, they are too expensive. Women, like dragons, are born with no immunity to shiny things. Although Lisa pulled Lin Feng away, but Lin Feng knew that Lisa liked these two pieces of jewelry very much. The price is indeed very expensive, but Algra's eyes are absolutely nothing to say. Very suitable for Lisa's skin color and angel evening dress. Isn't it 1.2 million? It's not too expensive, and this amount of money is still affordable. 30 million can buy a useless Montblanc Global Limited Edition fountain pen. It is normal to spend 1.2 million to buy a few pieces of jewelry for your beloved woman. At the moment, Lin Feng took out the credit card he had made in Hong Kong's Hang Seng Bank in advance to pay the bill. Yes, although you are a bit vulgar and pedantic, but you are very generous to your girlfriend. Algra teased from the sidelines. Lin Feng glared at Algra helplessly. After that, Lizu did hair and SPA under the guidance of Algra. Algra, what would you like to eat? I was starving after walking around. You still have some time to do the SPA. Let's wait while we eat. Lin Feng asked while looking at the menu. Algra frowned, looked around, and shook his head. This is a very ordinary food stall. Algra has never been to such a place to eat. But Lin Feng chose here, so Algra, who wanted to persuade Lin Feng to sign a contract, had no choice but to follow. Really don't eat. Lin Feng glanced at Algra. Her body was obviously thin, and she should have been hungry after walking outside for a few hours. Now, waiter, just give me a glass of lemon juice. Algra watched with disgust as Lin Feng ordered a lot of high-calorie food, and ordered the waiter. Seeing that Algra was like this, Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, no longer caring about her, and started eating a lot. Hey, can't you be more refined with your meal? Can't you sip and eat slowly? Eating so fast, it's not elegant at all. It's not good for the digestive system, and it's so loud. Algra can't stand Lin the Wind's eating appearance, protested. Lin Feng was speechless when he heard it. I am not a nobleman, why do I pay so much attention to food? Also, except for some important occasions, where he must pay attention to his image, Lin Feng never learns from the nobleman's way of eating. Just eat it. So why do you want to eat like that? Lin Feng doesn't have any appetite at all. You have to eat a large piece of food, so that you can eat it cool. Although it's not so elegant in terms of appearance, it's fine to eat yourself and eat well. So what do you do? What's more, now Lin Feng and Algra are in the big gear, which is just a simple meal. If you have to suppress yourself, it will be uncomfortable. Seeing Lin Feng's answer, Algra rolled his eyes. This is nothing more than eating. The key lies in which supermodels Algra has stayed with since he was a child. He has become accustomed to the supermodel's bamboo figure, so he has been on a diet and always only eats a little bit to maintain a slim figure. This way of eating, the body naturally cannot have plenty of energy. During the daytime, I followed Lin Feng to go around like this again. The little things I ate in the morning had been exhausted, and now I was already hungry. However, in order to keep in shape, Algra was forced to hold back his gaze at the food and only drank some lemon juice. Everything was fine, so I waited for the hunger to pass. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng feasted on such a large piece of feast. Although he did not dare to compliment him, he picked up Algra's appetite. Suddenly, he was hungry and his heart for food was unprecedentedly strong. Waiter, let's have another plate of this dry-fried Nayu. Lin Feng still yelled loudly, still inexplicably. Algra covered his face with his hands, indicating that he and this person did not know him. This behavior is too vulgar. How can it be done like this? Be elegant in the restaurant and speak softly. So loudly speaking is too vulgar. Algra believed that if he let his friends know that he was in such a restaurant, it would be laughable to sit at the same table with Lin Feng and order a meal. However, this person took his own fate and prevented Lisa from signing a contract with him, which is really annoying. Algra was also very helpless. Who made her meet Lisa at a glance, and Lin Feng's evaluation of her first work angel made her extremely admired. In addition, she ran away from home this time and wanted to rely on her own strength to create a sky in the east, but in desperation, she now had to eat with Lin Feng in this low-level stall, which really made Algra very helpless. Lin Feng didn't realize that Algra was suffering from the temptation of gourmet food. Eating by himself was so refreshing. A plate of dry stir-fry beef was about to bottom out. Watching Lin Feng eat up Niu in the plate one bite at a time, his tongue still licked from time to time. Although he looked extremely vulgar, but for some reason, Algra felt so fragrant and wanted to have a bite. "Hey, is this fried Niu really so delicious?" Looking at Lin Feng taking a bite, Algra couldn't help the glutton in his belly, and asked softly. Lin Feng glanced at Algra, and directly put a chopstick in front of Algra. "If you taste it, it will definitely make you want to stop." Algra looked at the Niu in the bowl, and then at Lin Feng's chopsticks, frowning secretly. "Look at the remaining Niu in the plate. I want to order another plate, but I am afraid that it will not taste good and it will be wasted." In desperation, he picked up a pair of chopsticks from the side, wiped it with the paper towel that came with him, gently picked up a small piece of cattle, put it elegantly in the mouth, chewed it, frowned and asked, "It's not good at all." "Eat, why are you so delicious?" As he said, Algra rinsed his mouth with clean water again and again, with a miserable look on his face, as if Lin Feng had deceived her. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, picked up a handful of Niu with a chopstick, and handed it to Algra. "Open your mouth. Niu needs to eat like this to be delicious. If you eat like that, nothing will taste good." Algra confined her lips. Lin Feng ate these chopsticks. How could she eat them? It was so unclean. And she also tasted it just now, and it didn't taste at all. But the smell of Niu on the tip of his nose made Algra a little unbearable. The chopsticks were really dirty. "But, it smells really good." Upon seeing this, Lin Feng frowned, thought to himself, stood up and pinched Algra's chin. "Hey, what do you want to do?" Algra turned to get away from Lin Feng's left hand. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Lin Feng took advantage of the situation and stuffed Niu into Algra's mouth. "How is it? How does it taste?" Lin Feng asked triumphantly. Algra was anxious. It was too unclean, and he was going to turn his face instinctively and spit out Niu out of his mouth. Unexpectedly, at the entrance of Niu, a spicy and fragrant taste spread from the tip of the tongue. Algra subconsciously chewed a few mouthfuls. The more he chewed, the more flavorful he chewed. The last bite was swallowed, and he licked his tongue with endless thoughts. "Hey, how could it be like this? There was no taste at all just now. Why is it so delicious now?" Algra is full of questions. "Take it, I told you, chew like you do, nothing tastes like." Lin Feng pushed Niu in front of him to Algra. At this time, Algra's temper was gone. He sniffed the new river in front of him with the tip of his nose, and licked the residual smell at the corner of his mouth with the tip of his tongue. He grabbed the chopsticks in Lin Feng's hand, and left the plate in front of Lin Feng. "The dry-fried Niu brought it in front of you." At first I was worried about the image, chewing slowly, and tasting, but when I realized that the taste was not as good as Lin Feng's chopsticks, I remembered Lin Feng's words. Under the urging of appetite, I simply forgot my image for a while and learned Lin Feng's chunks. "Eat up." A plate of remnants of Niu was eaten in a few clicks. "How about it? It tastes very good." Lin Feng smiled more and more proudly. Algra ignored Lin Feng and raised his hand, wanting to bid another game. "Ha ha, it's useless, you have to shout loudly when shouting food here." "Like me, waiter. Let's have another plate of dry-fried Niu." Lin Feng smiled. Algra frowned and screamed softly, but the waiter didn't respond at all. Under the temptation of the food, Algra also learned from Lin Feng and yelled, "Waitress, let's try the fried Niu again." "How about it? This feeling is good." Lin Feng laughed. Algra thought for a while, and laughed out loud. She shouted loudly and ate big mouthfuls. It was indeed not elegant enough, but it was really cool, and the leftover dry-fried Nayu was definitely the most flavorful meal she had eaten in the past few years. Not long after, the waiter brought another plate of dry-fried Nayu. Dry-fried Nayu can be used as a vegetable or as a meal, and Algra doesn't want to eat just dry-fried Nayu. Learning the style of the forest, feasts on it, blinks and eats, and shouts one after another in the stalls. Complemented each other. If at this time, Algra's mother, Donatella, sees a woman like this, eating like a gangster and having no education, I am afraid that she will be smashed to death. She has cultivated the little princess for more than 10 years, and the future successor of Versace, just eats in the big gear and shouts loudly. I am afraid that she will really fly to Hong Kong to strangle Lin Feng, and it will be broken in just a few hours. The successor of the Versace empire. Lin Feng naturally didn't know how much trouble Algra was seeing by her mother in this way, but at the moment he was very proud of it. Algra's natural aristocratic temperament made Lin Feng very uncomfortable. Especially Algra's designer background added a bit of noble temperament, which put too much pressure on Lin Feng, especially when the two were alone. How did Lin Feng feel that he was a bit vulgar? Now he has also assimilated Algra into an ordinary townsman, so that he is relieved of pressure and much more relaxed. Although this is not kind to Algra's mother Donatella, it accidentally saved Algra's anorexia caused by dieting in the future. You must know that after a few years, Algra will have to rely on anorexia due to anorexia. Insert a nutrient tube to maintain life. After eating 3 plates of dry-fried Nayu in Algra, Lizu also finished the SPA. After the SPA, Lizu is as stunning as a fairy descending to the world. His skin is crystal clear. His body is also fragrant, especially the jade hand feels slippery to the touch at the moment, so uncomfortable. If you wait for the angel evening dress, paired with black gem earrings and diamond necklaces, tonight will definitely become the focus of the charity party. Let's go, my angel. The party is about to begin. Lin Feng gently stretched out his hand. Lizu nodded shyly, gently holding Lin Feng's arm. Hey, where are you going? I want to go too. Algra muttered loudly, eager to eat, ignoring that it was on the street, attracting the attention of passers-by. What do you look at? Haven't you seen anyone talking loudly? Algra glared at the eye-catching passers-by. Yes, it seems that Lin Feng's scourge is not light this time, and the future socialite Algra is completely ruined by Lin Feng's education. Chapter 147 Charity Gala. When Lin Feng and others arrived at the banquet hall of Elizabeth Building in Causeway Bay, the venue of the charity party tonight, the party had almost begun, and the 4 kings had arrived as the main organizers, and they were nervously ordering the staff to make the final decoration. Lin Feng was so ashamed that he wanted to arrive earlier, but was delayed. After Lizu was busy with everything, Lin Feng realized that his outfit was a little bit dignified, especially when compared with Lizu, who was dressed up. He seemed to be a follower. Fortunately, there is a designer named Algra by his side, and I don't need Lin Feng's headache how to dress to match Lizu in this charity party. After some dressing up, Lin Feng was very satisfied with his current dress. He had never been so handsome since he was born. Lin Feng glanced at Algra and asked her why she didn't dress up since she was going to attend the charity dinner. Unexpectedly, what she said almost made Lin Feng choke to death. Only people who are not well known think of trying to dress up to attract people's attention. I don't need it. Algra's extremely casual sentence embarrassed Lin Feng. However, after one day of contact, Lin Feng knew that she had this personality, a celebrity who ran away from home in anger, and was not familiar with human accidents, so Lin Feng could only ignore these words. Sorry, I'm late. Lin Feng saw the 4 heavenly kings repeatedly convict. The 4 heavenly kings don't care. As the main organizers of this charity gala, they are also Hong Kong people. They didn't ask for Lin Feng's help. They just hoped that Lin Feng would be the main person in charge of the fund, and they would publish it later. Just give a speech. However, when the 4 heavenly kings witnessed Lizu in full costume, they rarely praised Lizu, who praised Lin Feng for his blessing, and Lizu who praised him blushed. After all, to be praised by the 4 heavenly kings, This is not an honor that ordinary people can have. Dong Lin, this lady is. Andy Law stretched out his hand. Algra faintly shook hands in a polite response, but the tone was extremely rude. "I'm just a follower, come and have a look." Andy Law was embarrassed for a while, but he saw that it was Lin Feng who had brought him, and his temperament was noble, and he was obviously out of society, so he didn't say much. He made his debut for many years and is well versed in this line of rules. The appearance of celebrities is actually a play in the eyes of the real rich. It is not once or twice to be so coldly treated. Lin Feng secretly said to his death, but fortunately, this girl didn't say I'm not talking to a layman, otherwise it would be even more embarrassing. What kind of identity the four heavenly kings are being scolded by laymen? That is really interesting. But on second thought, Algra's attitude towards stars is normal. Usually Algra is in contact with top-notch superstars or supermodels in Europe and the United States, and these superstars flatter her, the future head of Versace, and it is normal for her to dislike stars. Therefore, Lin Feng did not say that Algra's identity was broken. If you really say that Algra's identity is broken, I am afraid it will cause a lot of trouble. For ordinary people, Versace is just a fashion brand, but for celebrities, it represents an opportunity and a further step in life and career. After discussing some details with the four kings, stars began to walk across the red carpet into the banquet hall. This time, Lin Feng was truly witnessing the status of the four heavenly kings in Hong Kong. Almost all the first-class stars in Hong Kong attended the party. Looking at the many first-class stars who entered, Lin Feng was full of emotion. Before he was reborn, none of these stars could be seen, but now he can participate in the party with these first-class stars. This life is really damn wonderful. It's great to have money. With Li Kexin, Cecilia Chung, Zhu Yin, Ji Zilu, Yam Dawa, Tsang Ziwai and many other celebrities, the stars shined in the banquet hall. The men are cool, the women are beautiful, and then Jackie Chan, Leslie Chung, Tan Yonglin and other superstars entered the venue. Even the ones that will embellish the scene can compete with the sun and the moon. However, when the dinner was about to begin, another group of people entered the venue and sat in the first seat. The seating arrangements this time are also very particular. First, the four kings of the organizers and Lin Feng were excluded. The rest were mysterious guests who entered the banquet hall last. However, one of them was Lin Feng, who had seen him on TV. The second son of Li Kexin, the richest Chinese man, was the little Superman, said Li Zikai. Lin Feng did not expect that Li Zikai would also attend the party. Obviously, the seats in the first row should be these rich men. The second row is Hong Kong's top superstars, Jackie Chan, Leslie Chung and others. The third row is the first-class stars, and the last is the newcomers arranged by the major entertainment companies, who use this charity evening to make a name for themselves. In my eyes, the celebrities and wealthy people attending this charity gala are rare in recent years. The lights were dimmed, and everyone in the audience stopped talking, watching the four kings who were well dressed on the stage. This time, the four of us are honored to hold this charity bazaar with Lindong of the Mainland Lin Group to raise funds for the Mainland Stars Education Foundation. It is really an honor for the four of me. Andy Law spoke first. As a citizen of Hong Kong and a member of China, I am honored to contribute my love to the students of the motherland. Jackie Chung then gave a speech. Indeed, the so-called firewood is high, and I hope everyone can contribute to the future of the motherland. Liming went on to speak. I hope everyone contributes to their efforts. Aaron Cox said at last. Now we invite Lin Dong from the Lin Group to give a speech. The four heavenly kings applauded the invitation. There was applause in the venue, and Lin Feng got up and bowed slightly to the surroundings. Stepping onto the stage and looking at everyone in the audience, whether it was a big star or a super rich, Lin Feng was really nervous. It was the first time for such a high-profile party to participate. After taking a few deep breaths, Lin Feng slowly calmed down. First of all, As the main person in charge of the Kunxing Education Aid Foundation, I would like to thank all people of insight for attending this charity party and contributing to the strength of the motherland. Lin Feng smiled slightly and continued. Comrade Xiaoping said, however, science and technology are the primary productive forces, and science and technology are in the hands of these students. You can help these students who have dropped out due to various external conditions. On behalf of all the students, I thank you all. Lin Feng bowed deeply and won applause from the audience. Finally, we toast together to wish the motherland increasingly strong. Lin Feng toasted. Everyone cheers together. Big brother Lin, what you said is awesome. After Li Zu waited for Lin Feng to step down, he clapped his hands and boasted. Lin Feng took a long sigh of relief at this moment. It would be a lie to be nervous just now, for fear of making a mistake, otherwise it would definitely be embarrassing. At this time, Lin Feng did not notice that someone at the far table in the same row had recognized him, with a look of disdain and disgust. This person was Huo Kishan, the second son of the Huo family who had quarreled with Lin Feng in the afternoon, and another beautiful woman was next to him. However, there are also a couple of men and women at the same table, his eldest brother Huo Kigang and his sister-in-law. Everyone, let's start this charity party now. Please give your love to charity while having a meal. Andy Law held up an item. I will start by auctioning off the originals of my 100th movie Yahoo! Script. The audience sighed softly. Although this script is not everyone's work, but because of its commemorative value, it is the 100th film of the Heavenly King Andy Law. Lin Feng likes Andy Law very much. One of the idols he admires raises his hand right now. As the organizer, I also learn from Huizai to attract Jade. I photographed this first charity sale of 10 million yuan. Lin Feng first set an example, and second, he also said that this charity party did come for charity. Everyone exclaimed naturally. Many celebrities were very unfamiliar with Lin Feng. They participated in this charity party mainly to save the face of the four heavenly kings, but they were very worried about the subsequent fund operation. After all, some of the mainland's reputations are extremely bad, and corruption is serious. I am also afraid that my kindness will become a tool for some people to earn money. In the end, the four heavenly kings pledged that many celebrities would attend. This time one of the organizers and the principal of the fund, Lin Feng, was so bold and relieved everyone. Andy Law smiled slightly. Congratulations to Lin Dong, and I also asked Lin Dong to come up to the stage to get the script of my 100th movie. To be honest, I really can't bear it. Lin Dong will allow me to cherish my memory more often in the future. Andy Law humorously invited Lin Feng to come to the stage. Lin Feng squeezed Lisa's jade hand and let Lisa come on stage. There are a lot of stars here, and all major entertainment companies are there, just to make Lisa show his face. Lisa stood up, smiled around and bowed. The Snow White Angel evening dress, paired with black gemstone earrings and diamond necklaces, sparkling gemstones decorated Lisa like a holy angel. Many celebrities were amazed, and many entertainment company executives' eyes lit up. But some people hate it. When Huo Kishan saw Lisa dressed up in full dress, he was even more charming under the decoration of precious stones, and the yuang in his heart could not help but burst out. In a blink of an eye, I saw Lin Feng's smiling face again, and Algero was also present at the party, and even sitting at Lin Feng's table, there was an evil fire in my heart. 20 million, I give 20 million. Huo Kishan raised his hand to indicate. The audience was stunned. Originally, Lin Feng called out 10 million directly. Yuking Ayulai Andy Lau's script for the 100th movie should belong to Lin Feng. After all, this is a charity sale, not an auction. Unexpectedly, Huo Kishan made a cross. Huo Kishan's words were unacceptable, but at the moment when everyone was watching, he couldn't shrink back, and instead raised his hands to greet everyone. Huo Kigang, the eldest brother at the table, frowned slightly. Although he felt that Huo Kishan was a bit too presumptuous, his younger brother was not good at talking about him now. And it's not a big deal. Do good deeds. What's more, I heard Huo Kishan said that Lin Feng didn't put Hong Kong's wealthy circles in his eyes. It would be good to teach this young man now. Li Zikai, the little Superman in the distance, spit in disdain, and then looked at Lin Feng meaningfully to see how Lin Feng handled it. Lin Feng's face was pale, which made it clear that he was saving face. But if Lin Feng raises the price now, it will be obviously vindictive, and it will lose the meaning of this charity party. Instead, it will make people laugh at jokes. With so many celebrities and reporters present, it will be known to the world tomorrow. But if you don't fight back and get scorned like this will not only lose the face of Lin Feng, but also lose the face of Shanghai's rich man. After passing through the extraordinary auction, Lin Feng has been recognized by the Shanghai Rich Circle. He is regarded as officially entering the Shanghai Rich Circle. He was scorned like this in Hong Kong. This shows how Shanghai rich people can meet people. Just when Lin Feng was in a dilemma, one raised his hand. I gave 20 million and 1 yuan. The audience was in an uproar. Chapter 148, Algra's Careful Thinking, ? I gave 20 million and 1 yuan. The voice sounded, and the audience was in an uproar. It was only 1 yuan more than Huo Kishan, which clearly meant to be a bullshit, and the target went straight to Huo Kishan. The 4 heavenly kings on the stage were also taken aback. The 4 of them had seen many big scenes, but they didn't know how to deal with the situation right now. Huo Kishan, the second son of the Huo family, knew many of the celebrities present, even the people around him who did not know him. Just now, Huo Kishan offered 20 million yuan to save the face of Lin Feng. Although everyone felt it was wrong, everyone knew the status of the Huo family in Hong Kong. Naturally, they would not say anything, just as Huo Kishan was young and energetic. Nowadays, if someone dared to sweep Huo Kishan's face, that would mean sweeping the Huo family's face, which made everyone had to be shocked. Excited, there was a little more in his voice to please Huo's family, and he secretly rebuked this ignorant person. This mentality of everyone is also normal. After all, the Huo family is a local rich man in Hong Kong, and Lin Feng is an outsider. It is normal to be scorned by Huo Kishan. Huo Kishan was dishonored, and it felt a bit of embarrassment to the Hong Kong people present. Lin Feng was surprised at first, then overjoyed. It's natural to feel unhappy to be scorned by Huo Kishan in public. But for this charity party, it just doesn't happen. I'm feeling upset. It's natural that someone will go out. But I'm afraid that this person will make a big mess, and the charity party will end up unhappily, and the gain will not be worth the loss. When he saw the bidder, Lin Feng was really happy. I am afraid that no one besides her is more suitable for making a scene now, and he will not worry about making things worse. The person who carried the bar was not someone else, but Algra, who came with Lin Feng. Algra had followed Lin Feng to join in the fun, and was not very interested in this charity party. When Huo Kishan called for a price earlier, she naturally recognized him. Seeing Huo Kishan's arrogant pride, Algra felt uncomfortable. Although she was from a famous family, she hated this kind of dude the most. It was simply too vulgar. After thinking about the dry Fred Niu invited by Lin Feng in the afternoon, Algra decided to vent his anger for Lin Feng. 20 million and 1 yuan. Algra raised his hand. The 4 heavenly kings are really having a headache at this moment. I don't know if this is the drama they are singing. They don't know that Lin Feng and Huo Kishan had a dispute during the day, and they wondered why the two people looked at each other so uncomfortably. Except for Lin Feng and Huo Kishan, no one knew the identity of Algra. Everyone whispered, especially the newcomers arranged by the entertainment company in the back row, deliberately and loudly rebuked Algra for being ignorant, hoping to please Huo Kishan. Huo Kishan is well known in the circle for his love of female stars. If he can win Huo Kishan's goodwill now, and then be able to have such a warm feeling with him, then they will immediately fly onto the branches and become phoenixes. As for those first-class stars who only talked a few words in a low voice, they smiled without saying a word. Naturally, with their current identities, there is no need to deliberately please Huo Kishan. Who is that woman? Huo Kigang frowned and asked. He has accepted his father Huo Yingdong's business for some years. He is naturally not comparable to Huo Kishan. He has a vicious eye. You can see Algra's extraordinary at a glance, and the look of Huo Kishan from Algra confirms that the two know each other. But Huo Kigang didn't think about anything else in his heart, just guessing whether this was caused by his brother Fenglius' debt. Huo Kishan hesitated for a long time, and did not dare to tell her eldest brother Algra. If his elder brother Huo Kigang knew that he was meeting with Algra, but failed to ask him to be a guest at home, and instead offended her, he would definitely be scolded. No matter who she is, you don't want to bid anymore. Your behavior just now was improper. It was spread out and thought that our Huo family was cheating. Huo Kigang thought for a while, no matter what the girl and Huo Kishan have, it is not suitable to cause trouble anymore. End. One can be two, not repeated. If the trouble goes on like this, the charity party will never end. Their Huo family attended this charity gala. First, they were ordered by their grandfather Huo Yingdong to contribute a little love to charity in the mainland. Second, they also got close to the mainland online game tycoon Lin Feng to see if there is any possibility of cooperation. Even though Huo Kishan just swept Lin Feng's face, this contradiction is nothing in Huo Kigang's eyes. Merchants are chasing profits, and as long as they have profits, their enemies can become relatives. Seeing that Huo Kishan stopped bidding, and his heart loosened, he wanted to signal Algra to come to the stage to take his own script of vow, which was photographed at an astronomical price of 20 million and 0.1 yuan, but he didn't know who Algra was. Winning at Lin Feng, I hope Lin Feng can introduce him. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand again. I bid 20.1 million. The audience was in an uproar again. The Western woman who was shouting at the table was at the same table with Lin Feng. It seemed to everyone that they were in the same group. It was really confusing for Lin Feng to bid for the price this time. Li Zikai, the little Superman not far away, was also taken aback, wondering what Lin Feng was doing. Algra became angry at the moment, and the princess exploded in temper and slapped the table. Hey! Why are you against me? I helped you to teach the vulgar man, but you were against me. Uproar. This is a real uproar in the audience. This is the first time that Huo Kishan has been scolded by a layman under the public. Everyone was shocked. Due to the Huo family's status in Hong Kong, they neither dared to laugh nor looked anywhere, but secretly looked at Huo Kishan's table with the corner of their eyes, and raised their ears to see how Huo Kishan respond to the scolding of this unknown woman. The pig liver color on Huo Kishan's face. At first, seeing Algra slapped up at the table and fell out with Lin Feng, my heart was still full of joy. Unexpectedly, in the crowd, Algra was reprimanded like this, which made him put this face away. He didn't have a chance. As the future leader of Versace, Algra is also a well-known designer in the future. It is not an exaggeration to call him a layman. Moreover, although Algra is young, she is also a noble beauty. It is not an exaggeration to be scolded by the beauty. It's just that the face really doesn't go down. Puff. With a sound, the quiet banquet hall suddenly laughed out of one person, and the little star who wanted to please the Huo family glared. Huo Kishan was embarrassed at first, but there were still people who dared to laugh, so he wanted to turn his face right now. Unexpectedly, he stared angrily and found that the person who laughed out was actually the little Asian Superman Li Zikai. He shrugged his shoulders and apologized when he saw Huo Kishan looking over. At the moment, Huo Kishan lost his temper. He didn't have the guts to compete with Li Zikai, who played Xin Shandi alone. Huo Kigang also had a sullen expression and scolded Huo Kishan as vulgar, that is, swearing at Huo Jiasu. How did the Huo family rise in Hong Kong's wealthy world? But he couldn't know the details of that rude girl, so he could only bury his anger in his heart, secretly worrying about how to find this face again in the future. Lin Feng was also helpless when he was scolded. He knew that Algra had no real power in Versace now, and her mother had the final say in Versace. She is now bidding 20 million and 1 yuan for herself to teach Huo Kishan. Although she is very relieved, But 20 million is not a small amount after all. No one knows what Algra's mother Donatella will ultimately think of this incident, in case Algra's mother Donatella will eventually make trouble because of the money, and mistakenly believe that she has abducted her daughter and defrauded Sina Linfeng. He was wronged. For Linfeng's kindness, this little princess still doesn't buy it. On behalf of Versace, I bid 20,001 million yuan. Algra stared at Linfeng defiantly. This was the third time the audience exclaimed. Versace, the world's top fashion brand, whose words and deeds determine the trend of the world's fashion, has a huge attraction to all the stars in the field. Knowing that Algra is actually the representative of Versace, her eyes are suddenly different. Deliberately to please and flatter. For these gazes, Algra had long been tireless and ignored them, just looking at Linfeng provocatively, with a childish look on his face. As for the several rich and powerful people who attended, they also touched a lot. Versace's market value may not be as good as these rich people, but after all, it is the world's top brand and has a network of relationships that they cannot compare to Hong Kong's richest people. Although everyone is in different fields, it does not mean that everyone cannot cooperate. Especially Algra and Linfeng are at the same table. Although they just had a fight, everyone with a discerning eye can see that Algra and Linfeng have a good relationship. At least from his willingness to teach Huo Qishan for Linfeng, one or two can be seen. This also made many wealthy people look at Linfeng a little bit higher. Huo Qigang's face was as dark as Gongbao at the moment, and he glared at Huo Qishan. Obviously, something unpleasant happened between Huo Qishan and Algra. Although I don't know what the identity of this girl is, but if I dare to make such a bid on behalf of Versace, the identity is definitely not low, and I have already faintly guessed the identity of Algra in my heart. If it is really her, then Huo Qishan would not be too much to scold Huo Qishan as a vulgar person. Huo Qigang shook his head helplessly, looking at Algra, who had a provocative face and obviously played a childish mood. Linfeng had no choice but to stop increasing the price. If you increase the price at this time, I am afraid that no matter how much you increase, the little princess who is now a bit crazy will probably add one more yuan, and then it will be really out of control. I have tried my best. If Donatella really wants to blame herself for abducting her baby girl, then she can only admit it. Who let himself be smart? The empty glove white wolf bought the angel and got off with this little princess. Algra glanced at Linfeng triumphantly, and went to the stage to receive the script of a who. Everyone, I am Algra Versace Baker, and my uncle is Gianni Versace. First of all, I am honored that Versace was invited by Lindong to participate in this charity evening in China, and to contribute to Chinese students. On the stage, Algra showed the nobility and elegance of the wealthy and socialites, and talked freely, without any timidity in the face of many superstars and rich people. After everyone learned of Algra's true identity, they shouted again in unison. The presence of the future Versace in power is really surprising to everyone. Many celebrities who want to be in the top position have already begun to plan how to wait to please this little princess. I want to announce one more thing here. We at Versace will officially enter the Chinese mainland market and will hire Ms. Li Zhu as the spokesperson for the Angel series of fashion I designed. Algra pointed to Li Zhu. Under everyone's attention, Li Zhu stood up slightly shy. There was another exclamation on the scene, but most of them were jealous. Obviously, Li Zhu can become the spokesperson of the Versace brand designated by Algra, making many celebrities jealous. It should be noted that no one in Asia had the honor to endorse the Versace brand before, but Li Zhu, a little unknown newcomer, is honored to be the spokesperson of Versace, which makes many self-confident stars not jealous. Versace's entry into the Chinese mainland market is definitely a major event that can make a sensation in the fashion circle, but it was unexpectedly revealed in this charity party. Those reporters who were lucky enough to participate in the charity party couldn't bear the ecstasy in their hearts, and began to rush to the scene to publish the news. Take it. I'm not interested in this script. Algra threw the script of out to Linfeng. At this moment, Linfeng was really at a loss as to what Algra's so-called intentions were. He could only sigh that the little princess was doing things purely for personal preference. without thinking about it. Thank you. Lin Feng carefully collected the script of a Who which was photographed for 20.1 million yuan. No thanks. If I cause you any trouble in the future, you can't blame me. Also, I will eat dry-fried Nayu later. Algra swallowed in his throat. Apparently those 3 dishes of dry-fried Nayu during the day aroused the appetite of Algra, who had been dieting for several years. Well, okay. Lin Feng didn't care either. If she asked what trouble she caused, she probably wouldn't. With her reputation and status, even if she commits a childish temper, most of them will be forgiven. Hee. Algra stunned. The reason why she is so popular today is to make mature ice with raw ice and not to give her mother a chance to go back. Her mother Donatella has been very tight on her, which makes Algra, who loves freedom by nature, very dissatisfied. Especially since she inherited 50% of Versace's shares from her deceased uncle. Others have become more and more flattering towards her, and they have tried their best to please her, which makes her very annoying. Later, in order to inherit the empire of her uncle, she devoted herself to studying designer, hoping to carry forward her uncle Versace. Unexpectedly, several works designed by her were rejected by her mother, which made her extremely unconvinced. The mother's designs were mostly rich, luxurious, ostentatious, and gorgeous. They inherited the style of the uncle who passed away. However, Algra, who has been loved and flattered since childhood, hates this and hopes to innovate. Especially after the death of her uncle and the daily flattery of the people around her, she hoped that her design style would be simple yet elegant, simple but noble fashion, without a trace of luxury fashion. Angel was designed under such circumstances come out. It is expected that the angel was still severely criticized by his mother, who ordered him to give up this wrong thought. The frustrated Algra simply ran away from home in anger and came to Hong Kong with an angel. She sells angels without price, but also wants to see if the fashion she designs can be appreciated by customers. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng's cunning empty glove white wolf took it away. Although Lin Feng's explanation made Algra very satisfied, it made Algra lose a chance to learn about his work. Today, on this occasion, she announced that Versace will enter the Chinese mainland market. First, she is very optimistic about the Chinese mainland market. In the future, China must be the world's largest luxury goods market. Second, she wants to prove herself and rely on her own strength to open up the Chinese mainland market. However, this kind of arbitrary proposition is bound to arouse the unpleasantness of the mother, and she must be scolded when she goes back. Therefore, Algra told Lin Feng, if I cause you any trouble in the future, you can't blame me for this. She is going to use Lin Feng as a backing, and give Lin Feng a vaccination in advance. However, with a set of angel evening dresses designed by her, a top endorsement contract, and the script of 20,101 million yuan, even if Lin Feng was wronged and acted as a punching bag, he would not be wronged. After solving his troubles, Algra was in a good mood, and began to whisper and laugh with Lizu, while tasting the food on the table. Ever since he was seduced by Lin Feng and ate dry-fried Nayu, Algra found that he had an unprecedented strong desire for food, and now he is interested in foods that he ate little or no food in the past, such as high-energy foods such as desserts. She is eating with relish now. Naturally, Lin Feng didn't know that he had become Algra ready to back up and resist his mother's anger, and he was watching the progress of the charity party. After experiencing the troubles of Huo Kishan and Algra, the subsequent charity sale went smoothly. In the end, the charity sale party raised a total of more than 120 million yuan. Among them, the Superman Li Zikai 30 million photographed the latest movie of Jackie Chan. The negatives of the play became the king of the standard tonight. After the dinner, Lin Feng received the invitation of Huo Qigang and Li Zikai. However, when Huo Qigang invited Lin Feng, he also invited Algra. Li Zikai only invited Lin Feng. Of course, the invitation also indicated that he could bring family members. But what made Lin Feng embarrassed was that the two parties collided in the same time, which made Lin Feng feel helpless. Chapter 149 The Decision of Dry-Fried Nayu. Versace headquarters in Milan, Italy, Europe. President, this is the manuscript of the latest issue of Gazzetta dello. A man hurriedly ran into Donatera's office. What's the matter? Donatera took a look at the newspaper. Her face changed drastically in an instant, and she smashed the table severely. Making a fool, she's a fool. Quickly, contact the newspaper and see if you can press it down. Donatera frowned and said in a hurry, President, I'm afraid I can't suppress it. It's already spreading in Asia. Even if we trust the relationship and let the Gazette pressure, I'm afraid other newspapers will report it. The man said helplessly. Donatera frowned, and after thinking for a moment, she said bitterly, go to Hong Kong and bring that girl back to me. Yes. The man turned and left. Algra, why are you so ignorant? Don't you know what crisis Versace is facing now? Donatera groaned weakly, and finally, her head hurts again, and she walked to the side of the refrigerator and took out a tube of injections. After a while, Donatera groaned and lay on the special massage chair. At this time in Hong Kong, Lin Feng was looking at the two invitations and was worried. One is the official invitation of Huo's parents and grandchildren, inviting Lin Feng and Algra to visit Huo's house together. The other is the invitation of Asian Superman Li Zikai, hoping to meet Lin Feng alone. Both invitations are extremely heavy, and ordinary people are lucky to get one invitation, let alone two invitations at the same time. But by coincidence, the time at both houses is 3 o'clock this afternoon. Where should I go? Lin Feng is a little hard to choose. The Huo family's invitation is very formal. Inviting Lin Feng to Huo's family as a guest means that Lin Feng can still meet the legendary Huo Yingdong. In addition to the previous conflict between Lin Feng and Huo Qishan, this time it is not a chance to shed light on the past. However, at the same time, the invitation made it clear that Lin Feng and Algra would go together. Although the words were extremely subtle and euphemistic, it still made Lin Feng unhappy. Li Zikai's invitation is very simple, just a few words, which fully reflects the difference between Li Zikai and his brother and father in dealing with people. Being bold and daring to fight is Li Zikai's life principle. These two invitations, no matter which invitation they accept, they are bound to offend the other. If you change individuals, you will undoubtedly choose Huo's invitation. After all, Li Zikai is only Li Zikai and cannot represent his father Li Kashing. This is especially a private meeting, which is not the same as Huo's formal invitation. However, Lin Feng was instinctively inclined to meet with Li Zikai, and it was inevitable that he would be a little bit big bully when he went to Huo's house. Just when Lin Feng was hesitant, Algra and Lisa went downstairs. After the charity party broke up last night, Algra entangled Lin Feng again. It turned out that although Algra was the future leader of Versace, she ran away from home this time. Although she was carrying a universal credit card on her body, she was frozen by her mother. It can be said that she is penniless. This is also the simplest and most effective means used by her mother to force her to go home. After all, for a daughter who grew up in a small greenhouse, it would be absolutely unbearable if the source of funds were frozen. However, Donatera did not expect that Algra would meet Lin Feng, and was seduced by Lin Feng with a plate of dry-fried Niu, and then caused such a mess. Seeing that Algra was homeless, Lin Feng had to reluctantly bring this young lady back to Andy Lau's villa. Hey, when are we going to eat dry-fried Niu? Algra asked when he saw Lin Feng downstairs. Lin Feng was speechless for a while. Ever since Algra ate dry-fried Niu, I have been obsessed with it. Fortunately, dry-fried Niu is a famous Cantonese dish, but it is not expensive. Wait, you have a look first. Are you interested in these two invitations? Lin Feng handed over the invitations. Algra threw away the two invitations in one hand and sniffed. I only eat dry-fried Niu. The others have nothing to do with me. Don't let me meet these laymen. So, Huo Jia and Li Zikai are both laymen in Algra's mouth. If this makes them hear, I don't know how to react. However, Algra's reaction also gave Lin Feng a decision. Okay, let's have morning tea. Let you taste the Chinese breakfast. Don't always mention fried Niu. China is not only dry-fried Niu a famous dish. Lin Feng saw Algra opened his mouth and looked at the shape of his mouth. Knowing that she was going to talk about fried Niu again, She quickly sealed her mouth in advance. Although fried Niu is delicious, it's not a problem to eat it all the time. Lin Feng is already a bit tired of it. HMPH. If it doesn't suit this lady's appetite, you are the only one who asks. Algra snorted and said nothing. She had also heard that China is an ancient civilization with a long history of food culture. Since Lin Feng said that the famous dish is more than fried Niu, she reluctantly tried it. Lin Feng waited for the two girls to dress up a bit, and then drove out. Unexpectedly, just out of the entrance of Andy Lau's villa, a group of reporters who had been waiting all night gathered around. Seeing Algra and Lin Feng in the same car, they were taken aback for a moment, and then they passed the microphone to the car like sharks smelling blood. By the window, he kept asking what is the relationship between Lin Feng and Algra? What happened to the two of them last night? Looking at this posture, Lin Feng quickly asked the driver to return the car to the villa and close the door. What to do? Lin Feng scratched his head with a headache. He really didn't expect that the Hong Kong reporter would be so powerful and waited all night. And looking at this posture, I was afraid that he would not be able to leave in a short time. Seeing Lin Feng's sorrow, Lisa smiled and said that she would cook for everyone. No, I want to eat dry fried Niu. Algra protested strongly. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, but Algra's words were right. He couldn't wait for someone to stay here without going out. Besides, there was an important date in the afternoon. That was a must. After thinking about it, Lin Feng paid attention. Uncle Lee, please drive away the reporters, and we will drive out by ourselves. Lin Feng said to a driver that Andy Lau specially hired for himself and others. Okay. Uncle Lee nodded, closing the window a while ago, and drove away quickly. The reporter waiting at the door of the villa saw the car leaving quickly, and drove in a hurry. Although some reporters suspected that this was a ploy to move the tiger away from the mountain, and instead of leaving, they chose to stay on guard, but there were very few reporters left. Let's go. Seeing the success of his plan, Lin Feng asked the two bodyguards accompanying him to drive. Wait, I don't want to eat all day long and someone will follow. You let them rest at home. Algra stopped. Lin Feng turned to think about it. It is indeed very uncomfortable to have bodyguards behind him all day long. Besides, he is not a super rich person in Hong Kong, and there should be nothing wrong without a bodyguard. At the moment, he signaled the two bodyguards to rest at home. Although the two bodyguards felt wrong, after looking at each other, they chose to accept silently. But looking at the two remaining cars in Andy Lau's villa, Lin Feng frowned. Don't let them go together, I can't drive. These two cars are manual transmissions. I can only drive automatic transmissions. Lin Feng said a little embarrassedly. Lisa also shrugged helplessly. And she could only drive an automatic car. Huh, who told you to drive? This lady will drive it herself. Algra raised her eyebrows triumphantly and jumped onto a limited edition open-top BMW. Looking at Algra, who was excited in the car, Lin Feng frowned and asked, "But do you have a Hong Kong driver's license? Are you afraid of being caught by the police?" "I've never taken a driver's license, but rest assured, my skills are great, and the police can't catch up to me," Algra said indifferently, speaking of the police with a full expression on his face. Obviously she had done this before. Lin Feng hesitated for a while, wondering if he should get on Algra's car. However, under Algra's repeated urging, Lin Feng and Lisa got into the car. After all, generally speaking, as long as you don't speed, people who drive such a limited edition BMW will not be checked by traffic police. After all, there are thousands of cars in Hong Kong. If you don't violate the regulations, the Hong Kong police will not be fined to check them. Not long after, in the excitement of Algra, the BMW rode away. Soon after Lin Feng left, the two bodyguards who were instructed to stay at home drove another car and followed Lin Feng's car to protect Lin Feng's safety in case of an accident. Haha, how about it? I say my skills are great, you see. I can easily get rid of those paparazzi. After Algra got on the car, he was extremely excited. BMW was racing wildly all the way and easily surpassed 100 kilometers. Speed. Miss, you slow down. So be careful of the accident, even if it doesn't happen. Be careful to be caught by the traffic police. Seeing Algra getting more and more excited, Lin Feng hurriedly persuaded him to rush to the end. Lin Feng didn't want to die in a traffic accident, just so confused. After Algra murmured a few times, he slowly slowed down. This made the two bodyguards who almost lost Lin Feng and others secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They did not expect that such a delicate daughter like Algra would drive so crazy, and the car skills were absolutely superior to them. But at this moment, there was a Ferrari coming from behind. There were two men and a woman in the car. They were wearing rich and luxurious clothes. Obviously, which family's son-brother. When Ferrari drove past Lin Feng and others, he only heard a whistle from the Ferrari car, and left with a wild laugh. Seeing that Algra's face was about to change, Lin Feng hurriedly encouraged him. They are laymen, don't be familiar with them. Also, we are going to have morning tea. Don't you want to eat dry-fried Nayu? Lin Feng hurriedly tempted Algra with dry-fried Nayu. I don't know if it's not to care about these laymen or to stir up Nayu, but Algra finally grunted twice and didn't care about it. Unexpectedly, the car stopped deliberately and posted it when Lin Feng and others passed by. Little girl, isn't the car bad? Are you interested in a big shot? If you lose, give your brother a bite. The rich man in the Ferrari laughed triumphantly, and the man and woman in the back seat also laughed presumptuously. Lin Feng knew that he was going to suffer. Algra was not so bully, this girl was so strong. Okay, if I lose, you can do whatever you want me to do. If you lose, you will give me shit. Algra pointed to the foot of the mountain with a sullen face. Whoever goes down first will win. Haha, okay, girl. You are determined to lose today. The rich man slammed on the accelerator. Ferrari surpassed BMW in an instant, and whizzed away. Sneeze, let you see the tricks of this lady. Algra spurned disdainfully, I won't let you have a few parking spaces. If you win, you will say I bully you. You know my master. Before the words fell, Algra slammed on the gas pedal, and BMW made a roar and went straight to Ferrari. Chapter 150 chapters. When Lin Feng was learning to drive, the instructor said, idle when turning a corner is a novice, deceleration is a veteran, and acceleration is a cow X. Algra accelerated all the way to catch up with the Ferrari ahead. In the first corner, the speed had already increased to 90 kilometers, but to Lin Feng's shock, Algra did not slow down and continued to accelerate. When cutting into the corner, when the speed has soared to 105 kilometers, Lin Feng only felt a violent rightward centripetal force oppressing his body, and his chest felt tight. Are you okay? Lin Feng looked at Lisa worriedly. It's okay. Lisa put his hand in Lin Feng's palm and said it was okay. Lin Feng opened his mouth and wanted to scold Algra, but was gently pressed by Lisa with his hand, and pointed to Algra in front of him. Lin Feng looked at Algra, had a sullen face and was obviously really angry, but this speed was too scary. Lin Feng didn't want to have any accidents because of this, especially if there was Lisa in the car, let alone if Algra being injured with him will not be easy to explain in the future. Don't worry, my maximum limit turning speed is 160 kilometers. This car has no performance. It has not been modified, and the maximum is 120 kilometers. Algra saw Lin Feng's concern and proudly showed off his skills, but only 120 kilometers. Kilometers are enough to beat these laymen. What Algra didn't say was that when she turned at 160 kilometers, she hit the back of the car in front of the car because of the blind turn. That time, because of the high speed, Algra was able to get enough. Lie in the hospital for a month. Since then, Donatella has forbidden Algra to drive again, and even forbids Algra to touch the car again. This is why Algra is so excited today. With that said, the BMW under the seat kept roaring, and it has gradually caught up with the Ferrari in front. No, the woman behind is catching up. Hurry, drive faster. The man and woman in the Ferrari exclaimed. The son in the driver's seat had a blue face and stepped on the accelerator. but his skills were limited. On this mountain road, he would dare to speed up to about 100 kilometers per hour at most. No matter how fast he was afraid of accidents. But the woman behind him seemed to be like a lunatic. I haven't seen her slow down all the way, even when turning around. No, 3 consecutive bends. The rich man knows the difficulty of this corner, and knows his skills better. He has to slow down if he wants to go through these 3 consecutive corners. As a last resort, the back gear reduced the speed to 70 kilometers, and it was already very good in their circle to go through the 3 consecutive turns at this speed. Unexpectedly, the mad woman in the BMW behind did not slow down at all, and went straight into the 3 consecutive corners at a speed of 110 kilometers per hour. Looking at the BMW roaring past his car, the son of the Ferrari car changed his face, knowing that this time he had taken the car, and the woman on the BMW car was outrageously skilled. Thinking of the previously agreed that he would eat shit after losing, he couldn't help feeling sick. But seeing the speed at which the BMW enters the corner, Ferrari's son-in-law is happy again. Humphrey, I lost, but you lost my life. Ha ha. Break into 3 consecutive bends at this speed, and there will definitely be a car accident. The Ferrari elder brother witnessed a lot of racing masters' somersaults in these 3 consecutive corners, and some even lost their lives. Unexpectedly, the BMW in front drew a weird gliding arc. After the taillights left a weird arc in the corner, the BMW disappeared in the eyes of the brothers in the Ferrari. Drift. The son of the Ferrari car was shocked, and he was so scared that he couldn't speak. Such a highly skilled person wanted to fight her. Isn't that a death sentence? Thinking that he was going to eat shit when he lost, the brother-in-law turned his eyes a few times, and his heart was full. Even when the race was not over, he turned the front of the car and rushed to the opposite route. It's better to be ashamed than to eat shit. The 3 men and women on the Ferrari were shocked, and BMW Shang Linfeng was also a little shocked by Algra's driving skills, especially when Algra broke into 3 consecutive turns at 110 kilometers per hour and used the drift skills. Linfeng's whole heart touched on his throat, and when he safely passed the bend, his whole body was drenched with sweat like a sauna. HMPH, fight with me. Algra smiled triumphantly. After a long time, Linfeng sighed, recovering from the thrill just now. In the past, I used to watch F1, although I felt that the speed was super fast and the corners were more than 200 kilometers per hour. But after all, I was sitting in front of the TV. Although I felt stimulating and nervous, it felt completely different from experiencing this terrifying speed personally. Especially when Algra drifted, Linfeng really felt the god of death. How about it? This lady is not bad in technology. Algra said unfinishedly. Yes. It's very good. Linfeng is determined to pay attention, not to let her drive next time. This is crazy, and it would be too wrong if she died. By the way, you just said your master. Who is your master? Linfeng suddenly remembered and asked curiously. HMPH, has Schumacher, the king of the car, ever heard of it? He is my master and taught me racing for 3 months, said Algra's rare admirer. Linfeng's heart beat upon hearing this. How could he have never heard of Schumacher's name? The world's greatest racer is a racer whose name can be equated with an F1 car. But is it possible? How could Schumacher be the master of Algra? HMPH, you have to know that Schumacher also wears Versace. Seeing Linfeng's unbelief, Algra snorted coldly. When Linfeng heard this, it was indeed not impossible if there was such a relationship. But what Linfeng didn't know was that it was because Schumacher taught Algra to race for 3 months that Algra had a car accident that almost lost her life since then. This also caused Donatella to complain constantly to Schumacher. Every time I met, I complained and made Schumacher a headache. Every time I was afraid to avoid it. This is one of the few people who are scared to see Schumacher. Afterwards, without the excitement of the race, Algra's speed dropped to normal, and Linfeng relaxed. By the way, do you want to learn to drift? Algra asked suddenly. Drifting? Linfeng heard his heart move. Although it was a life of 9 deaths just now, and there was a lingering fear, There is no man who doesn't love cars, especially the feeling of speed, which all men can't resist. The drifting forest wind is naturally more curious, and now there is a famous teacher, so it will be better. But on second thought, Algra was Schumacher's apprentice, and she taught herself now that she would not be Schumacher's apprentice. It is also interesting to think about it, and in a blink of an eye, it is actually possible to have such a relationship with Schumacher. You teach me? Lin Feng asked. Of course. You have seen my technique. But I teach you to drift. You are going to ask me to eat 10 dishes of dry fried Nayu. Have you seen the curve below? Algra suddenly picked up speed again. Be optimistic about my hands and feet, as well as the front corner and the surrounding distance. Algra reminded when he was about to enter the corner. Lin Feng focused all of his attention on Algra's hands and feet. The sound of tire emergency braking sounded, and BMW once again drew a beautiful and strange arc through the curve at super high speed. How about it? It's easy, Algra said coquettishly. When Lin Feng fell into the corner just now, between Algra's movements, thinking about it carefully, the cornering movements are as fascinating as works of art. Be careful, ahead, Lisa suddenly shouted. Lin Feng looked up, and a Cadillac was driving slowly in front not far from the exit of the curve. Be careful. Protect your head. Algra didn't start to panic. He hit the steering wheel in his hand and slammed on the brakes, but due to the speed of the car and the Cadillac too close in front, he couldn't avoid it. Damn it! Turning blindly, Algra guarded his head before crashing, and cursed depressedly. Lin Feng just had time to protect him in front of Lisa and hugged Lisa tightly, hoping to prevent her from being injured as much as possible. With a loud noise, the BMW slammed into the rear of Cadillac. Lin Feng only felt him for a while. Fortunately, the airbag was opened in time, and Algra had been slamming on the brakes, and the speed had dropped after turning. The accident was not too serious. After a long period of dizziness, the three of them woke up back and forth. "You, are you okay?" Lin Feng gently slapped Lisa's pretty face. After a while, Lisa groaned and woke up. After a little movement, his body was fine, which made Lin Feng feel relieved. "Algra, are you okay?" Lin Feng quickly got out of the car, ran to the front seat, and opened the door. "It's okay." Algra shook his head and walked out with the help of Lin Feng. After coming out, look at BMW and the front Cadillac almost sticking together. The front of the BMW and the rear of the Cadillac are almost destroyed, making Algra stick out his tongue. "I'm sorry. It's my fault this time." Algra knew that she was too showy this time and almost had a car accident. She apologized to Lin Feng again, and this was the only time she had apologized to others in her life. Seeing Algra's awkward appearance of a kid who did something wrong was afraid of being punished by adults, how did Lin Feng blame it? "What's more, I want to learn to drift, and counting. I am also half of the responsibility." And finally shook her head helplessly, and gently patted Algra on the head to remind her not to be so reckless next time. Upon seeing this, Algra felt relieved and stuck out his tongue mischievously. Lin Feng looked at her and felt warm, so she looked like a 15-year-old young girl. "Oops, I don't know who I bumped into this time, and if there is anything wrong with the other party." Lin Feng suddenly thought of the Cadillac he had hit, and hoped that the people inside were okay. Lin Feng secretly prayed. At this moment, a car suddenly flew over. As soon as the car stopped, 4 people who looked like high horse bodyguards jumped out of the car. 2 of them rushed to Cadillac to check the situation of the people inside, while the other 2 watched closely. Living in Lin Feng and others, they looked as if they were facing an enemy. Lin Feng's heart tightened, and depending on the situation, he might have ran into a big man this time. I hope that the other party will not pursue too much. Lin Feng does not want to offend the rich in Hong Kong when he comes to Hong Kong for the first time. Not long after, the Cadillac door opened and the man in his 30s came down. Lin Feng took a look and was stunned. When the other party saw Lin Feng and others, he was also taken aback, then shook his head and laughed bitterly. "Dong Lin, we are really destined." The man shook his head helplessly and waved to the bodyguards not to be nervous. Lin Feng also looked sorry, but he felt very interesting in his heart. The person who ran into was not someone else. It was Lee Zikai, who had arranged to wait for the meeting. Unexpectedly, when Algra was hit by the head, the two had met in advance. Fortunately, the accident looked like nothing happened to both parties except the car was destroyed. Otherwise, let Li Kashing know that he would crash his precious second son at once. I am afraid that he will be in serious trouble. I'm really sorry, I was driving too fast through the corner just now, and I didn't expect to hit you. Richard Li Zikai, English name, Richard, and Wang Heihan. Lin Feng looked embarrassed and stepped forward to apologize again and again. Also, don't call me Lin Dong, it makes me ashamed. Just call me Lin Feng. Li Zikai didn't say anything yet. Algra stood up. Richard, right? I was the one who drove, and I was the one who hit you. It has nothing to do with him. Don't you have a saying in China? If you are a good man, you should blame me, but don't blame him. People, it's really my fault to bump into you this time. I'm sorry. Algra amused everyone present with half-baked Chinese proverbs, and the atmosphere eased a lot. Li Zikai smiled and said helplessly, my car can be hit by Miss Algra. That is my blessing. How dare you to blame Miss Algra? Li Zikai's remarks are not lie. The person who hit Algra in a car accident at 160 kilometers last time was Prince Charles of the United Kingdom, which almost did not cause the British royal family to cause a second tragedy. In the end, the British royal family was looking at the face of the late Versace, and Algra was too young, and he was seriously injured and unconscious. With the plea of the car king Schumacher, the matter could not be solved. Calculated in this way, Li Zikai can be hit by Algra, and it can be considered a blessing reluctantly. Then you don't want me to pay you for this car? Algra asked worriedly at the ruined Cadillac at the rear of the car. Algra was not afraid that he could not afford to pay, but that his mother would know about it and be punished by her mother. If she sneaked out this time and had a car accident and was known to her mother, it would be difficult for her to be free again in the future. No, I'm also thinking about changing another car. Miss Algra helped me crash. I just happened to change the car. Li Zikai didn't deliberately please Algra, but saw Algra doing something wrong. The appearance of being afraid of punishment is quite interesting. Besides, although this car is expensive, in terms of his net worth, it is like a dwarf, which is really nothing. It happened to use this to sell a favor to Lin Feng, win the relationship between the two, and facilitate the meeting between the two. Thank you. I will definitely remember your kindness. If you have the opportunity to go to Milan in the future, you must come to Versace. Algra politely thanked him, and it is considered that Li Zikai did not sacrifice in vain for this Cadillac. Turning his head, Algra said to Lin Feng, hey, people won't be held accountable anymore. You can't be held accountable anymore. Also, those 10 dishes of dry fried now you can't be shameless. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Lin Feng, then I will call your name directly, and now we meet. Why don't we go for morning tea together? Li Zikai invited. The guest will do whatever you want. Lin Feng did not shirk either. At the moment, Li Zikai ordered several bodyguards to deal with the crashed BMW and Cadillac, and he and Lin Feng, Lizu and Algra got into the bodyguard's car. Hey, there are only 4 of us, so let me drive. After getting in the car, Algra seemed to have forgotten that she had just been in a car accident, and jumped into the driver's seat to say, don't. Lin Feng and Li Zikai hurriedly called again and again. Cut. Disappointing. Algra looked at the two of them out of one nostril, knowing that he could no longer be addicted to the car, and sat angrily in the passenger seat. Seeing Algra angrily, the two smiled at each other. Let me drive. I used to drive alone when I was studying in the United States in the early years, and you were not familiar with the roads in Hong Kong. Li Zikai did not have the arrogance of a wealthy man, and naturally sat in the driver's seat. Lin Feng saw that he was shocked and moved in his heart. There are really not many people in this world who can make Li Zikai a driver, regardless of Li Zikai's purpose. At least this person is worthy. Of course, now, Lin Feng is climbing high. But in the future, who will say who is going to climb up?